A mere 180 vitality? A one-star warrior? Truly the epitome of mediocrity. Jiang Fan has traversed into a high martial world, becoming the universally ridiculed underachiever of the entire school. Fortunately, he possesses an extraordinary advantage. In his despair, he activates the Demon Slayer upgrade system. Slay demonic beasts, plunder beast crystals, and attribute points flow in endlessly. Vitality, realm, martial skills, all can be instantly elevated. While others toil for months without progress, Jiang Fan has unleashed mayhem in the wilderness. Ding. Slaying a dominant level beast, attribute points 1,000. Ding. Absorbing beast crystals, attribute points 18,000. Ding. Consuming attribute points, realm breakthrough, 5-star martial master. Ding. Consuming attribute points, martial skills maxed out, perfected. Thus, the tide of fate has completely shifted, while others endure grueling training. He revels in his advantage. From the laughingstock of the school to the champion of the freshman competition, he achieved this in less than a month. From his initial entry into the martial master realm to sweeping the talented in the Western Ridge and seizing the championship of the martial arts tournament, he accomplished this in under 2 months. While the world gasps at the difficulty of a martial master challenging higher realms, he has already subdued the martial kings and begun contemplating his ascension to martial king. A myriad of demons surrounds the city. Calamity descends? The city's warriors pale in fear, yet Jiang Fan's eyes gleam with excitement. Here it comes, my luxurious experience package. In the midst of battle, he breaks through in the heat of the moment, stepping into the realm of martial king, cleaving demonic beasts as if mowing grass. Demonic beasts? They are my fodder for advancement. Geniuses? They are mere backdrops on my path to elevation. Slay demons, accumulate points, break through, and dominate. Chapter 1, 180 Vitality? A failure? The awakening of the system. Jiang Fan, 180 Vitality. A 1-star warrior. Muscular Lee, who held the testing device aloft, his voice resonating loudly enough for the entire building to hear, his face etched with unabashed disdain. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Fan, deliberately elongating his tone, mockingly declaring, I say, Jiang Fan, you aren't holed up in your dorm every day honing traditional skills, are you? Have you drained yourself? You haven't practiced at all these past months. Ha. The classroom erupted into uproarious laughter, a barrage of mocking and contemptuous gazes piercing Jiang Fan like arrows. Jiang Fan clenched his fists but ultimately relaxed them. He felt powerless to retort, for the original owner of this body was indeed a veritable failure. It was precisely due to the unbearable weight of such daily ridicule that the original owner succumbed to despair, allowing this soul from the 21st century to seize the opportunity. He had been in this high martial world for a few days, the original owner being a first-year student at Yangshi City Martial Arts University, an orphan with no one to rely upon. With 180 vitality, you cannot even touch the threshold of a 2-star warrior. You are a disgrace to our class. The class leader, Zhaoya, crossed her arms, her fair face clouded with disdain. She possessed 380 vitality, standing as the pinnacle of the class, and has always looked down upon underachievers like Jiang Fan. Martial arts instructor Wang Ming approached, glancing at the test results with a weary sigh. Jiang Fan, according to school regulations, the standard for second-year students is to reach at least 300 vitality, becoming a 3-star warrior. You should take heed. If you do not reach this by the end of next semester, you will have no choice but to repeat the year. 300 vitality? To repeat a year? Jiang Fan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. At the current pace of cultivation, let alone next semester, even if given a few more years, he would probably still struggle to touch the threshold of 300. The original host practiced the rudimentary yellow rank low-grade Qi induction technique, merely achieving an elementary level, with a talent so abysmal that it took several months to barely increase his vitality by a mere 10 points. Unless aided by medicinal substances, alas, the original host was impoverished. After school, Jiang Fan kept his head down, hastily attempting to escape this realm of gossip and scorn amidst hushed whispers and pointed fingers. Oh, is that not our class's king of the bottom feeders? Why do you walk so lightly? Is your vitality so low that even standing is a challenge? A few classmates deliberately obstructed his path in the corridor, their words dripping with mockery as they bumped into him. If I were you, I'd drop out early. Wasting time at a martial arts university is less worthwhile than working on a construction site. At least that wouldn't squander resources. Jiang Fan chose to disregard them, quickening his pace back to his meager dormitory. Bang! He threw himself onto the hard cot, staring at the mottled ceiling as a surge of intense resentment welled up within him. In this world, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity contended against monstrous beasts. Strength was paramount. The ranks ranged from martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial deity, to martial god, each divided into 9 stars. Correspondingly, the beasts were classified from ordinary to elite, lord, overlord, king, emperor, sovereign, saint, deity, and god. Mental techniques and martial skills were categorized into the 4 ranks of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. These techniques and skills were also classified by proficiency levels: beginner, minor success, major success, perfection, and grand perfection. Presently, he possessed 180 points of vitality, merely qualifying as a 1-star martial artist. His classmates surpassed 200 points, with the top performers nearing 400, and some elite students even reaching 800 or 900, approaching the realm of martial master. This clearly illustrated the original host's utter ineptitude. Am I destined to follow in the footsteps of the original host, ridiculed to death and eventually succumbing to depression and suicide? Jiang Fan abruptly sat up, flames igniting in his eyes. No, I have already endured enough indignity as a corporate slave in the 21st century. Having finally arrived in a world where cultivation is possible, I refuse to remain a waste. Ding! Detecting the host's intense resentment and desire for strength, the invincible attribute point system is binding. Binding successful. A cold, mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Jiang Fan trembled, his eyes widening in astonishment. System? As a seasoned novel enthusiast, he understood all too well what this signified. It was a golden key to reverse his fortunes, a VIP pass on the path to becoming a powerhouse. He immediately focused, and a semi-transparent attribute panel materialized before him. Host, Jiang Fan. Realm, 1-star martial artist. Vitality, 180. Mental technique, Chi induction technique. Yellow rank low grade beginner. Martial skill, charging bull fist. Yellow rank low grade beginner. Available attribute points. 0. System function. Hunt beasts, obtain beast crystals, which can be converted into attribute points to enhance vitality, mental techniques, and martial skill proficiency. Hunt beasts and exchange beast crystals for attribute points. Jiang Fan was nearly propelled from his bed in exhilaration. This system's functionality is truly impressive. The school discouraged first-year students from hunting outside the city due to the inherent dangers. However, Jiang Fan found himself with no other options. Lacking funds for resources and possessing no talent for arduous cultivation, remaining at school would only lead to a slow demise. A dead man has no fear of the heavens. If I do not act, I may as well wait for oblivion. I am resolved. His gaze sharpened as he retrieved the original host's well-maintained alloy short knife from under his bed, preparing to venture outside the city to hunt beasts the following day. The next day, Jiang Fan skipped class, stealthily exiting the school, heading straight for the outskirts of Yangshi City. Not far beyond the city lay a dense forest, a relatively safe area populated mostly by ordinary and a few low-tier elite beasts. Upon entering the woods, a mix of earthy, decaying leaves and faintly metallic scents assaulted his senses. The dim light cast shadows amongst the towering trees, their twisted branches resembling monstrous claws. Jiang Fan inhaled deeply, gripping the short knife tightly as he advanced cautiously. Oh! Suddenly, a primal roar reverberated from a rear flank. Jiang Fan's heart raced, and he spun around to behold a robust, gray-furred howling moon wolf leaping from the underbrush. Its white fangs glistened menacingly, and its crimson eyes glimmered with hunger and cruelty, drool dripping from its maw. An elite 1-star howling moon wolf. Its strength was comparable to that of a human 1-star martial artist. Perfect. I'll test my might against you. Jiang Fan was not alarmed, but rather elated. He was at the pinnacle of a 1-star martial artist, with vitality and physical prowess surpassing that of the howling moon wolf. An ideal opportunity to familiarize himself with combat. Roar! The wolf's hind legs propelled it forward, transforming into a gray blur as it charged with astonishing speed. Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened. He accurately anticipated the wolf's trajectory and deftly slid to the side, evading the attack with ease. Simultaneously, seizing the moment of the wolf's missed strike, he exerted force, thrusting the short knife toward the beast. Thud! The sharp blade pierced precisely into the howling moon wolf's abdomen. Warm wolf blood gushed forth, splattering Jiang Fan's hand. Oh! The wolf emitted a wretched, anguished howl, its massive body writhing in pain, becoming more frenzied. Ignoring its injuries, it twisted to bite at Jiang Fan once more. You seek death. Jiang Fan's eyes turned icy, undeterred. He growled, channeling the spiritual energy within, and executed a beginner-level charging bull fist with a fierce strike to the wolf's head. Bang! With a resounding thud, the howling moon wolf's head snapped sideways, its movements momentarily stiffening. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Fan plunged the knife deep into its throat. Ugh! The wolf's howl abruptly ceased, the ferocity in its eyes dimming swiftly, its limbs twitching a few times before succumbing to silence. Jiang Fan approached the carcass, retrieving a gray beast crystal the size of a soybean. Ding. Successfully slain an elite 1-star howling moon wolf. Obtain beast crystal *1. Do you wish to convert it into attribute points? Convert. Jiang Fan commanded without hesitation. The gray beast crystal in his hand vanished instantly. Ding. Conversion successful. Obtain 10 attribute points. Gazing at the attribute panel as the distributable attribute points changed from 0 to 10, Jiang Fan's heart raced with exhilaration. With a mere thought, he allocated all 10 points to vitality. Ding. Vitality 10, current vitality 190. A distinctly warm current surged within him, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs. He could feel his strength amplifying slightly. Ha! The system is truly remarkable. Jiang Fan could not contain his laughter, all previous gloom and despair dissipating in that instant. Brandishing his bloodied short knife, he gazed fervently into the depths of the forest. Not enough. This amount of attribute points is far from sufficient. Today, I shall hunt until I am satisfied. With a swift motion, he vanished into the shadowy thicket, embarking on a frenzied journey of hunting and leveling up. Those who once mocked him could never have imagined that the waste they derided was quietly rising at an astonishing pace. Chapter 2. The hunt begins. The 2-star warrior. Having triumphed over the elite 1-star howling moon wolf, Jiang Fan's confidence surged. With a heart full of joy, he pressed deeper into the woods, eagerly seeking his next prey. Elevating himself to a 2-star warrior was his minimum objective for the day. Not long after, Jiang Fan observed a violent rustling in the underbrush ahead, accompanied by heavy grunting sounds. Suddenly, a beast of a size comparable to a small car emerged, a black mountain boar of elite 1-star status. This creature was covered in coarse black bristles, its curved tusks glinting ominously, and the ground trembled slightly beneath its hooves. What a sight! Another elite-level foe. Rather than feeling fear, Jiang Fan was elated, his eyes sparkling. This promised to be a valuable source of experience, and he was determined to seize it. He did not hesitate, launching himself forward with fervor. With a grunt, the black mountain boar, incensed by the audacity of this diminutive human, lowered its head and charged like a heavy tank, its momentum fierce enough to uproot a large tree. Jiang Fan, with his vitality reaching 190, exhibited reflexes and speed that far surpassed the average 1-star warrior. As the boar bore down upon him, he deftly sidestepped, easily evading its charge, while simultaneously plunging his dagger into the beast's side. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal reverberated. The dagger seemed to embed itself in the boar's tough hide, leaving behind merely a white mark, sending vibrations up Jiang Fan's wrist. Goodness, that hide is exceptionally tough. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Fan promptly abandoned the knife. After all, it was merely an ordinary short blade, utterly ineffective against the thick-skinned beast. Time to test the power of his fists. Focusing his vitality, he unleashed the basic charging bull fist. His fists now imbued with a faint current of energy as he boldly engaged the beast. Thud, thud, thud. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour upon the black mountain boar's formidable body. Though penetrating its defenses proved challenging, the hidden strength of the charging bull fist managed to seep through, eliciting agonized cries from the boar, which only fueled its ferocity. Jiang Fan, employing his agile footwork, danced around the boar, deftly avoiding its charges while relentlessly striking. Minutes passed, and the boar's movements began to slow, blood oozing from its nostrils. Finally, with a powerful punch aimed at its head, Jiang Fan sent the massive creature crashing to the ground, its body convulsing twice before falling still. Approaching the carcass, Jiang Fan extracted a black beast crystal. Ding! Acquired elite 1-star beast crystal, which converts to 10 attribute points. Delight surged within him. All points allocated to vitality. Jiang Fan wasted no time. Ding! Vitality increased by 10, current vitality, 200. Ding! Vitality reaching 200, promoted to 2-star warrior. A wave of formidable power surged through him, far greater than before. His muscles felt denser, his senses sharper, as if the entire world had come into clearer focus. Ha! A 2-star warrior. It was that simple. Jiang Fan couldn't help but swing his fist, creating a gust of wind, his heart soaring with ambition. Once the excitement subsided, Jiang Fan resumed his quest for the next target. In the ensuing hours, he became a relentless hunting machine. From ordinary wolves and venomous snakes to elite 1-star lynxes and hedgehogs, he accepted every challenge. The forest was engulfed in a tempest of blood and carnage. Unfortunately, he never encountered any elite 2-star beasts or above. As the sun began its descent, Jiang Fan assessed his spoils. Over the course of the day, he had slain 16 beasts. After conversion, he gained a total of 90 attribute points. It was crucial not to allocate all points to vitality, as his martial skills must also keep pace. Jiang Fan's mind was clear. The entry-level charging bull fist was inadequate. It required upgrading. With a thought, he commanded, System, elevate the charging bull fist to mastery. Allocate the remaining attribute points to vitality. Ding! Consumed 40 attribute points. Charging Bull Fist upgraded to Mastery. In an instant, a wealth of techniques regarding the Charging Bull Fist, methods of harnessing energy, and practical experience flooded into his muscles and mind, profoundly imprinting themselves. He felt as though his fists had been tempered through countless trials, and his comprehension of this martial art reached unprecedented heights. Ding. Vitality increased by 50, current vitality, 250. A surge of warmth revitalized his physique. Host, Jiang Fan. Realm, 2-star warrior. Vitality, 250. Mental method, Chi induction technique, yellow grade, lower tier, entry level. Martial skill, Charging Bull Fist, yellow grade, lower tier, mastery. Available attribute points, 0. In just one day, his vitality surged by 70 points, and his martial arts reached mastery. Jiang Fan gazed at his attribute panel, feeling as though he were dreaming. Once he amassed wealth, he would directly acquire profound tier martial skills. The yellow grade techniques would surely become insufficient. As dusk settled, he felt a sense of satisfaction and prepared to return home. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby bushes, and a shadow darted forth like lightning, blocking his path. It was a black cat, as large as a Tibetan Mastiff. Its fur was sleek and glossy, reflecting a metallic sheen, and most striking were the elongated fangs protruding from its mouth, glistening with a menacing purple hue, clearly venomous. An elite 2-star, poison fawn cat. A wound from its fangs would paralyze a warrior in no time, leaving them utterly defenseless. An elite 2-star? Perfect. I shall test the might of my mastered Charging Bull Fist against you. Jiang Fan's fighting spirit ignited. He had been seeking a worthy opponent to gauge his progress. Meow. The poison fawn cat emitted a shrill cry akin to a wailing infant, its hind legs propelling it like a bolt of black lightning towards him. Its speed several times greater than that of the previous black mountain boar. Clearly, this poison fawn cat was not only venomous, but also swifter than the average elite 2-star beast. Jiang Fan sidestepped, narrowly evading the cat's claws as they grazed his clothing. Impressive speed, worthy of my full attention. No longer holding back, he unleashed the full force of his mastered Charging Bull Fist, delivering a punch imbued with the fury of thunder. However, the poison fawn cat was exceptionally agile. It twisted its body midair, narrowly avoiding the blow while its fangs sliced toward Jiang Fan's arm. Jiang Fan evaded once more, not having trained in evasive martial arts. He lacked overwhelming speed to consistently strike the nimble poison fawn cat. Yet, he remained unfazed. In his eyes, he could afford several mistakes. For if he landed a single hit, the cat would be finished. After several exchanges, he seized an opportunity as the poison fawn cat lunged ineffectively, roaring, "Take this." The mastery of his Charging Bull Fist struck solidly against the cat's midsection. Thud, crack, a distinct sound of bones fracturing echoed. The poison fawn cat let out a chilling wail, its body soaring backward like a ruptured sack, crashing into a tree and slumping down, clearly on the brink of death. Jiang Fan approached, effortlessly extracting a walnut-sized beast crystal that glimmered with a purple hue. Ding. Acquired elite 2-star beast crystal, which converts to 20 attribute points. All points to vitality. Vitality increased by 20, current vitality, 270. Feeling the surging power within him, Jiang Fan was in high spirits as he hummed a tuneless melody while making his way back to school. As for the poison fawn cat's carcass, he didn't spare it a glance. The worth of those materials was hardly worth the effort of carrying them back. It appears that I must find a way to acquire a storage bag in the future. Otherwise, I cannot carry away the spoils after defeating these creatures, which would be a considerable loss. With a light-hearted step, he made his way towards the school, brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. Chapter 3, Apologies. Having a system truly allows for unfettered freedom. Jiang Fan walked back to school with a buoyant spirit. However, shortly after emerging from the woods, he encountered several freshmen from his university. At the forefront was Zhang Lei, a wealthy young man who relied on his family's resources to bolster his vitality. Through the system's probing, Jiang Fan discerned that Zhang Lei's vitality hovered around 320, marking him as a 3-star warrior. This individual had often joined others in mocking the original owner of Jiang Fan's body for being inept. Upon spotting Jiang Fan, who appeared disheveled as he emerged from the forest, Zhang Lei's face broke into his characteristic disdainful smirk, and he, along with his entourage, obstructed Jiang Fan's path. "Oh, who do we have here? Is this not our freshman class's bottom dweller, Jiang Fan? What's wrong, struggling to get by? Have you come to the outskirts of the city to scavenge? Aren't you afraid of being snatched away by some beast as a snack? Or were you out hunting beasts just now?" The nearby followers erupted into laughter, one chiming in, "Brother Lei, you overestimate him. Just by looking at his sorry state, I doubt he could even defeat a 1-star elite beast. He is probably only good for picking up the scraps left behind." Jiang Fan halted, his gaze calmly sweeping over the group, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Scavenging. That's far superior to some individuals who merely rely on their family's pills to inflate their vitality and then bully the weak to feel important." "What did you say?" Zhang Lei's expression darkened, as if struck at a sensitive spot. "Jiang Fan, Are you seeking a beating? Care to try? Jiang Fan met his gaze fearlessly. His tone is casual, as if he were inquiring about a meal. With a vitality of 270, although numerically lower than Zhang Lei's, the mastery of the great completion of the charging bull fist instilled him with ample confidence. Zhang Lei, a mere pill-dependent warrior, likely had only reached the minor accomplishments of his martial techniques, if he had even managed that, in their freshman year. Those capable of mastering any martial technique to great completion were indeed rare. Zhang Lei's followers were momentarily taken aback, surprised by Jiang Fan's audacity. Goodness, Jiang Fan, are you channeling Zhao Yun's courage today? How dare you speak to Brother Lei like that? He is a 3-star warrior and has learned superior yellow-grade techniques. You should kneel and apologize. Perhaps Brother Lei, being magnanimous, will let you off this time. To this, Jiang Fan chuckled. Apologize? That phrase does not exist in my vocabulary. Excellent. Very well. Zhang Lei was completely provoked, feeling as though his pride was at stake. Today, I shall demonstrate the true disparity between a waste and a genius. With a roar, he unleashed his 3-star warrior vitality, stepping forward and launching a punch towards Jiang Fan's face, a clear display of his might. The punch carried weight and seemed to be a testament to Zhang Lei's investment in training. Yet, in Jiang Fan's eyes, it was still too slow. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he did not evade or retreat. Instead, he summoned strength from his waist, delivering a counterpunch that arrived before Zhang Lei's strike could land. The techniques of the great completion of the charging bull fist ignited within him, causing a barely perceptible ripple of energy to emanate from his fist as he met Zhang Lei's attack head-on. Bang! The clash of their fists produced a resounding, thunderous noise. Zhang Lei's menacing grin instantly froze, replaced by pain and disbelief. He felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, causing his entire right limb to go numb and ache as if it might shatter, leaving him utterly unsteady on his feet. He stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before crashing onto the ground in a most undignified manner. In contrast, Jiang Fan merely swayed slightly before regaining his balance. He shook his wrist, feeling exhilarated inside. The combination of a perfected martial technique and a surge of vitality yielded exceptional results. Clutching his arm, Zhang Lei looked up at the unyielding Jiang Fan, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. This is impossible. You are merely a 1-star warrior. How could you withstand my attack? A secret. Jiang Fan found no need to engage in further banter. He stepped closer, looking down at Zhang Lei now. Compensation for mental distress, please. Otherwise. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Zhang Lei and his followers were cowed by this imposing aura, unable to voice their anger, ultimately yielding to their frustration by gathering a sum of money as a means of appeasing Jiang Fan. Watching Jiang Fan swagger away with the money in hand, Zhang Lei's face turned an ashen shade, a mixture of humiliation and rage. His companions exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and confusion. How had Jiang Fan suddenly become so formidable? Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Fan gazed at the system panel displaying his vitality at 270. Excitement coursing through him as he clenched his fists. Just 30 more points. Tomorrow, he would undoubtedly become a 3-star warrior. Early the next morning, Jiang Fan skipped class, slipping out of the school once more, deftly navigating through the woods beyond the city. With the system at his disposal, the efficiency of his training compared to attending classes was akin to a tortoise racing against a hare. Neither teachers nor classmates would notice the absence of the class's bottom dweller. Fortune smiled upon him. Not long after delving into the woods, he encountered a formidable adversary. An elite 3-star beast, the mountain-cleaving bear. This colossal bear stood nearly 3 meters tall on its hind legs, its muscles bulging, with thick fur resembling armor. Its paws were larger than a basin, claws glinting menacingly, and a single strike could undoubtedly shatter stone. Its power far exceeded any beast he had faced the previous day. Yet, rather than fear, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Jiang Fan. A challenge beyond his current capabilities? This was the perfect opportunity to test his newfound strength. Roaring, the mountain-cleaving bear detected the intruder and charged forward like a heavy tank, its massive paw descending with terrifying force upon Jiang Fan. With a swift motion, Jiang Fan dodged to the side. Boom! The bear's paw struck the ground, sending dirt flying and leaving a deep imprint. Seizing the moment, Jiang Fan unleashed the full force of the great completion of the charging bull fist, delivering a fierce uppercut that landed solidly against the bear's relatively soft belly. Thud! The impact echoed, and the bear let out a pained, furious roar, its enormous body swaying. Infuriated, it turned and lunged again, delivering a barrage of powerful but somewhat clumsy strikes. Jiang Fan pushed his speed to the limit, evading like a butterfly flitting through flowers amidst the bear's frenetic assault. With each dodge, he exploited the openings, striking the mountain-cleaving bear with fists imbued with latent energy. Thud! Thud! Bam! The sounds of flesh meeting flesh rang out incessantly. The battle raged on for over half an hour. Although Jiang Fan remained uninjured, the relentless exertion had left his arms tingling and his vitality surging. Meanwhile, the mountain-cleaving bear fared far worse, with numerous patches of fur torn and bruises beneath its skin, its movements noticeably slowed as it panted heavily. It was time to conclude this confrontation. Jiang Fan identified a gap in the bear's defenses as it stood upright, its chest wide open. With a low growl, he channeled all his vitality into his right fist, charging forward with a powerful, unadorned strike that slammed into the bear's heart. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bone fracturing echoed. The mountain-cleaving bear let out a final, mournful wail as its massive body was propelled backward, crashing into a great tree, dislodging countless leaves before it slumped to the ground. Lifeless. Ding. Acquired an elite 3-star beast crystal, upon conversion, gained 30 attribute points. All allocated to vitality. Jiang Fan commanded excitedly. Ding. Vital energy value. 30. Current vitality. 300. Ding. Vitality has reached 300, promoting to a 3rd-star warrior. A warm surge of power, far more potent than any previous ascension, instantly enveloped his entire being. His limbs and bones felt as if infused with renewed energy. His muscles became more solid, and his vitality surged with a roaring intensity, heightening his senses once more. Clenching his fists tightly, he reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Ha! A 3rd-star warrior. In just 2 days, I have transformed from a near-failing weakling into a 3rd-star warrior. Who would have imagined that just days ago, I was troubled by the prospect of remaining a 2nd-star warrior, and now I stand at the once unreachable 3rd-star realm. Chapter 4. Murder and Plunder? No one knows this business better than I do. Just as Jiang Fan was basking in the exhilaration of his promotion to 3rd-star warrior, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. He glanced warily, spotting a group of 5 clad in uniform black attire, advancing with ill intent. At the forefront was a man with a menacing scar across his face, his eyes glinting with malice. The system scan instantaneously relayed information. Scarred man, vitality 390. Peak 3rd-star warrior. The other 4, each hovering around 300 vitality, were all novice 3rd-star warriors. The scarred man greedily eyed the corpse of the shattering mountain bear on the ground, then fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan, speaking with arrogance. Kid, this shattering mountain bear has been our Black Wind Squad's target for quite some time. Be wise and hand over the beast crystal, then scram. One of his henchmen, a lanky man with beady eyes, immediately chimed in. Did you hear that? Our captain is a peak 3rd star. Crushing you will be as easy as child's play. So don't make this harder on yourself. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, fully aware that they were attempting to bully him based on his youthful appearance. If they wished to rob him, they should be direct about it rather than resorting to such pathetic excuses. He sneered, since you're so keen on robbing. Why not just say so? How embarrassing for you to hide behind such flimsy pretexts. Upon realizing his facade had been uncovered, the scarred man dropped all pretense and sneered. Since you're so aware, then obediently leave the beast crystal and valuables. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I might spare your insignificant life. As he finished speaking, his companions expertly fanned out, encircling Jiang Fan in a half-surround. Jiang Fan's eyes turned icy. Having just ascended to 3rd-star warrior, he was eager for an opportunity to fully harness his newfound strength. Coupled with the immense confidence bestowed by his perfected bull's roar fist, he felt a surge of battle spirit. You wish to rob? Let us see if your bones are tougher than my fists. Jiang Fan stepped forward without a hint of fear. Seeking death, the lanky man could no longer contain himself, bellowing as he swung his long blade, cutting through the air towards Jiang Fan. Swift as lightning, Jiang Fan deftly sidestepped the blade. Simultaneously, his right fist rocketed forth like a cannonball, unleashing the hidden force of the perfected bull's roar fist with a resounding impact against the lanky man's ribs. Crack! The sound of bones splintering was accompanied by a spurt of blood. The lanky man was unable to emit even a full cry, as he was sent flying, crashing into a tree trunk before collapsing, unconscious. The remaining 3 squad members froze mid-charge, their faces etched with disbelief. One punch. Merely one punch had incapacitated a 3rd-star warrior? Surely, even an average 4th-star warrior would struggle to achieve such a feat. What kind of monster was this boy? The scarred man's expression darkened to an alarming degree, his voice low and furious. Damn it, I misjudged him. Everyone, attack together. Do not hold back, kill him. The other 3, snapping out of their stupor, drew their weapons and attacked Jiang Fan from different angles, aiming for his vital points. Jiang Fan snorted coldly, channeling his full vitality as a 3rd-star warrior, his speed and strength surging. With agile footwork, he weaved through the gaps of their assault, evading each strike with precision. Boom! He delivered a crushing blow to the face of a bald, burly man to his left, instantly collapsing the man's nose. Blood and tears gushing forth as he fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Thud! Without missing a beat, he twisted his waist, landing a powerful elbow strike to the solar plexus of a short, stout man on his right. The stout man's eyes bulged as he expelled a torrent of bile and stomach acid, curling up on the ground like a boiled shrimp, robbed of his fighting spirit. Another opponent fell to Jiang Fan's fist. In the blink of an eye, all 3 3rd-star warriors lay incapacitated, unable to continue the fight. The scarred man, witnessing this scene, felt a violent twitch at the corner of his eye, his heart gripped by shock. Kid, I never imagined you were such a formidable opponent hidden beneath the surface. But he quickly steadied himself, for he was a peak third-star warrior. A veteran of countless life-and-death battles, his experience far surpassing that of this academy-trained youth. Anyone who dared to harm members of the Black Wind Squad would face a gruesome end today. With a furious roar, the scarred man unleashed his full vitality. The aura of a peak third-star warrior erupting around him. He launched himself forward, the ground beneath him erupting as he propelled himself like an arrow towards Jiang Fan. His right fist slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh, aimed directly at Jiang Fan's heart. Jiang Fan's expression turned grave. He could not afford to be careless. He summoned every ounce of power from his perfected bull's roar fist, confronting the incoming strike head-on with a punch of his own. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a thunderous sound akin to a giant drum being struck. A violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, scattering leaves across the ground. Jiang Fan felt a slight numbness in his arm, yet he stood firm. In stark contrast, the scarred man staggered back several steps, disbelief etched on his face. He felt as though his fist had struck an unyielding iron wall. What kind of martial arts is this? How can it be so powerful? The scarred man was both astonished and enraged. Having perfected his mid-tier yellow-ranked martial technique, he had expected to easily crush his opponent, only to find himself at a disadvantage in this clash. Jiang Fan shook off the tingling sensation in his arm, his confidence soaring. The opponent's strength was formidable, but still inferior to his own. With a grin revealing his white teeth, he felt his battle spirit intensify. You talk too much. Come again. This time. He took the initiative to charge. You arrogant brat. I was careless that time. The scarred man, thoroughly incensed, believed he had underestimated his opponent. And he unleashed an even fiercer barrage of punches aimed directly at Jiang Fan's face. In an instant, their figures intertwined as they engaged in a fierce battle. Jiang Fan executed the perfected bull's roar fist with unparalleled mastery, his fists raining down like a tempest, overwhelming the scarred man in a flurry of strikes. Bang, bang, thud, crack. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh and bones breaking rang out incessantly. The scarred man was utterly powerless to retaliate, blood spilling from his mouth in copious amounts. Stop. I concede. Take the beast crystal. Just spare me. The scarred man, battered and unrecognizable, with several broken ribs, finally broke down and begged for mercy. He now understood the terrifying practical combat ability of the young man before him. Now you seek mercy? It's too late. Jiang Fan's eyes turned icy. He held no compassion for those who sought his life. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a heavy punch imbued with all his strength, ruthlessly striking the scarred man's unprotected throat. Gasp! The scarred man's eyes bulged, his throat crushed, his body convulsing twice before collapsing, lifeless. Jiang Fan showed no mercy, systematically eliminating the remaining incapacitated members of the squad to ensure no future threats remained. With the battle concluded, he began to scavenge the battlefield for spoils, reaping a bountiful harvest, a low-grade storage bag with an internal capacity of several cubic meters, valued at thousands of crystal coins. 3 ordinary beast crystals, 1 elite 1-star beast crystal, 1 elite 2-star beast crystal, and over 300 crystal coins in cash. Finally, a storage bag. Jiang Fan joyfully fastened the storage bag around his waist and proceeded to stow away the massive corpse of the cracked mountain bear. This bear carcass should fetch at least 1 or 200 crystal coins. Subsequently, he converted all the beast crystals he had gathered. Ding. Ordinary beast crystals X3. Elite 1-star beast crystal X1. Elite 2-star beast crystal X1 can be converted for 40 attribute points. Would you like to convert? Convert. Ding. Conversion successful. A total of 40 attribute points obtained. All allocated to vitality. Ding. Vitality value increased by 40. Current vitality value, 340. A surge of warmth coursed through him, significantly enhancing his strength once more. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction, humming a cheerful tune as he vanished back into the depths of the forest, continuing his endeavor of gaining points. Chapter 5. Apologies, but I too am a one-strike 4-star warrior. After dispatching the scarred man's team, who had attempted to kill and rob him, Jiang Fan felt elated as he pressed deeper into the woods, embarking on another day of point accumulation. He moved like a highly efficient hunting machine, dispatching ordinary beasts with a mere punch. Even elite-level foes fell before him, transforming into points and a portable wallet. By day's end, his haul was quite satisfactory. Though most were ordinary beasts, he encountered 1 elite 1-star and 1 elite 2-star, but little by little, it all added up. Ding. Ordinary beast crystals X7, elite 1-star beast crystal X1, elite 2-star beast crystal X1 can be converted for 50 attribute points. Would you like to convert? Convert. Jiang Fan did not hesitate. Ding. Conversion successful. A total of 50 attribute points obtained. All allocated to vitality. Ding. Vitality value increased by 50. Current vitality value, 390. A warm current infused his limbs, steadily enhancing his power. including the attribute points dropped by the scarred man. He had amassed over 100 points today. Jiang Fan was exceedingly pleased. He was on the verge of becoming a 4-star warrior, and at this pace, breaking through to a 5-star warrior would merely be a matter of a day or two. He weighed the bulging storage bag at his waist, feeling a sense of fulfillment as he set off for home. However, just as he reached the school gate, several familiar figures blocked his path. Leading the group was Zhang Lei, whom he had reprimanded the day before. His countenance was dark, his eyes filled with defiance and resentment. Behind him were several of his lackeys from yesterday, along with a stern-looking youth exuding a distinctly stronger aura. Jiang Fan, you finally returned, Zhang Lei exclaimed, still maintaining his haughty demeanor. Don't think that taking my punch yesterday was anything remarkable. That was merely my carelessness. I didn't exert my full strength. He stepped aside to reveal the stern youth, boasting, this is Lin Jingtian from our class, a 4-star warrior with a staggering vitality of 410. Today, he is here to enlighten you on the reality that there are always greater powers beyond your own. Lin Jingtian took a step forward, his gaze flat as he regarded Jiang Fan with a hint of condescension in his tone. You've offended young Master Zhang. I must intervene and teach you a lesson. Jiang Fan nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. He dug into his ear and, with unabashed sarcasm, replied, oh, so the young ones are beaten, and the old ones come to seek vengeance? Zhang Lei, you seem quite adept at this. If you can't win, you call for reinforcements? You. Zhang Lei's face flushed with anger. Enough talk. Will you dare to face Lin Gu in a duel? A duel is certainly feasible, Jiang Fan smirked mischievously. Akin to a fox spotting a plump lamb, but a mere brawl lacks excitement. Let us spice things up. If I win, you, Zhang Lei, shall give me 1,000 crystal coins. If I lose, he purposefully paused, patting the storage bag at his waist. This freshly acquired storage bag will belong to you. What do you say? Do you dare to wager? 1,000 crystal coins. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. This was no small sum. Enough to procure an elite 4-star beast crystal. Zhang Lei, being well off, didn't he particularly care about the money. His concern lay with his pride. He promptly responded, fine. It's a deal. Everyone present is a witness. With the bet established, the open space at the school gate quickly transformed into an impromptu arena, surrounded by eager onlookers, most of whom were first-year students. Jiang Fan, notorious for being at the bottom of his class, had quite a few acquaintances. Meanwhile, Lin Jingtian was a celebrated figure among first-year students, a 4-star warrior with vitality surpassing 400, certainly a standout among his peers. Is Jiang Fan out of his mind? Daring to challenge Lin Jingtian? Murmured one student. Wasn't his vitality only 180? Isn't he merely courting disaster? They speculated. I heard he fought Zhang Lei yesterday. Today, retribution has come. It's improbable. Even if Zhang Lei is weak, Jiang Fan could hardly stand a chance against him. We'll see. But I doubt Jiang Fan can withstand a single punch. It seems the storage bag will soon change hands. The murmurs reached Zhang Lei's ears, filling him with elation as he imagined Jiang Fan groveling in defeat, his own pride restored. Lin Jingtian, observing Jiang Fan's calm demeanor and even a hint of nonchalance, felt a surge of indignation at being underestimated. A mere underachiever, what gives you the audacity to remain so composed? You dare to bet with such confidence? With a cold command, Lin Jingtian declared, enough of this. He suddenly unleashed his power. The ground trembled as dust rose, launching himself forward like a cheetah. His right fist clenched. The vitality of a 4-star warrior surged through him, creating a distinct whoosh as he aimed a devastating blow at Jiang Fan's abdomen. This punch was delivered with full force, intended to end the fight in one strike, making this naive challenger fully aware of the disparity in their strengths. Yet, faced with this ferocious attack, Jiang Fan stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed with fear. Indeed, just as I thought, a waste. Zhang Lei and many onlookers shared the same thought. Just as Lin Jingtian's fist was about to connect with Jiang Fan's clothing, Jiang Fan finally moved. His motion was ghostly swift, simply sliding half a step to the left. Lin Jingtian's assured punch missed, barely grazing his clothing. Simultaneously, Jiang Fan's right fist surged forward. The perfected bull punch, unleashing its power like a dormant bull, suddenly charging forth, precise, swift, and overpowering. With no flourish, it struck Lin Jingtian's exposed abdomen with unerring accuracy. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Ugh! The cold demeanor on Lin Jingtian's face was instantly replaced by sheer agony. His eyes bulged, his body contorted as if struck by a speeding truck, uncontrollably bending into a shrimp-like position, his feet lifting off the ground as he flew backward. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away, sending dust flying. Clutching his abdomen with both hands, his face turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat streaming down, he emitted pained gasps, unable to utter a coherent word. Completely incapacitated. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the school gate, as if a mute button had been pressed. All the students watching stood with mouths agape, their eyes wide as saucers, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Was this the end? Lin Jingtian, a 4-star warrior, was defeated in a single punch by the notorious underachiever of the first year? What had just transpired? They hadn't even seen how Jiang Fan had struck. Is this truly the Jiang Fan, the one with a mere 180 vitality points, who had been ridiculed by the entire grade? It seems as if he has transformed into a different person. Zhang Lei's smug expression and smile froze completely, his face shifting from crimson to pallid, then to a sickly green, as though he had just swallowed a fly. What a spectacle. He felt as if his entire worldview had been shattered by that punch. Jiang Fan slowly retracted his fist, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing. He strolled over to the ashen-faced Zhang Lei, extended his hand, and with a beaming smile remarked, 1,000 crystal coins, my thanks to you, Boss Zhang, for the generous donation of, the crystal coins. Zhang Lei gazed at Jiang Fan's seemingly harmless smile, yet felt an overwhelming dread. As if facing a demon, trembling in fear that the next moment that terrifying fist would descend upon him. In a flurry, he rummaged through his pocket and thrust 1,000 crystal coins into Jiang Fan's hand, his voice quivering. Here, take it. Jiang Fan weighed the coins in his hand, satisfied, and tucked them into his storage pouch, patting Zhang Lei on the shoulder with a weighty tone. Next time you're looking for trouble, perhaps consider the thickness of your wallet first. Pausing for effect, he added with an even brighter smile, however, I personally welcome your future visits. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a generous benefactor like you, so eager to part with your wealth? With that, he ignored the multitude of dropped jaws and Lin Jingtian, who lay on the ground like a deceased dog, humming a tuneless melody as he sauntered into the school. Upon returning to his humble dormitory, Jiang Fan closed the door, reveling in the surge of 390 vitality within him, his spirits soaring. Tomorrow, it seemed, was the day for the vitality assessment. Lying on his bed, a smile of anticipation graced his lips as he thought of Teacher Wang, class monitor Zhao, and all his dear classmates. Are you ready to manage your expressions? With thoughts of the delightful spectacle awaiting him, Jiang Fan stretched lazily and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 6. The Test of Reality. Who is the useless one? Early the next morning, Jiang Fan did not venture into the city for hunting, but rather strolled leisurely into the classroom. His vitality had surged to 390 within just a few days, and his martial skills had reached a remarkable level of mastery. He was eager to witness the expressions of those who had mocked him, curious to see what delightful reactions awaited him today. The anticipation of revealing his true strength after feigning incompetence was exhilarating. Indeed, as he stepped into the classroom, the previously bustling environment hushed, all eyes instinctively converging upon him. Well, boomed Li Hu, his distinctive voice ringing out as he crossed his arms, adopting an exaggerated tone. Isn't this our class's perennial bottom dweller, Jiang Fan? I thought you had the sense to pack up and go home. Yet here you are. Laughter rippled through the surrounding students. Class monitor Zhao Ye lifted her eyelids, casting a cold glance at Jiang Fan, her voice dripping with unmasked superiority. Jiang Fan, having low vitality isn't your fault, but not putting in the effort certainly is. Instead of wasting time, you ought to devote more to your training. They were evidently unaware of the incident between Jiang Fan and Lin Jingtian from the previous day, otherwise, their attitudes would have been markedly different. Jiang Fan silently scoffed within, maintaining an impassive facade as he walked straight to his seat, closing his eyes in meditation. His calm demeanor only served to frustrate Li Hu, who felt as though he were hitting cotton with his punches, igniting a desire to physically confront Jiang Fan. Soon after, their martial arts teacher, Wang Meng, entered with a portable vitality testing device. Today is our routine assessment, he announced. So perk up and let me see if you've been slacking off these past few days. The students quickly formed a line, taking turns to test their vitality. Li Hu was the first to charge forward, placing his hand on the device. The screen flashed red, displaying the number 310. Did you see that? A 3-star martial artist. This is the result of talent combined with hard work. He beamed with pride, glancing around, particularly lingering in Jiang Fan's direction for several seconds. Next was Zhao Ye, who calmly placed her hand on the device. The machine glowed even brighter, ultimately settling on 390. Wow, gasps filled the room. The class monitor is incredible. She's just a step away from becoming a 4-star martial artist. At this rate, she might even break through to 6 stars before the start of sophomore year. Teacher Wang Meng nodded in approval, praising Zhao Ye. Keep it up, Zhao Ye, excellent work. The assessments quickly concluded, with most students registering vitality levels between 200 and 360, which was considered normal for an average class. Just days prior, Jiang Fan was the only freshman whose vitality had not exceeded 200. Finally, only Jiang Fan remained untested. All eyes turned to him once more, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. As if waiting for a comedy to unfold, Li Hu, grinning widely, mocked. I'll bet 50 cents that our useless king will surely show some great improvement. Perhaps even hit 181. I doubt he can even maintain 180. Others joined in the jeering. Jiang Fan calmly approached the testing device under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, who expressed either mockery, pity, or indifference. Teacher Wang Meng regarded him with a sigh, instinctively wanting to offer words of encouragement. Jiang Fan, in the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. If it proves too difficult, perhaps consider. His words were abruptly cut short as Jiang Fan's hand pressed down on the testing device. A hum emanated from the machine, markedly different from before. The screen's red light flaring intensely as the numbers began to leap wildly. 180, 250, 300, 350, 380. The figures finally stabilized, presenting a vivid, unmistakable number. 390. Boom. The classroom erupted as if a depth charge had been detonated. Chaos ensued. What the hell? 390? Am I seeing things? He's on par with the class monitor now? What a joke. Just 2 days ago, he was at 180. No rocket could propel him this fast. This isn't just some drug-induced boost. Even the best elixirs wouldn't yield such results. This is downright cheating. Li Hu's grin vanished, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He rushed forward, pointing at the testing device, shouting, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Teacher, the machine must be broken. It has to be faulty." Teacher Wang Meng was equally stunned. Quickly approaching to personally inspect the device, rebooting and calibrating it, all functioning normally. He abruptly lifted his head, staring at Jiang Fan with eyes filled with profound astonishment and disbelief. Jiang Fan, what on earth happened to your vitality? Having taught for over a decade, he had witnessed prodigies and those who blossomed later. Yet he had never encountered anyone who could experience such a meteoric rise of 210 vitality points within a mere 2 days as a low-level martial artist. Jiang Fan scratched his head, wearing an innocent smile tinged with naivety. Teacher Wang, I really don't know what happened. Perhaps I've just been burning the midnight oil training a bit too hard, and suddenly it all clicked. The class fell into a stunned silence. Late night training? A sudden epiphany? Is that what you call it? It seems as though he has become an entirely different person. Yet the results from the testing device were a stark reality that could not be denied. At this moment, Zhao Ye's expression was the most dismal. She stared at the identical number of 390, feeling a burning sensation on her face. Her long-held pride, her sense of superiority over Jiang Fan, was shattered in an instant. A wave of indescribable shame and jealousy surged within her. Teacher Wang Meng, having regained his composure from the initial shock, was now engulfed in elation. He vigorously patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder, his voice trembling with excitement. Excellent. Outstanding. Jiang Fan, truly remarkable. You are indeed a hidden gem. Maintain this momentum. And by the end of this semester, the prospect of achieving a 4-star warrior or even a 5-star warrior is highly promising. I will strive to do my best, teacher. Jiang Fan replied calmly with a nod. 4-star warrior? 5-star warrior? He felt no stir within. To him, it was merely a matter of hunting a few more demon beasts, which could likely be accomplished in just a day or two. The teacher evidently believed that this was but a fleeting burst of success, expecting a slowdown in the future. After the test concluded, the entire atmosphere in the classroom underwent a profound transformation. The earlier mocking and disdainful gazes vanished without a trace, replaced by astonishment, reverence, curiosity, and a subtle hint of fear. Those who had previously ridiculed Jiang Fan now lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze, especially Li Hu, who wished he could bury his head in his desk, terrified that Jiang Fan might seek retribution later. After class, Zhao Ye hesitated for a considerable time, struggling internally, before finally summoning her courage to approach Jiang Fan, who was preparing to leave. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. And her voice was several degrees lower than usual. Jiang Fan, I apologize for my previous attitude. I'm sorry. Could you tell me how you managed to cultivate so quickly? Observing her unprecedented awkwardness, Jiang Fan's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his expression teasingly playful. He leaned in closer, speaking in a voice only audible to the two of them, and said with utmost seriousness, It's quite simple, really. Venture outside the city more often. Engage in profound exchanges with a few demon beasts, and amidst life and death, your potential will naturally erupt. As he watched Zhao Ye stand there, her expression a mix of disbelief and inability to counter his words, Jiang Fan felt a surge of joy within. He thought to himself, Are you stunned? My system is beyond your imagination. Having said that, he did not linger, striding out of the classroom with grace under the complex gazes of his classmates. He knew this was merely the beginning of silencing all doubts. The path to his martial godhood had genuinely taken its first step. His next objective was clear, to hunt more demon beasts and grow stronger. He aimed to make it such that all who had once underestimated him would find it a luxury merely to gaze upon his departing figure. Chapter 7. Dare to steal my prey? Do you even deserve it? Following the uproar surrounding the blood test, Jiang Fan wasted no time and stealthily exited the school once more. Strength was the unwavering truth of this world. Verbal skirmishes held no significance. This time, he did not return to the small grove from before, but instead headed directly to the Black Wind slope west of the city. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the demon beasts there were of a higher caliber, with elite-level creatures abounding, making it an ideal location for swiftly harvesting attribute points. With his current strength nearing that of a 4-star warrior, as long as he did not venture deep into the core area, dealing with elite level 4 or 5-star demon beasts would pose little challenge. Not long after entering the territory of the Black Wind Slope, he was met with a far more intense stench of blood than that of the grove, the air thick with the unique odor of demon beasts, punctuated by the distant, chilling roars. Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened as he advanced swiftly. Before long, his eyes lit up at the sight of an open space ahead, where a giant wolf, comparable in size to a large water buffalo, was feasting on the carcass of a wild deer. It was an elite-level 4-star iron spine wolf. Its most distinctive feature was the dark blue-black bone armor extending from its neck to its tail, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, boasting astonishing defense. Goodness, what a splendid beginning, Jiang Fan thought joyfully, preparing to make his move. Suddenly, 3 figures burst forth from the nearby thicket, all donned in the uniforms of second-year students from Yangshi Martial Arts University. At the forefront was a young man with bleached hair, who, upon spotting the iron spine wolf, revealed a greedy expression. What luck! To stumble upon an elite 4-star iron spine wolf right upon arrival. The materials from this beast could fetch a handsome sum. At that moment, the bleached-haired youth also noticed Jiang Fan not far off. Seeing his youth and unfamiliarity, and clad in first-year attire, he scoffed dismissively. Hey, you over there. First-year rookie. This isn't a place for you, scram. Or you might not even know how you met your end. Jiang Fan remained expressionless, his feet unmoving. That wolf is mine. I spotted it first. It is my prey. Hey, you've got some nerve. A short boy beside the bleached-haired youth suddenly flared up. Do you know who our brother Huang is? A 4-star warrior with 440 vitality. That wolf is ours because brother Huang has set his sights on it. Know your place and scram, or don't blame us seniors for teaching you a lesson. Added another tall student in agreement. Jiang Fan could hardly contain his amusement. Through the system, he was aware that the vitality of these 3 individuals ranged between 400 and 420. The strongest, the bleached-haired youth, stood at 440, only slightly above his own 390. With such meager strength, they dared to block his path and usurp his quarry? Disinterested in further words, he simply stretched his wrist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound as he sneered. Stealing prey? Let's see if you possess the capability to do so. How audacious. Get him. Show him how to respect his seniors. The bleached-haired youth, enraged by Jiang Fan's attitude, waved his hand, and his 2 companions immediately lunged forward with mischievous grins. They approached from either side, fists slicing through the air towards Jiang Fan's face and chest, their coordination surprisingly well synced. Unfortunately, in Jiang Fan's eyes, their movements were riddled with flaws, appearing as sluggish as snails. Too slow. Jiang Fan snorted coldly, slightly shifting his body to evade the left punch. Simultaneously, his right fist shot forth, akin to a cannonball fired from a cannon, delivering a resounding thud as it struck the short boy squarely in the chest. Ugh! The short boy felt a tremendous force surge through him, his ribs threatening to splinter as he was launched off the ground, crashing 2 to 3 meters away before landing heavily, curled up and groaning in pain. The tall boy to the right, still with his fist extended, was momentarily stunned by the sight. Jiang Fan, however, would not grant him the luxury of reaction time. With a swift pivot, he closed the distance, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly into the tall boy's abdomen. Ugh! The tall boy's eyes bulged as his stomach churned violently, collapsing onto the ground as he began to retch uncontrollably. In less than 10 seconds, both second-year students lay sprawled on the ground. The grin on the bleached-haired youth's face froze instantly, replaced by shock and a hint of panic. The ability to dispatch his 2 companions effortlessly indicated that Jiang Fan's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Bro, it's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. The bleached-haired youth quickly changed his tune, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. We don't want that wolf anymore. Please, go ahead. We're leaving. We're leaving. As he spoke, he attempted to retreat. Did I permit you to leave? Jiang Fan's tone was frigid as he advanced step by step towards him. The bleached-haired youth was drenched in cold sweat, his bravado faltering as he shouted, Don't act recklessly. I warn you, my brother is Zhang Tao, a 5-star warrior. If you dare to touch me, he will not let you off. A 5-star warrior? Huh, let him come find me. Jiang Fan was utterly unfazed, exerting force beneath his feet as he darted forward, instantly closing the gap between them. In the bleached-haired youth's terrified gaze, Jiang Fan delivered a straightforward and direct punch, accompanied by the sound of air being displaced, crashing into his abdomen. Boom! The bleached-haired youth felt as though he had been struck by a stampeding rhinoceros, his internal organs shifting violently as his body bent like a cooked shrimp, saliva uncontrollably spewing forth as he crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Easily dispatching the 3 obstructive students, Jiang Fan refocused his attention on the iron spine wolf. The commotion had already captivated its interest. It abandoned the deer carcass it had been gnawing on, its blood-red eyes locking onto Jiang Fan with unyielding intensity. A low growl emanating from its throat that reeked of menace, while the bone armor along its spine trembled slightly. Howling, the iron spine wolf propelled itself from the ground, transforming into a streak of azure lightning as it lunged towards Jiang Fan, its sharp claws aiming directly for his throat. Excellent. Rather than retreating, Jiang Fan advanced, In the very moment the wolf's claws were about to make contact, he sidestepped at an uncanny angle, effortlessly evading the strike. Simultaneously, he coiled his right fist, unleashing the formidable bull-charge fist at the pinnacle of its development, delivering a devastating blow towards the wolf's comparatively fragile skull. Bang! The impact resonated like a drum. The iron-spine wolf howled in pain, its head twisting askew, its assault momentarily stalling. Yet its ferocity remained undiminished as it shook its head and lunged again. Jiang Fan, agile in his movements, dodged with ease, his gaze sharp as an eagle, seizing upon the opening created by its missed attack. He executed a low sweeping kick that struck precisely at the joint of its hind leg. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed. In an instant, one of the iron-spine wolf's hind legs contorted grotesquely, and it collapsed to the ground, howling in anguish. Jiang Fan would not let such an opportunity slip by. He closed in, his fists like a torrential storm, raining down blows upon the wolf's skull with relentless ferocity. Boom, 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 boom. Each strike landed with a sickening thud, flesh and blood exploding in a gruesome display. The full might of the perfected bull-charge fist was laid bare. In a matter of mere seconds, the once formidable iron-spine wolf was rendered nearly lifeless, its head a mangled mess, lying in a pool of its own blood, exhaling its last breaths. Jiang Fan delivered one final punch, definitively ending its existence. The entire ordeal was executed with surgical precision, taking less than 3 minutes. The trio of yellow-haired boys sprawled on the ground witnessed the entire spectacle, terror seizing them, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What a monster! One of them gasped, his voice quaking, tinged with the edge of tears. The yellow-haired boy turned pale, his mind racing in disbelief. He just killed an elite 4-star iron-spine wolf with his bare hands? Is this truly a freshman? When did such a ruthless individual emerge from the ordinary class? Ignoring the petrified trio, Jiang Fan crouched down, skillfully breaking open the iron-spine wolf skull to retrieve a beast crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, glistening with a dark blue sheen. Ding! Obtained elite 4-star beast crystal, converted for an acquisition of 40 attribute points. 40 points. This is sufficient for my breakthrough. Jiang Fan felt elated, declaring without hesitation. System. Allocate all to vitality. Ding. Vitality increased by 40, current vitality, 430. Ding. Vitality surpasses 400, promoting to 4-star warrior. A surge of warmth, more potent than any he had previously experienced, cascaded through his limbs like a torrential river bursting its banks. His muscle fibers rejoiced, bones resonated with a hum, and his strength surged dramatically. He clenched his fists tightly, joints cracking like popping beans, reveling in the terrifying power contained within his fists, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. A 4-star warrior, he had achieved it. From being ridiculed as a mere 180 vitality weakling to now standing as a 4-star warrior with 430 vitality. He had done so in just a few days. This, indeed, is the power of the system. This marks the dawn of Jiang Fan's rise. Chapter 8, 5-star warrior? A single punch sends him flying. With the iron spine wolf dispatched and his promotion to 4-star warrior completed, Jiang Fan's spirits soared as he continued his hunt on Black Wind Slope. Not long after, a 3-meter-tall, muscular elite 3-star mutated demon ape entered his line of sight. Come forth. Jiang Fan stepped forward eagerly. The demon ape roared, its fist the size of a millstone hurtling towards him with a gale-force wind. Jiang Fan effortlessly sidestepped, then delivered a precise heavy punch to the ape's lower back. Roar. The demon ape howled in agony, its movements becoming distorted. Jiang Fan seized the moment, stepping forward as the perfected bull-charge fist erupted with full force, landing a resounding blow to its chest. Bang! The demon ape's massive body stiffened momentarily, its eyes bulging, before it collapsed to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Jiang Fan retrieved the beast crystal and immediately converted it, applying the points to his vitality. Ding! Obtained elite 3-star beast crystal. Converted for an acquisition of 30 attribute points. Ding! Vitality increased by 30, current vitality, 460. Sensing another surge of strength within him, Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the familiar, whiny voice of the yellow-haired boy. Brother, it's him. He stole our iron spine wolf and even beat me up. You must help me. Jiang Fan looked up to see the yellow-haired boy returning, flanked by 5 second-year students. The leader, tall and imposing, wore an expression of arrogance, his vitality pulsating with an impressive 530 points. None other than Zhang Tao, the 5-star warrior and the yellow-haired boy's older brother. Zhang Tao surveyed Jiang Fan from above, his tone icy. A freshman, is it? You've quite the audacity to lay hands on my brother and dare to steal his prey. His prey? Jiang Fan found this notion laughable and scoffed. Does he claim ownership simply because he saw it first? Zhang Tao arrogantly lifted his chin, attempting to intimidate Jiang Fan with sheer presence. Now, I offer you 2 choices. First, kneel and apologize to my brother. Return the beast crystal you acquired. and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Second, I will personally intervene, break you down, and seize the crystal for myself. Choose wisely. Though he appeared brash, he was calculating internally. The fact that Jiang Fan had dispatched his brother's trio with ease indicated that his strength was not to be underestimated. To win without conflict would be the optimal outcome. His 4 lackeys immediately chimed in, clamoring, "Did you hear that? Hurry and kneel to Brother Tao. Before a 5-star warrior, you still dare to act tough? You've asked for a beating. Brother Tao could crush you with a single finger." They evidently remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Fan's vitality had already reached 460, and he was a formidable force to be reckoned with. Jiang Fan cracked his neck, producing a series of pops. While his vitality was 70 points lower than Zhang Tao's, he was a man with the confidence to challenge those beyond his tier. His bull charge fist had reached perfection. Zhang Tao's martial arts, at best, were only in small success, and even with a higher rank, they would prove futile against him. A grin spread across his face, revealing a row of white teeth. His gaze sharp as a blade. "You want me to kneel? Very well, but let us first see if my fists agree. Seeking death, then I shall oblige." Zhang Tao, thoroughly provoked by Jiang Fan's demeanor, bellowed as his 5-star warrior vitality surged explosively. His right fist clenched tightly, and with a sharp whoosh, it hurtled toward Jiang Fan's face like a cannonball. He intended to test the waters with this blow. The punch was laden with immense force, the wind from it stinging the faces of those nearby. The yellow-haired boy and his companions wore wicked grins, envisioning Jiang Fan being sent flying, bloodied, and defeated. However, what transpired next left their smiles frozen in horror. In the face of this ferocious punch, Jiang Fan did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward half a pace, his waist and legs synchronizing as his right fist, propelled by the full force of the perfected bull charge fist, met Zhang Tao's attack head-on. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a resonant, thunderous explosion. A visible shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the expression on Zhang Tao's face instantly morphed into one of agony and disbelief. He felt an overwhelming and irresistible force, akin to a tidal wave, surging through his arm. Crack! The distinct sound of bones fracturing echoed. Zhang Tao's body was propelled backward like a marionette with severed strings, hurtling 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His right arm, which had met the force head-on, hung limply at his side, evidently fractured. One punch. Merely one punch. The 5-star martial artist, Zhang Tao, was utterly vanquished. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The blonde-haired youth's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist, trembling uncontrollably. "No, it's impossible. Brother, how could you?" The other 4 lackeys stood frozen as if ensnared by a spell, their faces etched with confusion and terror, their minds blank. Zhang Tao lay sprawled on the ground, enduring excruciating pain, as he gazed up at Jiang Fan, who approached with measured steps. His face a canvas of horror and fear. Who exactly are you? How can your fist be so powerful? At this moment, he acutely sensed that Jiang Fan's vitality was indeed inferior to his own, yet the explosive force and unyielding momentum contained within that punch utterly overwhelmed him. Jiang Fan stood before him, looking down with an air of nonchalance, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you seemed to demand I kneel just moments ago. Now, isn't it time for you to walk through that process yourself?" Zhang Tao's countenance drained of color, a fierce instinct for survival compelling him to struggle and rise, turning to flee. Wanting to escape now? Too late. With a swift movement, Jiang Fan, as quick as a phantom, caught up to him, delivering a merciless blow squarely to Zhang Tao's back. Thud! Zhang Tao collapsed once more, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. "Brother Tao!" The 4 lackeys, frightened out of their wits, screamed and scattered like birds, fleeing faster than rabbits, disappearing in an instant. Jiang Fan, disinterested in pursuing such insignificant pests, turned his gaze towards the blonde youth attempting to sneak away. The moment the youth met his gaze, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, grandfather, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. I shall never dare again. Please, spare me." As he cried out, he fumbled to remove his storage bag, presenting it with trembling hands. "This is all my belongings, a tribute to you. I implore you, grant me mercy." Upon inspecting the contents, Jiang Fan discovered 2 elite 1-star beast crystals, 1 elite 2-star beast crystal, and over 1,000 crystal coins. This young man, after all, was quite affluent. He then approached the unconscious Zhang Tao, unceremoniously taking his storage bag as well. Opening it revealed an even richer bounty: 1 elite 2-star beast crystal, 1 elite 3-star beast crystal, and over 2,000 crystal coins. Quite a lucrative haul. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. The 2 storage bags alone were worth several thousand crystal coins. He kicked the blonde youth who resembled a lifeless dog. Take your useless brother and get out of Blackwind Slope. Should I see you here boasting again, I shall break all 3 of your legs. Why yes, thank you, big brother. Thank you for your mercy. The youth, as if granted a reprieve from death, clumsily hoisted the unconscious Zhang Tao and fled in a disheveled manner. After clearing the battlefield, Jiang Fan began to relish counting and converting all his spoils. Ding. Elite 1-star Beast Crystal X2, convertible for 20 attribute points. Elite 2-star Beast Crystal X2, convertible for 40 attribute points. Elite 3-star Beast Crystal X1, convertible for 30 attribute points. Would you like to convert? Convert all, and allocate points to vitality. Ding. Conversion successful, total attribute points gained, 90. Ding. Vitality value, 90, current vitality value, 550. Ding. Vitality surpasses 500, promoting to 5-star martial artist. Boom. A surge of power, far more formidable and overwhelming than during his previous promotion, erupted from within Jiang Fan like a volcanic explosion. His vitality surged like a roaring river, his muscles and bones humming faintly, his senses heightened once more, and his perception of the surrounding environment sharpened. He clenched his fist tightly, and it felt as though the very air was being crushed between his fingers, producing a subtle sonic boom. 5-star martial artist. Ha! Jiang Fan could not contain his exuberant laughter, his heart swelling with pride. From being a laughingstock with a mere 180 vitality to now a 5-star martial artist with 550 vitality, he had achieved this in just a few days. Such a rapid ascent would surely terrify many so-called geniuses. Now, not only in the ordinary class, but even among the elite first-year students. Few could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. With a buoyant tune on his lips, Jiang Fan, laden with bountiful rewards, set forth on his journey back to school. Chapter 9, 6-star martial artist. Preliminaries are of little consequence. On his way back to campus, several first-year students who had similarly ventured outside the city instinctively stepped aside upon seeing Jiang Fan, their eyes betraying an unmistakable awe. Look, it's Jiang Fan. He.S. the one who sent Lin Jingtian flying with a single punch. I've heard his vitality is nearing 400. Why do I feel he.S. even more intimidating than the rumors suggest? Their whispers reached Jiang Fan's ears, yet he remained unperturbed. It seemed that news of his decisive victory over Lin Jingtian and his vitality test result of 390 had spread. Moreover, as his strength grew, a natural aura of pressure emanated from him, instinctively instilling fear in those with lower vitality. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Fan eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Fan. Realm, 5-star martial artist. Vitality, 550. Mental method, Qi induction technique, yellow grade lower tier, beginner. Martial skill, charging bull fist, yellow grade lower tier, mastered. Distributable attribute points, 0. He then took stock of his recent gains. The 2 storage bags, if sold, could fetch several thousand crystal coins. Including his original crystal coins and the earnings from selling beast materials, the total would likely exceed 10,000 crystal coins. Oh, truly a golden opportunity. Jiang Fan chuckled to himself, contemplating how this marked his rise from poverty to wealth. With a substantial sum in hand, he felt bolstered in confidence. Although the yellow grade lower tier charging bull fist was adequate, it could no longer keep pace with his rapid advancements. He urgently needed to acquire a profound tier martial skill to fully unleash his potential. As for mental methods and those exorbitant vitality elixirs, Jiang Fan promptly crossed them off his list. With a system in place, hunting beasts was the fastest way to cultivate. Why squander money traversing unnecessary paths? Funds should be allocated wisely towards purchasing advanced martial skills or directly acquiring beast crystals. Knock, knock, knock. A loud rapping on the dormitory door interrupted his thoughts. Accompanied by the boisterous voice of martial arts instructor Wang Meng, Jiang Fan, are you in there? I have good news for you. Jiang Fan opened the door. And without further ado, Wang Meng thrust a form emblazoned with the registration details for the first-year martial arts competition at Yangshi University into his hands. Jiang Fan, the school is hosting a freshman competition next week. I've notified all students with vitality exceeding 300 to give it a shot. You should join in for the experience. The outcome is inconsequential, but participation will help you accumulate practical experience. As Wang Meng spoke, he patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder with an encouraging tone. Though it was clear he held no great expectations, he understood well that the exceptional students of the elite first-year class typically range from 5 to 7-star martial artists, with some even being prodigies of 8 or 9 stars. For students in the ordinary class, merely making it through the preliminaries would be a notable achievement. Oh, to participate in the main event, one must first conquer the preliminary rounds in 2 days, Wang Meng elaborated. The rules for the preliminaries are quite straightforward. You will be randomly matched with 5 opponents, and securing victory in 4 matches will grant you advancement. Your adversaries will primarily be from the ordinary class, roughly at the level of 3 or 4-star warriors. With your vitality at 390, as long as luck isn't overly unkind and you avoid the few 4-star contenders, progressing through the preliminaries should pose little challenge. Wang Meng mused, considering that there were only about 10 4-star warriors in the ordinary class. And Jiang Fan was unlikely to encounter them. Receiving the registration form, Jiang Fan casually glanced over it and nodded. All right, I shall participate. After bidding farewell to Wang Ming, a subtle smile crept onto Jiang Fan's lips. The preliminaries? He hardly regarded them as a concern. Even in the main event, he anticipated his strength would ascend to the ranks of 7 or 8-star warriors with the system's support. Battling against opponents of higher tiers would be as effortless as a daily routine, and he would face those top-tier students with no pressure whatsoever. The new student competition was merely a minor interlude on his path of cultivation. Even the most lavish rewards paled in comparison to the tangible benefits of hunting demonic beasts for attribute points. Leveling up through slaying monsters was the true path, and one must never lose sight of that. Of course, occasionally participating in such competitions was still worthwhile, aside from the undoubtedly lucrative rewards. It also served as an opportunity for a bit of showmanship. The next day, Jiang Fan first ventured to the off-campus market, disposing of unnecessary beast materials from his storage pouch in exchange for gleaming currency, before heading straight to Black Wind Slope. The hunt must not cease. As he entered the outer regions of Black Wind Slope, a chilling hissing sound slithered from the dense grass nearby. In the very next instant, a massive python, its girth comparable to that of a barrel, and its body adorned with cold, azure scales, lunged forth. Its crimson forked tongue flicked rapidly. Its vertical pupils fixated intently on Jiang Fan, an elite level 4-star, mutated azure snake, infamous for its lethal poison. Just the right opponent to stretch my limbs. With no trace of fear in his eyes, Jiang Fan boldly advanced, gathering his vitality in his right fist, propelled by a gust of wind as he struck forward. The azure snake reacted with astonishing swiftness, raising its head and opening its cavernous maw, revealing fangs dripping with venom as it lunged at Jiang Fan's arm. Jiang Fan deftly altered his footing, sliding sideways like a wraith, evading the serpent's strike with precision. Simultaneously, his poised right fist carved a cunning arc, crashing down with a resounding thud upon the snake's vital spot, striking at its weak point. Hiss! The azure snake emitted a pained shriek, its massive body thrashing violently as its sturdy tail swept through the air like a steel whip, conjuring a fierce wind. Jiang Fan leapt effortlessly, evading the sweeping attack. Suspended in midair, he harnessed his core strength, twisting his body as his fists rained down like a torrential downpour upon the snake's vital point. Bang! 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 In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, the once ferocious azure snake lay vanquished, its head shattered, crumpled upon the ground in silence. Jiang Fan skillfully severed the snake's head, retrieving a beast crystal radiating a faint azure luminescence. Ding! Obtained elite level 4-star beast crystal, converting yields 40 attribute points, all allocated to vitality. Ding! Vitality increased by 40. Current vitality value, 590. A warm surge coursed through him, his strength subtly enhancing once more. Continuing deeper into the slope, Jiang Fan soon felt an unusual tremor beneath his feet. Boom! The ground ahead erupted violently as a colossal rodent, comparable in size to a small elephant and cloaked in rock-like gray fur, emerged. Its claws were as sharp as curved blades, and a ravenous glint sparkled in its beady eyes. An elite level 5-star, earth-breaking mouse, known for its expertise in subterranean ambushes. At last, a worthy opponent. Jiang Fan's spirit soared, his combat fervor igniting. Eek! The earth-breaking mouse emitted a piercing shriek, its limbs scrabbling at the earth before it swiftly burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. Jiang Fan immediately focused, attuning himself to the subtle vibrations of the ground. Suddenly, he felt a softening beneath his feet. The earth began to collapse. Attempting to ensnare me? He scoffed, unleashing his vitality as he leapt sideways. Almost simultaneously, a large maw lined with sharp teeth erupted from where he had just stood, snapping at emptiness. It was the earth-breaking mouse. I've been waiting for you. In midair, Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. He engaged his core, twisting his body, capitalizing on his descent as his right fist clenched tightly, unleashing the full power of the bull's charge technique, infused with a relentless momentum, and struck down upon the earth-breaking mouse's back. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, akin to the breaking of a gong. The mouse was jolted violently by the sheer force of the blow, emitting a pained shriek as its iron-like hide buckled under the impact. In agony, it spun around, its razor-sharp claws trailing shadows as they slashed toward Jiang Fan's calf. Remaining composed under pressure, Jiang Fan landed with one foot, nimbly rotating his body to evade the strike. Concurrently, his right fist shot forth like a bullet, striking squarely against the glimmering eye of the earth-breaking mouse. Squeak! 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 The excruciating pain of its shattered eye provoked a heart-wrenching scream from the earth-breaking mouse, blood instantaneously staining half its face. Jiang Fan, refusing to relent, closed in, his fists transforming into 2 blurred shadows, unleashing a tempest of blows upon the mouse's head with a furious intensity. Bam! 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 Each strike landed with brutal force, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. In a matter of seconds, this ferocious elite 5-star beast met its demise, its skull crushed, its massive body convulsing before falling still. Ding. Obtained elite level 5-star beast crystal. Converting yields 50 attribute points. Adding to vitality. Ding. Vitality increased by 50. Current vitality value 640. Ding. Vitality surpasses 600, promoting to 6-star warrior. Boom. A torrent of formidable, overwhelming power surged through him instantaneously. His limbs felt as though they had been reforged, muscles swelling, bones resonating, an exhilarating sensation of strength threatening to burst forth. Jiang Fan clenched his fists tightly, producing a faint crackling sound. Relishing the newfound power coursing within him, a proud smile graced his lips. Thinking of teacher Wang Meng's concerns regarding his ability to pass the preliminaries and the possibility of encountering 4-star warriors, Jiang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. To confront those 3- or 4-star opponents with the might of a 6-star warrior. This was no mere case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Chapter 10. Sweeping the preliminaries. One punch, one victory. On the morning of the second day, the martial arts arena of Yangshi City Martial Arts University buzzed with excitement. The preliminary rounds for the freshman competition unfolded here. With nearly 500 to 600 new students gathered, their vitality soaring, the entire venue saturated with a palpable sense of combative zeal. Scanning the crowd. Most competitors boasted vitality levels between 300 and 400, a standard level of prowess. Occasionally, a few with vitality below 300 bore expressions that clearly read just filling in the numbers. Within the arena, 10 platforms had been set up for simultaneous matches, striving to determine who would advance to the main event within a single day. Jiang Fan entered the arena alone, seeking a secluded corner to sit. As he passed through, the surrounding students instinctively created a bit of space, none daring to approach him. On one hand, they had all, to varying degrees, mocked this underachiever before, and now their feelings were undoubtedly complicated. On the other hand, after days of fierce combat against ferocious beasts outside the city, a subtle yet palpable aura of malevolence and pressure had coalesced around Jiang Fan, inducing an instinctive discomfort and trepidation among the sheltered students within the greenhouse. However, the fear of approaching did not quell their inclination to gossip. Look, it's Jiang Fan. He has truly arrived. I've heard his vitality has surged to 390. Is that for real? In just a few days? He must have resorted to some forbidden drugs to overdraw his potential. How else could it be possible? And he even defeated the 4-star warrior Lin Jingtian? Surely that's an exaggeration. Lin Jingtian himself hasn't acknowledged it. The murmurs buzzed like swarming flies. Once the class's disgrace, Jiang Fan had now transformed into the most attention-grabbing dark horse, with a tangled web of skepticism, jealousy, and curiosity swirling around him. Jiang Fan closed his eyes to rejuvenate, oblivious to the cacophony surrounding him. Soon, the referee's voice echoed through the arena via the loudspeaker. On ring 3, Jiang Fan faces Li Chong. As the announcement concluded, a throng of spectators hastily gathered around ring 3, eager to witness the true caliber of this dark horse. A robustly built young man with an arrogant demeanor leaped onto the stage. Li Chong, a 3-star warrior with a vitality of 380. He scrutinized Jiang Fan from head to toe, a mocking grin curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, isn't this our legendary freshman, Jiang Fan? After just a few days, you've become so formidable? I heard your vitality is at 390? Must be from drug use, right? Be careful not to sacrifice your future just for a moment of fame. Jiang Fan could scarcely be bothered to lift his eyelids, nonchalantly uttering 5 words. Are you done with your nonsense? Infuriated by this dismissive attitude, Li Chong's expression darkened. You're courting death. As the referee's signal to start rang out, Li Chong bellowed, his vitality surging as the power of a 3-star warrior erupted from him. He unleashed a standard straight punch, crashing toward Jiang Fan's face with tremendous force. He aimed to publicly reduce this drug addict back to his true form. However, just as Li Chong's fist was about to make contact with Jiang Fan, he moved. Fast. Exceedingly so. To the spectators, Jiang Fan's figure seemed to blur momentarily as he effortlessly sidestepped, allowing Li Chong's ferocious punch to graze past his nose. Simultaneously, his right fist, launched with astonishing speed, struck Li Chong's chest with a power that sent chills down spines, devoid of any embellishment. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Li Chong's expression froze, morphing into one of extreme pain and disbelief. He felt as though he had been struck head-on by a stampeding elephant. His chest ached fiercely, and he heard the ominous crack of his ribs under the strain. Like a kite severed from its string, he was propelled off the ground, arcing through the air before crashing to the floor beneath the ring, curling up like a shrimp, reduced to pitiful groans of agony. Silence. The area surrounding the ring descended into utter stillness. Eyes widened and mouths agape. The onlookers appeared as if they could fit an egg within. One punch. Merely one punch. Li Chong, a solid 3-star warrior with a vitality of 380, hadn't he even managed to land a single blow? He was annihilated in an instant? Was the disparity between vitality 390 and 380 truly so vast? First match, Jiang Fan wins. The referee paused for a moment, then announced with a hint of astonishment in his voice. The silence shattered, and gasps erupted like a tidal wave. Goodness, he really did take him out with one punch. With such power and speed, you tell me this is a newly promoted 3-star warrior? He must possess far more than just 390 vitality. With such explosive strength, I would believe he is a 4-star warrior. It seemed the rumor of defeating Lin Jingtian was likely true. All prior doubts were obliterated beneath the weight of that single punch. Jiang Fan descended from the ring with an impassive expression, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The subsequent matches transformed into his personal exhibition. In the second match, his opponent was Zhao Shan, a 3-star warrior with a vitality of 370. Having witnessed Li Chang's dire fate, Zhao Shan dared not show any signs of negligence upon entering the ring. He adopted a defensive posture, circling Jiang Fan in search of a flaw. Jiang Fan frowned, uninterested in engaging in such a tedious game of hide and seek. Too slow. He barked a command, channeling force into his legs, causing the wooden boards of the ring to emit a slight creak. In an instant, he darted forward like a specter. And before Zhao Shan could react, a simple yet brutal straight punch landed squarely in his abdomen. Uffed. Zhao Shan's eyes bulged, and the acidic contents of his stomach erupted alongside bitter bile, causing him to collapse helplessly to the ground, completely stripped of combat capability. Second match, Jiang Fan wins. The third, fourth, and fifth matches followed suit. Regardless of who his opponents were or the strategies they employed, defensive or aggressive, the outcome was invariably the same. One punch, yet another punch. No opponent could withstand a second blow. Each battle commenced in a flash and concluded with overwhelming force. When the referee finally announced, Jiang Fan, 5 consecutive victories, advancing to the main event of the freshman competition, the entire martial arts arena erupted in a frenzy. 5 consecutive wins, all with instant knockouts. A remarkable comeback. This truly epitomized the resurrection of a once dubious talent. He must be concealing his true capabilities. I suspect he harbors the strength of a 4-star or even 5-star warrior. A monster. This fellow is a genuine monster. The first round of the main event next week is a hunting trial in the wilderness, right? I've heard this year's difficulty is exceptionally high, featuring elite-level beasts rated 7, 8, and even 9 stars. With Jiang Fan's prowess, can he surpass the first round? It's hard to say. This year's elite class is quite formidable. In previous years, he would have had a significant chance. Among the crowd, martial arts instructor Wang Ming gazed at the boy unfazed by the cheers, a complex smile of pride and admiration gracing his face. He could see that Jiang Fan was merely scratching the surface of his potential. His true strength was unfathomable. This student, once deemed likely to be left behind, had soared to dizzying heights. He approached Jiang Fan, who was preparing to leave, and patted him on the shoulder. Well done, my boy. You've hidden your depths well. The first round of the main event involves hunting beasts in the wilderness, and the difficulty is higher than in previous years. Be cautious. Jiang Fan nodded. Thank you. Teacher Wang, I will. Not far away, class monitor Zhao Yu observed Jiang Fan, now the center of attention, conversing comfortably with the teacher, her gaze filled with complexity. Although she too had advanced, the joy within her was overshadowed by a sense of inexplicable loss and pressure. The halo of being the top of the class had quietly shifted without her realization. Jiang Fan disregarded the murmurs and gazes behind him. Striding out of the martial arts hall, with time still on his side, he sought to enhance his attributes further. The elite-level beasts rated 7, 8, and 9 stars in the main event promised a wealth of attribute points. A hint of anticipation curved his lips as he quickened his pace, once again heading towards the forest beyond the city. The clamor of the martial arts hall faded into the background, and his legend was only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 11. In the next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. Upon exiting the city gates, Jiang Fan made his way directly into the depths of Hafeng Slope. The surrounding mutated beasts below 5 stars no longer piqued his interest. Now a 6-star warrior with robust vitality, he set his sights firmly on the elite 6-star and 7-star mutated beasts. Opponents of this caliber would allow him to unleash his full potential while providing generous attribute points. 7 stars should pose no problem. He might even challenge 8 stars, and as for 9 stars, he was willing to give it a shot. Jiang Fan felt the vitality coursing through his body, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. Roar! As he ventured into the depths of the rocky terrain, a deafening roar shattered the silence. A colossal boar, comparable in size to a small truck, surged forth from behind the boulders, its bristles standing erect like steel needles, and its curved tusks resembling massive scimitars glinting menacingly. The ground trembled beneath its hooves, leaving shallow impressions in its wake. An elite-level 7-star beast, the tusked boar. Perfect. You shall serve as my warm-up. A fierce determination ignited in Jiang Fan's eyes as he summoned the pinnacle of his perfected bull fist technique, his right fist coalescing with vital energy that shimmered faintly. Infuriated by the provocation from this seemingly insignificant creature, the tusked boar unleashed its might. Charging like an out-of-control heavy vehicle, intent on crushing everything in its path as it barreled towards Jiang Fan. Debris erupted from the ground, and clouds of dust ascended. Just as the terrifying tusks were about to make contact, Jiang Fan moved. He glided to the side with an ethereal grace, narrowly avoiding the collision. In that instant, his right fist, charged with power, struck the relatively vulnerable flank of the beast with the force of a cannonball, accompanied by a sharp sound that pierced the air. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, akin to a drum's beat. The tusked boar let out a pained howl, its massive form staggering from the impact, careening uncontrollably into a nearby boulder. Boom! The stone fractured under the force, sending shards flying. Before the beast could regain its composure, Jiang Fan leaped forward, his right fist striking with the swiftness of lightning at its massive, bell-shaped eye. Splatter! Blood mixed with an unknown fluid erupted forth. The tusked boar fell into a frenzy of agony, wailing and thrashing wildly. As Jiang Fan landed, he showed no mercy, his fists ablur, raining down upon the beast's critical points like a tempest, each blow landing with devastating precision. Thud! 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 The relentless thumping resonated like the tolling of a death knell. Moments later, the tusked boar's enormous body collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, twitching a few times before falling silent. Ding! Acquired elite level 7-star beast crystal, converted for 70 attribute points. Full health increase. Jiang Fan silently mused. Ding! Vitality value 70, current vitality value 710. Ding! Vitality surpasses 700, ascending to 7-star warrior. A surge of formidable power enveloped him, his muscles and bones vibrating with a subtle hum. Now a 7-star warrior. Exhilarating. Jiang Fan clenched his fist tightly, the air crackling as he crushed it between his fingers. With my current strength, taking on elite 8 stars should pose no challenge. And even 9 stars would find themselves hard-pressed. His spirits soared as he continued his hunt. Soon, an elite 6-star ironback wolf charged at him. The outcome was inevitable. Before Jiang Fan, the 7-star warrior, it barely managed to withstand a single punch before its skull was obliterated. Ding! Acquired elite level 6-star beast crystal, converted for 60 attribute points. Increased vitality. Ding! Vitality value 60, current vitality value 770. Just as Jiang Fan prepared to claim his spoils, a brash voice suddenly interrupted. TSK, this ironback wolf has great quality, but alas, it now belongs to me. Jiang Fan looked up to see 5 men clad in matching uniforms, adorned with a fierce tiger emblem, approaching him. The leader, tall and proud, exuded an air of arrogance. With a displayed vitality of 750, also a 7-star warrior. The 4 subordinates trailing behind him were all of 6-star caliber. These 5 hailed from the C-class mercenary group, the Fierce Tiger Brigade, based in Yangshi City. The leader, known as Lin Hao, scrutinized Jiang Fan's youthful visage, the emblem of the martial arts university, and his freshman uniform, a condescending smile spreading across his face. Boy, do you understand the rules? The depths of Black Wind Slope are the territory of our Fierce Tiger Brigade, who granted you permission to hunt beasts here. They were confident that the first-year students from the martial arts university lacked social experience and would be easily intimidated. While they hesitated to kill a student from the university, they had no qualms about seizing some spoils. If you know what's good for you, hand over the beast crystals, and we'll pretend we didn't see you. Otherwise, when it comes to blows, you might end up so beaten that your mother wouldn't recognize you. Lin Hao crossed his arms. A smirk plastered on his face as he gazed at Jiang Fan. One of his lackeys chimed in eagerly. Did you hear that? Our Ling Gu is a master at the peak of 7 stars. You're just a student. Don't make it any harder on yourself. Hurry up. Hand over the beast crystals and anything valuable, or we'll make sure you leave horizontally. Jiang Fan regarded the 5 men as though he had heard the most absurd joke. He pointed at the corpse of the ironback wolf, his tone dripping with mockery. Yours? Call out to it, and see if it answers. Furthermore, if you wish to take my belongings, I fear you may have a death wish. Jiang Fan had no intention of letting them off lightly. If they were fellow students, he might have shown them some leniency, leaving them with a few items and a chance at survival. As for the others, those who dared to steal from him would find only death awaiting them. Damn it. Giving face, yet refusing to acknowledge it. Seeking death. Lin Hao's expression darkened instantaneously, taken aback that a freshman student would dare to retort so boldly. Rage surged within him, and he unleashed his vitality. His right fist clenched tightly as he executed the minor proficiency of the yellow grade technique, the stone-shattering fist, cutting through the air with fierce momentum aimed squarely at Jiang Fan's face. This punch held tremendous force, capable of shattering stone. The other 4 anticipated Jiang Fan being sent flying, bloodied and crumpled. However, the next scene left their smirks frozen in disbelief. Faced with this ferocious blow, Jiang Fan remained completely unfazed, merely tilting his head slightly to let the fist graze past his ear. In that split second, his right hand shot forth, delivering a straightforward, lightning-fast punch that struck Lin Hao squarely in the chest. Boom! Crack! The sound of bones fracturing was unmistakable. The ferocity on Lin Hao's face was instantly replaced by sheer terror and agony, as he was propelled backward, crashing into a boulder before slumping to the ground. Blood pouring from his mouth. Lin Gu. The four subordinates were paralyzed with fear, their faces ashen, none daring to approach. Lin Hao struggled to rise, but was met with excruciating pain in his chest, his vitality dissipating. He stared at Jiang Fan in horror, his voice trembling. Who exactly are you? A top student from the freshman class? He could not fathom how the other's strength and speed could utterly eclipse his own. To possess such power in the first year of the martial arts university, he could only attribute it to the few elite geniuses of the top class. A wave of regret washed over him for being so unfortunate as to cross paths with such a formidable opponent. Jiang Fan offered no response to his trivial question. He first took his time collecting the ironback wolf's remains, then approached Lin Hao step by step, looking down upon him from above. You shall not lay a hand on this beast. Jiang Fan's tone was calm, yet laced with an icy chill. In your next life, if you wish to steal, remember to consider your own worth. In this life, you are incapable. Lin Hao felt a chilling fear of death creeping in, and he threatened vehemently. You cannot kill me. Our captain is a 5-star warrior. He will never let this go. Before he could finish, Jiang Fan's foot came crashing down. Thud. Lin Hao's eyes bulged, his chest collapsing completely, meeting his demise on the spot. Jiang Fan's gaze shifted towards the 4 terrified 6-star warriors. Run. The 4 scattered in a panic, fleeing in different directions. Yet Jiang Fan's speed was far superior. His figure moved like the wind, darting between the jagged rocks with a few fleeting glimmers, accompanied by a series of brief, anguished cries, before all fell silent once more. Skillfully, he relieved 5 individuals of their storage bags, conducting a cursory examination to discover several elite-grade beast crystals and a few thousand crystal coins, an acceptable haul. As for the so-called retaliation from the Tiger Gang, Jiang Fan merely scoffed. Black Wind Slope was vast. It was entirely normal for a few to perish. Who could possibly know it was I who did it? Even if they did, what could they do to me? He brushed off the dust from his clothes and swiftly vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 12. The 9-Star Warrior. Mastering a superior yellow-class martial technique. Jiang Fan did not linger at Black Wind Slope. After gathering his spoils, he quietly returned to the academy. As he approached the martial arts hall, he noticed a large crowd of students gathered at the entrance, fervently discussing the upcoming freshman tournament. Breaking news. The top student, Zhou Yu, has surged his vitality to 920. A true 9-star warrior. My goodness. His superior yellow-class tiger fist must be perfected by now. Who can withstand such a punch? He is undoubtedly a strong contender for the championship. Let us not forget Zhao Shui. With a vitality of 930, she surpasses Zhou Yu. Her swift wind leg is perfected, and her speed is devilish. She might just counter Zhou Yu's brute strength. And then there's Jiang Fan. Although his vitality is slightly lower, at only 880, he practices the inferior Mystic Class Azure Wind Sword technique, which he has just mastered. His attack power is absolutely terrifying, likely capable of challenging those above his level. The discussions echoed around him, each name representing the pinnacle of freshman combat prowess. However, as Jiang Fan listened, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a knowing expression. Vitality over 900? A minor mastery in Mystic Class martial techniques? It certainly sounded impressive, yet he was fully aware of his own capabilities. Now a 7-star warrior, he still possessed the elite-grade beast crystals he had pilfered from those oblivious fools in the Tiger Gang, which he hadn't yet converted. Transforming them into attribute points would easily catapult him to the realm of the 8-star warrior. Moreover, with several days remaining until the main event, given his hunting efficiency, it was almost a certainty that he would soon ascend to the 9-star warrior level. However, he acknowledged that his martial techniques were indeed a weakness and needed to be upgraded swiftly. The inferior yellow-class Charging Bull Fist was simply too rudimentary. The thought of next week's freshman tournament ignited an uncontrollable anticipation within him. From being the underdog whom everyone could bully to becoming the acknowledged champion of the freshman class. Just imagining this scenario sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. Upon returning to his tranquil dormitory, Jiang Fan immediately began tallying his greatest gain from this venture, the elite-grade beast crystals. System, convert all beast crystals. Allocating all attribute points to vitality. Ding. Elite-grade beast crystals X5. Convertible to 180 attribute points. Would you like to convert? Yes. Ding. Conversion successful, acquiring 180 attribute points. Ding. Vitality increased by 180, current vitality, 950. Ding. Vitality surpasses 900, promoting to 9-star warrior. Boom. A torrent of overwhelming, searing power surged within him, akin to a river bursting its banks, erupting violently throughout his body. The relentless vitality surged and circulated, washing over his limbs and bones, which hummed with a subtle yet dense resonance, filling him with an unparalleled sense of strength. Jiang Fan instinctively clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking loudly, as if the very air was being crushed beneath his grasp. A 9-star warrior. Has it truly come to pass? His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he exclaimed inwardly, "System, you are simply extraordinary. With this newfound strength, he should have no rivals among the entire freshman class, right?" Yet, the next notification from the system tempered his fervent emotions slightly. Notice, to advance to the next rank of martial master, the following conditions must be met. 1. Base vitality must reach 1000. 2. Pay 2000 attribute points for physical enhancement and profound tempering. 2000 attribute points? That equated to hunting dozens of elite-grade mutated beasts. Jiang Fan stroked his chin, yet a confident smile soon returned to his face. Not a problem. With my current strength, accumulating that amount should take no more than a week. With boundless aspirations for the future, Jiang Fan blissfully drifted into slumber. The following morning, Jiang Fan made his way to Baibao Street, the largest trading market in Yangshi City. This time, he brought with him a plethora of high-value materials, including elite-grade 6-star and 7-star items, as well as several low-tier storage bags he no longer needed. He walked directly into a reputable large general store, placing the storage bags on the counter. With a shrewd smile, the proprietor, Boss Wong, looked up at him. "Please, take a moment to assess these items and provide a bundled price." "Of course," Boss Wong replied, opening the storage bags for a meticulous inspection, the smile on his face growing ever broader. "Young man, these are splendid goods, in perfect condition and brimming with energy. Here's what I propose. All materials and these storage bags for a total of 23,000 crystal coins. What do you think?" This price was slightly higher than Jiang Fan had anticipated. He couldn't be bothered to haggle over a trivial sum, so he simply nodded. "All right, deal." With the crystal coins credited to him, alongside his previous frugal savings and illicit gains, his personal assets soared to nearly 40,000 crystal coins. Finally, he no longer needed to pinch pennies. Jiang Fan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling significantly more upright. He first spent over 10,000 crystal coins to acquire a higher-tier storage bag with more space, then turned and stepped into the grand building across the street, Yangshi City's premier martial arts store. This was the largest martial arts shop in Yangshi City, reputed to offer techniques ranging from inferior yellow class to inferior mystic class, albeit at steep prices. As for mid-tier mystic class techniques and above, those were treasures with no fixed market price, rarely circulating in the marketplace. Jiang Fan had learned that the championship prize for this freshman tournament was a choice of any mid-tier mystic class martial technique. Upon entering the bright and spacious hall, a young clerk in a sharply tailored suit approached him. He quickly assessed Jiang Fan's somewhat ordinary and youthful appearance. A flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed his features as he mechanically pointed towards a corner. "Student, what would you like to see? The inferior yellow class martial techniques are over there. The cheapest one is 200 crystal coins." Jiang Fan feigned ignorance of his words, his gaze bypassing the low-tier section entirely, heading straight for the display case of superior yellow class techniques. His eyes scanned the rows of martial technique scrolls before finally settling on 2 tomes, Fiery Wind Fist, a superior yellow class fist technique, and Shadow Step, a superior yellow class movement technique. "How much for these 2? Jiang Fan inquired, his tone nonchalant as he pointed at them. The clerk was momentarily taken aback, and when he realized which tomes Jiang Fan indicated, his expression shifted dramatically. The earlier indifference and disdain vanished, replaced by an effusive enthusiasm and obsequiousness as he nearly jogged over, bending slightly at the waist. "Ah, student, you truly have an eye for quality. You possess remarkable discernment." His face was alight with smiles. The Fiery Wind Fist unleashes power like a raging inferno. Its explosive force is among the pinnacle of superior yellow class techniques. The Shadow Step is even more remarkable. Its movements are ghostly, swift as the wind, a divine skill for survival and pursuit. Together, these 2 will undoubtedly elevate your combat prowess exponentially. As he spoke, he cautiously observed Jiang Fan's expression. Both of these are popular techniques, originally priced at 5,000 crystal coins each, totaling 10,000. Since you clearly appreciate their value, I'll offer you a 10 discount, 9,000 crystal coins. This is a genuine bargain. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Sounds good, wrap them up. Jiang Fan's expression remained serene as he effortlessly retrieved his crystal card and handed it over, his movements fluid and devoid of hesitation. The attendant received the card with both hands, and after completing the transaction, respectfully presented 2 martial arts manuals to Jiang Fan. Displaying an attitude of utmost humility, Jiang Fan accepted the manuals and casually flipped open the first page of Fierce Wind Fist. Ding. Detected high-grade yellow-tier martial art Fierce Wind Fist. Would you like to consume attribute points to learn it? Ding. Detected high-grade yellow-tier movement technique Shadow Step. Would you like to consume attribute points to learn it? Learning, but no upgrades for now, Jiang Fan silently contemplated. In an instant, a wealth of profound insights regarding the techniques of striking and the essence of movement flooded into his mind, as if he had diligently studied these 2 martial arts for years. The only distinction was that his proficiency was clearly indicated as novice. Novice martial arts offer limited benefits in actual combat, yet with the system at his disposal, Enhancing proficiency was merely a matter of attribute points. He casually inquired about the price of low-grade mysterious tier martial arts, and the attendant's response of a minimum of 20,000 completely dispelled any thought of immediate purchase. There was no need to be a fool. Zhang Fan stored the 2 new martial arts manuals in his storage pouch, feeling enlightened. He would first transition with the high-grade yellow tier techniques, and, once he secured victory in the freshman competition, he could effortlessly acquire the mid-grade mysterious tier techniques. How delightful that would be. As he reflected on those so-called geniuses who were still reveling in their progress towards mastering high-grade yellow-tier martial arts, he felt a surge of anticipation, knowing he could elevate his techniques to perfection or even greater heights with attribute points. The upcoming freshman competition next week would be quite the spectacle. Chapter 13, The Leopard Valley Showdown. A chance encounter. Upon departing the martial arts shop, Zhang Fan wasted no time and ventured out of the city once more, heading deep into the Black Wind Slope. With only 2 days remaining until the official competition, he planned to utilize this time for fervent hunting, amassing attribute points to elevate his newly acquired Fierce Wind Fist and Shadow Step directly to perfection. Only then could he unleash his full prowess on the grand stage of the competition. As for achieving greater mastery, it was unnecessary for the time being. The perfected high-grade yellow-tier martial arts should suffice during his freshman year. Zhang Fan brimmed with confidence. His target for this expedition was the perilous Leopard Valley within the Black Wind Slope. Rumor had it that it was home to a multitude of elite silver leopards, rated 8 and 9 stars, perfectly suited for his current strength. As soon as he stepped into the valley's mouth, a silver flash erupted from the nearby underbrush. It was an elite 8-star silver leopard, its claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming directly for Zhang Fan's throat. Zhang Fan's gaze sharpened, instinctively activating the novice Shadow Step. In an instant, he evaded the lethal strike with a ghostly sidestep. Remarkably, even as a novice, this Shadow Step exhibited a newfound agility compared to his previous reliance on brute force. Satisfied, Zhang Fan thought, "It's my turn now. Let me test the might of my new fist technique." His right fist clenched tightly, the vigorous energy within him surged forth, coalescing at his fist's edge in accordance with the principles of Fierce Wind Fist. In that moment, the air around his fist began to warp, emanating a scorching gale. Boom. With a thunderous punch, he struck. His fist, the size of a sandbag, crashed into the silver leopard's midsection. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones and a chilling wail, the massive silver leopard was sent flying through the air, crashing violently against the trunk of a giant tree before slumping down, lifeless. Ding. Killed elite 8-star silver leopard. Gained 80 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 80. Zhang Fan chose not to invest in vitality, but instead decided to accumulate his points, prioritizing the enhancement of martial arts proficiency. After all, advancing to a martial master required a significant sum of money, and boosting immediate combat power was far more critical. A 9-star warrior effortlessly dealt with an elite 8-star beast, proving to be no challenge at all. Zhang Fan shook his head and pressed on. Before long, he encountered an elite 9-star silver leopard. This creature was evidently more cunning, utilizing its extreme speed to maneuver around, attempting to launch surprise attacks with its claws. However, with Zhang Fan's robust vitality of 950 points and the support of the system, even the novice Shadow Step showcased speed and agility that far surpassed the leopard's instincts. He moved as if strolling through a garden, deftly evading the claws and body of the beast with ease. After toying with it for several rounds, Zhang Fan seized an opening, unleashing the Fierce Wind Fist once more. Bang! Just one punch. The elite 9-star silver leopard could not even emit a cry before its head was crushed by the ferocious force of his fist, resulting in instant death. Ding! Killed elite 9-star silver leopard. Gained 90 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 170. Zhang Fan expertly stowed away the valuable leopard carcass and continued his hunting journey. As dusk approached and he prepared to return, he had already hunted 2 elite 7 stars, 2 elite 8 stars, and 1 elite 9-star mutated beast. By the end of the day, he had amassed a total of 480 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 480. So many attribute points. After achieving this level, the speed of earning attribute points was truly incomparable. Zhang Fan felt elated. At this rate, he would gather enough points by tomorrow to fully elevate both martial techniques to perfection. Just as he was retracing his steps, he suddenly heard a cacophony of fierce fighting and vaguely familiar shouts in the distance. A battle between beasts and humans? Perfect timing for him to capitalize on the opportunity. Even mosquito legs count as meat. Intrigued, Zhang Fan dashed towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. To his surprise, he found familiar faces. His class monitor, Zhao Ye, was back-to-back with another girl, besieged by 4 ferocious black-haired apes. These monkeys were all elite 4 to 5 stars, with tough hides and immense strength. The system indicated that Zhao Ye's vitality had surpassed 400, qualifying her as a 4-star warrior. Meanwhile, the girl beside her boasted a vitality of 550, placing her at the 5-star warrior level. Even more astonishingly, Jiang Fan recognized this 5-star female warrior as his cousin, Jiang Qian, the daughter of his aunt. He had maintained a decent relationship with her in childhood, but after the death of his parents, their families had rarely interacted. At this moment, the situation was dire. The two girls swung their swords, but could only leave shallow scratches on the thick fur of the black-haired apes, which only served to incite their ferocity. The horde of apes relentlessly attacked, forcing them to awkwardly dodge and block, facing life-threatening dangers. Jiang Qian, I'm sorry for dragging you out with me. Just leave me behind. It's every man for himself now. Zhao Ya's voice trembled with despair, having requested her 5-star warrior friend Jiang Qian to accompany her to witness the world outside, only to find themselves in such a perilous predicament. Don't be ridiculous. How could I abandon you? Just hold on a little longer. There might still be a chance. Jiang Qian gritted her teeth, her swordplay becoming increasingly disordered, yet she persisted. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Fan almost burst into laughter. Jiang Qian, have you truly dulled your wits in your training? In a situation like this, shouldn't you both flee separately instead of waiting to be the monkey's next meal? He mentally scoffed. And as for Zhao Ya, when I said I grew stronger through hunting, you actually believed it? That was only possible because I have a system. Without the system, I would have died 1,000 times over. Though his heart was filled with complaints, Jiang Fan could not turn a blind eye to the plight of acquaintances, especially since he possessed the absolute ability to resolve the situation, having recently traversed into this new world. His heart had not yet hardened to the point of disregarding the lives of friends and family. Thus, he emerged from the shadows of the woods with an air of nonchalance. His appearance instantly drew the attention of all present on the battlefield, including the 4 black-furred apes, as well as the astonished Zhao Ya and Jiang Qian. Jiang Fan, what are you doing here? Zhao Ya exclaimed, her voice laced with panic. Run. Are you trying to court death? You cannot contend with these black-furred apes. Jiang Qian, having recognized him, wore an expression of urgency and confusion. As a top student in her freshman class, she had certainly heard of Jiang Fan's recent efforts to rise from mediocrity. Yet she believed him to be at best a 3- or 4-star warrior, utterly incapable of facing the formidable 4- or 5-star black-furred apes. Jiang Fan, this place is perilous. Quickly depart. Jiang Qian urged, her voice tinged with distress. Taken aback by their heartfelt concern, Jiang Fan merely smiled dismissively. Thank you for your concern. Given your words, I shall lend my assistance. The two girls were momentarily stunned. Assist? How do you intend to help? Jiang Qian found it hard to fathom, incredulous as to what had given him the audacity to speak so boldly. Who instilled such confidence in you? Liang Jingru, as a 5-star warrior. She herself was cornered by these beasts, and a mere newcomer who had just escaped the ranks of the mediocre had no right to exhibit such bravado. As if to answer their bewilderment, an elite 5-star black-furred ape, incensed by Jiang Fan's composure, roared and momentarily abandoned its assault on Jiang Qian, charging at Jiang Fan like a small tank, propelled by a gust of ferocity. Its massive paw, capable of shattering stone, descended upon Jiang Fan's head with tremendous force. Watch out! Zhao Ya and Jiang Qian screamed in unison, their faces drained of color, as they envisioned the gruesome outcome of Jiang Fan's demise. However, in the face of this lethal blow, Jiang Fan merely lifted his eyelids in casual indifference, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. Seeking death. Chapter 14. Fist overpowers the black ape, initial display of brilliance. Just as the colossal paw was about to make contact with Jiang Fan, he sprang into action. His foot glided effortlessly, creating a blurred afterimage as he elegantly evaded the deadly strike. The black-furred ape's anticipated blow missed its mark, and its massive body surged forward due to inertia. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's right fist had already coiled with the tension of a drawn bow, ready to unleash its fury. The scorching energy of the gale fist coalesced, warping the air around his fist. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The punch landed squarely upon the muscular chest of the black-furred ape. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed through the forest. The elite 5-star black-furred ape, unable to emit even a semblance of a howl, was sent flying through the air, crashing heavily against a large tree several meters away, causing leaves to rain down. When it finally crumpled to the ground, its chest was caved in, blood seeping from its mouth and nose, utterly lifeless. Ding! Killed elite 5-star black-furred ape. Gained 50 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 530. Jiang Fan casually flicked his wrist, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Turning to the two girls, now completely petrified, a teasing smile danced upon his lips. Why the commotion? I'm not deaf. Zhao Ya and Jiang Qian stood with mouths agape, their eyes wide, their minds blank. One punch. The black-furred ape that had posed such a challenge to the 5-star warrior Jiang Qian had been effortlessly dispatched by Jiang Fan's single blow. This display of power was utterly astonishing. Was the narrative of the underdog's resurgence scripted in such a manner? Were they experiencing a collective hallucination? Roar! The remaining 3 black-furred apes, witnessing their companion's demise, were not deterred but rather enraged by the scent of blood. Their eyes glowing crimson as they let out deafening roars, charging at Jiang Fan from different directions with the intent to tear him apart. Truly fearless, Jiang Fan's gaze hardened, devoid of patience for their antics. Once again, the shadow step unfolded beneath his feet, allowing him to approach the ape horde with ghostly speed. Simultaneously, the scorching energy of the gale fist surged forth. Bang! The first black-furred ape met its end as Jiang Fan's fist collided with its skull, causing its brain to splatter. Boom! The second ape was struck in the solar plexus, its chest caving in and sending it flying. Crack! The third ape had barely raised its claw when Jiang Fan's fist collided with its throat, shattering its windpipe. In a mere 10 seconds, all three ferocious black-furred apes lay lifeless upon the ground. Ding! Killed elite 4-star black-furred ape X2, gained 80 attribute points. Killed elite 5-star black-furred ape X1, gained 50 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 660. Jiang Fan wiped his hands as if he had accomplished a trivial task. With practiced ease, he stowed the 4 black-furred ape corpses into his storage bag. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat, and they could fetch several hundred crystal coins. It was only then that Jiang Qian snapped back to reality, quickly approaching Jiang Fan, her beautiful eyes scanning him from head to toe, disbelief etched across her face. Jiang Fan, what realm are you currently in? How much blood energy do you possess? Your strength is undoubtedly far superior to mine. As a bona fide 5-star warrior with 550 blood energy, she had been cornered by the black-furred apes, while Jiang Fan had dispatched them as if they were mere vegetables. The disparity was incomprehensible to her. Amused by her astonishment, Jiang Fan decided to toy with her. Guess? 950 or 600, which do you believe? You must be joking. 950? Unless the sun rises in the west. Jiang Qian rolled her eyes, utterly unconvinced by such a fantastical claim, believing 600 to be the upper limit. Suddenly, Zhao Ye spoke up, her expression marked by shame and unprecedented seriousness as she deeply bowed to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, I apologize. I was blind to your talents and underestimated you. I sincerely apologize. Could you teach me how to become as strong as you? Both Jiang Fan and Jiang Qian exchanged incredulous glances. Sister, what happened to your previously aloof and acerbic demeanor? It crumbled rather quickly. Wishing to grow stronger? Jiang Fan regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes, teasing her further. It's simple. Engage in life and death battles, rather than sulking at school or home, pondering aimlessly. However, he shifted his gaze to Jiang Qian. Next time, remember to bring a competent bodyguard. Don't end up as a meal for the black-furred apes. Zhao Ye was taken aback, pondering whether hunting demon beasts was indeed so effective. But wasn't he that far too dangerous? Jiang Qian, however, was instantly infuriated, her eyes wide with indignation. Jiang Fan, what do you mean? Are you implying that I am weak? I never specified. Jiang Fan lazily waved his hand, uninterested in the argument. It's getting late. I must return. The wilderness is unsafe at night. You two should head back to school as well. With that, he turned his back to the two girls, striding away from the black wind slope. Watching Jiang Fan's carefree and unrestrained figure gradually retreat, Jiang Qian felt a tumult of emotions. She had always regarded him as a mediocre relative, deserving of pity, believing they belonged to entirely different worlds, and thus had gradually distanced herself from him. Yet today a spectacle shattered her previous perceptions entirely. It seemed she had been viewing the world through a narrow lens all along. She murmured to herself, resolutely vowing never to regard her ineffectual cousin through the lens of the past again. The following morning, Jiang Fan made his way directly to another perilous locale on Black Wind Slope, the Bear Ridge. He spent a small sum to acquire information that a multitude of elite 8-star and 9-star ferocious bears resided there, known for their tough hides, substantial physiques, and tremendous strength. As he approached the base of the ridge, the sounds of a fierce battle and the enraged roars of bears reached his ears. Following the sounds, he beheld 2 second-year students in their uniforms, flanking a ferocious 9-star bear that was as large as a compact car. The bear stood upright, its massive paw striking down and creating a shallow crater in the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Its might truly formidable. The 2 students, both 8-star warriors with health around 880, wielded long knives that glinted coldly, yet could only leave a few superficial scratches on the bear's armor-like back, occasionally drawing shallow blood that was hardly painful. Conversely, they were buffeted by the gusts generated by the bear's strikes, leaving them staggering and appearing quite disheveled. However, the bear, too, became increasingly agitated by their incessant attacks, and a stalemate ensued. One of the flat-headed students, sharp-eyed, spotted Jiang Fan standing not far off, and upon recognizing his freshman uniform, his face immediately contorted with impatience as he shouted, "Hey, you over there, freshman. This isn't a place for you, scram." The other bespectacled student, while keeping a wary eye on the bear, echoed his companion's sentiment, his tone rife with skepticism. "Kid, I warn you, this ferocious bear has been our target for ages. You think you can swoop in after we've worn it down? Not a chance. If you know what is good for you, get lost." Jiang Fan merely dug into his ear, scoffing at their threats. "Sorry, but I've claimed this bear. Besides, you haven't completed the kill. According to the wilderness rules, the kill belongs to whoever finishes it off. And judging by your struggles, my intervention might just save you. Without further ado, Jiang Fan felt a slight surge of energy within him, activating Shadow Step with a sudden burst. Whoosh! The two students barely had time to blink before Jiang Fan's figure, akin to an arrow released from a bow, darted forward, covering several dozen meters in an instant to position himself directly in front of the ferocious bear. Infuriated by this unexpected appearance, the bear raised its paw, as thick as a water barrel and armed with sharp claws, unleashing a deafening roar as it descended upon Jiang Fan. If that paw connected, even steel would crumple. Yet, Jiang Fan was swifter. Just as the bear's paw was about to strike, the heat of his right fist, infused with the essence of fierce wind fist, surged to its zenith, resembling a small whirlwind as he unleashed a straightforward punch. Boom! The punch landed squarely on the bear's flank. The force penetrated deeply. A howl of excruciating pain erupted from the bear, its massive body staggering sideways, struggling to regain its balance after several steps. The resilient fur on its side was torn apart by the ferocity of the punch, revealing swollen, bloodied flesh beneath, even showing a slight indentation. The two second-year students were left utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside, their grip on their knives faltering. This speed, this power. Could this truly be a freshman? What an absurdity. Remarkably resilient, Jiang Fan remarked, shaking his fist with a hint of approval on his face. He then activated Shadow Step once more, closing in on the bear, and began to unleash a flurry of punches upon its chest, each strike accompanied by a fierce wind. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow landed with thunderous resonance. The bear, despite its brute strength, could not touch the hem of Jiang Fan's clothes. Forced into a passive state as it wailed in agony, its colossal form swaying precariously. In just 3 punches, this elite 9-star bear, notorious as the tyrant of Bear Ridge, finally emitted a reluctant cry of despair and collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, its breath extinguished. Ding! Killed elite 9-star ferocious bear, earned 90 attribute points. Current allocable attribute points, 750. Jiang Fan paid no heed to the two stupefied second-year students, striding forward to collect the valuable bear carcass. The once arrogant duo now resembled quails, huddled in place, trembling in fear, scarcely daring to draw a breath. They clearly recognized that this freshman before them was nothing short of a monster. That was an elite 9-star ferocious bear, and he had dispatched it with a single punch. Disposing of them would be easier than breathing. Jiang Fan, disinterested in casting them a glance, continued deeper into Bear Ridge. System. Immediately elevate Fierce Wind Fist and Shadow Step to perfection. Jiang Fan silently intoned, a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Ding. Consumed 320 attribute points. Fierce Wind Fist elevated to perfection. Ding. Consumed 320 attribute points. Shadow Step elevated to perfection. Current allocable attribute points, 110. Boom. An overwhelming understanding of fist techniques and exquisite insights into body movements surged into his mind, merging seamlessly with his muscle memory. He felt as though his fists could command the flow of air, his steps as light as a specter. An unprecedented sense of control washed over him. The power of perfected martial skills was indeed worlds apart. Jiang Fan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking audibly. A ruthless smirk crept across his lips. Now, any elite 9-star beast that could withstand a punch from him and live to tell the tale would earn his utmost respect. The surge of confidence, born from his newfound might, even led him to contemplate confronting a 1-star Lord-level beast. It wasn't until Jiang Fan's figure vanished into the depths of the dense forest that the two second-year students finally dared to exhale deeply. The bespectacled boy adjusted his crooked glasses, his voice still trembling. Was that terrifying figure truly a freshman? I've seen the renowned students in the freshman elite class, Zhou Yu, Zhao Shui, Zhang Fan, and none resemble him. Where on earth did this prodigy emerge from? The flat-headed boy, drenched in cold sweat, turned pale. Damn. We actually flaunted our bravado in front of such a formidable individual? We must be courting death. Fortunately, he was magnanimous enough not to stoop to their level. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting immense relief and trepidation, and they dared not linger a moment longer in the perilous Bear Ridge, scrambling away in a panic. For Jiang Fan, the subsequent hunting became a sheer display of dominance. The perfected Fierce Wind Fist was immensely powerful, the punch's wind creating a deafening roar as it cut through the air. The perfected Shadow Step allowed him to glide through the clumsy ranks of ferocious bears with ease. Wherever he passed, he became the master cleaner of Bear Ridge. No ferocious bear, whether elite 8-star or 9-star, could withstand the might of his punch. Often, upon merely encountering them, the bears would pounce only to be sent flying by an even swifter punch, the sound of bones cracking echoing clearly as they met their demise in an instant. By late afternoon, the tally of his exploits stood as follows: Elite 9-star Ferocious Bears X2, Elite 8-star Ferocious Bears X2. Ding. Earned 340 attribute points. Current allocable attribute points, 450. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction, concluding his work for the day and returning home to rejuvenate. Preparing himself for the upcoming freshman competition the following day. On the morrow, the entire martial arts university of Yangshi City was abuzz with fervent discussions surrounding the freshman competition's main event. Breaking news. Have you heard? This time, several one-star Lord-level monsters have been released into the trial area by the school. Lord-level? What a joke. Those are creatures that only a one-star martial artist can contend with. Any freshman who encounters one will surely meet their demise. It is rumored that the school's higher-ups believe this year's freshmen possess extraordinary strength, with exceptional students being remarkably formidable. Thus they decided to raise the stakes to increase the challenge and differentiate the candidates. Hiss. It seems only the top few students in the elite class are qualified to take on such beasts, right? The likelihood of slaying them is exceedingly slim. Zhou Yu, with a vitality of 920, is a 9-star martial artist. Moreover, he has mastered the yellow rank superior technique, the fierce tiger fist, to its pinnacle, which might allow him to hold his ground. Zhao Shui is no slouch either. With a vitality of 930 and the yellow rank superior swift wind leg also at mastery, her agile movements provide her with a significant advantage. Let us not forget Zhang Fan. Though his vitality is slightly lower at 880, he has cultivated the low-grade mysterious rank green wind sword technique to a minor achievement. His offensive capabilities are undoubtedly terrifying. Aside from these three, I cannot think of anyone else who would qualify to challenge a Lord-level beast. The surrounding murmurs reached Jiang Fan's ears, yet he remained unfazed, even feeling a tinge of amusement. 1-star Lord level? In his eyes, it was hardly a threat. Rather, it was a moving treasure trove of attribute points. He had been lamenting the lack of opportunity to spar with a 1-star Lord-level beast. A single Lord-level monster must be worth over 100 attribute points, right? Jiang Fan's heart raced with excitement as he calculated that after traversing the trial area, hunting several Lord-level beasts, and eliminating some elite-level ones, he could very well amass the 2,000 attribute points required to advance to 1-star martial artist status. With this thought, he adjusted his pristine school uniform, his expression calm, and strode toward the bustling martial arts arena. His moment, a crushing victory in the freshman competition, was about to commence. Chapter 16. The inauguration of the freshman competition. A punch that amazes all. On the day of the freshman competition, the martial arts arena of Yangshi City's Martial Arts University became the absolute focal point. Outside the arena, throngs of people packed the streets, while enthusiastic citizens filled every corner. Inside, the seats were entirely occupied, and the atmosphere was electric. In the luxurious VIP section on the second floor, the lineup was nothing short of magnificent. School leaders and elite seniors, high-ranking officials from the city lord's office, influential figures from various prominent families, and even top-tier mercenary group leaders were present. The freshman competition had transcended the confines of the campus, becoming an annual spectacle for the entire Yangshi City, especially since it was rumored that this year's freshmen possessed extraordinary abilities. The attention had skyrocketed exponentially compared to previous years. Dozens of giant screens suspended both inside and outside the arena lit up simultaneously, preparing to broadcast the intense battles in the trial area live. At the entrance to the trial area, a composed referee stood on a high platform, his voice amplified to echo through every corner. All freshmen who have advanced to the main event, assemble. Over 200 successful freshmen quickly lined up, with Jiang Fan standing at the edge of the formation, inexplicably drawing attention. Numerous gazes swept over him, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, while those who had previously mocked him now wore expressions of uncertainty. Silence. The referee's voice boomed like a thunderclap. The rules for this round are as follows. Free hunting in the trial area, limited to 6 hours. Points will be calculated based on the level of the monsters hunted. His gaze scanned the youthful, battle-hungry faces below, pausing deliberately before announcing the critical details. 1-star elite, 200 points. 2-star, 400 points. And so forth, up to 9-star elite, 1,800 points. While a 1-star Lord-level beast is worth 10,000 points. Ultimately, the top 64 in the points ranking will advance to the next round. He added with a grave tone, "Let me remind you, the 1-star Lord-level beasts possess strength equivalent to human martial artists and should not be taken lightly. Assess your capabilities and do not sacrifice your lives for points." 10,000 points. The moment the rules were revealed, the martial arts arena erupted into chaos. Slaying a Lord-level beast would directly secure a spot for advancement. Isn't that stating the obvious? Those capable of defeating a Lord-level beast wouldn't be concerned about advancing. But that is a martial artist level. How does one fight that? Unless Zhou Yu, Zhao Shui, and Zhang Fan join forces, there might be some possibility. In the VIP section, an official from the city lord's office chuckled as he spoke to the elderly gentleman beside him, whose hair was as white as snow. "Li Lao, you have seen much in your time. Do you think any of these youngsters can contend with a Lord-level beast this year?" The elder known as Li Lao stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with wisdom. That young man from the Zhou family is on the verge of the martial artist threshold, with his fierce tiger fist being formidable. He might just hold his own. The Zhao girl's swift wind leg is agile and adept for self-preservation. As for Zhang Fan, the advantage of his mysterious rank sword technique may grant him the strongest attack power. However, attempting to slay a beast alone would be a formidable challenge. He slowly shook his head. Outside the trial area, Zhou Yu instinctively straightened his posture, a hint of pride crossing his face. He had perfected the fierce tiger fist and felt as though he had grasped a fragment of its true essence. Perhaps he could create a miracle. Zhao Shui silently tightened her grip on her sword, contemplating how to leverage her speed advantage for hit-and-run tactics. Zhang Fan appeared expressionless, yet his fingertips lightly stroked the sword sheath. The confidence granted by the low-grade mysterious rank green wind sword technique made him feel he had an edge over Zhou Yu and Zhao Shui. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, standing at the edge of the crowd, wore an expression of calm indifference, even idly inspecting his nails. 1-star Lord level? In his mind, it was merely a lavish gift bag inscribed with 10,000 points of attributes. If one punch wouldn't suffice, then 2 punches should do the trick. How hard could it be? It must be said that the confidence stemming from his soaring power had made Zhang Fan's demeanor somewhat lofty. The trial area officially commenced. With the referee's command, the heavy iron gate swung open with a resounding boom, revealing a dark, primordial forest behind it. The freshmen surged forth like unleashed tigers. Eager to enter, Zhang Fan led the charge, his figure flickering as he swiftly left the main group far behind. His goal was crystal clear. He aimed directly for the center of the trial area. The lower star elite beasts on the periphery offered scant rewards and were merely a waste of time. His prey consisted of elite 8 and 9-star creatures, as well as the immensely valuable Lord-level beasts. Of course, if he happened to encounter them along the way, he wouldn't mind eliminating them as well. An hour later, Zhang Fan had delved deep into the forest, casually dispatching several elite 4-star and below monsters that dared to obstruct his path. Ding! You have slain an elite 4-star claw monkey, earning 40 attribute points. Ding! You have slain an elite 3-star poison pattern python, earning 30 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 630. Current score, 2,200, currently ranked 111th. This ranking was not particularly high, as he had been rushing through to the central area where higher-tier monsters resided, targeting only lower-point creatures. Just as he stepped onto the edge of the central area, a shadow suddenly darted out from the dense underbrush behind him with a speed that left only a fleeting afterimage. It was an elite 7-star wraith wolf. Its entire body was pitch black, with only its blood-red eyes gleaming with a ravenous green light, its gaping maw aimed directly at Zhang Fan's throat, accompanied by a gust of wind. The ambush was executed flawlessly, with impeccable timing and angle. However, before Zhang Fan, all of this seemed agonizingly slow. He did not fully turn around. Instead, he subtly shifted his footing, his figure pivoting at an astonishing angle, while his right arm, akin to a bow-drawn taut, swung back with tremendous force. His fists surged with vitality, generating a deep, resonant explosion of energy. Boom! This seemingly casual backhand strike, arriving with astonishing swiftness, landed squarely on the lumbar spine of the shadowy phantom wolf. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed. The shadowy phantom wolf did not have time to emit even a whimper. It collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, devoid of breath. Ding! Slain elite 7-star shadowy phantom wolf, awarded 70 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 700. Current score, 3,600, currently ranked 81st. The entire process, from the shadowy phantom wolf's ambush to its transformation into a lifeless corpse, transpired in a mere 2 or 3 seconds. This electrifying moment was perfectly captured by a nearby surveillance camera and transmitted in real time to all the screens inside and outside the martial arts hall. Holy moly! What did I just witness? That was Zhang Fan, the infamous underachiever Zhang Fan. With just one punch, he obliterated the elite 7-star shadowy phantom wolf. The shadowy phantom wolf is renowned for its speed and stealth. How could he possibly react in time? Moreover, with that kind of power, you dare tell me he is merely a 3-star martial artist? The area where the university freshmen gathered erupted into chaos. Those who had once brazenly mocked Zhang Fan now stood wide-eyed, jaws agape, as if they could fit a fist inside their mouths. Li Hu rubbed his eyes vigorously, tugging at his companion with a voice tinged with disbelief. Is that really our class's former weakling with 180 vitality? No way. It can't be some old monster in disguise, right? The sudden surge to 390 vitality was already outrageous enough. And now he could annihilate the shadowy phantom wolf with a single punch? Li Hu could hardly fathom it. In the stands, the martial arts instructor Wang Meng sprang to his feet, his face brimming with incredulous excitement and ecstasy. What a remarkable young man. He has concealed his true abilities well. He had previously worried that Zhang Fan would struggle in the trial zone, but now it seemed his concerns were entirely unfounded. The strength and composure displayed in that punch indicated that this lad was at least a 7-star martial artist. Advancing to the top 64 was an absolute certainty. Wang Ming gazed at Jiang Fan's nonchalant retreat on the screen, shaking his head with a rueful smile, reflecting on the myriad of emotions within. Jiang Fan, oh Jiang Fan, how I misjudged you. Chapter 17, A Surge in Points. The dark horse emerges. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fan, a storm of excitement had erupted as he focused solely on seeking more valuable attribute point packages. No sooner had he stepped out than another anomaly unfolded. Whoosh! A shadow, entwined with flickering electricity, darted silently from the treetops above, aiming directly for the vulnerable nape of his neck. The sharp sound of slicing air sent shivers down his spine. It was an elite 8-star lightning shadow leopard, known for its incredible speed and paralyzing electric strikes. However, under Jiang Fan's extraordinary perception, this lethal strike seemed to slow down dramatically. Without even turning around, he casually stepped half a pace to his left, the electric claws merely grazing the edge of his clothing, the resulting gust ruffling his hair. Fair speed. Jiang Fan finally turned, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, but alas, it was still too slow. Before the words could leave his lips, the ground trembled slightly beneath him, and he vanished like a specter from his original position. The next moment, he materialized abruptly before the lightning shadow leopard. In its bloodthirsty eyes, a flicker of human-like astonishment and confusion surfaced, as if unable to comprehend how this prey had instantaneously traversed the distance to stand before it. Farewell. Jiang Fan's fist loomed larger in its pupils. Boom. There was no flourish of light, only a pure, unadulterated explosion of power. His punch penetrated the hard skull, instantaneously shattering its brain. The spark of life in the lightning shadow leopard's eyes extinguished in an instant, its massive body collapsing lifelessly, having not even a moment to emit a cry of despair. Ding. Slain elite 8-star lightning shadow leopard, awarded 80 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 780. Current score, 5,200, currently ranked 45th. Jiang Fan expertly collected the beast's carcass, his mood buoyant as he continued onward. More of these, and I may well reach the martial master realm today. He had not ventured far when a thunderous roar echoed through the woods ahead, as a colossal black boar, comparable in size to a small car, charged towards him with bloodshot eyes and labored breaths, like a heavy tank on the rampage. Its curved tusks, sharp as sickles, were smeared with the flesh and blood of unknown beasts. An elite 9-star mountain-crushing boar, its strength was fearsome, capable of shattering rocks with its charge. Moreover, its hide was tough and resilient. This time, Jiang Fan couldn't even be bothered to evade. He stood firmly in place, quietly observing the gigantic creature barreling toward him with an intent to crush everything in its path. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just as the tusks were about to make contact with his body, Jiang Fan sprang into action. His right fist struck first with a simple, straightforward jab. Boom. The punch landed unceremoniously on the mountain-crushing boar's hardest forehead. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The boar's momentum halted abruptly, a visible dent forming in its forehead where Jiang Fan's fist had struck. Its immense body seemed to hit a pause button, its limbs giving way as it collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and fell silent. Ding. Slain elite 9-star mountain-crushing boar, awarded 90 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 870. Current score, 7,000, currently ranked 12th. These two swift and decisive punches, resulting in instant kills, were once again broadcasted through the surveillance screens, laid bare for all spectators to witness. This time, not just among the first-year students, but the entire martial arts hall was engulfed in a true frenzy of excitement. On the big screen, Jiang Fan's score and ranking skyrocketed like a rocket, leaping from 81st to 45th, and then surging to 12th. The instant triggered a tsunami of astonished gasps throughout the venue. My heavens, where did this dark horse Jiang Fan emerge from? I heard he was previously renowned as the infamous underachiever. The underachiever has come back? This plot is too fantastical. Elite 8-star lightning shadow leopard, obliterated. Elite 9-star mountain crushing boar, also obliterated. Are his fists forged from meteorite iron? Who spread the rumor that he only had 390 vitality? Step forward and face me. With such combat prowess, I would believe he is at the pinnacle of 9-star martial artists. Within the first-year student area, Li Hu's face turned ashen, slumped in his seat, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's all over. We laughed at him before. If he seeks revenge after this, I might as well drop out of school." Those around him who had previously joined in the ridicule now wore pale faces, filled with regret. In the stands, Elderly stroked his beard, his hand frozen in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. Perfect. Absolutely perfect mastery of a high-tier, yellow-grade martial art. Moreover, this young man's vitality cannot be below 900. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to dispatch the mountain-crushing boar, known for its defenses and strength, with a single punch. An official from the city lord's office straightened in his seat, his eyes brimming with intrigue. Principal Yi, who exactly is this Jiang Fan? Such an exceptionally talented individual. And I had never heard of him before. Principal Yi also wore a look of bewilderment, hurriedly beckoning the director responsible for the freshman dossiers. The director approached briskly, tablet in hand, delivering a rapid report. Principal, I have ascertained the facts. Jiang Fan is indeed a freshman in our ordinary class, of unblemished origin, and an orphan. The records indicate that upon enrollment, his vitality was merely 180, and it was only a week ago that it reached 390. No one anticipated that his prowess was so profoundly concealed, or rather, that his progress would be so astonishing. In just a week, he surged from 390 to over 900? Li Lao gasped in astonishment. Such a rate of advancement was utterly unprecedented. Could it be that he encountered some extraordinary fortune? Or perhaps a sudden awakening? An orphan? Lacking a family background? The eyes of the officials from the Lord's Manor gleamed with excitement, as if they had uncovered a rare treasure. Excellent. Truly splendid. Such talent must be cultivated with utmost attention. The Lord of the city would undoubtedly find this most intriguing, if previously only a select few had been discussing Jiang Fan. At this moment, over 80% of the audience's gaze was firmly fixed on the figure moving calmly across the screen, striking with lethal precision. However, Jiang Fan in the trial zone remained blissfully ignorant of the commotion outside. Likewise, the other students within the trial zone were unaware of Jiang Fan's extraordinary capabilities. Consequently, a few oblivious individuals approached him unwittingly. Hey, you there, stop right now. 3 figures emerged from the thickets, blocking Jiang Fan's path. According to the system, the leader was a boy with glaringly bright yellow hair, possessing a vitality of 720, a 7-star warrior. 2 lackeys trailed behind him, each with vitality around 600. Both 6-star warriors. The yellow-haired boy crossed his arms, regarding Jiang Fan with an exceedingly arrogant gaze, as if appraising a plump lamb. You seem quite cheerful. Had a good haul, huh? How many points do you have? Be sensible and hand over your point crystal card. Lest my friends and I have to teach you a lesson that even your mother wouldn't recognize you after. A lanky lackey chimed in, sneering. Exactly. Our boss is a master of the 7-star warriors. Judging by your demeanor, you can't be more than a 5-star, right? Don't make this difficult for yourself. At these words, Jiang Fan momentarily paused, taken aback by the notion of point theft. Was this a permitted tactic in the competition? Having been transported here recently, he had yet to familiarize himself with the hidden rules allowing the strong to prey on the weak in the freshman contest. Most other students had prepared for this, as it had become a customary event in previous years. Each participating student could indeed transfer points from their crystal cards. Chapter 18, The Point Donor. 4th in points. Oh. Jiang Fan regained his composure, and rather than displaying fear, a playful smile emerged on his face, as if he had just heard something amusing. Are you suggesting that you wish to rob me of my points? The yellow-haired boy, noticing Jiang Fan's lack of fear and his audacity to smile, felt his pride wounded and stepped closer menacingly, his finger nearly touching Jiang Fan's nose. What are you babbling about? I'm going to rob you. So hurry up and hand over the crystal card. Or else what? Jiang Fan's smile vanished instantaneously, his gaze transforming into a frigid glare. The yellow-haired boy's threat was cut short, for Jiang Fan had moved. At the instant his eyes turned icy, his perfected shadow step had already been deployed stealthily. To the yellow-haired boy and his 2 companions, the seemingly innocuous youth appeared to vanish into thin air, leaving only a faint afterimage. In the next moment, he materialized abruptly before the lanky lackey. His speed was so extraordinary that it transcended their visual perception limits. The lanky one barely managed to utter a word before Jiang Fan's right fist, seemingly casual, struck his chest. Boom! A muffled thud echoed, and the lanky lackey felt as if he had been rammed head-on by a frenzied elite-grade magical beast, his chest ablaze with pain and breath escaping him. His body involuntarily lifted off the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward and crashing into a tree trunk 10 meters away with a heavy thud before sliding limply to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. He curled up on the ground, clutching his chest as if it might split open, gazing at Jiang Fan with a mixture of horror and dread, his voice barely a whisper. What level are you? The yellow-haired boy and the other stout lackey were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Their arrogance extinguished like a flame doused with cold water, leaving only a chilling sense of panic. They had initially assumed Jiang Fan was merely a soft target from the ordinary class, at worst a 4-star warrior, easily manipulated. Yet this terrifying speed, this overwhelming strength, was evidently far superior to even the 7-star warrior, yellow-haired boy. The 2 exchanged a horrified glance, each reflecting the other's disbelief and alarm. This guy is not from our elite class. How can he be so strong? What the hell? The stout lackey stammered. The yellow-haired boy suppressed his fear, attempting to regain composure, and shouted, You dare to strike first? He sought to dominate the situation, his vitality surging chaotically as he swung a fist toward Jiang Fan's face, hoping to seize the initiative. However, the moment his fist extended halfway, his wrist was ensnared as if caught in an iron vice, rendering him incapable of advancing even a fraction further. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fan had already seized his wrist. Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed. The yellow-haired boy emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, agony causing tears to stream down his face. Before his wail could dissipate, Jiang Fan's other fist had already struck his abdomen like a cannonball. Bang! The yellow-haired boy's body curled into a contorted shrimp shape. All sounds of distress abruptly silenced, replaced by ragged gasps. He collapsed onto the ground like a heap of mud, convulsing, even his pained moans becoming faint. The final stout lackey, witnessing the scene, was paralyzed with terror, devoid of any thought of resistance. He turned and fled into the dense woods, crying out in a voice tinged with desperation, "I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Spare me." Jiang Fan, uninterested in expending energy to pursue, casually glanced around and noticed a fist-sized stone at his feet. He bent down to pick it up, weighing it in his hand before casually tossing it toward the fleeing figure. The stone sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking the stout lackey's calf with pinpoint accuracy. Ouch! The stout one exclaimed in pain, his legs buckling beneath him. Losing balance and tumbling into the dirt in a comical fashion, clutching his suddenly swollen leg and wailing incessantly. In a span of mere seconds, all three students who had aimed to rob points lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. Jiang Fan leisurely approached the yellow-haired boy, who was curled up like a defeated dog, squatting down to address him with a calm, yet overwhelmingly oppressive tone. "Robbing points. You seem quite adept at this business. It's a pity your insight is a bit lacking." He reached into the yellow-haired boy's possession and retrieved the point crystal card, then proceeded to collect the cards from the other two as well. With a flick of his finger on the cards, accompanied by a flicker of light, the hard-earned points of the three were instantly transferred to Jiang Fan's card. Current points, 11,000, currently ranked 4th. Observing the surge of points on his card, Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with undisguised disdain. "All three of you combined only amassed 4,000 points? No wonder you're desperate enough to resort to robbery. Your efficiency is abysmally poor." This scene was flawlessly captured by the surveillance cameras in the trial area, and was broadcasted live on the grand screens inside and outside the martial arts arena. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous laughter and chatter. "Haha, these three fools must have come to gift Jiang Fan with points, right? Are they oblivious to the fact that Jiang Fan just dispatched an Elite 8 or 9-star demon beast with a single punch? How could they possibly know? They didn't even have their phones to watch the live stream. This is hilarious. They thought they had stumbled upon a soft target, only to kick against an alloy steel plate, one adorned with reflective damage armor. The spectators outside perceived this clearly and naturally deemed these individuals reckless. However, upon further reflection, one could not entirely blame them. They were situated within the trial zone, isolated from information, and only saw Jiang Fan as an ordinary student. Thus their misjudgment was somewhat understandable. Look, isn't that Li Hu, who always bullied Jiang Fan. He seems to have shrunk back, his face drained of color. In Jiang Fan's class area, a sharp-eyed student pointed at a corner of the screen exclaiming. Indeed, in that corner of the footage, Li Hu instinctively recoiled, his complexion as pale as a sheet, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, recalling all the derision he had heaped upon Jiang Fan, and waves of dread washed over him. His survival thus far was solely due to Jiang Fan's disinterest in settling scores with him. If Jiang Fan decided to make trouble, it was likely no one could save him. After exchanging points, Jiang Fan casually tossed the 3 emptied crystal cards back to the blonde-haired boy, patting him on the shoulder with a semblance of kindness. He then earnestly advised, "Buddy, next time you contemplate such a no-risk venture, remember to be more discerning. Not everyone is someone you can provoke." Having said that, he disregarded the 3 lamenting on the ground and turned to continue his journey towards the core of the trial area. At that moment, Jiang Fan's points surged to 11,000, catapulting him to 4th place. For the audience who had witnessed his overwhelming prowess, this ranking was entirely justified. They even felt that his displayed strength had placed him in the same echelon as the frontrunners, Zhang Fan, Zhou Yu, and Zhao Shui. Chapter 19, Fist of the Lord Level. Points at the summit. The blonde-haired boy lay on the ground, gazing at Jiang Fan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with unending fear and regret. He could never have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable boy was, in fact, an ancient beast donning a sheep's skin. With this minor episode resolved, Jiang Fan pressed forward, accelerating his pace, transforming into a blur as he surged towards the innermost sanctum of the trial area. Not far into his run, a distinctly different pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, heavy, ferocious, far beyond that of elite demon beasts, saturating the air with a heart-stopping aura. A lord-level beast, Jiang Fan's spirits lifted as he swiftly moved in the direction of the menacing presence. After navigating through a thicket so dense that daylight scarcely penetrated, he broke into a clearing. In the midst of this woodland expanse lay a colossal creature. It was a giant green-scaled python, as thick as a water barrel. Its scales each the size of a palm, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. Its scarlet tongue flicked in and out, emitting hissing sounds, while droplets of green venom dripped onto the dry leaves below, instantly producing acrid white smoke as it corroded the ground into small craters. A Lord level 1-star green-scaled python. At last, I have found you. Jiang Fan's eyes ignited with fervor as he excitedly licked his lips, declaring, 10,000 points. And your beast crystal, all shall be mine. Without hesitation, he strode towards the green-scaled python. Outside the trial area, when the big screen shifted to reveal Jiang Fan confronting the green-scaled python, the previously subdued roar of the crowd erupted once more. My heavens! Jiang Fan is about to face a Lord-level demon beast. He was the first to locate a Lord-level creature, and he is preparing to strike without any hesitation. This is utterly insane. While Zhou Yu and the others are still searching for Elite 9 stars, he has charged directly at a Lord. The icy gaze of the green-scaled python instantly locked onto this unexpected intruder, sensing the threat emanating from Jiang Fan. It reared its massive head, issuing a menacing hiss. As its gargantuan body slowly unfurled, the hard scales scraping against the ground with a rustling sound, signaling that an attack was imminent. However, Jiang Fan was not inclined to grant it the first move. He mentally commanded himself, feeling his energy surge, and activated his perfected agility technique to its fullest, transforming into a streak of lightning that darted toward the green-scaled python. The green-scaled python reacted swiftly, its mouth agape, unleashing a stream of foul-smelling green venom that shot forth like a water arrow, covering a vast area and blocking Jiang Fan's path. Yet Jiang Fan seemed to have anticipated this, maintaining his momentum as he executed a swift lateral slide, the venom narrowly missing his clothing and splattering onto the ground, where it released wisps of white smoke. Now is my chance. Taking advantage of the brief window after the python exhaled its venom, Jiang Fan leaped into the air, channeling his energy into his right fist, compressing the power of the perfected Raging Wind fist. Break for me. He exhaled forcefully, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the densely scaled area beneath the python's head. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated through the arena. Hiss! The green-scaled python emitted a tortured, enraged roar, its scales shattering at the point of impact, flesh and blood splattering. Its enormous body writhed in agony, its thick tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip, snapping nearby saplings as if they were mere twigs, causing a cloud of dust and chaos to ensue. Jiang Fan seized the opportunity, landing gracefully and utilizing Shadow Step to gain distance, calmly observing the python's frenzied movements. The green-scaled python, now thoroughly enraged, charged again with the force of a gale, intent on biting down. Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened as he evaded the python's jaws, altering his footwork to close the distance to the creature's body. Bang! 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 Seizing the moment, he unleashed 3 consecutive punches, each imbued with terrifying force, striking precisely around the wound he had inflicted earlier. With every blow, the sound of shattering scales echoed ominously. The green-scaled python's struggles visibly weakened, its thrashing diminishing, blood gushing from the wound like a stream, staining the ground a deep crimson. Ultimately, after enduring 4 of Jiang Fan's devastatingly powerful perfected punches, the 1-star Lord-level green-scaled python emitted a feeble, unwilling hiss, its massive head crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, falling silent at last. Ding! Slayed a 1-star Lord-level green-scaled python, earning 100 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 970. Current points, 21,000. Temporarily ranked first. Jiang Fan surveyed the system notification, unable to suppress a smirk. He had anticipated earning over 100 attribute points, yet the system had fixed the allocation so rigidly. Not to mention, a 2-star Lord-level beast would yield 200 points. Jiang Fan shook his head in exasperation but efficiently stowed the massive carcass of the green-scaled python into his storage bag. This beast should fetch a considerable sum. At least his efforts were not in vain. He dusted off his hands, a hint of dissatisfaction lingering on his face, and resumed his quest for prey. Meanwhile, within the martial arts arena, the audience had descended into a frenzy, spurred by the spectacle of Jiang Fan slaying a Lord-level demon beast and the instant refresh of the leaderboard. 21,000 points. First place. Jiang Fan actually achieved it. He killed a Lord-level beast. My goodness. 3 punches. With that initial punch included, a total of 4 strikes brought down a Lord-level Azure Scale python. This formidable beast is renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities. Even a 1-star martial artist would require considerable effort to deal with it. Yet, he managed to crush it with sheer force. Zhou Yu has 12,800 points, Zhao Shui 13,000 points, and Jiang Fan 500 points. The gap between them and Jiang Fan is approaching nearly double. How can they possibly catch up? Unless the 3 of them immediately locate and slay a Lord-level beast. The title of champion for this first round is undoubtedly Jiang Fan's. A dark horse. This is the most astonishing dark horse of the year. No, it is nothing short of a nuclear-level revelation. In the stands, the homeroom teacher, Wang Meng, was so exhilarated that he leapt from his seat, gesticulating wildly. His face flushed. Excellent. What a remarkable lad. You've truly brought glory to our class. I can't believe we have such a true dragon hidden among us. Haha. Although he had previously recognized Jiang Fan's exceptional abilities, he never anticipated they would reach such an astonishing peak. Meanwhile, those students who had once mocked and ridiculed Jiang Fan in class and on campus now wore expressions of shock, their hearts filled with dread and regret. They began racking their brains to figure out how they might seek his forgiveness. Particularly, Li Hu, who was pallid, muttered incessantly, "It's over. I'm utterly finished. If he holds a grudge for my previous insolence, will I even see the light of day tomorrow? Should I choose a better plot for my grave right now?" The principal, gazing at the name that stood out on the screen, was equally moved. Stroking his chin, he remarked to the elderly beside him, "I've heard of the phrase great accumulation leads to explosive emergence, but witnessing such an explosive eruption akin to a volcanic explosion is truly unprecedented. With this child's talent, as long as he does not meet with an early demise, he is highly likely to attain the position of Martial King in the future." If Jiang Fan were to hear such an assessment, he would undoubtedly scoff. "Martial King? I am destined to become a martial god. Are you cursing me, old man?" Of course, in Yangshi City, the Martial King is a legendary existence, with the city lord being the only known individual to have reached such a realm. The principal's evaluation, at this moment, seemed exceedingly high. An official from the city lord's estate could hardly maintain his composure. He quickly retrieved a secure communicator, speaking urgently and excitedly to the city lord. "My lord, would you like to come and see for yourself? There is a freshman named Jiang Fan this year, just a first-year student, who has already managed to independently slay a lord-level beast. What's more, he comes from a humble background, being an orphan with no family ties." Unbeknownst to Jiang Fan, who was oblivious to the monumental waves he had created in the outside world, he glanced at the time remaining until the trial concluded, nearly 4 hours left. He pressed on. His ambitions transcended merely claiming the title of champion in the freshman competition. His true pursuit lay in swiftly accumulating the 2,000 attribute points required to ascend to the rank of martial artist, thus embarking on a higher realm of martial arts. Chapter 20. Your prey? My points. Shortly after Jiang Fan effortlessly dispatched the Lord-level Azure Scale Python, he casually eliminated an Elite 7-star beast that collided with him unwittingly. Ding. Killed an Elite 7-star Claw Leopard, earning 70 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1,040. Current points, 22, for 100, temporarily ranking first. At this moment, he was not actively seeking a Lord-level beast, given that they only offered 100 points. Setting aside Jiang Fan's sweeping dominance, in another area of the trial zone, Zhou Yu was intently focused on the 20,500 displayed on his points card, taking a deep breath. This score would have secured a spot in the top 10 in previous years. Despite the fierce competition this year, he believed entering the top 20 should pose no issue. Since promotion seemed assured, why not take a bold leap and attempt to tackle a Lord-level beast? Perhaps I, Zhou Yu, will be the first freshman to slay a Lord-level beast this session. This thought ignited a thrill of excitement within him, fueling his desire to challenge formidable opponents. Unbeknownst to him, the glory of the first kill he yearned for had already been effortlessly claimed by Jiang Fan, who he had previously perceived as weak. He unleashed the full potential of the perfected Tiger Fist, feeling the surging power of 920 points of vitality within him. Confident that he could at least contend with a Lord-level beast, and perhaps find an opportunity to secure the kill. Soon, amidst a chaotic landscape of jagged rocks, he located his target, a Lord-level 1-star earth-shaking bear. This massive bear was significantly larger than the earth-shaking boar Jiang Fan had previously subdued, its thick black fur standing erect like steel needles. Each time the colossal paws struck the ground, they left spiderweb-like cracks and deep pits, an overwhelming sense of pure power emanating from it. Roar. The earth-shaking bear detected Zhou Yu and emitted a thunderous roar, charging forth like a heavy war machine, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Zhou Yu dared not show any signs of carelessness. He bellowed, his entire body surging with vitality. The fierce energy of the tiger fist coalescing in his fists as he boldly confronted the beast. Boom. The collision of fists and paws produced a sound akin to thunder. Zhou Yu felt an irresistible force surge through his arm, rendering it momentarily numb. His vitality surged, and he staggered back 3 steps before barely regaining his footing. In contrast, the earth-shaking bear merely swayed slightly, its crimson eyes glinting with ferocity as it roared again and lunged forward. Thus began an intense battle between man and beast. Zhou Yu, utilizing his agile movements, deftly evaded the earth-shaking bear's frenzied charges and paws capable of shattering boulders. Whenever he found an opening, he struck fiercely with the tiger fist, producing resounding thuds. The earth-shaking bear's defense was extraordinarily robust. Most of Zhou Yu's punches only left minor bruises and superficial wounds, and occasional brushes from the bear's paws, while not fatal, sent his vitality into turmoil. The combat grew increasingly arduous, with boulders crumbling and dust rising. After more than 30 minutes of fierce fighting, Zhou Yu's forehead was dotted with beads of sweat, and his breathing became labored. The earth-shaking bear bore numerous wounds, its black fur stained with blood. Yet its ferocity remained undiminished, becoming even more frenzied due to the pain. The spectators outside closely monitored this Lord-level battle via the large screen, marveling at Zhou Yu's impressive strength. Indeed, Zhou Yu is formidable. To withstand a contest against the Lord-level earth-shaking bear for such an extended period is no small feat. The earth-shaking bear appears significantly stronger than the one Jiang Fan defeated. It's truly difficult to say who is superior. Just as Zhou Yu felt the earth-shaking bear's assault seemed to wane slightly, sensing he might have the upper hand, he prepared to concentrate all his energy for a decisive blow. TSK, you seem to be struggling quite a bit, don't you? This is like just giving it a scratch. How long will it take to defeat it? A voice, dripping with evident sarcasm, lazily drifted from not far behind him. Zhou Yu's heart jolted, and he spun around to find Jiang Fan, who had appeared without him noticing, casually leaning against a large rock with his hands in his pockets. Observing the spectacle with an expression of ease that starkly contrasted with the surrounding battlefield. Jiang Fan, how did you end up here? Zhou Yu was both astonished and perplexed, never imagining he would encounter Jiang Fan in this location. Jiang Fan was quite well known. Zhou Yu had seen him before and had some recollection. Without responding to Zhou Yu's question, Jiang Fan merely curled his lips into a meaningful smile. In the next moment, he sprang into action. Utilizing Shadow Step, he appeared as if he had teleported, leaving behind only a faint afterimage while his true form instantaneously materialized before the earth-shaking bear. At that moment, the earth-shaking bear had reared up on its hind legs, its massive paw, accompanied by a howling wind, descended toward the suddenly materialized Jiang Fan. Faced with such a devastating blow capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, Jiang Fan neither flinched nor evaded. His right fist shot forward with remarkable swiftness. The intense energy of the perfected gale fist highly compressed, carrying with it a searing gale that struck with the force of thunder, ruthlessly slamming into the chest of the earth-shaking bear. There lay the bloodied and mangled wound, painstakingly carved open after more than 10 minutes of relentless assault by Zhou Yu. Bang! This punch landed squarely. A howl of anguish erupted from the earth-shaking bear, the most chilling and tormented cry since the commencement of battle. The wound on its chest erupted, dark fur mingling with shredded flesh and blood splattering everywhere, revealing even the stark whiteness of bone. The massive body began to sway violently. Jiang Fan, seizing the advantage, moved with ghostly swiftness, ensnaring the earth-shaking bear in his relentless assault, denying it any chance to breathe or retaliate. Bang! Bang! 2 more punches followed, precisely striking the same wound. Crack! Splatter! The sounds of shattering bones and tearing flesh resonated in succession. With the third punch, the colossal body of the earth-shaking bear suddenly stiffened, the ferocity in its eyes extinguished in an instant, before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising clouds of dust. Utterly silenced. The entire process, from Jiang Fan's initial strike to the demise of the earth-shaking bear, spanned no more than 30 seconds. Ding! You have slain a 1-star Lord-level earth-shaking bear, earning 100 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1140. Current score, 32, for 100, temporarily ranking first. Jiang Fan casually dusted off his hands, musings drifting through his mind. Though the attribute points are few, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Not too shabby. Simultaneously, he nimbly stowed the massive corpse of the earth-shaking bear into his storage bag. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded, rooted in place as if struck by a petrifying spell. His mind was a blank slate, completely unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Wasn't Jiang Fan rumored to have only 390 vitality recently? Such terrifying speed, such overwhelming power. He had effortlessly slain a Lord-level beast that Zhou Yu had struggled against for so long. Seconds later, an overwhelming sense of humiliation and fury erupted within him like a volcano. He snapped back to reality, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. His face flushed crimson with anger, pointing at Jiang Fan and shouting, "Jiang Fan, you are utterly outrageous. I fought tooth and nail against this earth-shaking bear for over half an hour. I was on the verge of exhausting it. How dare you snatch my prey?" Snatch? Jiang Fan slowly turned around, his playful smile unwavering, though his gaze bore a hint of mockery. "Zhou the Scholar, is that what you call exhausting it? When I arrived, it could still shatter millstone-sized rocks with a single swipe, brimming with vitality. What you did barely amounts to a full-body massage, invigorating its blood flow." Chapter 21. The Humiliation of Zhou Yu. The Frightened Sima Liang. Jiang Fan took a couple of steps closer to Zhou Yu, his tone dripping with unabashed taunting and a touch of sharpness. "Besides, is the trial area your personal domain? Just because you can't handle it doesn't mean others can't intervene. How about this?" Jiang Fan pointed to himself, then to Zhou Yu, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. "Let us have a match right now. If you win, not only will I return the points from this bear, but I will also give you all my points. What do you say? Dare to accept?" Zhou Yu's complexion shifted from red to pale, his chest heaving violently, nearly on the verge of spewing blood from the anger. Being robbed of a monster in front of him, and then so openly belittled, was an utter disgrace. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his skin, his internal energies surging wildly, wishing he could immediately leap upon Jiang Fan and tear him apart. However, the remnants of rationality warned him against it. Setting aside Jiang Fan's unfathomable strength displayed in those 3 punches that killed the earth-shaking bear. Just looking at his current state, engaging in combat would yield him no chance of victory. It would only result in further humiliation. Yu Zhou's lips trembled as he stammered for a long while, ultimately squeezing out a futile threat through gritted teeth. Just you wait. This matter is not over. I will not let you off. With that, he could no longer bear to stay, turning away in a whirlwind of frustration and disarray, vanishing swiftly among the scattered rocks. His retreating figure exuding an unmistakable sense of panic. Jiang Fan watched his back with indifference, shrugging casually and calling out, "All right then. I await your esteemed presence at any time." This entire scene had already been vividly captured by the surveillance, transmitted in real time to every large screen inside and outside the martial arts hall. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Holy cow! Jiang Fan has taken down another Lord-level beast, and it was snatched from Zhou. 3 punches. Once again, a clean and decisive 3 punches. Zhou struggled for ages without success, while Jiang Fan finished it off in 30 seconds. Did you see Zhou's expression just now? Ha. He looked like he was about to cry from humiliation. A score of 32,400. My goodness. The second place, Zhao Shui, only has 22,000 points. A gap of over 10,000 has been opened. How can we even compete? A dark horse. A super dark horse has emerged in this year's freshman competition. On the stands, the homeroom teacher, Wang Meng, was already grinning from ear to ear, vigorously patting the shoulder of a nearby teacher. His excitement rendering him incoherent. Did you see that? Old Zhang, did you see that? This is our class's Jiang Fan. Ha. Isn't formidable? I ask you. Who else is there? Meanwhile, seated in the main area, Li, who was now as pale as a ghost, huddled in his seat, trembling. He shakily pulled out his phone, rapidly searching for ways to write a profound letter of self-reflection, 1,000 ways to apologize, filled with an apocalyptic sense of dread. An official from the city lord's manor watched Jiang Fan on the screen, exuding an aura of confidence mixed with a hint of mischief, his admiration growing. Good. Decisive in action, no hesitation, willing to fight for what is rightfully his. Not bound by societal norms. This lad possesses the temperament to achieve great things. Elderly stroked his beard, filled with admiration, when suddenly, as if struck by a particularly amusing thought, he shook his head and chuckled. Within the trial area, Jiang Fan collected the corpse of the earth-shaking bear, orienting himself, and began to leisurely make his way toward the exit, planning to clear out a few more monsters along the way. Less than 2 hours remained until the competition concluded. He summoned his attribute panel once more, gazing at the numbers with glimmering anticipation. 1,140 attribute points, current vitality at 950, still needing less than 1,000 points to reach the martial master realm. It seems today I won't be able to gather that. At this moment, in the eyes of all the spectators outside, Jiang Fan had undeniably become the sovereign of this trial area, free to roam without restraint. He strolled leisurely toward the exit, an invisible aura of menace enveloping him. Where he passed, even the chirping of insects quieted, and ordinary beasts avoided him, resulting in an unusually serene journey. Only one foolishly brazen elite 8-star rock-armored rhino, with its eyes reddened and head lowered, charged at Jiang Fan, aiming its most lethal horn at him. Finally, he encountered a monster. Jiang Fan's expression remained unchanged, merely lifting his right fist nonchalantly. The intense energy of the perfected Gale fist instantly coalesced, the air around his fist slightly distorting. Bang! A brief yet thunderous impact resounded. His fist collided head-on with the hardened skull of the rhino. The massive form of the rock-armored rhino, charging forward, struck an invisible, solid wall, abruptly halting its ferocious momentum. It didn't even manage a single cry of despair. Its limbs buckled, crashing sideways to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Clearly rendered dead beyond revival. Ding. Hunting the elite 8-star rock-armored rhinoceros, acquiring 80 attribute points. Current attribute points available for allocation, 1220. Current score, 34,000. Temporarily ranked first, Jiang Fan stowed away the beast's carcass and continued his leisurely stroll forward. Not long after, a cacophony of intense disputes erupted from the nearby woods, interspersed with a voice he found somewhat familiar, filled with anger and helplessness. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and followed the sound. In a clearing, he spotted his cousin Jiang Qian and classmate Zhao Ya, ensnared in a triangular formation by 3 boys. Amusingly, these boys were none other than the yellow-haired troublemaker and his 2 lackeys whom Jiang Fan had previously chastised. The yellow-haired one, named Sima Liang, stood with his arms crossed. A haughty yet slightly impatient smile plastered on his face. Jiang Qian, stop dawdling. Hand over your point crystal card, and we can all avoid hassle. We really don't wish to resort to violence against classmates. It would reflect poorly on us. He paused, his tone shifting to one tinged with frustration and severity. But what choice do we have? That despicable fellow snatched all our points. We must recoup some from you. Jiang Qian's face flushed crimson with indignation. Her lips pressed tightly together as she gripped her sword, yet she dared not resist. She was acutely aware that Sima Liang, a 7-star warrior, far surpassed her and Zhao Ye in strength. Any confrontation would only lead to humiliation. Exchanging a glance with Zhao Ye, they both recognized their shared helplessness. Their points were meager to begin with. Although incensed, they contemplated enduring this indignity, hoping it would not jeopardize their advancement. Fine, take it, Jiang Qian sighed deeply, preparing to hand over her crystal card. Are you addicted to robbing points now? Do you dare to touch my people? A voice, calm yet chilling, resonated like thunder behind the trio. Sima Liang and his companions trembled violently, as though suddenly frozen, their arrogant expressions solidifying into sheer terror. They turned stiffly, like automatons, only to behold Jiang Fan's face, a blend of amusement and mockery. Sima Liang's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a ghost. The crystal card he had just accepted clattering to the ground, unnoticed. It's you. Sima Liang stammered, his voice trembling, teeth chattering. We were just joking with the two lovely ladies. Just having fun. At that moment, Sima Liang nearly wet himself from fear. His taller companion and the shorter, stockier lackey were equally petrified. Their memories of the searing pain from Jiang Fan's previous blow flooding back. Both felt their legs weaken, instinctively inching backward, desperate to escape the presence of this devil. Chapter 22. The two women shocked. Dominating the scene. Just having fun? Jiang Fan took a single step forward, an invisible aura crashing down upon them like a mountain, instantly rooting the three in place, rendering them immobile. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Sima Liang. Last time you robbed me, was it just for fun? Sima Liang's cold sweat soaked his back as he frantically waved his hands, a grotesque, pleading smile contorting his face. No, absolutely not. We were blind last time. We were wrong. We admit our faults. We'll give you our points. Just please, spare us. He hurriedly picked up Jiang Qian's fallen crystal card from the ground, and, fumbling in his pockets, produced 3 cards, offering them to Jiang Fan with utmost reverence. His demeanor scraping the dirt beneath him. Jiang Fan didn't even glance at the cards. Instead, he pointed toward Jiang Qian and Zhao Ye, his tone leaving no room for rebuttal. Return their cards, intact. As for your points. He paused, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Transfer all of them to them as compensation for mental anguish. Now get lost. Yes, right away. Sima Liang, as if granted a reprieve from death, hurriedly thrust the crystal cards back into the still-dazed Jiang Qian's hands. He then yanked his nearly collapsing companions along, bowing and scraping as they attempted to flee. We're leaving. We want to trouble you again. Wait. Jiang Fan's voice, resonant with a demonic undertone, echoed once more. The three froze, nearly collapsing to their knees, tears welling in their eyes. Observing their cowardly demeanor, a grin of mischief spread across Jiang Fan's face. There's no need to run so fast, is there? Where did that arrogance go when you bullied the girls? Apologize sincerely to them before you leave. None of the trio dared utter a word of dissent. They quickly turned to Jiang Qian and Zhao Ye, offering a deep 90-degree bow, their voices cracking with emotion. We're sorry. To the two lovely ladies. We were wrong. We won't dare again. With that, they scampered away like frightened dogs, disappearing into the forest at a breakneck speed, wishing they had been born with more legs. Jiang Fan was their nemesis. Lingering even a moment longer could result in a beating. Watching the trio flee in utter disarray, Jiang Qian and Zhao Ye remained rooted, mouths agape, as if still ensnared in a dream. Jiang Qian was the first to regain her composure. Clutching the crystal card she had retrieved, she hurried to Jiang Fan, her large, beautiful eyes wide with disbelief and inquiry. Cousin Jiang Fan, do you know Sima Liang? And what level are you at now? Sima Liang is a 7-star warrior. He ranks among the top in our elite class. Why did he act like a mouse before you? Zhao Ye joined in, her face a canvas of curiosity and astonishment. Nodding vigorously. Yes. You just stood there, said barely 2 words, and they were so terrified. You mentioned your vitality was over 900. Could it be true? Have you become a 9-star warrior? Jiang Qian and Zhao Ye flanked him, their eyes brimming with a relentless determination to uncover the truth. Jiang Fan regarded their fervent expressions with a faint smile, then casually nodded. Wow. Though they had their suspicions, witnessing Jiang Fan confirm it with a nod left them gasping. Utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank. Just a week ago, he was acknowledged as a waste with merely 180 vitality. And now he stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess as a 9-star warrior? This was no mere rapid advancement. It shattered their understanding. Amused by their bewildered expressions, Jiang Fan waved his hand in front of their faces, then gently patted their shoulders, his tone laced with playful levity. All right, stop looking like you've seen a ghost. The trial is nearing its end. If we delay any longer, we won't make it to the exit. Let us hurry. Finally shaken from their extreme shock, The two exchanged incredulous glances, recognizing the same disbelief and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. They opened their mouths, only to find their throats parched. At a loss for words, and could only follow Jiang Fan mechanically toward the exit, their minds still in turmoil. Along the way, Jiang Qian discreetly checked the crystal card, her breath hitching. The points transferred from Sima Liang and his cohorts, combined with their own, totaled over 8,000. This was nearly enough to secure a place in the top 64. Zhao Ya, recognizing her limited strength, had proactively decided to transfer her share of points to Jiang Qian, aware that even if Jiang Qian advanced, it would be of little consequence. Yet, she thought, it was better than nothing. The grand screen of the martial arts arena broadcasted the previous dramatic scene in its entirety, instantly igniting laughter throughout the venue. I'm dying of laughter. Did these three unfortunate souls stumble into Jiang Fan's lair? How can they consistently find themselves in his crosshairs? After being robbed last time, this time they have devolved into mere point carriers, bowing in apology. What a devastating loss. Jiang Fan remarked. I heard you are in need of points? How fortuitous. My cousin is in the same predicament. After more than half an hour, Jiang Fan and his companions successfully reached the exit of the trial area. By then, a considerable number of new students who had returned from their hunts had gathered at the exit. Upon Jiang Fan's appearance, the previously boisterous crowd fell into a notable silence. All eyes involuntarily focused on him, filled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of unmistakable fear. The screen displayed his staggering score of 34,000 points, a ranking that left all others in the dust. No one dared to regard this former underachiever with contempt any longer. Attaining such a score was undoubtedly more than mere luck. It signified an extraordinary power capable of vanquishing Lord-level beasts. Whispers of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Is that really Jiang Fan, the one rumored to have a mere 180 vitality? Just the other day, didn't they say it was 390? How did he suddenly become so formidable? His score utterly crushes everyone else. This growth rate is astronomical, almost unbelievable. Minutes later, the trial officially concluded, and all participating new students had exited the trial area. The final rankings were displayed on the screen. First place, Jiang Fan, 34,000 points. Second place, Zhao Shui, 24,000 points. Third place, Zhang Fan, 23,000 points. Fourth place, Zhou Yu, 22,500 points. 57th place, Jiang Qian, 8,200 points. As this final ranking was revealed to all, the martial arts arena erupted once more. 34,000 points. A full 10,000 points ahead of the second place. This chasm of superiority was terrifying. Who would dare to label him as an underachiever now? With such strength, he undeniably held the title of the foremost newcomer. But can he truly hold his ground in battle? Would Zhou Yu, Zhao Shui, and Zhang Fan be able to slay a lord-level beast? I doubt it. Unfortunately, Zhao Shui and Zhang Fan couldn't find any lord-level beasts. Zhou Yu was on the verge of defeating one, only to have it snatched away by Jiang Fan. It stands to reason that if it came to a real fight, Jiang Fan might not be the strongest. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Yu glared intensely at that glaring name atop the leaderboard. His expression darkening to the point of almost dripping water, his fists clenched so tightly they turned pale. Had it not been for Jiang Fan intervening and stealing the Earthshaker bear he had long worn down, the top position should have rightfully been his. Zhang Fan and Zhao Shui also wore furrowed brows, their expressions grave as they regarded Jiang Fan's name. Their original goal was to vie for the top spot. But now an unforeseen variable had emerged. They had considered challenging a lord-level beast, yet fate had not favored them in finding one. It was not entirely their fault. As of the 3 lord-level beasts in the trial area, 2 had met their demise at Jiang Fan's hands, while the last seemed to sense danger and had vanished, leaving them with no opportunities. Seeing herself positioned at 57th place, Jiang Qian expressed her gratitude towards Jiang Fan's silhouette as she successfully advanced. Once the judges confirmed the advancement list, they briefly announced the results and notified all qualifiers to report to the martial arts arena for the second round of competition the following morning, before dispersing the assembly. Jiang Fan paid no heed to the myriad of complex gazes around him, indifferent to the awe of the crowd, and quietly slipped away with the flow of people. Chapter 23, Eating Soft Rice? My system is more tempting. Although the first round of the newcomer competition had concluded, discussions regarding the event, particularly concerning the meteoric rise of the top dark horse, Jiang Fan, remained fervently alive within the martial artist circles of Yangshi City. As Jiang Fan's reputation soared, tales of his past as a 180 vitality underachiever resurfaced, yet no one took them seriously anymore. They were merely regarded as amusing legends from a bygone era. After leaving the trial area, Jiang Fan first emptied the beast corpses from his storage bag, notably the 2 lord-level beast carcasses that fetched an impressive sum of over 20,000 coins. With the substantial funds now in hand, Jiang Fan returned to his dormitory, ready to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Knock, knock, knock. The door was pounded with force, and the familiar booming voice of his class instructor, Wang Meng, called out, Jiang Fan. Open the door. Tremendous news. As Jiang Fan opened the door, Wang Meng rushed in, excitement radiating from his wrinkled face as he clapped Jiang Fan's shoulder with vigor. Well done, my boy. You've truly brought honor to our ordinary class. The principal personally sought me out to inform you that you are to receive the highest tier of genius subsidy. Here, take this. He produced a crystal card, exclaiming, "This contains 5,000 crystal coins. Furthermore, the school will allocate resources to you, including a fixed monthly supply of vitality pills and an array of martial skills below the Xian level for your selection. The school will support you wholeheartedly." Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, Jiang Fan maintained a calm demeanor. While these resources would be a dream for ordinary students, for him, who possessed a system, the most valuable aspect was the 5,000 crystal coins. Nevertheless, he naturally accepted without hesitation. Don't let it get to your head. Wang Meng's expression turned serious, his tone taking on a weighty note. There are still tough battles ahead. Gather your resolve and secure the championship in the newcomer competition. Let everyone see that even our ordinary class can produce true dragons. Jiang Fan felt the sincerity and anticipation in Wang Meng's words. Though the instructor was strict, he treated all students fairly and had only wished for the best from the original owner, never displaying any discrimination. He nodded earnestly. Rest assured, teacher, I will. As they spoke, a commotion suddenly erupted from downstairs in the dormitory building, followed by a well-dressed boy, seemingly a servant, hurrying up. He respectfully bowed to Jiang Fan, exclaiming, "Classmate Jiang Fan, I apologize for the intrusion. The esteemed elder of the Li family is waiting downstairs and wishes to speak with you." The elder of the Li family? Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Wang Meng's pupils constricted, exclaiming, "Is it the elder from the Li family, one of the 5 great families of Yangshi City? He is a formidable master at the high-tier martial sovereign realm. Why would he seek you out?" Curiosity piqued, Jiang Fan followed the boy downstairs. There, before the dormitory, stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a luxurious robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Though he did not intentionally exude an aura, the steady presence of one accustomed to authority, coupled with a subtle air of oppression, commanded respect. It was the same elder Jiang Fan had seen in the VIP section. Upon spotting Jiang Fan, the elder's face broke into a warm smile, his gaze filled with admiration. "Young friend Jiang Fan, you truly are a remarkable talent. Heroes emerge from youth. I observed your performance in the trial, and you surpass my own unworthy kin by leaps and bounds." Wang Meng, standing anxiously to the side, whispered, "Jiang Fan, Elder Li is one of the top experts in Yangshi City, and the Li family controls a vast array of martial resources." Elder Li waved his hand dismissively, signaling Wang Meng to refrain from further commentary, then kindly pulled Jiang Fan aside, speaking in a gentle tone laced with clear intent to recruit. "Jiang Fan, I perceive your extraordinary talent and resolute character. You are indeed a rare prodigy in the martial world. Regrettably, your background is lacking, and you have no one to support you. The path of martial arts is indeed fraught with immense challenges when traversed alone." He shifted his tone and began to unveil his bargaining chips. "As for my Li family, I dare not boast of many things, but we possess a considerable collection of profound tier mind techniques and martial arts. Additionally, I can share invaluable insights and experiences from cultivation below the martial sovereign realm. Moreover, we have secluded chambers that expedite cultivation, an array of medicinal pills that bolster vitality and heal injuries, and a continuous supply of beast crystals for training purposes. Should you be inclined." Li Lao deliberately paused, gauging Jiang Fan's reaction, before throwing the true bombshell. "My beloved granddaughter, Li Yu, at the tender age of 21, is not only blessed with stunning beauty but also exceptional talent. She has successfully ascended to a 1-star martial master this year. If you are willing to marry into my Li family, your access to our resources will be limitless. Furthermore, I can personally guide your cultivation, ensuring your boundless future." "What? Marry into the family?" Jiang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, completely taken aback. He never imagined that this esteemed figure would come to propose a marriage arrangement, no less inviting him to join their family. Beside him, Wang Meng was equally astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, speechless. Marrying into the Li family? This was a coveted shortcut that countless talented youths in Yangshi City would vie for. Achieving this would save him at least 20 years of hard work. Noticing Jiang Fan's stunned expression and his hesitation to respond, Li Lao assumed he was weighing the pros and cons and decided to stoke the flames of persuasion. "My Yuer is not only a beauty but possesses a gentle and virtuous nature, making her a perfect match for you. Furthermore, upon marrying into our family, you need not change your surname. Your future children can carry the Jiang surname. We can formalize this in writing, ensuring you are not slighted in any regard." At that moment, Jiang Fan finally emerged from his stupor, a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions surging within him. "What a joke. I am destined to be a man who will pierce through the beasts and ascend to the divine realm of martial arts. What significance does profound tier martial arts hold? Isn't it simply about having the capability in the martial master realm?" The entire world of demonic beasts shall serve as my reservoir of attribute points. And yet, they want me to marry in and live off others? His expression grew peculiar as he suppressed his urge to scoff, bowing respectfully to Li Lao. Although his tone remained courteous, his rejection was resolute. Li Lao, I am deeply grateful for your generous offer, but I, Jiang Fan, am accustomed to forging my own path. Such a proposal is truly difficult for me to accept, so I kindly ask that you do not bring it up again. Li Lao's smile froze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He clearly had not anticipated that such a generous offer would be dismissed without a second thought. Furrowing his brow, he could not help but reconfirm, Jiang Fan, will you not reconsider? The resources of the Li family are far beyond what you can achieve alone. Some opportunities, once missed, may never return. There is no need to ponder further. Jiang Fan shook his head, a confident and carefree smile gracing his face. I trust in my own strength, and I believe that everything I desire in the future can be earned through my own efforts, without relying on others. With that, he bowed to Li Lao once more before decisively turning and striding back toward the dormitory building. In his heart, he mused, what a farce. I am destined to slay demonic beasts and ascend to the rank of martial god. How could I possibly live under someone else's roof, relying on their favor? Would my system ever consent to that? Where would my pride reside? Li Lao stood rooted in place, watching Jiang Fan's retreating figure disappear around the corner. His astonishment gradually transforming into a profound admiration and awe. Stroking his beard, he murmured to himself, a heart full of pride, a spirit boundless. This young man exceeds my expectations in every way. His character and resolve suggest that his potential for future achievements knows no limits. At that moment, Wang Ming approached. Still wearing a dazed expression, stammering, Jiang Fan, why did you refuse? That is the Li family. Jiang Fan, observing his teacher's bewildered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, half jokingly. Half seriously, teacher, have no fear. I can manage on my own. Besides, what flavor does a meal have when it's not earned through one's own efforts? Overindulgence can lead to discomfort. Wang Ming stared blankly at Jiang Fan for a moment before erupting into a hearty laugh, vigorously patting Jiang Fan on the back. Excellent. Excellent. How spirited. Truly worthy of being my student, Wang Ming. Haha. Upon returning to his dorm, Jiang Fan closed the door and summoned the attribute panel visible only to him. Gazing at the figure, available attribute points, 1220, he could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Marrying into the Li family? No matter how abundant their resources, they could never compare to the advantages of my system. A surge of ambition ignited within him. Tomorrow, he would hunt a few more Lord-level demonic beasts and see if he could amass enough attribute points to directly break through to the martial master realm. Becoming stronger is simply that easy. Chapter 24, Lord Level 2 Stars. The martial master awaits. The following day, free of obligations, Jiang Fan ventured out of the city once more, setting his sights on the deeper regions of Haifeng Slope, where high-ranking elite-level demonic beasts were more frequently encountered. Not long after delving into Haifeng Slope, a gray shadow shot forth from the side, propelled by a fierce wind. It was an elite 8-star iron spine wolf, with gleaming white fangs and a speed as swift as lightning. Jiang Fan didn't even spare it a glance. With the perfected shadow step, he deftly sidestepped, the wolf's claws barely grazing his clothing. Simultaneously, he unleashed a punch, the full force of fierce wind fist erupting instantaneously. Bang! A sharp crack echoed as his fist struck the iron spine wolf's most resilient vertebrae. The wolf couldn't even emit a cry of anguish before its spine shattered, its massive body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Killed elite 8-star iron spine wolf. Gained 80 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 1,300. For the next few hours, Jiang Fan encountered 2 more elite level 8 and 9-star demonic beasts. First, an elite 8-star rock-armored bear rose up, roaring as it reared on its hind legs, its enormous paw descending upon Jiang Fan. Unflinching, he met it with a punch, the violent force shattering its sturdy skull, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Ding! Killed elite 8-star rock-armored bear. Gained 80 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 1380. Next came an elite 9-star bloodthirsty wild boar, charging at him like a heavy siege ram, its 2 tusks glinting ominously. Jiang Fan sidestepped its attack and landed a punch that shattered its insides, the immense carcass flying several meters before coming to a halt. Ding! Killed elite 9-star bloodthirsty wild boar. Gained 90 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 1470. Without pausing, Jiang Fan continued his search for demonic beasts. Ultimately, in a secluded valley, he encountered a terrifying creature, the Lord Level 2-star Crimson Flame Tiger. This was the most formidable demonic beast Jiang Fan had faced thus far. Its size rivaled that of an elephant, its fur ablaze like flames, and its amber eyes burned with ferocity and authority. As it opened its mouth, a searing heat emanated, distorting the surrounding air due to the intense temperature. Upon seeing the 2-star lord, Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened, and a surge of combat fervor replaced his caution. Not only was he unafraid, But he also felt a rush of exhilaration. This was the perfect opportunity to test my current limits. Confidence surged within him, bolstered by the knowledge that he could easily expend attribute points to elevate either Fierce Wind Fist or Shadow Step to their utmost perfection. Ensuring victory would be within his grasp. Roar. The Crimson Flame Tiger clearly regarded this seemingly weak human as nothing more than a mere morsel. With a low growl, it opened its jaws, and a fireball, the size of a basin and exuding intense heat, erupted forth like a cannonball, hurtling straight towards Jiang Fan's face. Activating Shadow Step. Jiang Fan's figure left behind a series of afterimages, narrowly avoiding the fireball. The orb crashed into the ground behind him, exploding with a thunderous roar. Leaving a charred pit in its wake, the surrounding flora instantly carbonized. Failing to land its strike, a flicker of bewilderment crossed the fierce visage of the Crimson Flame Tiger. It appeared unable to comprehend why this seemingly weaker being, whose aura was even less formidable than the martial artists it had previously slain, could evade its incredibly swift fireball assault. What was it doing, lost in thought? Underestimating me? Seizing the moment of its astonishment, Jiang Fan sprang into action. The perfected Shadow Step propelled him to his utmost speed, allowing him to swiftly maneuver to the side and rear of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Channeling his energy into his right fist, the force of his blood and chi surged forth. The might of Gale Fist was compressed to its zenith, accompanied by a piercing shriek that split the air as it struck fiercely at the tiger's lower back. Bang! The heavy thud resonated, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. A thunderous roar erupted from the Crimson Flame Tiger, its massive form staggering momentarily. It swiftly turned, its colossal paw sweeping through the air like a tempest, intent on crushing this insignificant insect that had dared to wound it. Yet, Jiang Fan retreated after his strike, his movements agile, evading the claw while delivering another powerful punch that struck true to its head. Boom! The impact caused the tiger's head to jerk aside, stars dancing in its eyes, and its fury ignited to a fever pitch. It roared in madness, unleashing a barrage of fireballs while its claws tore through the surroundings, shattering rocks and trees in a frenzied attempt to obliterate this elusive adversary. However, against the perfected Shadow Step, all its attacks appeared clumsy and sluggish. Jiang Fan's figure weaved through the chaos of fire and claws as if dancing upon a razor's edge, each evasion executed with effortless precision. Simultaneously, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each blow akin to a hammer, repeatedly striking the Crimson Flame Tiger. The profound force of the perfected Gale Fist penetrated deep, steadily eroding its vitality. The fierce battle raged on for over 10 minutes, leaving the valley in utter disarray. Gradually, the movements of the Crimson Flame Tiger grew sluggish. Its breath increasingly labored. Jiang Fan leaped into the air, channeling all his strength into his right fist, and descended with formidable force, slamming his fist onto the tiger's already battered crown. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed. The colossal body of the Crimson Flame Tiger stiffened abruptly. The fierce glint in its eyes extinguished swiftly, and it let out a final, reluctant growl before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. It could hardly believe that it had fallen to a human who had yet to reach the martial artist realm. Ding! Defeated the Lord level 2-star Crimson Flame Tiger, earning 200 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 1670. With current vitality at 950 and the requirement of 2050 attribute points to ascend to the martial artist realm, he needed just under 400 points. A wave of uncontainable joy surged within Jiang Fan as he swiftly stored the massive body of the Crimson Flame Tiger into his storage bag, his actions brisk and decisive. Feeling the tumultuous power within him and the imminent arrival of a new realm, a sharp and expectant light gleamed in his eyes. The martial artist realm was within reach. As dusk approached, he set off on his journey home in high spirits. Upon arriving at the school gate, he spotted Jiang Qian and Zhao Yi standing there, seemingly awaiting someone. "Cousin, over here." Jiang Qian, with keen eyes, waved enthusiastically. Zhao Yi approached, her face radiating sincere gratitude. "Jiang Fan, I can't thank you enough for your timely rescue in the wild. Moreover, in the trial area, your assistance allowed us to, unexpectedly accumulate a fair amount of points, enabling Jiang Qian to advance. We would like to treat you to a meal as a token of our appreciation. Would you kindly accept our invitation?" Jiang Qian, more direct, placed her hands on her hips and playfully threatened. "Indeed, you cannot refuse." Jiang Fan regarded them with a smile. Eating at the school cafeteria had indeed become tiresome, and with some extra funds at his disposal, a meal out would be quite welcome. "All right, having someone treat is certainly agreeable. Where shall we go?" "Let us head to Tianxian Tower." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's acquiescence, Jiang Qian immediately brightened, leading Zhao Yu ahead. The signature Lord-level monster meat from her family was renowned for its exquisite taste and reputed to greatly replenish one's vitality. Jiang Qian had recently advanced to the top 64, and the school had rewarded her with 1,000 crystal coins. Her parents, overjoyed, had additionally gifted her another 1,000. With Zhao Yu also having a bit of wealth, they could certainly afford a decent meal. Tianxian Tower was indeed a celebrated warrior restaurant in Yangshi City, boasting opulent decor and a steady stream of patrons, mostly warriors brimming with vitality. The rich aroma of food mingled with the lively chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The trio settled at a window-side table in the main hall. Private rooms. They required a minimum expenditure of 5,000 crystal coins, far beyond what 2 students could afford. Although they had enough funds, they were reluctant to splurge. Jiang Fan was indifferent about where to sit and casually ordered several signature dishes. Even so, upon glancing at the menu, the total came to over 1,000 crystal coins. The server, observing the trio's youthful faces and ordinary attire, momentarily harbored a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. However, being well-trained, he kept his composure and suppressed any outward display of doubt, secretly pondering what might happen if they were unable to settle the bill, leaving it to the restaurant staff to address. Chapter 25, Zhao Family's Zhao Hao. My father is a martial sovereign. As the steaming, fragrant dishes were laid upon the table, Jiang Fan picked up his chopsticks, ready to savor this feast. Suddenly, an arrogant voice accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps broke through the air from behind. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not the illustrious Zhao Ye from the Zhao family? What is this? Have you latched onto some wealthy man now? Spending lavishly at Tianxian Tower and ordering lord-level monster meat? When did your impoverished father, who was cast out by the family, become so extravagant? A youth clad in a brocade robe bearing the conspicuous Zhao emblem, accompanied by 2 lackeys, swaggered over. This individual was Zhao Hao, the son of an elder from one of the 5 prominent families in Yangshi City, and also a student in the elite class. Interestingly, the second-place finisher in the freshman competition, Zhao Shui, was his cousin. His gaze scanned Jiang Fan with unabashed disdain as he continued his derisive tirade at Zhao Ye. If you're short on cash, would you like this young master to lend you a few crystal coins? That way, you could order a few more dishes, as this table appears rather meager. He laughed mockingly. Honestly, it's no surprise that your branch was expelled from the Zhao family. Not only is your talent subpar, but your taste is also lacking. Preferring to associate with some unknown country bumpkin, you've truly brought shame upon our Zhao family. I heard you're just a waste with a mere 180 vitality. Zhao Hao's laughter grew louder. Jiang Fan glanced up, and instantly the system panel displayed Zhao Hao's vitality, revealing it to be a mere 790. Just shy of reaching the 8-star martial artist rank. Jiang Fan found it baffling who had given Zhao Hao the audacity to speak so boldly before him. Given that Zhao Hao had acknowledged his past as a waste, he surely knew of Jiang Fan's current prowess in slaying lord-level monsters. Zhao Ye, struggling to contain her humiliation, trembled as she spoke. Zhao Hao, we are no longer part of the Zhao family. We are spending our own money on this meal. What concern is it of yours? Furthermore, how I fare in terms of talent has nothing to do with you. Your own money? Zhao Hao scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He approached the table, his gaze finally landing on Jiang Fan, filled with scrutiny and provocation. You must be the one who, through sheer luck, outshone my cousin, Jiang Fan. I've heard you possess no significant background, merely relying on a sneak attack to seize the first place from Zhou Yu. And now you truly believe yourself to be someone of consequence? He stepped closer, his tone growing increasingly arrogant. Imbued with the unique superiority of a scion from a prominent family. Even if you can slay a lord-level 1-star beast, what of it? Impressive, is it? In the eyes of the Zhao family, crushing you is no different than squashing an ant. My cousin Zhao Shui is the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family. Her yellow-tier upper-grade martial skills have reached the pinnacle of mastery, merely a step away from perfection. Your feeble abilities are but a jest in her presence. The trial zone was merely a result of her unfortunate luck in not encountering a lord-level beast. Had she done so, she would have effortlessly triumphed. Zhao Hao fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan, his intentions laid bare. Kid, I advise you to be sensible. In the upcoming matches, graciously yield the spotlight. Don't bring discomfort upon yourself. Otherwise, he snorted coldly, extending his hand to shove Jiang Fan's shoulder. Today, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of my cousin, so you understand that not every Tom, Dick, and Harry has the right to contest with the Zhao family science. What will it be? Will you obediently comply, or do you wish to face a beating? You speak nonsense. Jiang Qian stood up abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Hao. My cousin secured his first place through genuine skill. 1,000 times stronger than a waste like you who relies solely on family prestige to flaunt power. Genuine skill? More like the ability to live off others. Zhao Hao sneered, his outstretched hand accelerating towards Jiang Fan's shoulder. He presumed Jiang Fan would not dare to resist, intending to humiliate him in public before the Zhao family. He thought, let us see if you still dare to stand tall. His words were abruptly halted, for his hand, just 3 inches away from Jiang Fan's shoulder, was firmly grasped by a hand as unyielding as an iron claw. It was Jiang Fan. He hadn't even fully turned around, merely raising his left hand casually. Zhao Hao's expression changed, attempting to break free, but his wrist felt as if it were encased in solid steel, immovable. Jiang Fan's eyes turned icy, his grip tightening suddenly. A gentle twist. A crisp crack echoed through the restaurant, unmistakably audible. Ah, my hand. Zhao Hao emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. his face contorting in agony as cold sweat poured forth, soaking his luxurious brocade robe. But this was not the end. Jiang Fan, maintaining his grip on Zhao Hao's fractured wrist, yanked it downward while simultaneously unleashing a lightning-fast kick to Zhao Hao's knee. Thud! A muffled sound reverberated. To the astonishment of all the diners present, the once imperious Zhao Hao was forced to kneel beside the dining table. The momentum of his forward lunge nearly sent his face crashing into a steaming dish of beast meat that had just been served, rendering him utterly humiliated. Why you dare touch me? Zhao Hao, both shocked and furious, struggled to rise, but Jiang Fan's hand on his shoulder felt as heavy as a mountain, pinning him to the ground, utterly immobilized. He could only roar in a blustering tone. My father is an elder of the Zhao family, a martial sovereign. If you dare strike me, the school won't protect you. Are you not afraid of expulsion? Afraid of the Zhao family's retribution? The Zhao family? Jiang Fan looked down at him, akin to observing a barking wild dog, his tone frigid and devoid of any emotion. Is that truly formidable? Moreover, the school values strength and potential, not the hollow prestige of a bullying family background. He leaned slightly closer, his voice low yet clear enough for everyone to hear. If you have the guts, defeat me honorably on the new student competition stage. Lacking that capability, will you merely bark like a wild dog here? The surrounding diners had long since gathered, murmuring amongst themselves, wow, isn't that Zhao Hao from the Zhao family? Typically so arrogant, yet today he has been brought to his knees. The one restraining him must be Jiang Fan, the first in the first phase of the new student competition. Truly impressive. The Zhao family has oppressed many, but it seems they've finally met their match this time. However, Jiang Fan's audacity is remarkable. Is he not afraid of Zhao family retribution? The two lackeys accompanying Zhao Hao instinctively moved to intervene. Yet, Jiang Fan merely cast a cold glance their way, a gaze imbued with a murderous intent that reminded them of facing a lord-level beast, causing them to freeze in place. Terrified to advance another step, kneeling on the ground, Zhao Hao felt the myriad of gazes directed at him. There was surprise, mockery, and even a sense of schadenfreude. The overwhelming humiliation mixed with the excruciating pain in his wrist pushed him to the brink of collapse. He could only grit his teeth and force out a threat from his throat. Jiang Fan, you just wait. The Zhao family will never let you go. You're doomed. I await your arrival. Jiang Fan replied coolly, releasing his grip. Zhao Hao felt as if a weight had been lifted, scrambling to his feet, clutching his oddly twisted wrist. Too consumed by pain to utter further threats, limping away from Tianxian building amidst a chorus of laughter, his two lackeys hurriedly trailing after him. What a relief. Jiang Qian clapped her hands in excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. This Zhao Hao, who has bullied so many relying on his family's influence, has finally met his match today. Let us see if he dares to be so arrogant in the future. Zhao, however, was not so optimistic. Her brow furrowed with concern as she looked at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, the Zhao family's influence in Yangshi City is deeply entrenched, and Zhao Hao's father is notoriously protective. His strength as a martial sovereign means they certainly won't let this slide. You must be extremely cautious. Jiang Fan picked up a piece of lord-level beast meat, savoring it thoroughly before responding nonchalantly. Rest assured, I am well aware. If they wish to come, I shall be ready to receive them. Observing his calm demeanor, unwavering as a mountain before an impending storm, Zhao felt her worries diminish somewhat. By the way, Jiang Fan, Jiang Qian seemed eager to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Shifting the topic, have you heard about the rules for the second round of the competition? It appears to be a defending the stage system. There will be 8 stages, limited to 2 hours. And those who remain on stage at the end will advance to the top 8. She stuck out her tongue, adding, moreover, during the defense period, anyone can challenge. Once thrown off the stage, one is directly eliminated. For someone like me, there is certainly no hope. Making it to the top 64 would be entirely thanks to you. Defending the stage? Jiang Fan set down his chopsticks, a confident smile gracing his lips. No matter the rules, it matters not. Advancing to the top 8 will be as easy as drinking a glass of water. Jiang Qian watched him with a mix of amusement and caution. As though the championship were already in his grasp, she couldn't help but half-jokingly remind him, cousin, I know you're formidable, but don't underestimate your opponents. Zhou Yu, Zhao Shui, and that Jiang Fan are no pushovers. Jiang Fan merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. A man with nothing to lose is fearless. Chapter 26. The martial king takes notice. Zhao Shan trembles in fear. Zhao Hao clutched his twisted and agonizing wrist, rolling and crawling back to the Zhao family estate in a state of utter disarray. He ignored the astonished gazes of the servants along the way, bursting into his father Zhao Shan's study like a tempest. Zhao Shan, one of the powerful elders of the Zhao family, a 6-star martial sovereign, was a figure whose mere stomp could shake Yangshi City. He had always doted on his only son, and Zhao Hao was convinced his father would never stand idly by while he suffered such tremendous humiliation. Father, you must stand up for me. Zhao Hao forcefully pushed open the door to the study, tears streaming down his face as he threw himself before Zhao Shan, his voice choked with emotion. I have been assaulted. It was that Jiang Fan, The one who stole the limelight from my cousin Zhao Shui during the freshman competition. A worthless commoner, a lowly wretch. Not only did he viciously break my hand, but he also publicly humiliated our Zhao family, declaring us all to be useless and questioning our worth. He knew precisely how to provoke his father and added fuel to the fire. Moreover, that little vixen Zhaoya, who was cast out of the family, has been getting uncomfortably close to Jiang Fan, exchanging glances with him. Zhao Shan, originally engrossed in his affairs, was taken aback by his son's pitiful demeanor and the embellished accusations. A fierce rage ignited within him, an overwhelming aura of a martial sovereign emanating uncontrollably, causing the objects in the study to tremble. What? A mere commoner dares to act with such audacity? To lay hands on my son Zhao Shan? He grasped Zhao Hao's wrist, and, upon a slight examination, his expression darkened ominously. The bones were indeed fractured, although the resources of the Zhao family could mend them. The act itself was a blatant slap in Zhao Shan's face, a complete disregard for the Zhao family. Did he not understand your status? Did he not comprehend the consequences of assaulting a scion of the Zhao family? Zhao Shan's voice turned frosty, laced with seething fury. I told him. I made it abundantly clear that I am the son of a Zhao elder, representing the Zhao family. Yet he did not hesitate to strike. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth. His demeanor frenzied. That Jiang Fan must be eliminated. He has usurped my cousin's glory and tarnished the Zhao family name. Yet he is merely a 9-star warrior. How dare he be so arrogant? Father, dispatch someone to capture him, cripple his cultivation, and let him live like a dog, so that everyone knows the consequences of offending the Zhao family. A fierce glint flickered in Zhao Shan's eyes. He was a man who had navigated the treacherous waters of power for years, with countless lives stained upon his hands, certainly not one to show mercy. Just as he inhaled deeply, preparing to summon someone and issue orders, the door of the study was suddenly flung open with tremendous force. A guard, clad in the city lord's uniform and exuding a calm demeanor, strode in, seemingly unfazed by the palpable bloodlust in the room. He produced a jet-black iron token, intricately engraved with swirling cloud patterns and the ancient characters for City Lord's command at its center, and calmly extended it towards Zhao Shan. Elder Zhao, I bear the command of the City Lord. The guard's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Jiang Fan has been designated as a talent of significant interest and protection by the City Lord. His orders are clear. Unless Jiang Fan provokes us and threatens the core interests of the Zhao family, no member of the Zhao family is permitted to act against him for any reason. Those who defy this command shall face death. As Zhao Shan accepted the cold iron token, a shiver coursed through him upon touching the ancient characters. The furious wrath and murderous intent that had surged within him was doused, as if by a bucket of ice water, his countenance shifting to one of uncertainty, even tinged with a hint of undisguised trepidation. The City Lord's command. It embodied the supreme will of Yangshi City. That individual was the only martial king of Yangshi City. A force of unfathomable strength. Extinguishing the Zhao family would likely not pose a challenge for him. As a 6-star martial sovereign, what was he compared to a mere insect in the presence of a martial king? His throat dry, he hoarsely inquired, why would the City Lord, a person of such stature, suddenly take an interest in a freshman? The guard maintained a stoic expression, his tone unwavering yet imbued with an intangible pressure. The City Lord's considerations are beyond our comprehension. The order has been conveyed. I trust Elder Zhao will adhere to the City Lord's command and restrain the family, lest you bring unnecessary troubles upon yourselves. With that, the guard said no more and departed with decisive efficiency. It was evident that the City Lord had taken note of Jiang Fan's prodigious talents and potential, and upon learning of the altercation with Zhao Hao, had sent someone to caution the Zhao family, clearly signaling that this individual was under his protection. Zhao Hao stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend, his voice rising in disbelief. Father, how could this be? Why would the City Lord personally issue an order for a commoner? Is he not just a 9-star warrior capable of a bit of fighting? What warrants such attention from the City Lord? Zhao Shan whirled around, glaring fiercely at him, his tone stern and laced with a sense of foreboding and warning. Silence. What do you understand? To be able to slay a lord-level demon beast while being a martial artist of a lower tier is no trivial feat, especially for a commoner. This is a talent of immense potential. The City Lord intends to cultivate him as a high-end combat asset for the City Lord's residence. From this day forth, keep your distance from Jiang Fan. If you dare to cause him trouble again, I shall personally break your other leg and confine you in the family's forbidden grounds. Zhao Hao trembled at his father's unprecedented severity, silenced and daunted, no longer daring to utter a word of vengeance. Even his father, a martial sovereign, had to bow before the City Lord's command. How could he possibly have the audacity to provoke trouble? He could only swallow the endless resentment and humiliation deep within. But in the depths of his heart, his jealousy towards Jiang Fan burgeoned like a malignant weed. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan had only recently returned to his dormitory when his homeroom teacher, Wang Ming, rushed in with an anxious expression. Upon entry, he scrutinized Jiang Fan from head to toe, inquiring with concern, Jiang Fan, I heard you had a conflict with Zhao Hao at Tianxian building? Did you come to blows? Are you all right? Were you injured? Jiang Fan chuckled. His demeanor relaxed. It's nothing, teacher. Just a little lesson for someone who needed it. Seeing that he was indeed unharmed, Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, though his face soon bore an expression of helplessness and worry. The Zhao family is powerful, and Zhao Hao's father, Zhao Shan, is a 6-star martial sovereign, known for his vengefulness. I fear they may strike against you in the shadows. But do not worry. I will speak with the principal about this. The principal values your talent highly and will likely intervene to communicate with the Zhao family, applying pressure. He paused, his gaze turning resolute as he patted his chest emphatically. Even if the principal's pressure is insufficient, despite my mere status as a 1-star martial sovereign, I have several high-ranking martial sovereign friends in Yangshi City with whom I share a bond. I will not stand idly by while the Zhao family bullies my student. You have nothing to fear. Just focus on preparing for tomorrow's competition. Leave the rest to me. Though Jiang Fan felt no trepidation and was unafraid of the Zhao family, he could not help but feel a warmth swell within at Wang Ming's heartfelt words. This teacher, though stern and unyielding during training, had shown kindness towards his students. Reflecting on the time when the original owner was ridiculed and deemed useless, Wang Ming had only expressed disappointment rather than taking pleasure in his misfortunes like others. Jiang Fan composed his casual demeanor, nodding earnestly. Thank you, teacher. I appreciate your concern. I will focus on the competition and not let these matters affect me. Wang Ming, satisfied that his words had resonated, continued to offer reminders of safety and to avoid impulsive actions before he left the dormitory, his expression still tinged with concern. In the city lord's residence, within a refined and tranquil study, the city lord of Yangshi City was seated across from a trusted official who had previously observed the freshman competition, sipping tea. My lord, you have reviewed the footage from the trial area, have you not? What are your thoughts on Jiang Fan? The official inquired with a smile, his tone imbued with a sense of discovering a treasure. The city lord set down his teacup, his eyes sparkling with insight as he slowly replied. This young man is no ordinary talent. In just 1 week, his vitality surged from 180 to over 900, an unprecedented rate of advancement. Even with the most potent elixirs, one would require pills of the highest caliber, perhaps even those of earthly or celestial grade. It is not only my Yangshi City that may lack such resources. Even the larger Yanjiang City might not possess them. This rate of growth can only be described as monstrous. He paused momentarily, his tone imbued with unrestrained admiration. What is even more remarkable is his combat prowess. As a 9-star warrior, his ability to effortlessly slay lord-level beasts is nothing short of extraordinary. This level of practical ability is rare among the youth of Yangshi City. The official nodded in agreement, affirming his thoughts. I share the same sentiment. Ah, by the way, I heard that he had a confrontation with Zhao Hao of the Zhao family today, and there was a scuffle at the tavern. The city lord's demeanor remained tranquil, as if everything was well within his control. No matter. I have already dispatched someone to warn Zhao Shan. He is a wise man. He understands the gravity of the situation and will not dare to act recklessly. Though his words were light, they carried the absolute confidence and authority of a martial king. In Yangshi City, there was no one capable of touching those he wished to protect. Chapter 27. No one dares to fight. The 8 strong emerge. The following morning, the martial arts arena was still abuzz with excitement. Although the second round of the defense battles might not be as visually captivating as the first round's trials, the immense topics surrounding the dark horse Jiang Fan and the final allocation of the 8 strong positions continued to capture the attention of the entire city. In the VIP section, representatives from the 5 major families, city officials, and school leaders gathered together. In the eyes of the majority, it was almost a consensus that Zhou Yu, Zhao Shui, Zhang Fan, and the suddenly prominent Jiang Fan would undoubtedly secure their places among the 8 strong. The only suspense lay in whether there would be any surprises and who would seize the remaining 4 spots. All advancing contestants gather before the arena. The chief referee's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue. The 64 successful newcomers quickly formed a line. Standing at the forefront was Jiang Fan, clad in the ordinary class uniform. Yet at that moment, he was more eye-catching than any of the surrounding top students. Countless gazes, akin to searchlights, converged upon him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and trepidation. Everyone yearned to uncover the truth behind this suddenly rising prodigy. Jiang Fan, the chief referee called, his face adorned with a warm smile as he gestured towards him. The principal and esteemed guests wish to witness your vitality value firsthand. Please approach the central testing device. Despite Jiang Fan's well-known achievement of slaying lord-level beasts, which suggested a vitality of at least 900 or more, the lack of empirical measurement left an air of suspense. Even the principal was filled with curiosity over this specific figure. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Fan walked to the center of the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He slowly raised his hand, placing his palm on the cold, transparent crystal panel. A low hum emanated from the testing device, and the indicator lights began to flicker rapidly. Suddenly, the numbers on the screen began to increase wildly. 180, 390, 750, 950. When the strikingly vivid number of 950 finally stabilized, the once boisterous martial arts arena was plunged into profound silence. Everyone's eyes widened, as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats. The next moment, a more ferocious wave of sound erupted, engulfing the arena in sheer chaos. 950? Incredible. Higher than Zhou Yu. He is undoubtedly in a league of his own among this year's freshmen. In just 1 week. From 180 to 950 in merely a week? Is he on a rocket? What of those who mocked him as a waste of talent? Come forth and hear this resounding slap to the face. The truth may be coarse, but he was indeed a waste before. However, this resurgence is nothing short of dreamlike. In the VIP section, Li Lao paused momentarily as he stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as he whispered in astonishment. In just 1 week. An increase of nearly 800 in vitality. Such talent is truly astonishing. It surpasses even what the city lord achieved in his youth. I must find a way to bind him to the Li family. Any delay might cost us dearly. The official beside him nodded slightly, his face reflecting admiration and affirmation. The principal clapped his hands in delight, nodding repeatedly, his joy evident. In stark contrast to the fervor enveloping the arena, Zhou Yu, Zhao Shui, and Zhang Fan stood among the competitors, their expressions grim. Zhang Fan's staggering vitality value of 950 felt like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. Once recognized as the top among newcomers, they now found themselves ruthlessly overshadowed by a former underachiever. This immense psychological disparity was difficult for their proud hearts to accept. Zhou Yu's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white as resentment towards Zhang Fan surged within him, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Amidst the astonishment and undercurrents of discontent, a discordant voice, dripping with jealousy, emerged from behind the contestant line. Humph! What's so impressive? High vitality does not equate to strong combat skills. Who knows if he used some dubious means to achieve this? The speaker was none other than Zhao Hao, who, shrinking in on himself, dared not openly provoke Zhang Fan due to his father's strict orders. Yet, witnessing Zhang Fan's meteoric rise, jealousy gnawed at him like a venomous worm, prompting him to unleash his acidic remarks once more. However, before he could finish, Zhang Fan's gaze, sharp and frigid as a pair of icy blades, sliced through the crowd and fixated on him with pinpoint accuracy. His expression was devoid of emotion, exuding a sense of indifference and superiority akin to that of a deity overlooking mere ants. Zhao Hao trembled violently, as if being stared down by an ancient ferocious beast. The remaining acidic words lodged painfully in his throat, his face paling like paper, his legs shaking uncontrollably as he desperately tried to retreat behind the others. Oh, isn't that Zhao Hao, the young master of the Zhao family? Voices from the audience erupted, mocking him, with many from other families unafraid of Zhao's influence joining in. Weren't you quite boastful just now? How come you turn into a quail the moment Zhang Fan looks your way? When Zhang Fan was single-handedly dispatching Elite 9 stars, you were probably still being chased by Elite 8 stars beasts, crying for help. If you lack the strength, don't insult others. You're just embarrassing your Zhao family. In the midst of laughter and derision, Zhao Hao wished he could vanish on the spot, his head bowed low, too ashamed to utter another sound. Silence. The chief referee's booming voice quelled the uproar. The second round of the defense battles shall now commence. 8 arenas opened simultaneously, and the rules were as follows. The defenders must hold their ground for 2 hours, and those remaining on the platform at the end will automatically advance to the top 8. Challengers may freely choose any arena. Begin. Whoosh. Zhou Yu was the first to act, his figure darting like lightning as he leaped onto Arena 1. His gaze was fervent, brimming with intense battle spirit. As he proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Arena 1. Zhou Yu is here. Anyone who dares to challenge, step forward. As he declared this, his gaze deliberately locked onto Zhang Fan, filled with unrestrained provocation. He yearned for a direct confrontation with Zhang Fan to avenge past grievances. However, Zhang Fan appeared completely unfazed, not even raising an eyelid. Zhang Fan thought to himself, who are you? Do you think I'm obliged to fight you? Almost simultaneously, Zhao Shui and Zhang Fan also took their positions on Arena 2 and Arena 3, respectively, both adopting a serious demeanor, bracing for action. The remaining 5 arenas were swiftly occupied by contestants who believed themselves to possess commendable strength. As for Zhang Fan, he strolled leisurely, akin to a casual post-meal promenade, and, under the scrutiny of all eyes, made his way to the farthest Arena 8. The original defender of Arena 8 was an 8-star warrior with a vitality around 800. Observing Zhang Fan approaching, his expression shifted from anxiety to terror, ultimately culminating in despair. I concede. The arena is yours. He didn't hesitate even for a second, almost tumbling off the platform in a clumsy retreat. How could he face a monster capable of single-handedly slaying Lord-level beasts? Why not just jump down and maintain some dignity? Zhang Fan effortlessly stepped onto the desolate number 8 arena, casually positioning himself at the center, arms leisurely crossed over his chest, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire venue. His demeanor seemed to convey, here I stand. Who among you is brave enough to come and play? In stark contrast, the arenas of Zhou Yu, Zhao Shui, and Zhang Fan remained largely unchallenged, as their prowess was well recognized. Likewise, Jiang Fan's number 8 arena had almost become a forbidden zone, with none daring to tread lightly upon it. At last, a 7-star martial artist with a vitality of 750 gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and leaped onto the stage. Jiang Fan, I wish to seek your guidance. He approached with the mindset that even in defeat, he yearned to experience the disparity between himself and a top-tier genius. After all, his chances of competing on other arenas seemed bleak. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. The martial artist let out a mighty roar, channeling all his energy as he charged toward Jiang Fan, his fist slicing through the air with a fierce wind. However, before his punch could reach its target, Jiang Fan's foot executed a subtle shadow step, and in an ephemeral blur, he appeared at the martial artist's flank, his right palm seemingly nonchalantly pressing against the man's back. Bang! An irresistible force surged forth, and the martial artist felt as if his body had become weightless, uncontrollably hurtling off the stage. In stark contrast to the eerie stillness of the 4 monstrous arenas, the other 4 were embroiled in fierce battles, with positions frequently changing as competitors were continuously knocked off the stage. Newly established defenders were immediately confronted with fresh challenges. 2 hours slipped by in an instant. The chief referee, having tallied the results, strode onto the main stage, his voice resonating like thunder. The second round of the freshman competition has concluded. The list of those advancing to the top 8 is as follows. He deliberately paused, surveying the crowd before announcing loudly. Jiang Fan, Zhao Shui, Zhou Yu, Zhang Fan, Zhou Ming, Li Tao, Wang Lei, Sun Chao. Upon the completion of this list, the arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone understood that the impending top 8 knockout stage would be the true battleground of this freshman competition, a peak confrontation. And Jiang Fan's name had already been solidified in the hearts of many as the most formidable contender for the championship, unequivocally. Chapter 28, The Draw for Matchups. Jiang Fan versus Zhang Fan. In the side hall adjacent to the martial arts arena, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The 8 finalists stood around a round table made of redwood, upon which rested a wooden box containing 8 numbered spheres, numbered 1 to 8, determining their positions in the upcoming matches. The chief referee stood centrally, his voice clearly resonating throughout the side hall. The rules for the draw are as follows. Step forward in turn and draw a sphere from the box. The number on the sphere will represent your position in the top 8 matches. The upper half corresponds to numbers 1 and 4, while the lower half corresponds to numbers 5 and 8. The matchups will be 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, and so on. The finals will be contested between the victors of each half. Now, let the draw commence. Zhao Shui was the first to step forward, her expression cool and composed as she reached into the box to retrieve a sphere, revealing it to the crowd. 5. Placing her in the lower half. Zhou Yu followed closely, drawing number 7, also in the lower half. Zhang Fan was third to approach. As his fingers brushed against the box, his gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced toward the unruffled Jiang Fan, his eyes ablaze with competitive spirit. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a sphere and upon inspection, exclaimed, 1. The 4th contestant, Zhou Ming, drew number 6, set to face Zhao Shui, his countenance instantly falling as he realized his slim chances of victory. The draw continued. Eventually, the matchups were finalized. In the upper half, Zhang Fan would face Jiang Fan, while Li Tao was matched against Wang Lei. In the lower half, Zhao Shui would confront Zhou Ming, and Zhou Yu would compete against Sun Chao. When this highly charged matchup list was made public, the audience outside fell silent for a moment before erupting into a tsunami of gasps. The first match is Zhang Fan against Jiang Fan? What a draw. I'm betting on Zhang Fan. The power of the Xian level martial arts is unmatched by Huang level. Jiang Fan's combat prowess is terrifying. I believe he can triumph. Jiang Fan remained as composed as ever. For him, the identity of his opponent held no significance. As the draw concluded, the contestants gradually exited the side hall. Not far from the exit, a guard dressed in the uniform of the city lord's mansion approached Jiang Fan with swift steps, bowing respectfully. Jiang Fan. Lord Lu from the city lord's mansion requests your presence for a brief discussion in the lounge just ahead. Curious yet unperturbed, Jiang Fan followed the guard to a quiet lounge. Inside, Lord Lu, a dignitary from the city lord's mansion who had previously occupied a spot in the VIP section, awaited him with a smile. Jiang Fan, please have a seat. Lord Lu warmly invited, offering a cup of fragrant hot tea. The city lord holds you in high regard, considering you an exceptional talent. He specifically asked me to convey that you need not worry about the Zhao family. The city lord has issued a clear warning. Should any member of the Zhao family act against you, he will personally intervene. Thank you, Lord Lu, Jiang Fan replied, taking the tea, feeling a stir of emotions. He did not expect the city lord to take such measures on his behalf. Lord Lu smiled again, then produced a black token from his robes, the front inscribed with the robust characters of the city lord's mansion. This is your permit for access to the core training chamber of the city lord's mansion. The concentration of spiritual energy within is over 3 times that of the outside world, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. You may use it at any time. Additionally, with this token, you may collect 10 vitality pills from the city lord's treasury each month. This is a small gesture from the city lord, hoping you will focus on your martial arts and achieve success soon. Although these gifts held little value for Jiang Fan, he did not decline and accepted the token with composure. Please convey my sincere gratitude to the city lord. Lord Lu nodded in satisfaction. Prepare well for the competition. The city lord eagerly anticipates witnessing your victory. The following day, the atmosphere within the martial arts arena was even more electric than before. With a noticeable increase in the number of spectators, all eyes fixated on the climactic battle about to unfold. In the first match of the top 8, Jiang Fan faces Zhang Fan. Both contestants, please ascend to the stage. As the chief referee's voice resonated, two figures simultaneously leaped onto the largest central arena. Jiang Fan remained clad in his ordinary school uniform, hands empty. In contrast, Zhang Fan solemnly drew his sword from his waist, the blade emitting a clear, melodious sound as it was unsheathed, a faint azure glow entwining its length. The match begins. Zhang Fan spoke first, his tone sharp as a blade. Jiang Fan, I know of your formidable strength. However, the Qingfeng sword technique I have mastered is of the low-grade Xian level and has reached a minor completion stage, capable of unleashing invisible sword qi with tremendous power. Be cautious. Jiang Fan casually flexed his wrist, responding calmly. Show me what you can do. Let me see if your Xian-level martial arts live up to their reputation. As you wish. Behold my sword. Zhang Fan exclaimed, no longer wasting words. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his energy, and as he flicked his wrist, the sword's azure radiance intensified before he swung it fiercely. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped azure sword qi shot forth from the blade, emitting a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air, racing toward Jiang Fan at blinding speed. Wherever the sword qi passed, the dust on the ground was swept aside by its invisible sharpness. A collective gasp resonated from the audience. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as the azure sword qi was about to reach him, his shadow step unfurled with fluid grace. He angled his body slightly, allowing the fierce sword qi to narrowly graze his clothing as it whooshed past, as if merely brushed by a gentle breeze. Swish! The sword qi struck the specially crafted floor at the edge of the arena with a resounding crash, sending stone fragments flying and leaving a deep gash behind. Witnessing Jiang Fan evade so effortlessly, Zhang Fan's eyes sharpened, and the momentum of his sword abruptly shifted. His arm danced with fervor, unleashing 9 swords in an instant. The azure wind 9 layers. 9 condensed streams of azure sword energy tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, bearing down with a force capable of annihilating anything in its path. This was his signature technique, a move that had previously led him to triumph over 3 9-star martial artists in succession. Faced with this lethal assault, Jiang Fan merely curled his lips into a subtle smile, his internal energy surging like a roaring river. With the full force of the perfected shadow step activated, he transformed into a blurred afterimage, weaving through the gaps between the 9 sword energies like a fish navigating through water, effortlessly gliding past by mere millimeters. What? Zhang Fan's pupils constricted, his heart filled with dread. This killing blow of his had been effortlessly neutralized by his opponent at such an unfathomable speed. In that moment of mental upheaval, Jiang Fan had already materialized before him like a specter, their distance less than a meter apart. Too slow. Accompanied by this disdainful remark, Jiang Fan's right fist shot forth like a falling star. Zhang Fan's soul nearly fled in terror as he hastily raised his sword to block. Clang! The collision of fist and sword erupted with a thunderous sound. A colossal force surged through the sword, striking Zhang Fan as if he were confronted by a primordial beast, causing his hands to shatter and his blood to churn. He was uncontrollably sent sliding back, his shoes leaving 2 charred marks on the arena's stone surface, only managing to stabilize himself at the edge of the platform. His sword-wielding right hand trembled incessantly, his entire arm numb. However, before he could catch his breath, Jiang Fan's second punch arrived like a shadow in pursuit. Still a simple punch, yet it was faster than his reflexes could accommodate. Bam! The punch landed squarely on his chest. Zhang Fan was instantly propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena. The entire battle unfolded in mere minutes. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. All were rendered speechless by the overwhelming display of dominance. After a brief pause, a deafening chorus of cheers and discussions erupted like a volcano. He won. Jiang Fan triumphed. My heavens, that was astonishingly swift. The profound sword technique didn't even graze the hem of his clothing. Such speed is simply otherworldly. Did you see that? Just 2 punches. He sent Zhang Fan flying with merely 2 punches. This power is utterly terrifying. A complete and utter obliteration. The head judge announced loudly, his voice tinged with a hint of awe. In the first match of the quarterfinals, the victor is Jiang Fan. Zhang Fan rose from the ground, gazing at the composed Jiang Fan atop the arena, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. His once proud, profound sword technique now seemed utterly impotent in the face of his opponent's absolute speed and strength. He approached the edge of the platform and respectfully clasped his fists towards Jiang Fan, genuinely conceding, I lost, and I concede wholeheartedly. You are formidable. Jiang Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then effortlessly leaped down from the arena. Soon after, another quarterfinal match concluded with a victor, Li Tao, after a grueling battle. Narrowly defeated Wang Lei, advancing to the semifinals where he would face Jiang Fan. The matches in the lower bracket followed swiftly, with Zhao Shui employing her perfected swift wind leg to completely dominate Zhou Ming, securing an easy victory. Zhou Yu also triumphed over Sun Chao without any suspense. Thus, the roster of the final four was confirmed: Jiang Fan, Li Tao, Zhao Shui, and Zhou Yu. The head judge's voice resonated once more throughout the arena. The semifinals will take place tomorrow. The matchups are as follows. In the upper bracket, Jiang Fan will face Li Tao. In the lower bracket, Zhao Shui will contend against Zhou Yu. The victors will advance to the ultimate finals, vying for the highest honor of this year's freshman competition. Chapter 29. Zhou Yu's breakthrough, uncertainty, and victory. On the day of the semifinals, the crowd outside the martial arts arena surged. The numbers multiplied several-fold, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented fervor. Almost everyone was engrossed in discussions about a singular topic: the explosive news that swept through the city that morning. With the unwavering support of the Zhou family, Zhou Yu had, in a single night, broken through to a blood vitality of 980, and his fierce tiger fist had reached perfection. This revelation ignited the audience's anticipation. Everyone yearned to witness firsthand whether this prodigy, already endowed with exceptional talent, could topple Jiang Fan, the formidable dark horse who had risen so powerfully. It must be said that Zhou Yu's sudden breakthrough could be attributed to Jiang Fan's actions. It was the immense stimulation and frustration from being continuously outperformed by Jiang Fan in monster hunts and blood vitality tests that had unleashed his full potential, allowing him to shatter his bottleneck with the aid of his family's resources, achieving perfection in his martial arts. In the VIP section, an elder from the Zhou family sat beside Elder Li, his face barely concealing his pride and arrogance, his voice resonating with heightened confidence. Elder Li, did you see? My Zhou Yu's innate talent was never lacking. He simply needed an opportunity and sufficient resources. Now with a blood vitality of 980 and a perfected fierce tiger fist, dealing with that Jiang Fan should be a sure thing. He then shifted his tone, a hint of mockery directed at Elder Li. It seems your Li family's current generation is lacking in talent, isn't it? Li Tao making it to the top four seems to be largely due to luck, doesn't he? If not for avoiding strong opponents in the draw, he might not even have passed Jiang Fan's hurdle. Elder Li maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of anger. It was true that the current generation of the Li family had not produced any top talents comparable to Zhou Yu or Zhao Shui. He chose not to respond, instead casting his gaze beyond the arena towards the resting area where Jiang Fan sat, his eyes filled with deeper curiosity and anticipation. For some reason, he felt deep down that the eventual victor might very well be that inscrutable youth. Even Lu Duren from the city lord's mansion and the principal were filled with intrigue. Would Jiang Fan still maintain his advantage against the fully enhanced and formidable Zhou Yu? Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's homeroom teacher, Wang Ming, had already begun preparing Jiang Fan psychologically in the resting area. He patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder, wearing a comforting smile. Jiang Fan, making it to the finals is already an incredible achievement. You've brought great honor to our ordinary class. Winning the championship isn't everything. Just remember to stay relaxed. Jiang Fan, slightly bemused, replied, Teacher, are you already scripting a narrative of noble failure for me? Can you have a little faith in me? The championship is as good as mine. The current public sentiment had swiftly shifted from previously favoring Jiang Fan to now predominantly supporting Zhou Yu, who had a deeper foundation and had achieved a breakthrough at the critical moment. To many, Zhao Shui and Li Tao seemed to be merely contending for third place. The first match of the semifinals, Zhou Yu versus Zhao Shui, is about to commence. The head judge's voice fell, and two figures leaped onto the arena. Faced with Zhou Yu, whose aura was far more formidable than the previous day, Zhao Shui felt an immense pressure. The balance that had once existed between them had been drastically tilted overnight, leaving her feeling profoundly unsettled. As the battle began, the disparity became immediately apparent. Zhou Yu's speed, strength, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from him surpassed the realm of martial artists, inching closer to that of a martial master. He offered Zhao Shui little opportunity to maneuver, unleashing his full blood vitality as the perfected fierce tiger fist coalesced in his right fist, exuding the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain, and struck forth. The fist's wind howled, faintly echoing with the sound of a tiger's roar. Zhao Shui's expression shifted. She intended to evade using swift wind leg, but felt as though the air around her had solidified under the weight of that punch, rendering her movements sluggish. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and raise her sword to block. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Zhao Shui's decent quality longsword was directly forced from her grip by the sheer power of the punch. Zhou Yu's momentum did not cease. He followed through with a strike, landing on her shoulder. Bam! Zhao Shui let out a muffled groan, her body uncontrollably hurtling backward, landing on the ground outside the arena. Though unscathed, the outcome was already determined, her face etched with resignation and defeat. In the first match of the semifinals, Zhou Yu triumphs. the chief referee proclaimed with a booming voice. As the result was announced, the crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer, reminiscent of a roaring tsunami. Those who had placed their faith in Zhou Yu leapt to their feet in excitement. The elders of the Zhou family clapped and laughed heartily, their voices resonating like thunder. Excellent. Excellent. This is the demeanor our Zhou family scion should possess. Many were awestruck by the overwhelming prowess displayed by Zhou Yu. It seemed that the championship was undoubtedly his to claim. Zhou Yu stood proudly in the center of the arena, his gaze sharp as a lightning bolt, piercing towards Jiang Fan's resting area. A smirk, brimming with combativeness and provocation, curled at the corner of his lips as he boldly declared, Jiang Fan. In the next match, I await you. I shall make you understand that while luck may carry you far, true zenith is attained solely through absolute strength and profound foundation. In the resting area, Jiang Fan idly toyed with the cultivation token bestowed upon him by the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this declaration laden with animosity, he merely raised an eyebrow slightly. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, his heart unfazed, even finding amusement in the situation. 980 vitality, perfected martial arts? Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. The previous ones were merely insufficient for a warm-up. However, Jiang Fan mused internally, I am a man with a system. Why would I fear you? Despite the opponent's current advantage in vitality and their equal standing in martial skill and realm, his confidence remained unshaken. Bolstered by the system he possessed, the championship, it was already within his grasp. The second match of the semifinals commenced. Jiang Fan versus Li Tao. Begin. The chief referee's voice resonated as Li Tao took a deep breath, leaping onto the stage with a sense of tragic heroism, fully aware of the dangers ahead. He repeatedly reassured himself, it is not a lack of ability on my part, but rather the terrifying prowess of the enemy. Jiang Fan, still moving at a leisurely pace, casually stretched his wrist. Li Tao was the first to launch an attack, channeling all his vitality into a single punch, eager to seize the initiative. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect with Jiang Fan's footwork shifted. Like a wraith, he vanished to a position beyond Li Tao's line of sight. Simultaneously, the power of the Gale Fist, coiling upon his right fist, was unleashed with a gentle touch against Li Tao's back. Boom! A surge of immense force propelled Li Tao forward, stumbling several steps before barely regaining his balance. He turned in haste, only to find Jiang Fan standing nonchalantly at his original position, arms crossed, observing him with an expression that seemed to ask, shall we continue? A bitter smile of resignation spread across Li Tao's face. The disparity was too vast. He understood all too well that had Jiang Fan exerted his full strength, he would have already been grievously injured and knocked out of the arena. I concede. Li Tao clasped his hands respectfully and voluntarily leaped down from the stage. The result of the second match of the semifinals was announced. Jiang Fan wins. The applause that followed was notably subdued compared to the uproar that accompanied Zhou Yu's victory. Many in the audience, observing Jiang Fan's unflappable demeanor, couldn't help but murmur, why is he still so composed? Zhou Yu is that formidable. Does he not feel a hint of fear? Is he merely putting on a facade of calm? Or does he truly possess hidden cards we are unaware of? Watching Jiang Fan effortlessly secure victory with a demeanor akin to childish play, Zhou Yu's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Jiang Fan would at least exert some effort against Li Tao, only to be met with such effortless nonchalance. This rekindled his earlier unease, quickly suppressed by his own surging strength. Keep pretending. Wait until my vitality and perfected martial arts fully manifest in the finals. We shall see if you can still maintain that smile. In the VIP section, the elder of the Zhou family wore a slightly serious expression. Jiang Fan's composure evoked a sense of the extraordinary. Elder Li stroked his beard, revealing a knowing smile. Elder Zhou, it seems tomorrow's finals will be more intriguing than we anticipated. While your Zhou Yu is indeed a ferocious tiger unleashed, this Jiang Fan is likely not to be underestimated. The chief referee timely ascended the central arena and raised the microphone, his voice resonating throughout the fervent martial arts hall. I declare the semifinals concluded. The ultimate confrontation of this freshman tournament is officially confirmed. Jiang Fan versus Zhou Yu. The championship battle will unfold tomorrow morning, right here at the pinnacle. Let us witness together who shall emerge as the ultimate champion of this freshman tournament. Boom. As his words fell, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. The ultimate showdown was upon them. I place my bets on Zhou Yu. He holds the advantage in vitality and martial prowess. I support Jiang Fan. His unfathomable depth is truly terrifying. Enough chatter. Tomorrow's battle will reveal all. This is bound to be the most thrilling clash of the tournament. Chapter 30. The Pinnacle Showdown. The Underdog's Counterattack. The next day, as dawn broke, throngs of people filled the martial arts hall and its surroundings, creating a scene so crowded that not a drop of water could seep through. The freshman tournament of the only martial arts university in Yanxi City was already the annual event that captured the city's attention in this year's finals. Featuring a showdown between a seasoned genius and an unexpected dark horse, attracted an even greater focus than ever before. Historically, Champions who did not falter midway were almost guaranteed to ascend to high-tier martial masters, and no one wished to miss this battle heralding the rise of future powerhouses. In the center of the VIP section sat the elusive city lord of Yangshi, who rarely made public appearances, personally attending to witness the event. To his left sat the proudly smiling elder of the Zhou family, while to his right was Elder Li, who wore a consistently meaningful smile. Representatives from the other three major families, high-ranking officials from the school, trusted aides from the city lord's mansion, and leaders of notable B and C-level mercenary groups were all present. Nearly half of Yangshi City's top-tier combat strength gathered here. This year's tournament was heralded as the strongest in over a decade. Attracting such attention was only to be expected. Since yesterday, discussions surrounding the finals had never ceased. However, once news of Zhou Yu's surge in strength spread, public opinion tilted overwhelmingly in his favor, with barely 1 in 10 believing Jiang Fan would prevail. Amidst the roaring cheers and expectations, the bell for the finals finally tolled. The ultimate clash of the freshman tournament, Jiang Fan versus Zhou Yu, commenced. As the chief referee's words barely faded, two figures leaped onto the central stage like arrows released from a bow. Zhou Yu donned the Zhou family's specially crafted mid-tier soft armor, fully prepared. He consciously unleashed the pressure of his 980 vitality, expanding it outward like a surging tide. Attempting to seize the initiative with sheer momentum, his gaze fixated on Jiang Fan, who remained clad in a faded ordinary school uniform. A sneer of disdain and mockery curling at his lips. Jiang Fan, do you see clearly now? This is the insurmountable chasm between us. Without the support of a family foundation, you shall never comprehend what true power entails. A commoner should accept their place, facing the oppressive wave of vitality. Jiang Fan remained as immovable as a rock, his eyes calm and deep like an ancient well. He casually cleared his ears, his tone laced with impatience. Enough with the drivel. If you wish to fight, then fight. Are you really so superior simply because of your family background? Do you believe I could easily pin you to the ground with one hand? You seek death. Zhou Yu's fury ignited, and he ceased his words. The vitality within him surged like a volcanic eruption, the power of the perfected tiger fist bursting forth, coalescing into a vividly lifelike phantom of a pale golden tiger. Emanating an aura of ferocity atop his fist. Receive my strike. The fierce tiger descends the mountain. He leapt into the air. Akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, his fist accompanied by a terrifying howl that could shred eardrums, ruthlessly aimed at Jiang Fan. As the fist sliced through the air, it actually carved a distinct shallow mark on the hard stone slabs of the arena. A gasp erupted from the audience. What terrifying strength! With such a punch, the arena might just be shattered. The elder from the Zhou family clapped his hands in hearty laughter, his voice booming like thunder. Excellent. Dominant. This is the grandeur that my Zhou family's prodigy should exhibit. As he spoke, his gaze subtly pointed towards the elderly beside him. However, Elder Li appeared oblivious, his entire focus fixated on the arena, his eyes gleaming with intensity. In the face of this earth-shattering punch, Jiang Fan suddenly unleashed the perfected shadow step. His figure moved like a specter, slipping sideways with an unbelievable speed just moments before the fist could connect. Boom! Zhou Yu's fist crashed down where Jiang Fan had previously stood, producing a thunderous sound, the stone slab fracturing with spiderweb-like cracks spreading forth. Dodge. Is that all you can do, like a mere rat? After missing his target, Zhou Yu's frustration grew, his anger intensifying, his onslaught becoming more ferocious. Let us see how long you can evade. The tiger's tail swished. The tiger's heart was revealed. Fist shadows filled the air, the golden tiger's silhouette flashing wildly on the arena. The raging wind from his punches causing the air to hum, waves of pressure rolling forth. Yet, Jiang Fan effortlessly evaded every lethal strike, his footwork exquisite. As if he were dancing upon the edge of a blade. The audience's cheers began to shift. Is Zhou Yu merely striking at air? No matter how strong. If he can't land a hit, it's all for naught. Jiang Fan's agility was nothing short of miraculous. It seemed as though he were toying with Zhou Yu. Elder Li nodded slightly, whispering his admiration. Impressive footwork. Zhou Yu's mind is in disarray. After a prolonged assault without results, Zhou Yu's mentality was on the verge of explosion. His punches now laced with a hint of madness. Having showcased his absolute speed advantage, Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. No longer evading. He took a deep breath, the essence of the perfected Gale fist instantly coalescing in his right fist, standing firm to meet Zhou Yu's incoming strike head-on. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a sound as thunderous as a storm. A visible shockwave of energy emanated from the point of impact, violently dispersing and sending shards of stone flying. As the dust settled, Jiang Fan stood unwavering like a mountain, rooted to the spot, while Zhou Yu staggered back several steps, each footstep leaving deep imprints on the stone, struggling to regain his balance, his right arm trembling from the force of the clash. The arena erupted in disbelief. What? In a battle of strength, Zhou Yu has actually been forced back? Impossible. He has a higher vitality. His foundation is far deeper. Zhou Yu himself wore a look of incredulity, staring at his trembling arm, his mind a blank slate. Jiang Fan shook his wrist, a hint of mockery in his tone. Earlier, when I dodged, it was to show you that not only is my strength superior, but my speed is also beyond your reach. To me, you are merely a slightly stronger novice. He paused, his voice ringing clear throughout the arena. Is this the family heritage you rely upon? Huh, it's rather underwhelming. Oh, I will make you pay? Zhou Yu's rationality was completely consumed by rage, resembling a crazed tiger as he recklessly lunged forward, launching an even more frenzied attack. Jiang Fan's gaze remained serene. He no longer held back. Channeling his vitality, he unleashed the Gale Fist's ferocity to its fullest, his fists like a torrential storm, engaging Zhou Yu in the most primal and breathtaking display of raw power. Bang, boom, thud. The sounds of their fists meeting flesh echoed like war drums, continuously erupting. Their silhouettes collided at high speed, separating, only to collide again. The released energy wreaked havoc upon the arena's surface, scattering debris everywhere. The spectators were on the edge of their seats, exhilarated. This was the pinnacle showdown they had anticipated. However, in this extreme battle of attrition, the impatient Zhou Yu began to reveal signs of fatigue, his vitality depleting at a far greater rate than Jiang Fan's. It was time to conclude. With a low shout, Jiang Fan's vitality surged into his right fist, then he struck out, landing a solid blow directly on Zhou Yu's chest. Thud! A heavy explosion resounded. Zhou Yu was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Gasping, he struggled to rise, only to violently spit out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and his entire body aching, unable to move even a finger. Left to stare helplessly at the figure on the arena, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 31, Mid-Level Profound Rank. Elite Class. Clearly, everyone was astonished into silence by this earth-shattering final punch and the outcome that defied all expectations. After 2 or 3 seconds, like a long-dormant volcano, deafening cheers, screams, and shouts erupted, nearly threatening to lift the roof off the martial arts hall. He won. Jiang Fan triumphed. The champion is Jiang Fan. 950 vitality, overwhelmed 980. A head-on clash of strength that crushed Zhou Yu. What manner of monster is this? What of those who had doubted Jiang Fan? Their faces must be bruised. A dark horse. This is the true invincible dark horse. Outrageous. In the VIP section, the elder from the Zhou family turned ashen, abruptly standing up to point an accusing finger at Jiang Fan, bellowing, "You young brat. You must have employed some insidious and underhanded tactics. How else could you possibly surpass my Zhou family's prodigy? This matter must be thoroughly investigated." Elder Zhou, a calm yet commanding voice resonated, emanating from the city lord seated at the center. He didn't even glance at Elder Zhou, his gaze still appreciatively fixed on Jiang Fan. Yet his words caused the temperature around them to drop several degrees. In the arena, where all eyes are upon us, strength reigns supreme. Jiang Fan's victory was achieved fairly. Where is the evidence of deceit? Rather, you, as an elder of the Zhou family, cannot bear to accept defeat and resort to slandering a junior. If this matter were to spread, who would truly suffer the loss of face? Elder Zhou was rendered speechless by the city lord's words. His complexion shifting from blue to purple, his chest heaving, yet he dared not retort, begrudgingly sitting back down, his anger and frustration nearly boiling over. The head judge timely ascended the damaged arena, channeling his vitality, and declared in a resounding voice, "I announce. The champion of this year's Yangshi City Martial Arts University Freshman Competition is Jiang Fan. Reward: choose any mid-level profound martial technique." Having finished the announcement, Jiang Fan leapt down from the arena, and his class teacher, Wang Meng, was the first to rush forward, tears of joy streaming down his face as he embraced him. His voice choked. "Well done, good lad. Champion. Our ordinary class's champion. You are the greatest pride of my life." In the VIP section, the city lord slightly tilted his head, smiling at the principal beside him. This child possesses exceptional temperament, talent, and practical ability. He is a gem. Future resources should be prioritized for him, and he must be cultivated with utmost care. Elderly also stroked his beard with a deep sigh, filled with emotion. From being labeled a waste with 180 vitality to now being the champion of the freshman competition in just over a week. Such a speed of ascension is unprecedented. This child holds great promise for the future. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu had been hurriedly assisted by fellow Zhou family members. Listening to the crowd's cheers and praises for Jiang Fan, watching as he was surrounded by admirers, Zhou Yu's face turned as pale as a sheet. His eyes filled with resentment, bitterness, and a trace of confusion he was reluctant to acknowledge. Even at this moment, he couldn't comprehend why. Despite having higher vitality and the same martial skill level, he had suffered such a complete and humiliating defeat. Moreover, Jiang Fan, a mere commoner devoid of any profound background or foundation, whose strength had only surged dramatically over the course of a week, bewilderingly exhibited astonishing battle prowess. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that Jiang Fan had indeed activated a hidden advantage. The jubilant voices within the martial arts hall had not yet subsided when the principal approached Jiang Fan directly, wearing an unmistakably appreciative smile as he firmly patted him on the shoulder. Jiang Fan, come with me to the office. It is time to present you with the honor of your championship reward. Surrounding students and martial artists outside cast envious glances at him. A mid-tier, Xian-level martial technique. For many martial masters, this was a coveted treasure. While low-tier Xian-level techniques could possibly be acquired through wealth, mid-tier Xian-level techniques were often priceless gems, far beyond the reach of ordinary martial practitioners. Such techniques were seldom seen in the entire Yanxi city, primarily held by the Lord's estate, the Martial Arts University, the 5 prominent families, and elite B-rank mercenary groups. Even if new mid-tier Xian-level techniques were to emerge, they would inevitably be snatched up at exorbitant prices by these powerful factions. Upon hearing the term mid-tier Xian-level, Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. This reward was precisely what he needed. He would soon ascend to the rank of martial master, and with a mid-tier Xian-level technique at his disposal, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. The principal's office was spacious and imbued with an air of solemnity. From behind a secured bookshelf, the principal solemnly retrieved a purple sandalwood box. Upon opening the lid, 5 scrolls lay quietly within, each label clearly embroidered with the words mid-tier Xian-level. Faint energy fluctuations pulsating around them. The school's treasured heritage was encapsulated within this box. The principal enthusiastically introduced each technique, the ice palm, which unleashes a chilling force that can significantly hinder an opponent's movements. The wind chase leg, which maximizes speed, excelling in pursuit and evasion. The mountain crumbling fist, known for its sheer ferocity, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones when mastered deeply. The principal continued, his smile widening. The city lord holds you in high regard and has specifically instructed us to nurture your talents. Therefore, in addition to this mid-tier Xian-level technique, you may also select one low-tier Xian-level technique from the Martial Technique Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's heart swelled with joy. Acquiring an additional low-tier Xian-level technique, particularly one focused on movement, would elevate his combat prowess to new heights. His gaze roamed over the 5 scrolls before he resolutely grasped the mountain-crumbling fist, a mid-tier Xian-level technique emphasizing ultimate power and destruction, striving for a single punch to shatter myriad defenses. This perfectly aligned with his current aggressive fighting style cultivated through the fierce wind fist, reflecting his preference for overpowering foes with sheer force, a tendency perhaps rooted in his past experiences of resolving conflicts with his fists. Principal, I choose the mountain-crumbling fist, Jiang Fan declared with unwavering determination. Excellent. The principal's eyes radiated approval. This technique emphasizes both momentum and strength, harmonizing perfectly with your practice of the fierce wind fist. Transitioning to it will yield remarkable results. Additionally, starting next week, you will officially transfer to the elite class. The ordinary class is no longer suitable for you. The elite class boasts exclusive training areas and a richer monthly resource allocation, including blood essence pills. It represents the school's true commitment to cultivating its core talents. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, but then accepted graciously. Thank you for the arrangement, principal. For him, the distinction of class mattered little, since his primary means of enhancing his strength lay beyond the city, amidst the endless beasts and the system. Moreover, the contribution of teacher Wang Meng in nurturing a student like him could not be overlooked. The school decided to award him a substantial bonus and additional training resources, promoting him to the vice head of the elite class. This serves as a recognition of both you and your teacher's efforts, the principal added. A look of satisfaction on his face. Jiang Fan nodded. Teacher Wang Meng had indeed been supportive, and he felt pleased for his teacher to receive such tangible rewards. After a brief exchange, Jiang Fan departed the office, the scroll of the mountain-crumbling fist in hand, filled with anticipation for the mid-tier Xian-level fist technique. However, his foremost priority remained to accumulate attribute points and swiftly break through to the martial master realm. Once he achieved that breakthrough, he could instantly elevate these new techniques to perfection, resulting in a true explosion of power. Chapter 32, The Realm of Martial Master. Shocking the city lord. After leaving the principal's office, Jiang Fan first visited the Martial Technique Pavilion, intending to utilize the privileges granted by the principal to select a low-tier Xian-level movement technique, compensating for the limitations of the shadow step in higher-tier battles. The instructor managing the pavilion had evidently been informed in advance, and upon seeing Jiang Fan, greeted him warmly with a beaming smile. Congratulations on your victory, Jiang Fan. The principal has instructed that you may choose any technique from the low-tier Xian-level area. After explaining his intentions, the instructor personally guided him to the corresponding section. Low-tier Xian-level movement techniques were already scarce, and after browsing, Jiang Fan ultimately selected the ghostly shadow step, which emphasized swift evasive maneuvers, complementing his ferocious fist techniques. Upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately utilized the system to learn the mountain-crumbling fist and the ghostly shadow step. However, as he had not invested any attribute points, both remained at the entry-level stage. It was time to venture beyond the city to hunt, gather enough attribute points, and decisively break through to the martial master realm while simultaneously enhancing these two new techniques. As Jiang Fan strategized, preparing to set off, he stepped out of the dormitory building and spotted two individuals clad in the city lord's estate uniforms awaiting him. One of whom was the familiar Lord Liu. Jiang Fan, the city lord requests your presence. A special vehicle is waiting outside, Lord Liu remarked with a warm smile. Though taken aback, Jiang Fan nodded and followed. The city lord's estate, situated at the heart of the city, was an imposing traditional courtyard. Under Lord Liu's guidance, Jiang Fan found himself in a tranquil garden where the city lord was savoring tea. On the stone table, alongside the tea set, lay two radiant beast crystals emanating powerful energy fluctuations. These were indeed the esteemed 2-star, Lord-level beast crystals. Jiang Fan, please take a seat. The city lord personally poured a cup of tea for him, pushing it forward with an unmistakable look of admiration in his eyes. I witnessed your performance in the finals. To be honest, even during my youth, I did not possess your level of strength and talent. He laughed heartily, his tone filled with emotion. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Jiang Fan accepted the teacup with both hands, not feigning modesty, but responding with a slight smile. You flatter me, city lord. I merely did my best, and indeed, luck played a part. Jiang Fan spoke no falsehood. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter with the system, he would not have attained his present strength. Although his words were humble, his gaze remained calm and composed. The city lord, with his keen insight, could discern the quiet confidence within the youth. He did not deny his strength, merely maintaining the decorum befitting the occasion. The city lord waved his hand, shifting the conversation away from that topic, and gestured toward the two shimmering beast crystals on the stone table, his expression turning serious. These two 2-star Lord-level beast crystals are my personal gift to you, and they also represent a long-term investment from Yangshi City in your future. His gaze bore into Jiang Fan's, earnest and weighty. We urgently need talents like you to grow swiftly. The future of this city requires your strength. Jiang Fan's attention was immediately captivated by the two beast crystals brimming with immense energy, a rush of excitement swelling within him. He quickly composed himself, adopting a sincere and resolute tone. Thank you for your generosity and trust, City Lord. I was born in Yangshi City and raised here. Contributing to its protection is, indeed, my duty. Henceforth, should the City Lord require my assistance, I, Jiang Fan, shall not hesitate to offer my capabilities. Having received a gift, Jiang Fan did not mind speaking a few kind words. Excellent, 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 the City Lord exclaimed, a look of immense satisfaction blossoming on his face as he repeated the word thrice, his gaze towards Jiang Fan growing increasingly approving. Indeed, I did not misjudge this individual. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Fan picked up the two beast crystals, feigning to place them into his storage bag, while internally issuing a command to the system. System, convert all into attribute points. Ding. Absorb 2 Lord-level 2-star beast crystals, gaining 400 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 2070. Detected host vitality, 950. Distributable attribute points, 2070. Meeting the conditions for advancing to Martial Master Realm. Shall the advancement commence immediately? Advance at once. In that instant, a surge of warmth, far more magnificent than any previous advancement, rushed through his limbs and bones like a river bursting its banks. The vitality within him surged with unprecedented velocity, compressing and undergoing a qualitative change. A subtle sheen of luminescence glimmered upon his skin, and his aura, akin to a waking dragon, surged dramatically, shattering the barrier that had plagued countless martial artists, propelling him into an entirely new echelon, the Martial Master Realm. At this moment, his gaze transformed into one of profound sharpness, as if he could pierce through illusions. Ding. Consumed 2050 attribute points, successfully advanced to 1-star Martial Master. Current vitality, 1000. Current distributable attribute points, 20. The City Lord, who had just lifted his teacup, felt the abrupt surge of Martial Master aura emanating from Jiang Fan, causing him to freeze mid-motion, splashing tea from his cup. He abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with incredulity, stammering, "Why, you have broken through?" He had anticipated that Jiang Fan would require several days of seclusion to prepare adequately for confronting the bottleneck, yet it had occurred with such effortless grace, as if it were a natural progression. The City Lord pondered, wasn't this lad at Vitality 180 just over a week ago? To leap from warrior to martial master, such a monumental transition without any bottleneck? To break through just like that? This is no longer mere talent. This is a prodigy. He envisioned a future star of the martial kings, perhaps even a being of higher caliber, rising before his very eyes. In a moment of loss of composure before the City Lord, Jiang Fan could not restrain the opportunity brought on by his breakthrough. He reigned in his aura, rising to his feet, feeling the surging new power within him, a confident smile curving his lips, reflecting on the week prior. Having just traversed into this world as a derided waste, he had now ascended to dominance among his peers, stepping into the Martial Master Realm. All of this was made possible by the extraordinary system he possessed. The city lord set down his teacup, circling Jiang Fan with keen interest. His admiration nearly overflowing as he marveled, in just over a week, from vitality 180 to a 1-star martial master. Such a rate of advancement is rare even beyond Yangshi City, a phenomenon seldom seen in a century. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Continue to strive, and your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. He patted Jiang Fan's shoulder firmly, making a solemn promise. Should you ever require anything, be it training resources, intelligence on high-tier beasts, or any other challenges, do not hesitate to seek me at the city lord's residence. As long as it does not contravene principles, I shall lend my utmost support. Seeing your progress makes me question whether I wasted my own youth. Warmth surged within Jiang Fan as he bowed respectfully. The city lord's kindness, I shall remember deeply and strive to meet your expectations. By the time he departed the city lord's residence, night had fallen. Walking through the darkness, Jiang Fan carefully contemplated the newfound strength bestowed by the martial master realm, filled with boundless aspirations and resolve for the future. His advancement to the martial master was merely the first step in his martial journey. His goal was to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, treading upon the corpses of countless beasts and becoming the legendary martial god. He planned to leave the city the following day to hunt beasts and earn attribute points, intending to elevate at least 2 of his profound martial techniques to perfection. The system prompted, after advancing to the martial master realm, attribute points gained from hunting elite beasts are halved. Jiang Fan was not surprised by this, even finding it reasonable. It was time to challenge lord-level beasts. Continually preying on elite beasts had lost its thrill. That very night, news of Jiang Fan's breakthrough to the martial master realm at the city lord's residence spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of Yangshi City, igniting a new wave of astonishment. Upon hearing the news, an elder from the Zhou family reportedly shattered his beloved purple clay teapot in disbelief. Meanwhile, Old Li sipped his fragrant tea leisurely, smiling at his kin beside him. What do you think? I had long foretold that this youth is no ordinary talent. His stage extends far beyond this. Chapter 33, Stepping into the Cloud Break. Attribute points soaring. The following day, at the break of dawn, Jiang Fan had already departed the city. The urgency of enhancing his strength left him unwilling to delay even for a moment. The lord-level beasts at Black Wind Slope were far too scarce, yielding low efficiency. His new target was the more perilous region outside Yangshi City in the Duanyin mountain range, where lord-level beasts were abundant, perfectly suited for him to test his might and acquire significant attribute points following his recent ascension. He was confident that he could easily crush 1- or 2-star lord-level beasts, and even 3-star beasts would merely take a few extra punches. As he traversed through Black Wind Slope and stepped into the periphery of Duanyin mountain range, a far more primal and ferocious aura of beasts assaulted him. Not long after, he encountered his prey, a 1-star red-eyed wolf of lord level. Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A promising start. Attribute points were on their way. Just the perfect target to test the might of the martial master realm. With a thought, he activated Shadow Step, propelling himself like an arrow towards the red-eyed wolf. The wolf sensed the intrusion, its eyes flashing with ferocity as it lunged at Jiang Fan, claws gleaming with a deadly light aimed directly at his throat. In the face of this lethal strike, Jiang Fan did not flinch nor evade. With a powerful surge of martial master vitality erupting from his right fist, he infused it into Fierce Wind Fist, transforming the power of this yellow-grade technique into a formidable force. Die, he uttered in a low voice, his fist striking precisely against the wolf's toughest skull. Bang! The sound resonated, halting the wolf's advance abruptly, its fierce light dimming instantaneously. It did not even have the chance to let out a cry of despair before its massive body slumped to the ground, blood streaming from its orifices. Its brain reduced to pulp. The entire encounter, from the moment of attack to the kill, transpired in mere seconds. Ding! Slain 1-star, lord-level red-eyed wolf. Gained 100 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 120. Effortlessly triumphant. Jiang Fan felt elated. The power boost from the martial master realm far exceeded his expectations. After advancing a bit further, he heard heavy footsteps ahead, and the ground trembled slightly. A lord-level 2-star stone-armored bear, resembling a small fortress, crashed through the trees and appeared before him. Its body was covered in thick rock armor, clearly exhibiting formidable defense. Thick defenses? Then let us smash through it. Let us see whether your armor is harder than my fists. Jiang Fan leaped into the air, with vitality surging within him, delivering another straightforward Fierce Wind Fist squarely against the bear's chest. Boom! A massive sound erupted as the stone bear's heavy armor cracked under the force of his punch. Stones flying in all directions. The bear, in pain, let out a furious roar. Yet, before it could retaliate, Jiang Fan's second and third punches came crashing in like a tempest, all striking the same spot with unwavering precision. Crack! Thud! With a series of resounding blows. The fissures rapidly spread, ultimately leading to a complete shattering. The ferocious force of his punches penetrated its armor, directly shattering its heart. The colossal form of the stone-armored bear suddenly stiffened, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from its shattered breastplate. Ding! Slayed a Lord level 2-star stone-armored bear. Earning 200 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 320. The sensation of being at the martial master level was indeed exhilarating. Jiang Fan flicked his wrist. This was still using yellow tier martial arts. If he were to elevate his techniques in the Xian tier to a higher grade, even a 4-star Lord level foe would pose no challenge. His confidence surged as he turned to venture deeper into the mountains. Before long, a far more sinister aura than before reached his keen senses. A 3-star Lord. Passing through a dense thicket, he encountered an open space where a 3-star azure-scaled giant python, as thick as a water barrel, lay coiled. Its body was cloaked in palm-sized dark blue scales, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, while its crimson tongue flicked, exuding a nauseating stench and a venomous aura. Finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. Jiang Fan's fighting spirit ignited. He executed Shadow Step to its utmost, transforming his form into a blur as he launched his assault. The azure-scaled giant python reacted with astonishing speed, its massive head rearing up, its gaping maw unleashing a noxious green venom that shot forth like a water arrow. Jiang Fan had been prepared, maintaining his charge while executing an extreme twist, allowing the venom to narrowly graze his back, eroding a nearby tree with a hissing sound, causing it to wilt rapidly. As he dodged the venom, he had already ghosted around to the python's flank, his right fist charged with vitality, unleashing Gale Fist with full force upon its most vulnerable spot. Clang! His fist collided with the scales, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Only a white mark and a fine crack remained on the scales. They had not shattered. Indeed, its hide was thick. Jiang Fan remained unfazed. He would simply deliver a few more punches. Enraged by the assault, the azure-scaled giant python writhed violently, its massive tail sweeping through the surroundings like a steel whip, snapping trees and boulders with ease, sending debris flying, and causing the earth to tremble. However, before the perfected Shadow Step, its attacks appeared clumsy and sluggish. Jiang Fan stayed close to its side, relentlessly hammering at the initial cracks surrounding its vulnerable spot. Bang, 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 crack. 10 minutes later, after enduring over a dozen heavy strikes, the scales at the python's vulnerable spot finally shattered. Flesh and blood, a gruesome mix. Blood erupted like a fountain. Its struggles grew weaker, its movements languid and feeble. Seizing the moment, Jiang Fan leaped into the air, channeling all his strength into a punch that descended like a meteor upon its head. Bang! The sound of shattering bone was distinctly audible. The azure-scaled giant python let out a desperate and resentful hiss before collapsing to the ground, silenced forever. Ding! Slayed a Lord level 3-star azure-scaled giant python, earning 300 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 620. Excellent. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. He prioritized enhancing his martial arts, aiming to elevate both his mid-tier and low-tier Xian tier techniques to perfection, which would require a total of 2,400 attribute points. At this pace, he should amass enough in 3 to 4 days. After a brief rest, he prepared to search for his next target. However, unbeknownst to him, the preceding battle had been witnessed by 5 pairs of eyes concealed within the nearby thicket. These 5 individuals donned matching black uniforms, the emblem of the Blackstone Mercenary Corps embroidered on their chests, a C-level mercenary group. Their strength hovered around the 1- and 2-star martial master level, and they were now gaping in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Captain, I must be seeing things, right? That was a 3-star Lord-level azure-scaled python. He just took it down all by himself? Stammered a lanky member, his voice trembling, nearly unable to form a complete sentence. The bearded captain furrowed his brow, having roamed the wilds for over a decade, never having witnessed such an absurd spectacle. Judging by his aura, he was clearly only a 1-star martial master. A 1-star martial master single-handedly slaying a 3-star lord? What manner of monster is this? Look at his attire. It's the uniform of Yangshi Martial Arts University. Another keen-eyed member exclaimed. Could he be that champion of the newcomer tournament, Jiang Fan? I heard he just advanced to martial master. The bearded captain suddenly came to his senses, hastily pulling out his phone to retrieve the recent news and photos of the tournament champion. Upon comparison, he gasped, nearly dropping his phone in shock. It's really him. That waste who barely had 180 vitality just over a week ago is now not only a 1-star martial master, but he can also slay a 3-star lord-level beast with ease. Words failed him in expressing his inner turmoil. The other team members exchanged glances, each reflecting the same incredulity. The bearded captain took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, and issued a solemn command to his team. Remember this. From now on, if you see him in the Duanyin mountain range, steer clear. Absolutely do not provoke him. Our Blackstone Mercenary Corps cannot afford to offend this formidable being. The team members nodded vigorously, their minds echoing a singular thought. This is no mere newcomer dark horse. This is clearly a human-shaped beast unleashed upon the world. Chapter 34. Fist shatters the savage bull. Encountering the tiger team again. After dispatching the 3-star Azure-scaled Python, Jiang Fan effortlessly eliminated a 1-star Lord-level beast, earning an additional 100 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 720. As dusk approached, Jiang Fan set off on his return journey. Accumulating 700 attribute points in a single day was quite commendable. Yet, he remained far from the substantial points required to elevate mountain-shattering fist and ghostly shadow step to perfection, compelling him to hasten his efforts. At dawn the next day, Jiang Fan re-emerged in the Duanyun mountain range. Shortly after his return, in a relatively open forested area, the ground suddenly trembled, accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves akin to war drums. Following the sound, he beheld a 3-star Lord-level cracking mountain savage bull, its size comparable to an elephant, rampaging wildly. Its body was cloaked in thick, dark brown fur, and its curved horns glinted with a metallic sheen, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering rocks. The savage bull, in its frenzied charge, spotted the diminutive human intruding upon its territory, and with an enraged bellow, it locked onto its target, charging toward Jiang Fan with a thunderous roar. The ferocity of its assault would terrify any ordinary 3-star martial master. Rumor had it that this beast's defense ranked among the highest of the 3-star lords, and its strength was formidable. Alas, it had crossed paths with me. Jiang Fan's gaze remained calm as he executed the perfected shadow step, his form shifting like a specter, effortlessly evading the brutal collision. The bull crashed into the ground, shattering a sturdy tree behind Jiang Fan into splinters. Its fury escalated. It reared up, its front hooves crashing down heavily, causing the ground to quake, and then adjusted its course to charge once more, intent on crushing this insignificant insect before it. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Jiang Fan effortlessly evaded the fierce onslaught once more, and in the fleeting moment of passing by the rampaging bull, he summoned his strength. His right fist propelled forward like a cannonball, infused with the overwhelming vigor of a martial master and the might of the raging wind fist. The resounding impact struck the bull with tremendous force. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air. The rampaging bull's charge abruptly faltered, emitting a pained yet furious roar. It frantically turned, attempting to gore Jiang Fan with its horns, yet his steps shadowed its movements, remaining firmly within its blind spot. Bam! 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 Jiang Fan unleashed a flurry of punches, his hidden energy penetrating deep, wreaking havoc upon the beast's internal bones and organs. After a relentless barrage of 7 or 8 punches, a crisp crack resounded as the bull's resilient ribs shattered under the assault. Its massive frame swayed violently, the ferocity in its eyes dimming rapidly, before collapsing limply to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, twitching a couple of times before falling silent. Ding! You have slain the Lord-level 3-star rampaging bull, earning 300 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1020. With the valuable beast's carcass secured, Jiang Fan continued his hunting expedition. It wasn't long before another oblivious Lord-level 1-star beast met its end beneath his fists. Current distributable attribute points, 1120. With a total of 100 points, progress was commendable. Just as Jiang Fan stored the beast's remains, he suddenly heard 3 faint yet sharp sounds slicing through the air behind him. 3 crossbow bolts, glimmering with a ghostly blue sheen and evidently laced with deadly poison, were silently aimed at his back and neck. An ambush? Jiang Fan did not even glance back. With a slight adjustment of his footwork, he deftly dodged the 3 lethal bolts. He slowly turned to face the assailants and saw 5 burly men clad in the uniform of the Tiger Strike Brigade encircling him, led by a scarred, bearded man with a vicious glare. The system panel instantly displayed their combat prowess. The bearded leader was a 2-star martial master, while the other 4 were all 1-star martial masters. Jiang Fan vaguely recalled this mercenary group. It seemed a previous squad had attempted to rob him, only to meet their demise at his hands. To encounter them again so soon was indeed a twist of fate. Kid, not bad, you managed to dodge that. The bearded captain sneered, his eyes appraising Jiang Fan like a fat lamb awaiting slaughter. But this is where it ends. Hand over your beast crystals and valuables, and I might consider letting you leave with your life. Sensing Jiang Fan's aura as merely a 1-star martial master, he believed that despite the failed ambush, their 5 against 1 was a surefire victory. Jiang Fan couldn't help but chuckle, a cold mockery lacing his smile. Tiger Strike Brigade? Are you a professional training camp for robbers? The last bunch had a similar opening line. The bearded captain's expression darkened. What? You killed that last squad? Damn it. What a narrow road for enemies. Brothers, attack together. Let's slay him and avenge Blacktooth. We'll split the spoils. At his command, the 4 1-star martial masters unleashed their fury, brandishing swords, fists, and feet, charging at Jiang Fan from various angles. However, Jiang Fan was even quicker, activating Shadow Step. He appeared as if teleporting in front of the foremost mercenary, and in that man's astonished gaze, he unleashed a simple, yet devastating punch. Boom. The mercenary was sent flying back, faster than he had charged, his chest caving in as he crashed against a towering tree, slumping down lifelessly. What? The remaining 3 mercenaries' attacks missed their mark, their minds blank as they stared in horror at their comrade being annihilated in a single blow. Yet Jiang Fan showed no signs of hesitation, his footwork shifting like a tiger among sheep. Bang, bang, bang. Another trio of cleanly executed punches. With each strike, a life was extinguished. The three one-star martial masters could not even mount an effective defense before they followed their comrade into oblivion. The entire ordeal, from the moment they initiated their assault to the demise of all four, transpired in a mere 3 or 4 breaths. The bearded captain's malevolent grin froze, morphing into sheer shock and terror, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. No, it's impossible. You're just a one-star martial master. How can this be? His voice trembled, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. His 4 companions were all seasoned one-star martial masters. How could they be dispatched like cabbages? Jiang Fan casually flicked his wrist, casting a leisurely glance at the now paralyzed bearded man, a chilling smile still gracing his features. Now, it's your turn. The bearded man suppressed his fear, his voice trembling as he barked. You little brat. Don't be so arrogant. I am a 2-star martial master. And my yellow-grade upper-tier technique mountain-shattering palm is perfected. My strength is far beyond those useless fools. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Oh, is that so? Jiang Fan's smile widened. Then I must thank you for your magnanimity. Before he finished speaking, he blurred into motion, closing in like a specter. In the bearded man's horrified gaze, Jiang Fan's fist rapidly expanded in his vision. In your next life, remember to be a good person. Thud. The fist, imbued with terrifying power, landed squarely on his chest. The bearded man was struck as if by a colossal battering ram, his ribs fracturing instantaneously, his body contorting grotesquely as he spewed blood, hurtling backward, crashing through several small trees before landing heavily on the ground, twitching a couple of times before falling silent. A 2-star martial master, killed in a single punch. With all troubles effortlessly resolved, Jiang Fan stepped forward, skillfully rummaging through the storage bags of the 5 men, emptying them of their contents. Inside, he discovered 2 one-star Lord-level beast crystals and over 10,000 crystal coins. Ding. Acquired 2 one-star Lord-level beast crystals. Converted to 200 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1320. A delightful surprise, adding another 200 points to his total. Just 280 points more. And he could fully upgrade Mountain-Shattering Fist. After collecting his spoils, Jiang Fan felt elated, continuing deeper into the mountains, determined to achieve this minor goal by the day's end. Not long after, a squad from the Blackstone Mercenary Corps, having previously crossed paths with Jiang Fan, happened upon the scene, discovering the corpses of the Tiger Strike Brigade. Captain, look, it's the Tiger Brigade. All dead. The manner of death doesn't seem like that of a beast, exclaimed a lanky team member in shock. The bearded captain crouched down to examine the punch marks and fractured bones on the corpses, recalling Jiang Fan's departing figure. Unable to suppress a bitter smile as he shook his head, who else could it be? It must be the handiwork of that Jiang Fan. Those fools from the Tiger Brigade have truly bitten off more than they can chew this time. The Tiger Brigade was notorious for preying on the weak and engaging in robbery, but since they had not targeted the Blackstone Corps, most mercenary groups had chosen to ignore them. Clearly, these buffoons had been holed up in the mountains, out of the loop, completely unaware that a monster capable of effortlessly slaying Lord-level beasts had emerged in Yangshi City, thus stumbling right into danger. The members of the Blackstone Mercenary Corps gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground, their awe for the seemingly innocuous martial arts university freshman, Jiang Fan, swelling even deeper. This Jiang Fan is simply astonishing. Chapter 35, Black Wind Valley. A celebration of attribute points. After effortlessly dispatching the lackeys of the Tiger Brigade, Jiang Fan felt elated and continued his journey deeper into the mountains. Not long after setting off, he encountered a bloodthirsty magic wolf of the Lord-level 2-star rank. This beast was evidently more ferocious than the previously encountered counterparts of the same tier, moving with astounding speed. The moment it detected Jiang Fan, a flash of crimson light ignited in its eyes, and it transformed into a blur of blood, lunging directly for Jiang Fan's throat, accompanied by a violent gust of wind. However, before the perfected shadow step, its velocity seemed rather pedestrian. Jiang Fan's figure flickered like a specter, leaving behind multiple afterimages, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, his right fist surged with vigorous vitality, the force of fierce wind fist carrying an overwhelming heft. Bang! His fist collided directly with the wolf's most vulnerable midsection. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the wolf's spine shattered upon impact. It emitted a brief, wretched howl, its fierce momentum abruptly halted, and its massive body collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, lifeless. Ding! Slain a Lord-level 2-star bloodthirsty magic wolf, converted to gain 200 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 1520. With a mere 80 points remaining, Jiang Fan swiftly stored the beast's corpse, glancing at his attribute point progress, and with a sense of satisfaction, he embarked on his return journey. The next day, Jiang Fan re-entered the Duanyun mountain range, contemplating where to find the last few magical beasts to accumulate enough attribute points. A faint murmur of discussion ahead piqued his interest. He stealthily approached and observed 5 mercenaries clad in matching silver uniforms, adorned with the characters Amaterasu embroidered on their chests. Engaged in conversation. This was the elite B-level mercenary group of Yangshi City, the Amaterasu squad. The system scanned, revealing information. The burly team leader with a square face possessed a robust vitality of 3,900, a peak 3-star warrior. The remaining 4 comprised 2 2-star warriors and 2 1-star warriors. The strength of this small team was significantly superior to that of the previously encountered Fierce Tiger squad. Captain, the reports from Black Wind Valley confirm the presence of at least 10 Lord-level magical beasts, ranging from 1-star to 3-star. Furthermore, some brothers have sensed a potential 4-star Lord-level aura deep within the valley. Shall we undertake this mission? One tall, lean member spoke, excitement and trepidation lacing his tone. The square-faced captain furrowed his brow, contemplating. Encountering a 4-star Lord-level beast is exceedingly perilous. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly result in casualties, and the odds are not in our favor. Yet, if the concentration of Lord-level beasts doesn't include a 4-star, it indeed presents a rare opportunity. However, if we call for reinforcements now, we risk the information leaking and being preempted by other mercenary groups. To abandon this chance would be a pity. The captain displayed evident hesitation. Captain, we will follow your lead. The other members voiced their agreement. After weighing the options, the captain's adventurous spirit ultimately prevailed. Damn it. Let us do it. We thrive on the edge of danger. What is there to fear? As long as we don't encounter a particularly monstrous 4-star lord. Even if we can't win, we should be able to escape without issue. Sounds intriguing. May I join? A calm voice interjected suddenly, causing the 5 members of Amaterasu to instantly become alert, their hands instinctively resting on their weapons, their energies subdued. Upon realizing the newcomer was merely a young student clad in a freshman uniform, they were taken aback. The square-faced captain chuckled, then spoke with an undeniable tone of refusal. Kid, this is not a trial area for students. Black Wind Valley is a den of Lord-level magical beasts. Not a playground for someone like you. Leave at once. We have no time for games. The tall, lean member scoffed. Little brother, we are off to hunt Lord-level magical beasts, not to frolic in the fields. Even if you're a genius from the martial arts university, don't gamble with your life. Indeed, this is no child's play. Best head back. Another chimed in, laughing. They regarded Jiang Fan's youth as indicative of a naive scion seeking a taste of adventure. Internally, they thought, do you think you're that legendary champion Jiang Fan from the freshman tournament? He is the one who can slay Lord-level beasts while contending against 9-star warriors. Can you? They remained oblivious to the fact that the very monster they spoke of stood before them. Unfazed by their condescension, Jiang Fan directly proposed. I only require the beast crystals. The corpses and all other spoils belong to you. If that is insufficient, I can additionally pay 10,000 crystal coins as an entrance fee. 10,000 crystal coins? The team members paused momentarily, then deemed him not only arrogant, but also foolish. You're so confident you can survive among Lord-level magical beasts? We can assure you, when it comes down to it, no one will divert their attention to protect you. The square-faced captain added sternly, young man, the first lesson of survival in the wild is to keep your wealth concealed. Didn't your family teach you this? Just as he was about to firmly decline, a bespectacled member suddenly focused intently on Jiang Fan's face and uniform, as if recalling something, his eyes widening in astonishment. His voice trembling with uncertainty. Wait. You must be the champion of this year's Martial Arts University freshman tournament, Jiang Fan, right? Oh, you know me? Jiang Fan smiled slightly, tacitly acknowledging. It's truly you. The bespectacled man became ecstatic, his tone brimming with disbelief. Of course I know. Who in Yangshi City doesn't know the name Jiang Fan? You crushed Zhou Yu in the finals and broke through to a warrior that very night at the city lord's residence. We all watched your battle footage in our squad. This revelation struck the ears of the Amaterasu members like a thunderclap. The square-faced captain re-evaluated Jiang Fan. His earlier disdain swiftly replaced by shock. He was well aware of Jiang Fan and had seen the battle footage. Yet he never anticipated that this rising star would appear in the perilous depths of the Duanyun mountain range in such a manner. My apologies. So it is indeed you. Jiang Fan. The captain's tone shifted to one of solemn respect. No wonder you are the champion of the freshman tournament. To dare venture into the Duanyun mountain range right after ascending to warrior rank is commendable. Internally, the captain mused, though he is a genius, he is still merely a 1-star warrior. Black Wind Valley is too dangerous for such a promising talent destined to become a martial sect master. It would be a pity to lose him here. He still hesitated to take Jiang Fan along, believing it unnecessary for him to take such risks. Yet, Jiang Fan's stance was resolute. I will take responsibility for my own safety. You need only guide me. If I perish, it will not concern you. Seeing Jiang Fan's determination, coupled with his evident superiority over ordinary 1-star warriors, the square-faced captain pondered for a moment before relenting. Very well. Since you are insistent, Jiang Fan, we shall proceed together. However, remember, safety comes first. If the situation becomes untenable, we must retreat immediately. Understood. Jiang Fan nodded. Thus, a 6-member team was formed, setting off towards Black Wind Valley. The square-faced captain pointed towards the deep valley ahead. Black Wind Valley lies just ahead. At our current pace, it should take about half an hour to reach. Jiang Fan quietly followed at the rear, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With the Amaterasu squad leading the way, he saved considerable time searching for magical beasts and could concentrate on farming monsters. Perfectly gathering the final 80 attribute points would allow him to elevate mountain-shattering fist to perfection. With a stroke of luck, he might even max out Phantom Shadow Step. As for the potentially existing Lord-level 4-star beast, Jiang Fan felt not fear, but rather a surge of intense anticipation. It was the perfect opportunity to test the limits of a 1-star warrior in conjunction with a perfected mid-tier profound martial art. The team sped through the dense forest, racing towards Black Wind Valley. Chapter 36, A Violent Onslaught. The mercenaries are dismayed. Approximately half an hour later, the 6-member team traversed the final stretch of nearly impenetrable thorny thickets, and before them unfolded a breathtaking sight, a deep valley encircled by dense miasma and towering ancient trees. They had arrived at the Valley of Black Wind. A faint gray mist enveloped the valley entrance, accompanied by an unsettlingly potent aura of demonic energy, evidently the domain of multiple Lord-class beasts. In the distance, a low yet powerful roar of beasts echoed, heightening the sense of peril and foreboding. Without pausing, the 6 swiftly infiltrated the valley. Shortly thereafter, amidst a relatively open stony expanse, their target came into clear view. The square-jawed captain raised a hand, signaling the team to halt and conceal themselves. After a moment of careful observation, an uncontrollable ecstasy spread across his face as he lowered his voice, exclaiming, "Excellent. I have confirmed that there is no trace of a 4-star lord. There are a total of 13 ground-splitting rhinoceroses, 1 3-star leader, 4 2-star, and 8 1-star. With our strength and coordination, we stand a complete chance of taking them all down." The tall, slender team member eagerly licked his lips. "Captain, we must seize this opportunity." "Give the order." "Very well. Proceed as planned." The captain's gaze sharpened as he swiftly deployed the strategy. "I will distract the 3-star beast. The 4 of you focus on swiftly eliminating the 1-star and 2-star beasts. Be vigilant and look out for each other, minimizing casualties. We must act quickly to avoid a protracted battle that could attract unwanted attention." "Understood." The 4 team members responded in hushed tones, their vital energies quietly surging as their weapons were drawn, their eyes fixed intently on the captain, awaiting his command to strike. However, just as the square-jawed captain inhaled deeply, preparing to signal the charge, a figure inexplicably shot past them like an arrow released from a bowstring, exuding an unstoppable momentum as it recklessly charged toward the stony expanse occupied by the 13 Lord-class beasts. Who? The members of the Tianzhao team were taken aback, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. When they discerned that the figure was Jiang Fan, all were momentarily stunned, their minds blank. How dare this boy? The operation had not even commenced, and he had already dashed ahead alone. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. "Jiang Fan, what are you doing? Come back." The square-jawed captain, filled with urgency and anger, called out in a hushed tone, fearing that the entire herd of rhinoceroses would be alerted. "There are 13 Lord-class beasts in there, including a 3-star one. Wait for us to act together." He simply could not fathom how this renowned genius could behave so recklessly. Did he truly believe he could face a 3-star lord alone? The tall, slender team member was equally frantic, stamping his feet. "Good heavens, this is too reckless. Even if you're exceptionally strong, you can't disregard the 3-star lord like this." At that moment, the square-jawed captain deeply regretted his decision to bring this unpredictable ticking time bomb along, having initially thought Jiang Fan would alleviate some of their pressure. As Jiang Fan delved deeper into the valley and attracted the attention of several ground-splitting rhinoceroses, the arrow had been loosed. There was no turning back. The captain clenched his teeth and bellowed, "Everyone, follow me. Attack with all your might. Let's end this swiftly." The 5 figures, unwilling to hesitate any longer, felt their vital energies erupt violently, akin to 5 sharpened arrows, charging after Jiang Fan into the stony expanse. Logically, they assumed Jiang Fan would first target the isolated 1-star beasts or, at most, challenge the 2-star ground-splitting rhinoceros. However, the scene that unfolded next shattered their understanding entirely. Jiang Fan disregarded the 1-star and 2-star rhinoceroses that attempted to encircle him with threatening growls. His objective was unmistakable, enhanced by the shadow step. He left behind a dazzling array of afterimages as he surged directly toward the heart of the stony expanse, the 3-star ground-splitting rhinoceros leader. This leader's form was comparable to that of a heavy-duty truck, its body cloaked in dark brown armor that seemed to meld with the very rocks. A thick, singular horn gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. It had been leisurely gnawing on the remains of an unknown beast when it noticed this insignificant creature daring to approach. A flicker of human-like surprise flashed in its murky eyes, quickly replaced by fury and contempt. Roar. The ground-splitting rhinoceros leader unleashed a deafening roar, rising onto its hind legs as its forehooves slammed down like massive hammers. Boom. The ground quaked violently, and shards of rocks scattered like rain. Lowering its head, it aimed its terrifying horn, capable of piercing steel, directly at Jiang Fan, its massive muscles coiling, preparing to unleash its signature move, the rampaging charge. The force of this strike was such that even the 3-star peak captain of the Tianzhou team would not dare to meet it head-on. Jiang Fan, get out of the way. Do not confront it directly. The square-jawed captain watched in horror, his voice rising in pitch, as his vital energies surged, ready to rush forward to assist. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Jiang Fan did not evade. Instead, he stood resolutely like a pine tree deeply rooted in the earth. His right fist clenched tightly, his muscles tensed like a coiling dragon, as his martial artist-level vital energy and the weighty force of the raging wind fist surged within him. Just in time. I'll use you to perfect the mountain-crushing fist attributes. Under the stunned gaze of the 5 Tianzhou members, Jiang Fan's fist, imbued with terrifying power, met the ground-splitting rhinoceros leader's indomitable horn directly. Instead of the expected explosive clash or a stalemate, there was merely a sharp, spine-tingling sound. Crack. Then, before their incredulous eyes, the horn, symbolizing the strength and dignity of the ground-splitting rhinoceros leader, began to fracture inch by inch from the point of impact, shattering and flying away. But that was not the end. The terrifying power contained within Jiang Fan's punch did not dissipate, like a torrent breaching a dam. It surged violently into the rhinoceros leader's skull. Bang! With a muffled thud, the massive body of the rhinoceros leader, weighing several tons, was met with the force of an invisible mountain, abruptly halting its charge. It was sent soaring backward, its hooves leaving the ground as it flew a good dozen meters away, crashing down amidst the rocky debris, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. In that instant, the entire Black Wind Valley seemed to have been muted. The once rambunctious roars of beasts, the startled cries of the team members, and the whistling of weapons all vanished. The 5 members of the Tianzhou team stood frozen like lifelike stone statues, caught between the impulse to charge forward or prepare to attack, their expressions utterly frozen, their eyes filled with sheer shock and bewilderment. A 1-star martial artist, 1 punch, sent the Lord-class, 3-star ground-splitting rhinoceros leader flying, even the hardest horn shattered? Was this truly something a human could accomplish? Were they experiencing a collective hallucination? Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also pass in an instant. As the dust began to settle, revealing the downed, howling, horn-broken 3-star ground-splitting rhinoceros, and Jiang Fan, who stood there, slowly retracting his fist, as if he had merely performed a trivial task, the members of the Tianzhou team struggled to regain their senses. A chill coursed through them, mingled with an awe that was beyond comprehension, surging from their spines to the crown of their heads. This Jiang Fan was no longer a genius within their grasp of understanding. This is evidently a living, humanoid monstrosity. Chapter 37. The Annihilation of the Earth-Shattering Rhinoceros Swarm. A bounty of attribute points. Roar. Amidst the rubble, the 3-star Earth-Shattering Rhinoceros leader, having been violently hurled aside, struggles to rise once more. Its shattered horn drips with blood, yet its ferocity has been thoroughly ignited. Its murky, beastly eyes, suffused with rage, are bloodshot as they fixate menacingly on Jiang Fan. Emitting a deafening roar imbued with an ominous call to its kin, it intends to crush this audacious human, who dared to inflict grievous harm upon it, into a bloody pulp with its entire clan. In an instant, the 4 2-star Earth-Shattering Rhinos and the 8 1-star Earth-Shattering Rhinos, previously hesitant due to their leader's injury, stirred as if receiving a supreme command. They emitted deep growls in response, their heavy hooves scraping against the ground with a dull thud as they converged upon Jiang Fan from all directions, forming a suffocating encirclement of death. However, at the eye of the storm, Jiang Fan exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, his eyes ignited with an even more fervent light. In his heart, Jiang Fan thought, this is fortuitous. A grand gift has presented itself. Jiang Fan, be cautious. Being surrounded is perilous. The square-jawed captain bellowed in urgency, brandishing his long knife as he charged toward the nearest 2-star, earth-shattering rhino. Brothers, intercept them. Alleviate the pressure on Jiang Fan. Although he had witnessed Jiang Fan's terrifying might firsthand, capable of sending the leader flying with a single punch, the consequences of being besieged by over a dozen lord-level beasts were still too dreadful to contemplate. Deep down, he harbored a flicker of anxiety. What if Jiang Fan truly possessed the ferocity to annihilate the entire clan of earth-shattering rhinos? Would their Tenzin group not end up merely accompanying the prince to study? Having made the journey in vain, they must at least take down a few to justify their efforts. The slender team member understood the unspoken intent, skillfully parrying the charge of a 1-star earth-shattering rhino with his sword while murmuring, we must also make our mark. We cannot merely watch as others feast while we are bereft of even a sip of broth. The bespectacled man and the other 2 teammates also intuitively dispersed, each locking onto a target, ready to claim a few beasts for themselves. However, just as they selected their targets and were about to engage, they heard Jiang Fan, ensconced in the center of the commotion, emit an excited, prolonged laugh. Haha, do not rush to send them my way. Allow me to first deal with your leader, and then I shall take care of you all. Before the echoes of his words had faded, Jiang Fan activated Shadow Step to its utmost, his figure transforming into a ghostly blur as he effortlessly slipped through the gaps between two one-star earth-shattering rhinos, once again charging towards the gravely wounded three-star earth-shattering rhino leader. The three-star earth-shattering rhino, incensed by Jiang Fan's audacious provocation, disregarded its injuries and lowered its head, using its broken horn stump like a battering ram, launching a fierce assault on Jiang Fan. A desperate struggle, Jiang Fan scoffed derisively. As the martial artist's vitality and the energy of Raging Wind Fist coalesced in his right fist, he did not flinch or evade, instead meeting the charge head-on. Bang! The fist collided with the hardened skull once more. The already gravely wounded rhino leader found its plight exacerbated, its massive form staggering backward, spewing forth a mix of blood and viscera in a pitiful, defiant wail. Jiang Fan, seizing the moment, pursued relentlessly, delivering an even more forceful straight punch that struck directly upon its already fractured cranial crown. Crack! The sound of shattering bone rang out. The murderous glint in the three-star rhino leader's eyes extinguished in an instant, its colossal body collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its life extinguished. Ding! Slain Lord level 3-star earth-shattering rhino, awarded 300 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1820. Having dispelled the greatest threat, Jiang Fan gradually turned, his icy gaze sweeping over the surrounding 1- and 2-star earth-shattering rhinos, now thrown into momentary disarray by the demise of their leader. In his eyes, they were no longer fearsome beasts, but merely a series of moving attribute points. His form flickered once more, and under the application of Shadow Step, he became a fleeting shadow darting through the rocky terrain. Bang! A 2-star earth-shattering rhino, attempting to charge, was struck at the temple by his fist, its skull caving in, resulting in instant death. Crack! Another 1-star earth-shattering rhino, having just raised its hoof, found its neck broken by a single blow, collapsing limply to the ground. Howls of agony echoed as the chilling sound of cracking bones reverberated. Jiang Fan moved through the throng like a tiger among sheep, delivering lethal blows with every strike. Not a single earth-shattering rhino could withstand even one of his punches. The battle had devolved into a one-sided, merciless slaughter. The 5 members of the Tenzin group stood in stunned silence, their movements slowed in disbelief. Captain Wang, who, exerting tremendous effort, had finally managed to slay a 2-star earth-shattering rhino with his long knife, but upon lifting his head, he was met with the sight of Jiang Fan effortlessly obliterating another 2-star rhino, its brain matter splattering everywhere. Wang, whose lips twitched, a wave of impotence washing over him. My peak 3-star martial artist pales in comparison to his prowess, making it feel as though I am merely playing house. The slender team member, having narrowly pierced the eye socket of a 1-star earth-shattering rhino to kill it, had not yet caught his breath when he saw Jiang Fan, as if on a leisurely stroll, effortlessly dispatching another 1-star rhino that charged with a roar, sending it flying, clearly mortally wounded. He struggled to swallow, elbowing the bespectacled man beside him, his voice hoarse. Brother, am I seeing things? Is he killing 1- and 2-star lords as if they were mere chickens? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, his tone imbued with a sense of resigned enlightenment. Let go of the comparisons. We are engaged in battle. He might merely be tallying his assets. In less than 5 minutes, the once tumultuous rocky terrain fell utterly silent. 13 earth-shattering rhinos lay lifeless, without exception, their bodies cold and still. Jiang Fan stood amidst the mountain of corpses, casually brushing off his hands, as the system's notifications resounded in his mind like the most exquisite symphony. Ding! Slain Lord level 2-star earth-shattering rhinos X3, awarded 600 attribute points. Ding! Slain Lord level 1-star earth-shattering rhinos X5, awarded 500 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 2,920. 2,920 points. An immense wave of joy surged within him. Elevating mountain-crushing fist to perfection required 1,600 points, leaving him with 1,320 points, just enough to elevate Ghostly Shadow Step to perfection as well. He might even have a slight surplus. Without hesitation, he commanded in his mind, System, immediately elevate both mountain-crushing fist and Ghostly Shadow Step to their perfected states. Boom! 2 torrents of profound comprehension surged into his mind and limbs. One was the indomitable essence of the mountain-crushing fist, while the other embodied the elusive and enigmatic steps of the ghostly shadow. The perfect fusion of the two catapulted his strength to an entirely new echelon. Current distributable attribute points, 520. Feeling the surge of newfound power welling within him, Jiang Fan's spirits soared as he turned to regard the still stunned members of the Tenzin group. Captain, Jiang Fan smiled, breaking the silence. The corpses of these earth-shattering rhinos, along with the materials upon them, are yours to manage as a token of my appreciation. I have already retrieved the beast crystals. Those you personally vanquished will, of course, belong to you as well. Wang Hu, jolted back to reality, gazed at the bounty strewn across the ground, hastily waving his hands in disbelief. This is too much. Classmate Jiang Fan, you are excessively courteous. We hardly contributed anything. Most of the kills were yours. That's no matter, Jiang Fan interjected, his tone brooking no dissent. As I have stated, the corpses are of no use to me. You may take them as they will serve you well. As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he retrieved a pouch of coins from his storage bag, accurately tossing it to Wang Hu. Oh, and this. Here is the promised entrance fee of 10,000 crystal coins. The 5 members of the Tianzhao team stared at the pouch in their hands and the mountain of beast corpses surrounding them, utterly bewildered. This was not mere collaboration. It was as if the god of wealth had descended, gifting them an immense fortune. The tall, lanky team member's voice trembled with excitement, almost to the point of tears. Classmate Jiang Fan. No, brother Jiang, you are far too magnanimous. From now on, you shall be our benefactor. Should you require anything, we shall not hesitate to face any peril. Wang Hu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and solemnly clasped his fists in salute, quickly scribbling down a contact number to hand to Jiang Fan. Classmate Jiang, your kindness is immeasurable. I am Wang Hu, and this is my team's private contact number. Should you require our Tianzhao team for anything in Yangshi City, do not hesitate to ask. I, Wang Hu, will ensure my utmost effort. Jiang Fan accepted the note with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. With his strength having surged once more, he was eager to seek out a Lord-level 4-star beast to test his newfound limits. After bidding Wang Hu farewell, he began to scour the valley for any remaining beasts. Observing Jiang Fan's inscrutable figure, Wang Hu expressed his sentiments to his teammates. Today, we have truly struck gold. Jiang Fan is a figure of unfathomable strength, yet possesses such magnanimity. Remember, from now on, we must treat Jiang Fan with the utmost respect. He is destined to soar like a true dragon. The team members nodded in agreement, filled with exhilaration and gratitude as they enthusiastically set about collecting the spoils of their victory. This venture had indeed filled their coffers to overflowing. Chapter 38. Peak of 4 stars? A perfect opportunity for testing strength. Jiang Fan meticulously searched the depths of Haifeng Valley, but found not a single trace of beast fur, causing a flicker of disappointment to cross his face. It appeared that the Lord-level beasts in this valley had been completely eradicated by their earlier onslaught, which was rather disheartening. He shook his head and prepared to leave. With no prey to be found here, surely there lay stronger quarry deeper within the Duanyin mountain range. However, just as he had exited the valley by less than 100 meters, a cacophony of frantic footsteps reached his ears, intermingled with desperate cries. Run! It's catching up. We can't withstand it. Its defenses are impenetrable. Turning around, Jiang Fan beheld the Tianzhao team, led by Wang Hu, in a state of utter disarray as they sprinted towards him, their faces ashen, as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. The ground behind them reverberated with a thunderous roar, shaking violently, and clouds of dust billowed forth, indicating that some colossal beast was in pursuit. Jiang, hurry, run! Wang Hu exclaimed as he drew near, his chest heaving with exertion, his voice quaking with fear. A peak 4-star earth-splitting rhinoceros is behind us. It's several times stronger than the 3-star beast in the valley. We couldn't even graze its hide, and we nearly faced total annihilation. It's almost upon us. The lanky team member, breathless and glancing back in terror, added incoherently, the creature's hide is as tough as black iron. Our weapons merely sparked against it, leaving only white marks. Its speed is astonishing. If it collides with us, we'll be reduced to pulp. As if to validate his words, a low, ominous growl erupted from the beast, filled with a savage fury. Almost immediately, a creature, comparable in size to a small building, nearly double the size of the 3-star earth-splitting rhinoceros, crashed through the trees, its massive form emerging into view. Its body was encased in thick armor, a horn as stout as a beam glimmering with a chilling light, and its murky, massive eyes radiated a madness bent on annihilation. Each step it took caused the ground to fracture, debris flying, while a terrifying pressure enveloped the air, rendering it dense and heavy. Seeing Jiang Fan still frozen in place, Wang Hu and the others were frantic, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as they reached out to pull him away. Jiang, don't dawdle. Run. This monster is beyond our capability to confront. Preserve your life. Yet, Jiang Fan exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, his eyes gleamed with an unprecedented brilliance. The excitement and fervor of a hunter spotting its coveted prey. A fierce smile broke upon his lips. A peak 4-star beast? How fortuitous. I was just lamenting the difficulty of finding a suitable sparring partner, and here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep. Before his words had fully settled, he executed the perfected shadowy phantom step, his form blending seamlessly with the wind, his speed skyrocketing as he transformed into a blur, charging directly towards the monstrous beast. What on earth are you doing, Jiang Fan? The cries of Wang Hu and the others caught in their throats, their hands outstretched, but frozen in midair. Their minds blank. This was a peak 4-star creature, comparable to a 5-star warrior. Were they seeking death? The lanky team member was on the verge of a breakdown. Brother Jiang, wake up. The difference between 3-star and peak 4-star is like heaven and earth. You cannot breach its defenses. The bespectacled boy's face turned pale as he adjusted his crooked glasses, his voice trembling. Is Jiang Fan intending to sacrifice himself to buy us time? How could we ever repay such a debt? In their minds, an aspiring 1-star warrior challenging a peak 4-star lord was not mere bravery. It was sheer madness. Either he was deranged or his heroism had exceeded all bounds. But Jiang Fan disregarded their pleas. He crossed hundreds of meters in an instant. Halting just shy of 10 meters from the earth-splitting rhinoceros, his right fist clenched tightly, the warrior energy within him surging like a volcano. The terrifying might of the perfected mountain-splitting fist coalesced at his fist, causing it to emanate a dark golden sheen, while the surrounding air trembled under the weight of his overwhelming force, producing a low, resonant hum. Hey there, big fella. Come. Let me see just how tough that shell of yours really is. Jiang Fan stood tall, beckoning to the colossal beast with a finger. His demeanor and tone steeped in provocation. Roar. The 4-star earth-splitting rhinoceros had never been subjected to such disdain. It was utterly enraged. With a thunderous roar, it lowered its head, aiming its fearsome horn, capable of piercing rock, at Jiang Fan. With a powerful push from its hind legs, its massive form launched forward like a cannonball, exuding an aura of destruction. The speed was so immense that it left a trail of afterimages. Wang Hu and the others, witnessing this, were plunged into despair, their minds conjuring images of Jiang Fan being obliterated. They even began to step back, preparing to flee as soon as Jiang Fan made the ultimate sacrifice. However, a resounding thud erupted, a deafening explosion that shattered expectations. The anticipated scene of Jiang Fan being sent flying did not materialize. Instead, they were met with a sight that left them utterly astonished. Jiang Fan remained steadfast in his position. His right fist met the rhinoceros's indestructible horn with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! A sharp, piercing sound echoed, reverberating like thunder in each heart. The rhinoceros's horn, thick as a beam and seemingly unbreakable, was struck by Jiang Fan's punch, creating a shocking fissure. Web-like cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Roar! The earth-shattering rhinoceros emitted a tormented and furious howl. Its ferocious charge, potent enough to collapse mountain walls, was abruptly halted by a single punch. Jiang Fan stood his ground, shaking off the tingling sensation in his right fist, a satisfied yet audacious smile gracing his face. Indeed, the hide is remarkably thick, yet it can still be struck. Wang Hu, a tall and slender man, along with all the members of the Tianzhou team, were momentarily frozen as if under a binding spell, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an ostrich egg, their eyes bulging in disbelief, witnessing what seemed to be the most incredible miracle in existence. A mere 1-star martial artist, standing resolute against the cataclysmic charge of a 4-star pinnacle beast, not only refusing to yield, but also shattering its horn? What an illusion. It must be an illusion. The lean team member muttered to himself, slapping his own face with fervor, the sharp sting confirming the cruel, yet exquisite reality. Jiang Fan had no time to savor their astonished expressions. He focused on the earth-shattering rhinoceros, now driven to madness by pain and fury, his own battle spirit igniting like a raging inferno. If he could penetrate its defenses, then this colossal 4-star pinnacle beast had transformed in his eyes into a cumbersome, thick-skinned treasure trove of attribute points. With his warm-up concluded, Jiang Fan cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp sounds from his bones, his aura surging once more. Now, it was his time to shine. He intended to make it abundantly clear to everyone, including this beast before him, that the chasm of realms was merely a stepping stone for him to crush his foes. Chapter 39, Overwhelming Ascendancy. Promotion to 2-star. Roaring. The agonizing fracture of its horn plunged the 4-star pinnacle earth-shattering rhinoceros into utter madness. Its crimson eyes were filled solely with the desire for destruction as it recklessly charged, effortlessly snapping sturdy trees and creating deep craters in the ground, resembling an uncontrollable, colossal demolition machine. Yet, before Jiang Fan, who had perfected the ghostly shadow step, this chaotic frenzy appeared clumsy and laughable. He glided through the violent impacts and flying debris with effortless grace, each of the rhinoceros's desperate charges only passing through his afterimages in vain. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, always found the perfect openings, akin to the most skilled matador, delivering heavy blows while evading with finesse. It's time to end this. Mountain-crumbling fist. Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened. The vigor of a 1-star martial artist combined with the perfected might of the mountain-crumbling fist erupted within him. His right fist, enveloped in dark golden energy, surged with the power to obliterate all, striking fiercely at the previously cracked shell of the rhinoceros's back. Boom! Crack! This time, the sound transcended mere bone fractures, resonating like the thunderous roar of a collapsing mountain. The thick armor of the rhinoceros caved in at the wound's center, creating a massive dent, while the surrounding shell fractured like fragile porcelain, erupting inward in a violent explosion. Scalding blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain. A howl. The earth-shattering rhinoceros let out a mournful and desperate wail, the immense force propelling its colossal body into the air before crashing down heavily several meters away, creating a shallow pit in the ground. It struggled to rise but found itself utterly powerless, the ferocity in its eyes supplanted by boundless fear and agony. But it was not over. Jiang Fan, undeterred by the beast's plight, denied it any chance for a desperate counterattack. Activating ghostly shadow step, he approached like a specter, delivering relentless punches with pinpoint accuracy to the rhinoceros's head. Bang, 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 crack. The shattering of its skull marked the final toll for the 4-star Pinnacle Lord. When Jiang Fan's last punch, imbued with the force of a mountain, came crashing down upon its crown, the massive body of the rhinoceros convulsed violently before abruptly stiffening. The last flicker of life extinguished from its eyes, collapsing to the ground in a cloud of dust, silent forevermore. Ding! You have slain the 4-star Pinnacle Earth-shattering rhinoceros, earning 400 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 920. Jiang Fan slowly withdrew his fist, standing beside the enormous carcass with a beaming, satisfied smile. This battle had thoroughly tested the might of his perfected mystical martial arts, defeating a 4-star Pinnacle Lord, renowned for its defenses. While still in the realm of a 1-star martial artist, had drained some energy, yet the outcome far exceeded his expectations. He felt confident that even against a 5-star Lord Beast, he would stand a fighting chance. Not far off, the members of the Tianzhou team remained petrified, as if collectively ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Clang! The long knife in Wang Hu's hand clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound, yet he remained oblivious. His mouth hung open, his gaze blankly fixed on the dust-laden battlefield, producing instinctive sounds in his throat, repeatedly murmuring. He truly killed at a 4-star Pinnacle killed by a 1-star martial artist. The lean team member's eyes glazed over as he rubbed them vigorously, pinching his thigh hard enough to wince in pain, confirming he was not dreaming. His voice was dry and filled with astonishment. To leap nearly 3 whole realms and slay a 4-star Pinnacle Lord. If this news spreads, will the others in the team think we've all lost our minds? The bespectacled man clutched his glasses tightly, his eyes behind the lenses brimming with indescribable shock and reverence. Jiang Fan deftly stored the massive carcass of the earth-shattering rhinoceros into his storage bag, then turned to the team, who appeared as though their souls had fled. With a casual smile and a wave, he said, "Everyone, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly darted deeper into the Duanyun Mountains, vanishing into the dense forest within moments. He needed just 80 more attribute points to ascend to a 2-star martial artist, and time was of the essence. The Tianzhou team gazed in the direction Jiang Fan had vanished, unable to regain their senses. The air thick with the silence of a reality utterly overturned. Wang Hu was the first to react, taking several deep breaths of the blood-scented air to quell the tumult within his heart. He bent to retrieve his long knife, his expression grave, even tinged with solemnity. Addressing his teammates in a low voice, "What we witnessed here today must remain buried within us. None are to speak of it." Such revelations would not only be disbelieved, but could also bring unnecessary troubles to Lord Jiang Fan. Understood? He paused, intensifying his tone. "Moreover, remember this. From this day forth, if anyone dares to offend Jiang Fan in the slightest, they shall face my wrath. Remind your acquaintances to keep their eyes peeled." Upon hearing this, the team members stiffened, nodding vigorously as if pecking like chicks at grain, their reverence for Jiang Fan having soared to new heights. Such terrifying strength, combined with his humility and willingness to share spoils, foretold a future where he would undoubtedly stand atop the clouds. Having left the Black Wind Valley, Jiang Fan had not ventured far when his keen senses detected a familiar malevolent aura, a 2-star Lord-level bloodthirsty demon wolf. Just right. It would make for a worthy addition to his tally. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, he executed the ghostly shadow step, appearing before the monstrous wolf as if by teleportation. The beast scarcely had time to comprehend the identity of its assailant before a fist enveloped in a faint golden aura rapidly loomed large in its vision. With a soft thud, the wolf's skull contorted grotesquely, and without uttering a sound, it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Successfully hunted a Lord-level 2-star bloodthirsty wolf, earning 200 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1120. Detected that the host's distributable attribute points have reached 1,000, meeting the criteria for promotion to a 2-star martial artist. Would you like to promote immediately? Promotion. There was no hesitation as Jiang Fan silently affirmed in his heart. In an instant, a magnificent and overwhelming warmth surged through his limbs and bones. Ding! Consumed 1,000 attribute points, successfully promoted to 2-star martial artist. Current vitality value, 2,000. Current distributable attribute points, 120. Jiang Fan clenched his fist tightly, the knuckles popping with crisp sounds as he felt the surging new power within him, far exceeding his previous capacity. A wave of formidable confidence welled up inside him, and a sharp, expectant smile curved his lips. A 2-star martial artist. A consummate mastery of mid-tier, Xian-level martial arts. He had a strong premonition that if he were to face a Lord-level 5-star beast at this moment, he would not merely be capable of putting up a fight, but would possess absolute certainty in overwhelming and crushing it. As the sun dipped towards the horizon and dusk approached, Jiang Fan no longer lingered, turning swiftly towards the direction of Yangshi City. Tomorrow, he had to report to the elite class. Although with his current strength and cultivation method, the regular curriculum at the school had become a mere formality. He still had to go through the motions. Occasionally sitting in the classroom could serve as a unique form of rest and adjustment after intense hunts. Chapter 40. The Prodigy of Yangjiang City. Vitality Testing. The elite classroom at the Martial Arts University was a realm incomparable to ordinary classes in terms of space, facilities, and atmosphere. The spacious and well-lit classroom featured specially designed desks and chairs that possessed a subtle gathering effect, allowing students to slowly nourish their vitality even during daily learning. On that morning, more than 60 students in the elite class had mostly gathered, forming small clusters as they engaged in hushed conversations, naturally revolving around the recently concluded freshman competition and its astonishing champion. Just then, the classroom door was gently pushed open, and a figure stepped inside. It was none other than Jiang Fan. He still donned the standard uniform of the ordinary class, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, as he walked into a space considered sacred by ordinary class students with an air of composure. His gaze swept across the classroom calmly, as if entering the most mundane of rooms, before he headed straight for an empty seat by the window, preparing to sit down. In that moment, the previously scattered murmurs abruptly ceased. Almost every gaze turned towards Jiang Fan, filled with astonishment, confusion, and scrutiny. Isn't that Jiang Fan, the champion of the freshman competition? Isn't he from the ordinary class? How did he end up in our elite class? Even if he is the champion, he shouldn't be able to just cross classes, right? The elite class isn't accessible to just anyone. Could he have walked into the wrong classroom? How embarrassing that would be. Some elite students who had previously clashed with Jiang Fan, such as Zhou Yu, who had been publicly humiliated when Jiang Fan seized the earth-shaking bear from him, suddenly found their expressions darkening. Their lips moved, but ultimately, they dared not utter a word. On one hand, they were keenly aware that they were no longer Jiang Fan's match. On the other hand, Jiang Fan had dared to defy the Zhao family's face. Even striking Zhao Hao, Zhou Yu would hardly be foolish enough to provoke him again. Meanwhile, those like Sima Liang, who had attempted to rob Jiang Fan in the trial area only to be taught a lesson, felt as if they were sitting on needles, their faces pale, wishing to shrink beneath their desks, their hearts racing with anxiety at the thought that Jiang Fan might be seeking retribution. Zhao Hao also averted his gaze, his heart racing, uncertain of Jiang Fan's intentions for suddenly appearing here. Seated in the front, Jiang Qian's eyes lit up upon spotting Jiang Fan. She quickly rose and approached him with hurried steps, her voice tinged with concern and curiosity. Cousin, what brings you here? Are you looking for me? Jiang Fan pulled out a chair and casually sat down, his tone flat. You're overthinking it. I'm not here to find you. I've transferred to the elite class. Transferred? Jiang Qian's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice involuntarily rising a notch. This statement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing the surrounding students to momentarily fall silent, only to erupt in a louder wave of chatter that quickly settled into expressions of realization and acceptance. Indeed, Jiang Fan is the champion of the freshman competition. Moreover, he is a martial artist of incredible talent who reportedly broke through in the city lord's mansion. It would be strange for such a prodigious individual to remain in the ordinary class. Transitioning to the elite class is only natural. They had merely been misled by Jiang Fan's sudden appearance and his ordinary class uniform. Why wasn't this significant change communicated to us in advance? Was the school planning to surprise us? This is fantastic. With Jiang Fan here, our class will finally hold our heads high in the upcoming inter-school freshman competition. We won't have to be at the bottom anymore. Without a doubt, from the moment Jiang Fan stepped into that classroom, he had already become the unspoken leader and stabilizing force of the elite class. Who in the class would dare to provoke him now? Consequently, his cousin Jiang Qian's status also rose significantly, as the gazes directed at her now carried more respect and caution. Standing beside Jiang Fan, Jiang Qian keenly sensed the shift in atmosphere around them, secretly delighting in having such a powerful cousin backing her. It indeed felt different. At that moment, the classroom door swung open once more. The elite class's homeroom teacher, Yi Xian, entered. She was a woman in her 30s, exuding a competent demeanor as a formidable martial artist, known for her strict teaching methods. Yet at that moment, a rare smile graced her face. Behind her, alongside a beaming and proud teacher Wang Meng, was a stranger clad in a luxurious white robe, his expression haughty. Yi Xian clapped her hands to bring the class to silence. Students, I have 2 announcements to make. She first turned her gaze towards Jiang Fan. her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. Firstly, from today onwards, Jiang Fan will officially transfer to our elite class. His strength and talent have been evident to all during the freshman competition. Let us warmly welcome his addition. A resounding applause erupted from the class, far more fervent than usual, with many gazes filled with respect and anticipation. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction before introducing the young man in the white robe beside her. Secondly, this is Lin Tiandong, who will also be joining our class from today. Lin Tiandong is transferring from Yangjiang City. Yangjiang City? A murmur rippled through the crowd. That city was a higher-tier main city than Yangshi City, with far superior resources and martial arts standards. Yi Xian continued. Lin Tiandong was also a top student in Yangjiang City, possessing exceptional talent. I hope everyone can engage with him and progress together. Lin Tiandong, upon hearing this, lifted his chin slightly, his gaze scanning the class with an air of condescension, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. His superiority stemming from being from the main city led him to perceive the prodigies of this small city as mere bumpkins, lacking worldly experience. Many students felt a surge of anger at his gaze, yet, due to his origins from Yangjiang City and the uncertainty of his capabilities, they suppressed their displeasure and remained silent for the moment. Yi Xian, seemingly oblivious to the subtle atmosphere, continued, perfect timing. Today, we have arranged an on-the-spot vitality test to assess everyone's training progress after the holiday. Who would like to go first? I will, Lin Tiandong exclaimed, raising his hand immediately with a resonant voice that brimmed with undeniable confidence. He stepped forward, casting a sweeping glance over the entire class. His tone laced with evident bravado. Very well, let the students from Yangshi City witness what a true genius from the main city is capable of. He strode confidently to the precision vitality testing apparatus in the center of the classroom, and with his classmates' eyes fixed upon him, he placed his palm firmly on the frigid crystal panel. Buzz. The testing device emitted a faint glow, and the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate rapidly. 1,500, 1,800, 2,000, 2,100. Ultimately, the number stabilized at an impressive 2,100. What the heck? 2,100 vitality? A 2-star martial artist? My goodness. Is Yangjiang City this formidable? Our class's highest vitality, Zhou Yu, is only 990. Even Jiang Fan, who just recently broke through to martial artist, is at most around 1,100. Right? This is nearly a doubling of difference. The genius of the main city indeed lived up to the reputation. The classroom erupted in astonishment, utterly shaken by this revelation. Even their homeroom teacher, Yi Xian, could not help but nod in approval, exclaiming, excellent. A vitality of 2,100, with a solid foundation. Lin Tiandong, you truly possess remarkable strength. Upon hearing the teacher's praise and the awe of his classmates, Lin Tiandong's pride swelled even further, his chin raised higher, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers. His gaze, imbued with challenge, scanned the crowd before landing squarely upon Jiang Fan, who maintained an air of calm, even appearing somewhat indifferent. Lin Tiandong thought to himself, is this the new student competition champion? Seeing my 2,100 vitality, he shows no reaction at all. What a facade of composure. Irritated, he deliberately adopted a sharp tone, directly challenging Jiang Fan. I hear you are the champion of this year's new student competition. How about you step up and take a test? Let me see what you're made of. Surely, you're not afraid of revealing a vast disparity in our capabilities, are you? In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Jiang Fan. Many were curious about his vitality value, while a few held a malicious glee. It was common knowledge that Jiang Fan had just recently ascended to the rank of martial artist, and if he managed to reach 1,100 vitality, it would be a swift improvement. Yet, compared to Lin Tiandong's 2,100, the gap was monumental. Clearly, Jiang Fan was destined to be overshadowed by this newcomer from Yangjiang City. However, Jiang Fan merely smiled lightly, then rose with unhurried grace, casually flexing his wrist. 2,100 vitality? Is that truly impressive? He mused, feeling that the mundane life of the elite class lacked excitement and needed a bit of entertainment. Since someone had willingly presented themselves, he felt no qualms about taking up the challenge. No rush. Jiang Fan strolled toward the testing apparatus with a relaxed demeanor, casting a dispassionate glance at the provocatively posturing Lin Tiandong, his tone calm, yet imbued with an unspoken intensity. What is rightfully mine will naturally come to pass. Internally, Jiang Fan reflected, it is time for you all, especially this so-called genius from the main city, to witness what true prowess looks like. Under the scrutiny of all, Jiang Fan ambled to the vitality testing device, effortlessly pressing his palm against the cold crystal panel. The previously somewhat noisy classroom fell into an expectant silence. As if a pin could be heard dropping, all gazes were riveted on the screen, with Yi Xian and Wang Ming instinctively leaning forward. Although Yi Xian knew Jiang Fan was a martial artist, this boy had concealed his true capabilities so well that no one was aware of his current standing. Buzz. The indicator light of the testing device flickered a few times, and then the numbers on the screen began to leap wildly. 1,000, 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. When the vivid red number 2000 finally settled, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. Then, an even more intense wave of exclamations erupted. What? 2000? Am I seeing things? He just broke through to martial artist last week, right? A surge of 1000 vitality in a week. Insanity. This is utterly absurd. Others would be grateful for a 100-point increase in a month, and he achieves 1000 in a week? This is beyond exaggeration. What did Lin Tiandong's 2100 matter? At this rate, with Jiang Fan's meteoric rise, surpassing him would be a matter of minutes. Heavens! Is Yangshi City truly giving birth to a dragon? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Filled with disbelief, in her years of teaching, she had encountered many geniuses, yet even the most extraordinary among them only experienced a rise of 500 vitality in a month. Jiang Fan's speed was beyond the realm of talent. It was on the verge of rewriting the annals of martial arts university history. Wang Meng, standing nearby, wore a beaming smile, his hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed proudly, clearly announcing to all, "See that? This is a student I, Wang Meng, have nurtured." At this moment, the arrogance that belonged to Lin Tiandong, the main city genius, froze entirely, replaced by profound shock tinged with a hint of unease. He had expended 1 to 2 months of arduous training to elevate his vitality from 1000 to 2100 in the resource-rich and spiritually abundant Yangjiang City. How could this impoverished student achieve such a feat in just 1 week? This was illogical. Yet, the cold numbers on the screen were indisputable. He suppressed the turmoil within and forced a scoff. Humph, what is the use of high vitality? It's merely empty talk. In real combat, what matters is martial skills and battle experience. My mid-grade profound technique, flowing cloud palm, is already perfected. Do you have the courage to spar with me? He attempted to regain his standing through the challenge of combat. Jiang Fan slowly withdrew his hand, barely lifting his eyelids. Not interested. He genuinely found it tedious. What was the point of picking on weaklings? There were no rewards. Not interested? Lin Tiandong was choked by those dismissive words, then seized upon the opportunity. His voice rising sharply with scorn. I see you're afraid. Afraid of losing to me in front of so many people and embarrassing your title as the new student competition champion, right? His words were provocatively inciting, instantly rallying some onlookers to cheer. Come on, Jiang Fan. Compare with him. Your vitality is similar. Who is afraid of whom? Exactly. Let him see the prowess of our Yangshi City genius. Don't back down, Jiang Fan. Among the raucous crowd were those who previously felt overshadowed by Jiang Fan or were simply envious of his meteoric rise, all eager for Lin Tiandong, this outsider, to temper his arrogance. Subconsciously, many believed that despite the similar vitality, Lin Tiandong, hailing from the main city, would undoubtedly possess superior martial skills and combat experience compared to Jiang Fan. Yi Xian stood by silently, not intervening. She too was eager to observe whether Jiang Fan's astonishing vitality growth truly matched his practical combat abilities. After all, a perfected mid-grade profound technique, within the realm of 2-star martial artists, was indeed rare to find a rival. Though Wang Meng felt Jiang Fan's chances were slim, he also saw this as an opportunity to gauge his student's true capabilities against Lin Tiandong, the proverbial sharpening stone. Seeing Jiang Fan remain silent, Lin Tiandong's smugness intensified, his words becoming increasingly caustic. What is this? Are you too cowardly to accept the challenge? With such meager capabilities, how could one even aspire to be the champion of the freshman tournament? What a farce. Jiang Fan finally furrowed his brow. He found incessant chatter from annoying pests utterly exasperating. He raised his gaze, his expression calm as he regarded Lin Tiandong, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk that seemed to dance between amusement and disdain. A fight? Certainly. But it must not be in vain. Let us add a touch of incentive. If I emerge victorious, you shall grant me 5 Lord-level beast crystals. Should I lose, I shall also provide you with 5. Do you dare to wager? 5 Lord-level beast crystals? The crowd erupted in astonishment. A single Lord-level 1-star beast crystal commands a market price of 20,000 crystal coins. Thus 5 amounts to a staggering 100,000. This sum is astronomical for the average student. Lin Tiandong's pupils constricted, but he was soon overwhelmed by a surge of confidence. He envisioned the moment the beast crystals would be his, laughing heartily. Very well. Let us wager. 5 beast crystals are trivial for me. Today, I shall enlighten you, you frog at the bottom of the well, on the true disparity between your kind and the prodigies of the main city. Feeling assured of victory, he regarded the 5 beast crystals as mere trifles. Jiang Fan nodded. Turning to Yi Xian, teacher, please find an arena for training and let us commence swiftly. I am pressed for time. Yi Xian, snapping back to reality from her shock, promptly responded, of course, follow me. The school has dedicated training arenas with comprehensive protective measures. A throng of students followed them eagerly to the training ground, excitedly whispering to one another, the atmosphere charged as though a festival were underway. This is exhilarating. 2,000 against 2,100, profound martial techniques clashing. I bet Lin Tiandong will win. His martial skills are consummate, and he is exceptionally experienced. I wager Jiang Fan will create a miracle. He always surprises everyone. Lin Tiandong strode confidently ahead, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he plotted, I will strike ruthlessly. Within 3 moves, he must be brought to his knees. Begging for mercy, Jiang Fan trailed leisurely behind, observing Lin Tiandong's back with the gaze of one eyeing a foolish benefactor offering his wallet. He chuckled softly, a sound only he could hear. I hope when you lose, your ability to pay matches the hardness of your boasts. Chapter 42. A single punch to defeat you. 3-star martial master. The atmosphere in the training arena was tense, charged with anticipation. Yi Exin stood at the edge of the arena, her demeanor serious as she proclaimed loudly. Rules of the duel. Strikes must be controlled, no deliberate lethal blows. A party concedes, falls, or steps out of bounds is deemed the loser. Now commence. The two stood their ground, surrounded by a throng of students who had rushed to witness the spectacle. Yi Xian and Wang Ming occupied the front row, their eyes fixed intently on the arena, fearful of missing any detail. Lin Tiandong took a deep breath, assuming the starting position of the flowing cloud palm. His vital energy surging forth, the pressure of a 2-star martial master unleashed without reservation. A pale white stream of energy coiled around his palms like mist, faintly resonating with the sound of whistling wind, exuding an impressive aura. He focused on Jiang Fan, who remained nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets, a relaxed expression gracing his face. Lin Tiandong's anger intensified as he sneered, Jiang Fan, concede now, and apologize before everyone. I can pretend this never happened, and you shall suffer less physical torment. Jiang Fan did not deign to meet his gaze, merely yawning lazily. You talk too much. If we are to fight, let us do so. I am pressed for time. Pretentiousness. Flowing cloud breaks the sky. Lin Tiandong's contemptuous attitude ignited his fury completely. He shouted and propelled himself forward, his form shooting like an arrow released from a bow. His right palm struck out, the pale energy howling forth. The force of his palm aimed directly at Jiang Fan's face, clearly intent on humiliating him in a single blow. What incredible speed. This technique is indeed formidable. Gasps erupted from the audience, some girls instinctively covering their eyes, unable to bear the anticipated bloody spectacle. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. She sensed the power behind this strike far exceeded that of an ordinary 2-star martial master, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Jiang Fan. Just as the palm imbued with overwhelming strength was about to make contact with Jiang Fan's countenance, he moved. His right hand, previously tucked in his pocket, shot out with lightning speed, fingers clenched into a fist. The 2,000 points of vital energy within him fused seamlessly with the immense force of the perfected mountain-crushing fist, erupting forth. There was no dazzling brilliance, only an essence honed to perfection, a terrifying power that seemed capable of shattering mountains, converging upon the tip of his fist. Late to the party, yet arriving first. A simple, direct punch met Lin Tiandong's extravagant flowing cloud palm head-on. Boom. The clash of fists and palms produced a thunderous explosion, followed by a distinct sound of bones cracking that resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Lin Tiandong let out a wretched scream. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, his forward momentum reversed, hurtling backward at an even greater speed, blood spewing forth as he traced a desperate arc through the air. Finally, with a resounding crash, he slammed into the protective wall over 10 meters away. The entire wall shuddered violently, spiderweb-like cracks forming upon its surface. He lay sprawled on the ground, his complexion ashen, attempting to rise but unable to do so due to excruciating pain and surging vital energy, reduced to a moaning heap. Throughout it all, Jiang Fan had not moved an inch. He slowly withdrew his fist, as if merely completing a trivial task, even brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing. The arena was enveloped in a deathly silence. Everyone stood agape, their minds nearly paralyzed with disbelief. A complete and utter annihilation. Yi Xian and Wang Ming were likewise frozen, their mouths agape as they struggled to comprehend the swift and brutal conclusion to the battle. They had anticipated Jiang Fan might be strong, but never could they have fathomed the fight would end so swiftly and violently. After a brief, stunned silence, the training ground erupted as if a bomb had detonated. Goodness. A single punch. Just one punch. Lin Tiandong boasted of his perfected technique, yet it crumbled like tofu before Jiang Fan. Incredible. This is the true genius of Yangshi City. What is the main city in comparison? Ha ha ha. Look at how arrogant he was just moments ago, and now he lies on the ground, unable to rise. Cheers, gasps, and mockery intermingled, nearly threatening to lift the roof off the arena. Amidst the cacophony, Jiang Fan approached the disheveled Lin Tiandong, looking down upon him with an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze tranquil as a still lake. Profound mid-grade martial technique? Perfection? He softly echoed Lin Tiandong's earlier boasts, a subtle smile playing upon his lips as he shook his head, flashy, yet utterly ineffectual. With that, he disregarded the crowd, crouched down, and rummaged through Lin Tiandong's storage pouch at his waist, retrieving 5 Lord-level beast crystals. The wager is accepted. Jiang Fan pocketed the crystals and stood tall, addressing Lin Tiandong, whose eyes were glazed over with humiliation and fear, delivering a final, cutting remark. Additionally, I welcome you to return for another round of beast crystals next time. The genius of the main city, truly authentic. Upon hearing this, Lin Tiandong spat another mouthful of blood in fury, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Jiang Fan, indifferent to his plight, ambled leisurely out of the training ground, hands in pockets, basking in the multitude of gazes filled with fervor, awe, admiration, and fear. As he exited, he sought a secluded corner, producing the 5 freshly acquired beast crystals, silently invoking, system, convert attribute points. Ding. Absorbed 5 Lord-level 1-star beast crystals, acquiring 500 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 620. Only 380 more points are needed to ascend to 3-star martial master. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Jiang Fan's mouth as he turned and set off towards the Duanyun mountain range. It was time to continue his hunt and enhance his strength. This time, he did not intend to venture deep into the mountains, but rather to scour the periphery. Before long, a majestic, golden-maned Lord-ranked 1-star golden mane lion entered his line of sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan executed the ghostly shadow step, his figure transforming into a specter as he closed the distance in an instant. Before the lion could react, a formidable fist imbued with the power of mountain crushing struck down upon its skull. A dull crack resounded as its skull shattered. The golden mane lion fell to the ground without even a whimper, its life extinguished. Ding. You have slain a Lord-ranked 1-star golden mane lion, earning 100 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 720. Continuing deeper into the mountains, a Lord-ranked 2-star rock spike lizard, its hide rugged and flesh thick, emerged from behind the rocks. Jiang Fan's gaze sharpened. A simple, direct punch was all that was needed. His fist pierced through its body, instantly shattering its innards. Ding. You have slain a Lord-ranked 2-star rock spike lizard, earning 200 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 920. Just 80 points remaining, Jiang Fan felt a surge of joy. At that moment, a silver figure darted through the bushes ahead. It was a speedster, a Lord-ranked 1-star thunder shadow leopard. Just what he needed. He was only 100 points short. Jiang Fan's speed surged as he pursued it, and in the instant the thunder shadow leopard turned in fear, his fist descended. Ding. You have slain a Lord-ranked 1-star thunder shadow leopard, earning 100 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1120. Detection indicates that the host's distributable attribute points have reached 1,000, meeting the requirements for promotion to 3-star martial artist. Would you like to promote? Promote immediately, Jiang Fan commanded decisively in his mind. A powerful wave of warmth surged from the depths of his being, flowing through his limbs and bones. His muscles, skeleton, and meridians buzzed with joy. Ding. Successfully promoted to 3-star martial artist. Current vitality, 3,000. Distributable attribute points, 120. Jiang Fan clenched his fist tightly, feeling an overwhelming force within him. As if he could shatter a small mountain with a single blow. A fiery and confident light flickered in his eyes. A 3-star martial artist. At the pinnacle of the profound level martial arts, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Chapter 43. The Might of 3 Stars, the Fist That Shakes the Vine Serpent. While Jiang Fan reveled in his hunting within the Duanyun mountain range, the commotion he had caused at school spread like a tempest, his vitality soaring to 2,000. Along with the news of his ability to defeat the genius Lin Tiandong from the main city of Yangjiang with a single punch, flew through the air, reaching every corner of the martial arts university overnight, even shaking the upper echelons of Yangshi City. Within the martial arts university, no matter where one went, students were passionately discussing breaking news. Jiang Fan has become a 2-star martial artist with 2,000 vitality. In just one punch, he brought the arrogant Lin Tiandong to his knees. Wasn't Lin Tiandong boasting about how powerful his profound level palm technique was? In front of Jiang Fan, it was as flimsy as paper, reduced to tears with just one blow. Who would dare say that Yangshi City cannot produce true dragons? Jiang Fan is our pride. The scariest part is his rate of promotion, 1,000 vitality in a week. This is no longer a rocket launch, it's a spatial leap, they fervently discussed, unaware that the protagonist of their talk had already stepped into the realm of 3-star martial artists. In the teacher's office, the topic centered around Jiang Fan. Xin sighed with emotion. In my decades of teaching, I've seen many geniuses, but none like Jiang Fan, whose talent, character, and combat prowess are all astonishingly exceptional. With the power he displayed in defeating Lin Tiandong, I feel he could easily handle a 3-star Lord-level demon beast on his own. Wang Meng, sitting nearby, wore a constant smile, casually bringing up, that Jiang Fan is a bit of a recluse, but his talent is indeed remarkable. I've nurtured him myself. His pride was unmistakable. In the Lord's mansion of Yangshi City, the Lord wore a satisfied smile. To break through 2 stars in a week. This growth rate surpasses my own by at least 10-fold. Yangshi City has truly found a rare treasure this time. He turned to Lu Darren beside him and said, this person's future is boundless. The inter-school competition is approaching, right? With him and Lin Tiandong, We won't have to finish at the bottom this year. At least we can secure a mid-tier position. Lu Darren chuckled in agreement. The Lord is wise. Although the other 4 schools have also improved, I have a feeling Jiang Fan will bring us even greater surprises. I have high hopes for him, haha. In the Li residence, Old Li stroked his beard, his hands trembling slightly from excitement. This young man not only possesses formidable strength, but also an astonishing growth rate. He is no ordinary talent. Convey my message. Let Wanner spend more time in the vicinity of the Duanyun mountain range these days, ensuring she creates opportunities for a chance encounter with Jiang Fan. Fostering a connection. Our Li family must do everything possible to align ourselves with him. He understood clearly that as long as they could ally with Jiang Fan, the Li family would soar to new heights, escaping their current plight. In stark contrast to the Li family's fervor were the cold demeanors of the Zhao and Zhou families. Elder Zhao Shan of the Zhao family sat in his dimly lit study, his face dark enough to drip water. This Jiang Fan is growing too quickly, and there has long been animosity between us. If we allow this to continue, he will become a significant threat. We must find a way to eliminate him early. But it must be done cleanly. No traces left for the Lord's mansion to discover. At the Zhou family meeting, the elders were equally furious. Slamming the table as they shouted, Zhou Yu was publicly humiliated by him, losing the nearly won freshman competition championship, leaving me unable to hold my head high in front of the Lord. As long as this Jiang Fan remains, our Zhou family will never regain our dignity. We must find an opportunity to create an accident for him in the Duanyun mountain range, ensuring he never returns. Both families harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Fan, yet feared the clear stance of the Lord's mansion, daring only to plot in secret and not to act openly. If Jiang Fan were aware that the Zhou family harbored murderous intent against him, he would likely feel quite innocent. The Zhao family sought to kill him out of old grievances. What business did the Zhou family have in this matter? Was it merely because he had bested Zhou Yu and made him cry while easily claiming a championship, causing their elder to receive a scolding from the Lord? Was this trivial matter worth murder? As for Lin Tiandong, the other protagonist of the incident, since being publicly defeated in a single punch, he had completely wilted. In the elite class, he shrank into a corner, as inconspicuous as a shadow, no longer daring to mention the words main city genius. Whenever he thought of Jiang Fan, he was left with nothing but an inescapable fear and profound humiliation. The next morning, Jiang Fan once again did not attend school. Instead, he delved deeper into the Duanyun mountain range. As a 3-star martial artist with perfected profound-level martial arts, he urgently needed to test his limits against stronger prey while also seeking to harvest more attribute points. As he ventured further, he arrived in an area of exceptionally dense vegetation. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid scent of flora, mixed with a dizzying, sweet, toxic miasma. Jiang Fan keenly sensed the powerful aura of a demonic beast approaching, laced with a cold, murderous intent. The underbrush ahead was violently parted, revealing a colossal serpent. As thick as a water bucket, its body cloaked in dark, verdant scales and adorned with sharp, thorny barbs, emerging from the foliage. Its triangular head bore a pair of eerie green vertical pupils that fixated intently on Jiang Fan, while its forked tongue flicked in and out, exuding a pungent stench of decay. A Lord-level 5-star, thorn-vine serpent. It regarded the diminutive human before it with a glimmer of anthropomorphic mockery in its emerald gaze, as if contemplating the most entertaining way to indulge in this delectable feast. A 5-star lord? How fortuitous. I'll use you to test my blade. Rather than fear. Jiang Fan's eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. He instantly deployed the ghostly shadow step, transforming into a blur, and charged directly at the giant serpent. The thorn-vine serpent, clearly unprepared for its prey to initiate an assault, let out a piercing hiss. Its robust tail swept violently, the thorns protruding from it shooting towards Jiang Fan like arrows. Simultaneously, its massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a noxious, dark green venom that sprayed forth like a water jet, sealing off Jiang Fan's escape route. Unfazed by the onslaught, Jiang Fan maintained his composure, executing a series of astonishingly precise maneuvers as he deftly evaded all thorns and venom, closing in on the serpent's head in an instant. So fast, a flicker of astonishment flashed in the thorn-vine serpent's vertical pupils. Mountain-crushing fist, Jiang Fan shouted, his right fist brimming with formidable energy and power, delivering a straightforward yet devastating blow that struck solidly against the serpent's hardened head. Bang! A muffled thud, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, visibly dented the serpent's skull. The thorn-vine serpent emitted a pained and furious hiss, its massive body coiling like a colossal rope, intent on crushing this audacious human into a pulp. Anticipating this, Jiang Fan sidestepped, slipping through the gaps in the serpent's coils like a wraith. At the same time, his fist rose again, descending like a tempest. Bang! 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 Crack! His fists relentlessly pummeled the hard thorns. In an instant, shattered thorns flew in all directions, the tough scales fracturing under the force of his blows, blood instantly saturating the serpent's body. The thorn-vine serpent was driven into a frenzy, thrashing its tail, coiling, spewing venom, and launching a myriad of thorny attacks, leaving the surrounding trees and rocks in utter ruin. Yet, Jiang Fan navigated through this storm of assaults with unnerving calmness. He seized an opportunity, channeling all his strength, blood surging, and aimed for the previously dented spot on the serpent's head, delivering a lethal strike. Die! This punch contained the full power of his 3-star martial artist prowess and the intent of the mountain-crushing fist. Boom! The serpent's head was struck with tremendous force, its skull shattering completely. The serpent's coiling abruptly halted, its fierce and ghostly gaze dimming rapidly, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of vitality. Ding! Slain a Lord-level 5-star, Thornvine Serpent, gained 500 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 620. Jiang Fan stood beside the immense serpent's corpse, slowly retracting his fist and gently shaking his wrist, feeling the still surging power within him. With the prowess of a 3-star martial artist, he had effortlessly slain a 5-star lord. He even felt confident that he could contend with a 6-star lord-level beast. At this rate, elevating to a 4-star martial artist was merely a matter of time. A confident and domineering smile curved his lips as he bent down to collect the valuable spoils of this battle. Chapter 44. Your luck is quite poor. After effortlessly dispatching the Thornvine Serpent, Jiang Fan continued to meander through the Duanyun mountain range, as if strolling in his own backyard, searching for traces of lord-level mutated beasts. Not long after, a rustling sound emanated from a nearby thicket, and a lord-level 1-star gray-furred wild boar suddenly lunged out, baring its tusks and glaring menacingly at him as it charged with a growl. Are you here to deliver attribute points? Jiang Fan chuckled softly, moving fluidly with ghostly shadow step, effortlessly sidestepping the wild boar and delivering a simple yet powerful straight punch. Bang! His fist struck the gray-furred wild boar's head with pinpoint accuracy, causing its massive skull to cave in instantly. The wild boar didn't even have time to let out a wail before its enormous body collapsed, limbs twitching for a moment before falling silent. Ding! Slain a Lord-level 1-star gray-furred wild boar, gained 100 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 720. Just 280 more attribute points were needed to ascend to a 4-star martial artist. Jiang Fan felt elated, his steps light as he continued forward. At that moment, a heavy thud echoed from nearby. Jiang Fan paused, curiosity piqued, and approached the source of the sound. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a middle-aged man clad in the official attire of the city lord's estate, lying in a pool of blood, covered in injuries, breathing weakly, clearly grievously wounded, lacking even the strength to rise. The system indicated that this middle-aged man had a blood vitality of 5,200, marking him as a 5-star martial artist. A member of the city lord's estate, Jiang Fan recalled the lord's appreciation for him and the resources provided, and prepared to retrieve healing potions from his storage bag to assist. However, upon seeing Jiang Fan, the man did not plead for help. Instead, he summoned all his strength to shout, "Run! The Black Sun sect scoundrels are coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." The man was indeed from the city lord's estate, named Zhao Lai. Sensing Jiang Fan's relatively low realm, he sought to spare the innocent youth from peril, urging him to flee. Jiang Fan's face flickered with confusion at the mention of the Black Sun sect. What on earth was that? He was unaware that it was a secret and nefarious cult operating in the vicinity of Yangshi City, known for its ruthless and heinous tactics. Zhao Lai, seeing that Jiang Fan remained unmoving, wearing a look of bewilderment, coughed up another mouthful of blood in desperation, just as Jiang Fan was momentarily lost in thought. For figures emerged from the forest like phantoms, encircling him and Zhao Lai. The newcomers were clad in black robes, emblazoned with a distorted black sun totem on their chests, their eyes fierce and exuding an air of malice. At the forefront was a one-eyed man with a sinister demeanor, whose blood vitality was recorded at 5,500, making him a 5-star martial artist. He was flanked by 3 others, 2 4-star martial artists and 1 3-star martial artist, armed with poisoned weapons, emanating a palpable killing intent. Haha. Zhao Lai, your city lord's estate truly is oblivious to danger. After we've slaughtered so many of you, you still dare to sniff around like dogs. The one-eyed man brandished a ghostly green venomous blade, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You've drawn my attention. It seems your fate is sealed. Today is your day to die? Zhao Lai's eyes widened in fury, summoning his strength to curse Black Sun fiends, wreaking havoc in Yangshi, harming the innocent. The city lord will surely uproot you all. Your arrogance will not last long. At this moment, Jiang Fan comprehended the situation. Personnel from the city lord's estate were tracking down the cult, but unfortunately, they had been exposed and were now being hunted, severely injured. Jiang Fan, disinterested in exchanging pleasantries, directly retrieved the high-quality healing potions previously gifted by the city lord from his storage bag and tossed them beside Zhao Lai. Take this. You want to die. Jiang Fan spoke with an unnervingly calm tone, as if this were not a matter of life and death. Zhao Lai was utterly bewildered. Was this boy simply dazed, or was he truly unafraid of death? What time is it? And yet you remain so composed while delivering medicine. Do you not see these four fiends? At this moment, the four members of the Black Sun sect have finally turned their attention to Jiang Fan. They had long noticed him but dismissed him entirely, perceiving his aura to be merely that of a second or third-tier martial artist. Considering him nothing more than an insect to be crushed, the one-eyed dragon nonchalantly gestured towards the underling of the third-tier martial artist. Go, deal with that irritating brat. But do it cleanly. A cruel grin instantly spread across the face of the cultist, who replied, understood, with a flourish of his poisoned dagger. He lunged towards Jiang Fan's back. Kid, you can only blame your bad luck. In your next life, be more discerning and avoid such ruckus. The air was thick with the stench of poison as he struck. Zhao Lai, burning with anxiety, could only watch in despair as the dagger lunged towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan sighed helplessly, slowly turning around. The casual demeanor had vanished, replaced by a chilling indifference. I merely wish to quietly hunt some monsters. Since you insist on courting death, I can only say that your luck is exceedingly poor. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he activated the ghostly shadow stepping, his form twisting like a distorted phantom. Not only did he deftly evade the venomous thrust, he closed the distance to the cultist in an instant. In the astonished gaze of his opponent, Jiang Fan's fist surged forth like a tempest, imbued with the overwhelming might of mountain-crushing fist, landing squarely upon the cultist's chest. Crack! Uft! The sound of shattering bones coincided with the splattering of blood. The cultist's chest visibly caved in, his entire being propelled backward as if struck by a rampaging beast, crashing into a small tree several meters away before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Instant kill. The scene plunged into a profound silence. Zhao Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Jiang Fan. He had initially thought the youth was merely an ordinary passerby, only to discover he was a ferocious tiger cloaked in sheep's skin. The one-eyed dragon's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of alarm flashing in his singular eye as he barked. Damn it, I misjudged. This kid is peculiar. You two, attack together and chop him to bits. The other two fourth-tier martial artists, sensing the urgency, sprang into action simultaneously. One wielded a long sword, delivering a powerful strike. The other brandished a short dagger, cunning and sinister. Their coordination was flawless, their moves vicious. Clearly seasoned veterans accustomed to fighting in tandem, the air around Jiang Fan thick with lethal intent. Yet, Jiang Fan remained unperturbed, executing ghostly shadow stepping to its utmost potential. He glided through the flurry of blades like a wraith, their attacks fierce but failing to even graze his clothing. Too slow. Jiang Fan assessed them coolly, as if instructing two inept apprentices. Before his words had fully dissipated, his fist shot forth, swift as lightning. Boom, boom. Two resounding thuds echoed, akin to a heavy hammer striking a drum. The two fourth-tier martial artists scarcely comprehended the origin of the blows before they were overwhelmed by an irresistible force. Their internal organs instantaneously displaced and shattered. They flew backward like kites severed from their strings, landing lifelessly on the ground, their bodies growing cold. In the brief span of a minute, three fearsome cultists were annihilated with a single punch each. The one-eyed dragon's pupils constricted to pinpricks, a chill racing up his spine, the hairs on his body standing on end. How could this youth, who seemingly only possessed the aura of a second or third-tier martial artist, exhibit such terrifying combat prowess? It was utterly illogical. Chapter 45, Fist of Justice Against the Cult. Fourth-tier martial artists. Jiang Fan's extraordinary might left the one-eyed dragon in a state of panic, obliterating any remnants of hope he harbored. He bellowed, unleashing the full force of his fifth-tier martial artist energy, the air around him rippling with power. His ghostly dagger, radiating a sickly green light, sliced through the air, aiming directly for Jiang Fan's face. Little brother, beware. The blade is laced with poison. Contact will lead to decay. Zhao Lai, heart racing, shouted in alarm. Yet, Jiang Fan maintained his calm demeanor. As the deadly dagger descended, he advanced rather than retreated, employing ghostly shadow stepping to sidestep the lethal strike by mere inches. Simultaneously, he tightened his right fist, channeling 3,000 points of energy and the overwhelming force of the perfected mountain-crushing fist into a singular strike, from which the sound of thunder and wind could be faintly perceived. Your movements are riddled with flaws. In an icy tone, he unleashed his fist, disregarding the one-eyed dragon's every attempt to react, landing a solid blow upon his chest. Boom. Crack. A muffled sound resonated, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of cracking ribs. The one-eyed dragon's momentum came to an abrupt halt, his eyes bulging with blood vessels. He felt as if he had been struck head-on by a prehistoric beast, his feet leaving the ground, and he was hurled backward, crashing violently into a tree trunk that required two people to embrace. A torrent of blood, mixed with internal organs, erupted forth. He slid down the trunk, his gaze rapidly dulling, left with only the breath escaping his lips, devoid of any intake. Jiang Fan stepped forward slowly, looking down at the fading cultist, devoid of any semblance of pity. In your next life, remember to be a good person. With those words, he delivered a final punch, sealing the cultist's fate. The entire sequence transpired seamlessly, from beginning to end, in mere breaths. It was an overwhelming, thorough domination. These cultists were likely poorly grounded, their combat abilities significantly inferior to those of the same tier of demonic beasts. Jiang Fan flicked his wrist, casually commenting. As if he had merely swatted a few flies, their capabilities are utterly lacking. Zhao Lai stood frozen, his mouth agape, capable of accommodating an egg, his gaze darting between the 4 corpses on the ground and Jiang Fan, filled with profound shock and awe. A 5th-tier martial artist, 2 4th-tier, and 1 3rd-tier had all been effortlessly dispatched by a youth who appeared to possess only the strength of a 3rd-tier martial artist. This was no mere genius. He was an anomaly. When did Yangshi City produce such a monstrous being? Jiang Fan, however, had no time to ponder Zhao Lai's tumultuous thoughts. He expertly bent down, rifling through the storage bags of the 4 black-clad figures, before making his way to Zhao Lai. How are your injuries? Can you walk on your own? If so, hurry back to the city to tend to your wounds. I must continue my hunt. Zhao Lai snapped back to reality, struggling to rise. Despite the pain pulling at his wounds, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. He hastily produced a dark iron token emblazoned with the insignia of the city lord's mansion, indicating his identity, then retrieved a small cloth bag, presenting it with both hands. This young brother, my gratitude cannot be adequately expressed. I am Zhao Lai, a member of the city lord's mansion. I was tasked with investigating the Black Sun sect stronghold, but inadvertently exposed my position and nearly lost my life. These 2 Lord-tier 2nd-grade beast crystals are a token of my appreciation. I implore you to accept them. Upon returning to the City Lord's mansion, I shall report your benevolent assistance to the Lord. Since you are from the City Lord's mansion, there is no need for formality. Jiang Fan accepted the beast crystals with ease, tucking them into his pocket. I am Jiang Fan. The City Lord has extended some kindness towards me, so I naturally had to intervene. 400 attribute points, along with 4 unknown storage bags. This was an excellent haul. Jiang Fan felt quite pleased. You are Jiang Fan. Zhao Lai gasped, his astonishment deepening. He had vaguely heard of this name, rumored to belong to an extraordinary freshman. Yet he never anticipated it would lead to such a remarkable encounter. Moreover, he was even acquainted with the city lord. He once again solemnly clasped his fists. Brother Jiang Fan, I shall forever remember the kindness you have shown me. I will repay you generously. There is no need for repayment. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. You should take care of things quickly. It is unwise to linger here. Watching Jiang Fan's figure vanish into the depths of the dense forest, Zhao Lai dared not delay. After a hasty bandaging, he summoned his strength and staggered toward the direction of Yangshi City. Jiang Fan casually found a spot to tally his gains. In the 4 storage bags, aside from some crystal coins, ordinary pills, and miscellaneous items from the cult, there were no beast crystals, which left him slightly disappointed. However, since it was merely an unexpected windfall, he did not dwell on it. He quickly exchanged the 2 beast crystals Zhao Lai had given him. Ding. Absorbed 2 Lord-level 2-star beast crystals, gaining 400 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1120. Observing the ample attribute points displayed on the panel, a satisfied smile crept across Jiang Fan's lips. This is sufficient. Time to advance. As the command resonated within him, a far more potent warm current surged from his dantian, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. His vitality surged like a boiling river, roaring and rushing, as his vitality soared from 300 points to a steady 4,000 points. His muscles and tendons emitted a subtle hum, overflowing with an exhilarating sense of power. Ding. Successfully advanced to 4-star martial artist. Current vitality, 4,000. Distributable attribute points, 120. Jiang Fan slowly clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking with a satisfying sound, feeling the terrifying power contained within his punches. As if he could shatter mountains with a single blow, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. As a 4-star martial artist, with perfected mystical martial arts, even if I were to confront a 6-star Lord-level beast head-on, I could surely obliterate it. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, staring into the depths of the Duanyun mountain range, shrouded in clouds and mist, where the roars of beasts echoed ominously. That was a perilous land many seasoned martial artists from Yangshi City dared not tread, rumored to be inhabited by numerous high-tier Lord-level beasts. That is where I shall go. With a swift movement, he executed the shadowy ghost steps to its utmost, transforming into a blurred afterimage, like an arrow released from its bow, shooting straight into the depths of the fog-laden mountains. Shortly after Jiang Fan and Zhao Lai departed, a group of figures clad in the garb of the Black Sun cult stealthily appeared, upon witnessing the bodies of their fallen comrades on the ground. Especially the gruesome state of the one-eyed dragon, their expressions changed drastically. All dead. Have the city lord's experts arrived? This is bad. Our stronghold may be exposed. Quickly. Return at once to report to the elder, and everyone must evacuate immediately. The group dared not linger for a moment, vanishing into the shadows of the forest like startled rabbits. In Yangshi City, within the city lord's residence, after listening to Zhao Lai's detailed report, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the city lord's eyes, and he made a decisive command. What audacity from the Black Sun cult to act so recklessly. Send orders to dispatch 5 martial sect experts, leading a team of elite martial artists, to thoroughly eradicate their stronghold based on the clues Zhao Lai has provided. After issuing his orders, he gradually settled back down. A meaningful smile gracing his face as his fingers lightly tapped the table. This Zhang Fan's rapid growth in strength and ruthless tactics are truly beyond my expectations each time. By chance, he has rendered a great service to Yanxi City. Meanwhile, standing below, Zhao Lai finally learned of Zhang Fan's astonishing feats in the city from his colleagues. How he had surged 1,000 points of vitality in a week. How he had single-handedly slain a genius from the main city. He stood there, stunned, before murmuring to himself, "So this is the true genius. He is indeed a prodigy." Chapter 46. Even 6 stars can be slain. I shall claim victory in the league. Deep within the Duanyun mountain range, mist hung like gauze, and miasma pervaded the air, with towering ancient trees blocking the sunlight. This place was a paradise for high-tier lord-level beasts, the atmosphere thick with a spine-chilling pressure. For an average martial artist to enter here would be akin to courting death. Yet Zhang Fan was different. He moved with ease. His vitality as a 4-star martial artist both restrained and robust, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, scanning his surroundings. He felt confident that even if he encountered an 8 or 9-star lord-level being, he could escape unscathed using shadowy ghost steps. Not long into his venture, a blazing and fierce aura suddenly locked onto him. Whoosh! A fiery figure, swift as lightning, tore through the mist, pouncing ferociously. It was a peak 6-star lord-level flame-tailed fox. Its form was as massive as a fierce tiger, its crimson fur shimmering, but most striking was its bushy long tail, which appeared to dance with real flames, radiating an intense heat. Its speed was astonishing. As soon as it appeared, its claws sliced through the air with a piercing shriek and scorching heat, targeting Zhang Fan's throat with deadly intent. Its speed was remarkable, but to injure me? It still falls short. Zhang Fan's eyes held no fear. Instead, a glint of excitement flickered within him. As he activated shadowy ghost steps, his form ghosted like a phantom, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, while his actual body silently sidestepped 3 feet, the deadly claws barely grazing the edge of his clothing. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, unleashing the full force of his 4,000 vitality combined with the perfected mountain-crushing fist, delivering a straightforward punch aimed at the flame-tailed fox's soft abdomen. Boom! With a muffled thud, the flame-tailed fox emitted a pained howl, its massive form sent flying by the tremendous force, rolling several times on the ground before stabilizing. Its crimson fur noticeably dulled in that area. Its emerald eyes brimmed with astonished fury, bewildered as to why this human, whose aura did not seem particularly strong, possessed such outrageous speed and power. Roar! In a frenzy of anger and confusion, the flame-tailed fox's fiery tail lashed wildly, and in an instant, dozens of fireballs the size of ping-pong balls rained down upon Zhang Fan like a meteor shower. Such trivial skills. Zhang Fan scoffed, as shadowy ghost steps revealed its marvels in the tight confines, his form weaving through the gaps between the fireballs like willow fluff in the wind, while the fireballs exploded behind him, leaving scorched earth in their wake. Seizing this opportunity, the flame-tailed fox's eyes flashed with ferocity, its long tail, akin to a fiery whip, struck silently yet with lethal intent toward Zhang Fan. I have anticipated this move. Zhang Fan nimbly ducked and spun, evading the fiery tail whip while simultaneously closing the distance to the flame-tailed fox. Before it could react, he unleashed another punch imbued with the force of the mountain-crushing energy, striking fiercely at its head. Bang! The flame-tailed fox's skull rang with a dull thud, its vision swimming with stars, its massive form staggering backward. Fear instantly eclipsed its ferocity. Its scant intelligence screamed in alarm. Flee! I must escape. This human is beyond my ability to contend with. Without hesitation, it turned and transformed into a streak of red flame, desperately fleeing into the depths of the forest, all the while carelessly firing fireballs behind it in an attempt to hinder Zhang Fan. Now you wish to escape? Too late. Zhang Fan's eyes turned icy as he fully activated shadowy ghost steps, his speed surpassing even the famed agility of the flame-tailed fox by a third. With a few flickers, he appeared like a specter, blocking the fox's path. It ends here. In a cold, decisive tone, Zhang Fan unleashed both fists, raining down blows like a torrential storm upon the flame-tailed fox. Boom, 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 crack. Each strike landed with bone-crushing force, the sounds of breaking bones and anguished cries echoing through the air. The fiery-tailed fox was mercilessly battered by a furious punch, blood seeping from its mouth, nose, and beneath its fur, its movements quickly becoming sluggish and feeble. Ultimately, Zhang Fan sprang into the air, his right fist raised high, channeling the force of his entire being, descending like a meteorite to deliver a devastating blow to the fox's crown. Boom! The massive body of the fiery-tailed fox abruptly stiffened, before crashing to the ground, its once flaming tail drooping lifelessly, the fierce glint in its eyes extinguished. Ding! Defeated the Lord level 6-star peak fiery-tailed fox. earning 600 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 720. 600 points, excellent. Jiang Fan swiftly stored the massive fox corpse in his storage bag, feeling elated. He only needed 280 more points to ascend to the 5-star martial artist level. Time was of the essence. He refrained from further hunting and turned to hasten towards Yangshi City. Upon returning to the entrance of the martial arts university, 2 guards clad in the Lord's official uniform approached respectfully. Student Jiang Fan, the Lord requests your presence. The carriage is ready. Jiang Fan, slightly intrigued, speculated. It must pertain to the matter of the cult. In the study of the Lord's mansion, the Lord sat at a tea table, savoring his tea. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter, a warm smile spread across his face. Student Jiang Fan, please take a seat. He pushed forward an exquisite wooden box. Jiang Fan opened it to reveal a pulsating beast crystal and several vials of vibrant elixirs. The stronghold of the Black Sun cult has been successfully eradicated. Although most core members fled at the first sign of danger, we still achieved significant gains, which greatly diminished their arrogance. The Lord continued with a smile. Your timely rescue of Zhao Lai allowed vital information to be relayed back, and your contributions were invaluable. This Lord level 4-star beast crystal and these elixirs are your well-deserved reward. Thank you, my lord. Jiang Fan accepted graciously, his heart soaring. This beast crystal was precisely what he needed to reach the 5-star martial artist realm. The Lord sipped his tea, his expression turning serious as he broached a crucial topic. Additionally, there is something of great importance to discuss. In 3 days, the 5-school league will commence. He elaborated. This league, spearheaded by Yangjiang City, has been held for over a decade. The martial arts universities from Yangjiang City, Yangshi City, Yangdong City, Yangchun City, and Huahua City each select 5 freshmen to compete. This year, it is our turn to host in Yangshi City. Historically, the champion has nearly always been dominated by Yangjiang City. Their freshmen benefit from the premier resources of the main city, making them exceptionally formidable. The Lord's tone carried a hint of resignation as he turned to Jiang Fan, his gaze filled with expectation. My expectations of you are modest. If you can secure 2nd or 3rd place, ensuring Yangshi City does not come in last, I will reward you with some Lord level 3-star or above beast crystals. Upon hearing the word reward, Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, a confident smile gracing his lips. My lord, 2nd or 3rd place. I have no interest in that. The championship title is already mine. The Lord was taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. It's good to have confidence, young man. But Jiang Fan, do not underestimate the competition. The team sent by Yangjiang City is not comparable to Lin Tiandong and his ilk. Their 5 members reportedly possess at least 5-star martial artist strength, and their captain is a 7-star martial artist who has mastered a high-tier profound martial skill to perfection. 7-star martial artist? High-tier profound mastery? Jiang Fan's tone remained flat, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Rest assured, my lord, you need only watch from the stands. The championship will belong to Yangshi City. The Lord observed Jiang Fan's calm demeanor, a mixture of surprise and doubt swirling within him. Had this young man become overly confident? Yet, recalling the miracles Jiang Fan had previously wrought, perhaps he was justified. He took a deep breath and thumped the table decisively. Very well. I shall place my faith in you this time. If you truly secure the championship, in addition to my previous promise, I will personally gift you a Lord level 6-star beast crystal. Agreed. Jiang Fan stood, brimming with determination. My lord, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to prepare for the league. Go ahead. The Lord waved with a smile, watching Jiang Fan depart, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 47, 5-star martial artist. The arrogant Jiang Fan. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Jiang Fan returned to his dormitory and promptly retrieved the pulsating Lord level 4-star beast crystal. System. Convert attribute points. Ding. Absorbing Lord level 4-star beast crystal, gaining 400 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1120. Detected that the distributable attribute points have reached 1,000, meeting the requirements for promotion to 5-star martial artist. Would you like to proceed with the promotion? Promote. Upon issuing the command, a powerful warm current surged throughout his body, rushing into his limbs and bones. His vital energy surged like a boiling river, roaring and rising from 4,000 points, ultimately shattering the bottleneck and stabilizing at the formidable threshold of 5,000 points. His bones creaked, and his vitality condensed. A sense of greater strength filled his entire being. Ding. Successfully promoted to 5-star martial artist. Current vitality, 5,000. Distributable attribute points, 120. Jiang Fan slowly clenched his fist, sensing the terrifying power within. Capable of shattering boulders with ease, his eyes burning with an intense fighting spirit ready to erupt. 5-star martial artist, huh? Let alone a 7-star martial artist. Even an 8-star one, I now possess the confidence to battle them. The championship of the 5-school league is merely a matter of time. A sharp, confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already envision the scene of the so-called geniuses of Yangjiang City crumbling beneath his fists. Before the league, He would hunt a few more monsters to gather enough attribute points for his ascension to 6 stars. At that time, it mattered not what high-tier profound martial skill was perfected. He would crush them all with a single punch. With this unwavering confidence, Jiang Fan fell into a serene slumber. The following morning, his homeroom teacher, Wang Meng, excitedly knocked on his door. Jiang Fan, hurry, come with me to the conference room. The principal has called a meeting to finalize the participant list for the 5-school league. Jiang Fan followed Wang Meng to the school conference room. Upon entering, he discovered several individuals already seated. The principal occupied the main seat, with teacher Yi Xian beside him, while Lin Tiandong, Zhou Yu, Zhang Fan, and Zhao Shui sat below. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter, their expressions transformed dramatically. Zhou Yu shot him a complex glance before hastily lowering his head, lost in thought. Zhao Shui offered a slight nod, her eyes reflecting clear admiration. Zhang Fan, ever direct, broke into a wide grin, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Tiandong's face stiffened, instinctively turning away, an air of defiance lingering. Yet remembering the fear of being effortlessly defeated by a single punch, he dared not make a sound. Jiang Fan has arrived. Please take a seat. The principal greeted with a broad smile. Once Jiang Fan was seated, he delved straight into the matter at hand. The purpose of today's gathering is to formally confirm the final roster of our Yangshi City Martial Arts University for the 5-school league. After thorough deliberation, the participants are Jiang Fan, Lin Tiandong, Zhou Yu, Zhang Fan, and Zhao Shui. And the strongest among us, Jiang Fan, will serve as the captain. I have no objections. Jiang Fan replied casually. Then, through the system, he gauged the abilities of his peers. Instantly, he chuckled inwardly. No wonder they finished last year after year. Zhou Yu had only just stepped into the martial artist realm, with a vitality of 1050. Zhao Shui and Zhang Fan hadn't even brushed the threshold, one at 990 and the other at 950, lingering in the 9-star martial artist realm. The only noteworthy contender, Lin Tiandong, had a mere vitality of 2,200, a paltry 2-star martial artist. This team, apart from him, was merely a group of stepping stones. Upon hearing that Jiang Fan was appointed as captain, Lin Tiandong's lips twitched violently, and though words were on the tip of his tongue, he ultimately suppressed them with rationality and a fear of retribution. The principal, oblivious to the expressions around him, commenced a detailed exposition of the league rules. The league is straightforward, consisting solely of team competitions. The rules dictate that teams from Yangshi City, Yangdong City, Yangchun City, and Huahua City will first engage in a round-robin tournament. The team that accumulates the most points will earn the right to challenge the team from Yangjiang City for the championship. Teacher Yi Xian interjected at an opportune moment, her tone imbued with encouragement. Everyone, do not feel overly pressured. With Jiang Fan on our side this year, we can at least avoid the fate of finishing last. The principal nodded, proceeding to introduce the intelligence on their opponents. Huahua City boasts strength second only to Yangjiang City, with their captain being a 4-star martial artist, and the remaining 4 members all 3-star martial artists, having previously secured the runner-up position. Yangdong City follows closely, also led by a 4-star martial artist, with a team composed of a mix of 2-star and 3-star martial artists. Yangchun City is the weakest, with a captain who is merely a 2-star martial artist, and the other 4 members all 1-star martial artists, having ranked 4th in previous years. As for us, the principal's words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Zhou Yu could not restrain himself, his voice laced with concern. Principal, both Huahua City and Yangdong City not only have 4-star martial artists at their helm, but the rest are all 2- and 3-star martial artists. Our team, apart from Jiang Fan and Lin Tiandong, consists of us 3. His words hung in the air, the underlying message clear. There was a significant disparity in strength. No matter how formidable Jiang Fan was, he could still be targeted. And 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. Zhao Shui and Zhang Fan also displayed expressions of unease, acutely aware that they would merely be dragging the team down in such a competition. Lin Tiandong scoffed, trying to reclaim a semblance of presence. What is there to fear? Leave the 4-star martial artists to Jiang Fan. I'll handle those 2- and 3-star riffraff. He acknowledged his inability to contend with a prodigy like Jiang Fan, yet believed he could easily dispatch ordinary talents. Just then, Jiang Fan unexpectedly spoke, his tone as flat as if stating an established fact. There's no need for such complications. I can handle it all by myself. You all can just watch from the sidelines and cheer. What? The meeting room fell into a profound silence, everyone staring at Jiang Fan in stupefaction. The principal paused for several seconds before hesitantly responding. Jiang Fan, team competitions emphasize collaboration. Collaboration? Jiang Fan interrupted, his tone tinged with an undeniable authority, asserting that in the face of absolute strength, cooperation is rendered meaningless. I will swiftly conclude the battles. It is the most efficient approach. If you all engage in combat, it will only distract me. This proclamation echoed in the meeting room, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Yu opened his mouth. The words "you are too arrogant" stuck in his throat. Gazing into Jiang Fan's calm, yet powerfully confident eyes, he ultimately chose to close his mouth. silently grumbling in his heart. Zhao Shui and Zhang Fan exchanged glances, both recognizing the extreme shock reflected in each other's eyes, along with a hint of concealed excitement and anticipation. If they could indeed secure an effortless victory. Lin Tiandong's complexion flickered between shades of green and white, his mind screaming in protest. Madman. Absolute lunacy. Who do you think you are? You dare to take on 5 opponents alone? Yet he only dared to voice these thoughts internally, not wanting to incur further punishment. The principal, too, was taken aback by this audacious declaration. He stared at Zhang Fan, recalling the boy's repeated defiance of conventional wisdom, and the initially absurd notion began to waver. Perhaps he truly could accomplish it? Ha! Excellent. How bold. Wang Meng was the first to shatter the silence, thumping his thigh vigorously. Principal, I say we proceed as Zhang Fan suggests. This kid never speaks without confidence. Xin, having regained her composure from the shock, shook her head with a wry smile. Zhang Fan, your strength is indeed remarkable, but one must act within their limits. The principal took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination and hope flashing in his eyes. Very well. Zhang Fan, we will follow your lead. Tactically, you have the highest autonomy. However, the other team members must also be prepared, just in case. Thank you, Principal. Zhang Fan rose from his seat. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he ignored the complex gazes of the others and strode out of the conference room. As they watched Zhang Fan's figure vanish through the doorway, a prolonged silence enveloped the room. Wang Meng stroked his chin, grinning broadly. I love this kid's spirit. If he says he can do it, then he certainly can. Xin sighed softly, her tone incredulous. Though it sounds like a fairy tale, if it's Zhang Fan, perhaps he can indeed create a miracle. The principal's gaze turned contemplative as he looked out the window, murmuring to himself, perhaps this year, Yangshi City will truly make an astonishing breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lin Tiandong sat in the corner, contemplating his recently achieved vitality of 2,200. Then reflecting on Zhang Fan's unfathomable strength and his earlier proclamation, a sense of helplessness welled up within him, along with a flicker of faint anticipation that he was reluctant to acknowledge. Chapter 48. Approaching 6 stars. The counterattack begins. Upon departing the conference room, Zhang Fan wasted no time, his form darting like lightning towards the Duanyun mountain range. With the league commencing the day after tomorrow, he intended to utilize these 2 days to amass 1,000 attribute points and achieve a breakthrough to 6-star martial artist status. At that point, what would Yangjiang City's 7-star martial artists and their formidable top-tier profound martial techniques matter? In the face of his absolute strength, they would all be but clay pigeons, easily shattered with a single punch. For someone endowed with a system such as he, the so-called geniuses of other cities were merely tools on his path to greater strength, conveniently providing him with abundant rewards. The thought of the rewards promised by the city lord upon securing the championship, at least worth 1 to 2,000 attribute points, ignited his enthusiasm. After advancing to a 5-star martial artist, his confidence surged, propelling him deeper into the more perilous regions of the Duanyun mountain range. As he raced forward, several oblivious elite-tier demonic beasts leaped forth to obstruct his path, easily dispatched with a casual punch from Zhang Fan. Ding! Slayed several elite-tier demonic beasts, earning 180 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 300. The points awarded by elite-tier foes were insufficient. He needed to seek out lord-tier beasts. Zhang Fan pressed on, venturing deeper into the region thick with demonic beast presence. Before long, a deafening roar echoed ahead, reverberating through the air and causing leaves to tumble and the ground to tremble slightly. Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy. Here it comes. A colossal bear, resembling a moving mountain, burst through the trees with a thunderous crash. Its body was cloaked in dark gray, gleaming with a metallic sheen, its muscles bulging like rock. Upon striking the ground, it created a shallow crater, sending fragments flying, exuding an aura of ferocity. This was the Lord-tier 6-star iron-skinned violent bear, renowned for its defense and strength. Ordinary 6-star martial artists would be compelled to navigate around it. Its crimson eyes locked onto Zhang Fan, perceiving him as an ant intruding upon its territory, and it charged forth in a furious rampage, akin to an out-of-control tank intent on turning the diminutive human into a pulp. Excellent. I require those 600 attribute points. Zhang Fan's eyes blazed with the fire of battle, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Utilizing the ghostly shadow step, he transformed into a blurred afterimage, effortlessly evading the ferocious onslaught. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, unleashing the full force of 5,000 vitality along with the perfected mountain-crushing fist, a powerful blow that struck the bear's thick armor on its flank. Bang! The resounding crash echoed through the forest. That resilient armor buckled under the impact, fissures spreading across its surface, with a trickle of blood seeping forth. Roar! The iron-skinned raging bear, feeling the sting of pain, succumbed to a frenzy, raising its colossal paw, comparable in size to a grinding stone, and, with a deafening roar that split the air, swung it towards Zhang Fan. The sheer force of this strike was capable of shattering rock into dust. A head-on clash? I would prefer that. Jiang Fan, surprisingly, did not flinch or evade. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Choosing to meet force with force. Boom. The collision of fist and paw sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Contrary to the anticipated scene of Jiang Fan being sent flying, it was the massive iron-skinned bear that let out a pained roar, its gargantuan body staggering backward, nearly toppling over. It seems my fist is just a tad harder, Jiang Fan remarked, shaking his wrist with a hint of mockery, not allowing the bear a moment's respite. He surged forward once more, his figure darting in like a bolt of lightning, and, seizing the opportunity while the beast was unsteady, unleashed a full-powered punch that struck with the force of a cannonball against its chest. Crack. Thud. The thick armor shattered upon impact, and his punch penetrated deep, wreaking havoc upon its internal organs. The bear emitted a wretched howl, blood spewing from its mouth. Its eyes burned with a crimson fury as it descended into a final madness, its paws raining down upon Jiang Fan like a tempest. Yet, Jiang Fan leaped gracefully. Twisting in midair, his right fist raised high, carrying the weight of an impending meteor, and with pinpoint precision, he struck the bear's crown. Bang! A dull thud echoed as its skull fractured. The malevolence in the bear's eyes dimmed instantly, and its massive frame collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust, falling silent. Ding! You have slain the 6-star iron-skinned raging bear, earning 600 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 900. Excellent. Just a mere 100 points away from ascending to the rank of 6-star martial master today. It's a certainty. Jiang Fan felt elated, deftly stowing away the bear's corpse, ready to continue his search for the next target. However, after taking only a few steps, he paused slightly. His keen senses alerted him to 4 concealed, yet formidable auras, radiating unabashed murderous intent, rapidly closing in from different directions. Indeed, moments later, 4 figures emerged like phantoms from the shadows of the dense forest, encircling him. The system promptly relayed information. The leader was an elderly man with a sinister countenance, his gaze as venomous as that of a serpent, boasting a vitality of 7,500, a 7-star martial master. The other 3, fierce-looking middle-aged men, each possessed vitality around 6,000. All 6-star martial masters. Jiang Fan scanned the group, confirming he did not recognize any of them. Another band of highway robbers? He pondered. Jiang Fan, at last. I have found you. The sinister elder, Zhao Kuan, a trusted lieutenant of Elder Zhao Shan from the Zhao family, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Fan, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. Elder Zhao Shan has decreed that your life be forfeit, for your mere existence has robbed him of his peace. Today, the Duanyun mountain range shall become your grave. Jiang Fan realized, so it was assassins sent by Zhao Shan. Zhao Ye had previously informed him that Zhao Shan was the father of Zhao Hao. The 3 other 6-star martial masters closed in with malicious grins, cutting off all his avenues of escape, their tone dripping with disdain. Kid, if you know what is good for you, take the easy way out and end it yourself. And perhaps we'll leave you with a complete corpse, lest our hands get dirty, forcing you to experience the taste of a fate worse than death. When they received their orders, the intelligence indicated that Jiang Fan was at most a 3-star martial master, his combat prowess merely sufficient to contend against a 4-star martial master. With 1 7-star and 3 6-stars, killing him would be akin to squashing an ant. Elder Zhao Shan had issued strict orders to ensure that the body was destroyed, leaving no evidence for the city lord's office to uncover. Jiang Fan regarded the 4, who believed victory was assured, with no hint of trepidation. Rather, he appeared to view them as prey delivered unto him, a cold and exhilarated smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I shall return your words to you, verbatim. If you end your own life now, I may consider leaving you with intact corpses. Arrogant youth, you court death. Zhao Kuan, incensed, felt his 7-star martial master's vitality erupt within him, his long blade shimmering with a faint azure edge. Let me show you the prowess of the minor Xiantir Qingfeng blade at the perfected realm. He struck first, unleashing a fierce azure arc from his blade aimed directly at Jiang Fan's neck. Simultaneously, the other 3 6-star martial masters launched their assaults, fists, legs, and blades converging from 3 different directions, weaving a deadly net with the intent to obliterate Jiang Fan in an instant. Too slow, filled with openings. Jiang Fan scoffed, activating ghostly shadow step to its utmost, his form twisting and weaving like a specter, effortlessly slipping through the gaps of their concentrated assault. At the same time, his right fist, imbued with the terrifying power to shatter mountains and split valleys, struck towards the nearest 6-star martial master. Bang! The sinister smirk on the 6-star martial master's face froze instantly, his eyes filled with boundless terror. He didn't even see how the punch arrived. He merely felt an indescribable agony in his chest, as if his entire ribcage had caved in. Subsequently, his body was sent flying, crashing through a large tree before hitting the ground, lifeless. What? The sudden turn of events left Zhao Kuan and the other 2 6-star martial masters' pupils constricted, their faces etched with disbelief. A 3-star martial master killed a 6-star martial master with a single punch? How is that possible? Yet, Jiang Fan showed no intention of granting them time to ponder. The second one. His cold voice rang out like the harbinger of death as he vanished again, appearing before the second 6-star martial master, delivering a straightforward and powerful punch. Boom. The second 6-star martial master met the same fate as his companion, falling to his demise. The third 6-star martial master, now thoroughly petrified, devoid of any fighting spirit, turned to flee into the forest. Now you wish to escape? Too late. Jiang Fan's footwork shifted with mystical precision, his speed surging as he instantly closed the distance, delivering a merciless blow to the back of the fleeing man. Thud. The third 6-star martial master coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, dead in an instant. In mere seconds, 3 formidable 6-star martial masters had been dispatched with a single punch each. The scene left only Zhao Kun, who stood agape in shock, akin to a ghost, and Jiang Fan, who calmly adjusted his wrist, his expression placid. Chapter 49, The Pinnacle of a Blade. 6-star martial master. Zhao Kun remained rooted in place, a chilling dread coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, his hand gripping the long blade, trembling uncontrollably. A monster. This boy is truly a monster. Is he truly a 3-star martial master? Which 3-star martial master could obliterate 3 6-star martial masters as if they were mere vegetables? Even a super genius could not achieve such a feat. Could the intelligence have been erroneous? Just days ago, he was merely a 2-star martial master. Even with a rocket boost, he should now only be a 3-star at best. The overwhelming shock and ingrained assumptions left them no time to accurately perceive Jiang Fan's restrained, yet unfathomable aura. What are you? Zhao Kun's voice trembled with unmasked fear. The previous arrogance vanished entirely. In his eyes, being able to annihilate a 6-star martial master with a single punch rendered him utterly incapable of being a match for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan advanced step by step, his steps steady, like the grim reaper tolling the death knell, his tone devoid of any emotion. Were you not here to kill me? Why then do you inquire about my identity? Furthermore, did you come to slay me without preparing for the possibility of being slain in return? Fool! I will fight you to the death. Zhao Kun, knowing survival was hopeless, unleashed all his ferocity and despair, his 7-star martial master's vitality burning fiercely. The azure light of his long blade surging, emitting a sharp hum. The azure wind cleaved through the air. He poured forth all his strength, delivering the most unparalleled strike since his debut. The azure blade aura surged violently, tearing through the air with a haunting shriek, as if it aimed to cleave space itself. Determined to bisect Jiang Fan. In the face of this life-threatening blow, Jiang Fan's gaze remained tranquil, even tinged with a hint of boredom. Without flinching or retreating, he simply raised his right hand, fingers clenched into a fist. The vigorous essence of a 5-star martial artist and the formidable might of the perfected mountain-crushing fist instantaneously coalesced at the tip of his fist, striking out towards the menacing blade aura. Boom. The fist met the blade aura in a fierce collision. The anticipated stalemate did not ensue. That seemingly indomitable azure blade aura shattered before Jiang Fan's fist, crumbling like fragile glass, exploding into countless motes of light. How could this be? Zhao Kun's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His most powerful killing maneuver had been effortlessly obliterated by the opponent's bare fist. Shock gripped him like icy water, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Yet, Jiang Fan's movements showed no sign of hesitation. At the instant the blade aura shattered, his figure surged forward like a specter. A second punch following swiftly, hurtling through the air. The fist's wind howled, reminiscent of the whispers of death. The shadow of demise loomed over Zhao Kun, who, relying on years of combat instinct, desperately positioned his long blade before him, attempting a final struggle. Clang. Crash. The moment the fist connected with the long blade, a piercing metallic sound erupted. That long blade, which had accompanied him for many years, shattered like delicate glass beneath the overwhelming force of the punch, scattering fragments everywhere. In the next instant, the fist struck unimpeded against his chest. Thud. Zhao Kun's body crumpled like paper, his sternum collapsing instantly, forming a distinct imprint of the fist. He was propelled backward, a torrent of blood erupting from him, crashing heavily against the trunk of a nearby ancient tree, causing leaves to scatter. He slumped to the ground, his gaze rapidly dulling, his breath now but an exhalation, devoid of intake. Jiang Fan approached slowly, looking down upon the gasping elder with no trace of pity in his eyes. In your next life, choose a better master. With those words, he delivered a final punch, utterly extinguishing the elder's life. He was never lenient toward those who sought his own demise. Zhao Shan, Zhao Hao, and other enemies, when his strength was sufficient, none would escape. He rummaged through their belongings, only to be met with disappointment. Truly impoverished wretches, did they not carry any beast crystal resources when venturing out to kill? He scoffed disdainfully. Having disposed of the troublesome matter, Jiang Fan resumed his grand hunt. After a short while, he encountered a 5-star leader-level iron-horned rhinoceros. Since ascending to 5-star martial artist, such creatures posed no threat to him. He effortlessly dispatched it with a single punch. Ding! Slain a 5-star leader-level iron-horned rhinoceros, earning 500 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 1,400. Gazing at the figures on the panel, a satisfying smile curled upon Jiang Fan's lips, 1,400 points. Not only sufficient for ascending to 6-star, but also leaving a considerable reserve. System, promote to 6-star martial artist. As the command was issued, a far more potent and expansive warmth erupted from the depths of his being, akin to a dormant volcano awakening. His essence surged like a torrential flood, breaking through the bottleneck, rocketing from 5,000 points to a stable 6,000 points. His bones resonated, and his vitality refined. An overwhelming sense of power filled his limbs. Ding. Successfully promoted to 6-star martial artist. Current vitality, 6,000. Distributable attribute points, 400. Jiang Fan clenched his fist tightly, feeling within it a terrifying power capable of shattering mountains, and could not help but laugh in exhilaration. A 6-star martial artist. A perfected mid-tier mystic technique. That so-called 7-star martial artist genius from Yanjiang City? Before him, they likely wouldn't even qualify to be taken seriously. Crushing them with one hand was no mere boast. Just as he reveled in his accomplishments, preparing to delve deeper, an exceedingly subtle yet chilling aura, akin to a cold tide, began to emanate from the depths of the mountains. This aura transcended the realm of leader-level beings. The confidence he had just kindled was swiftly doused by the overwhelming disparity of power, prompting Jiang Fan to regain his composure. A dominator-level being? Not yet someone he could provoke. It was time to retreat. He decisively turned, racing toward Yangshi City without a backward glance. The preparations for the League were already complete. It was time to let those so-called geniuses witness the despair of insurmountable strength. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family estate, Zhao Shan leisurely sipped tea, a cruel and triumphant smile gracing his lips. Jiang Fan, this time I shall see how you can wriggle free. With 4 masters encircling you, including a 7-star martial artist, even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, your demise is assured. Had it not been for your extraordinary talent, I would not have resorted to such lethal measures. Blame yourself. He remained blissfully unaware that the killer squad he had high hopes for had already become cold corpses in the cloud-dispersing mountains. On his way back to Yangshi City, Jiang Fan chanced upon teacher Wang Ming, who was accompanied by Lin Tiandong, Zhou Yu, Zhao Shui, and Zhang Fan, all engaged in practical training within the cloud-dispersing mountains. At that moment, the 4 were laboriously besieging a peak 2-star leader-level clawed demon wolf. Lin Tiandong served as the primary attacker, his vitality surging and his palm winds fierce. Zhou Yu provided support from the side, while Zhao Shui and Zhang Fan handled distractions and assistance. Their coordination was commendable, yet battling the demon wolf proved immensely taxing. Fraught with peril, Jiang Fan observed from the sidelines, shaking his head in amusement. Such a beast posed no challenge for him. It was merely a matter of a casual punch. He strolled forward casually, greeting, Teacher Wang. Wang Ming turned at the sound, and upon seeing Jiang Fan, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He keenly sensed that his student's aura seemed far more profound and restrained than just days prior. Akin to a deep pool, elusive and inscrutable. Jiang Fan. Wang Ming could hardly hide his surprise. What brings you here? He was aware of Jiang Fan's penchant for solitary hunting, yet this location was perilously deep within the mountains, far removed from the safer outskirts. This lad, his audacity knows no bounds. I just took a stroll and hunted a few beasts, and was preparing to head back to the city, Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely taken a leisurely walk in the countryside. Wang Ming suppressed the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, studying Jiang Fan intently, ultimately refraining from further inquiries, only privately marveling. This lad truly becomes more inscrutable by the day. Simultaneously, the battle among the others reached its conclusion. Under Lin Tiandong's full-force assault, the ferocious claw demon wolf finally emitted a reluctant howl and collapsed heavily to the ground. The 4, including Lin Tiandong, were now panting heavily, drenched in sweat, each bearing wounds and a disheveled appearance, looking quite the sight. As they gasped for breath, they noticed Jiang Fan, who had appeared beside Wang Ming at some point. He stood there composed, his aura steady, impeccably clean, a stark contrast to their own disarray. An incredulous thought uncontrollably surfaced in their minds. Had he truly ventured into the mid-mountains for a hunt all by himself? They had struggled as a team to confront a peak 2-star leader-level wolf, yet Jiang Fan, alone, not only dared to delve into such peril, but now appeared utterly unfazed. Is he truly audacious and fearless, or has his strength ascended to such heights that he can disregard the perils of this treacherous territory, which would cause ordinary martial artists to hesitate? This thought proliferated in the hearts of many like rampant weeds, and the gaze directed at Jiang Fan became increasingly reverent. The atmosphere on the return journey grew somewhat oppressive and peculiar as a result. Along the way, Wang Ming, observing the composed and nonchalant Jiang Fan beside him, could no longer suppress his curiosity and concern. He finally inquired, Jiang Fan, did you truly hunt alone in the midsection of the mountains? Did you encounter any dangers? That area is rife with lord-level beasts, and intermediate to high-tier creatures often roam there. Not at all, Jiang Fan replied casually. I happened upon a few lord-level beasts and dispatched them effortlessly, without breaking a sweat. Effortlessly dispatched? Wang Ming's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Fan had reached such an extraordinary level? Meanwhile, Lin Tiandong, Zhou Yu, and the others were similarly astonished, gasping in disbelief. The lord-level beasts in that mountainous region typically possess strengths of 3 or 4 stars, or even higher. Yet, Jiang Fan spoke of them as if they were mere trifles. Wang Ming took a deep breath, forcibly shifting the topic to quell the storm of emotions within him. By the way, there's a pre-meeting for the 5-school competition at the City Lord's Mansion tomorrow morning. All participating students and their supervising teachers will be present, primarily for introductions and to become familiar with one another. Don't forget to attend. Understood, Jiang Fan nodded. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family estate, Zhao Shan had lost the calm demeanor he once held, pacing anxiously in his study, his previously menacing expression replaced by an unsettling anxiety. As dusk approached, the 4 elite assassins he dispatched had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of foreboding that coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Could they have failed? Even if they had not located their target, they should have returned to report by now, he murmured to himself, growing increasingly alarmed. Should Jiang Fan return alive, with his prodigious talent and the City Lord's favor, the Zhao family would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. No, I must find a way to cover this up. Zhao Shan's eyes flickered with panic as he desperately contemplated ways to distance himself from the situation, searching for a scapegoat. Sweat began to bead on his back without his realizing it. The following morning, within the banquet hall of the City Lord's mansion, the atmosphere was vibrant yet charged with subtle tension. Teams from 5 cities gathered, their divisions starkly evident. The team from Yangjiang City stood in the center, resplendent in their lavish attire, exuding an air of arrogant superiority, as if they were cranes among chickens. Leading them was the blue-clad youth, Qin Feng, tall and robust, his vitality reportedly reaching an impressive 7,800, tantalizingly close to the 8-star martial artist level. He had also mastered the superior grade martial technique, flowing cloud sword, to a consummate degree. Universally acknowledged as the most formidable contender present, teams from Yangdong City, Huahua City, and Yangchun City clustered together, their glances frequently darting toward Yangshi City, filled with unabashed scrutiny and disdain. Look at the pitiful lineup of Yangshi City. Aside from Jiang Fan and Lin Tiandong being 2-star martial artists, there's even a measly 1-star martial artist just breaking 1,000, and the other 2 are merely 9-star warriors? How are they supposed to compete? I've heard Jiang Fan possesses exceptional talent and advances rapidly, but at most, he is a 3-star martial artist now, perhaps still a 2-star, another remarked. Having defeated the useless Lin Tiandong from Yangjiang City has clearly inflated his ego. Indeed, a 3-star martial artist in our team would merely be at the level of an ordinary member, yet he is even allowed to be captain? Truly, there are no tigers in the mountains. This year, they're probably destined to come in last. Even with Jiang Fan, their overall strength is too weak. I reckon Yangchun City is stronger. At least all their members are martial artists, and their captain is an established 2-star martial artist. These caustic remarks echoed unabashedly, causing Zhou Yu and Zhang Fan's faces to flush crimson, their fists clenched, yet they felt powerless to retort. Zhao Shui bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. Lin Tiandong scoffed, wishing to defend himself and the team, but upon recalling that the other team's captains were all 4-star level, he swallowed his words, equally uncertain. In the eye of the storm, Jiang Fan, however, appeared aloof and detached. He strolled over to the long table laden with exquisite pastries, calmly picked up a piece, and savored it, his demeanor serene, as if the surrounding clamor held no relevance for him. Wang Ming, suppressing his fury, led Jiang Fan to greet the other team's supervising teachers and captains. This is Jiang Fan, the captain of our Yangshi City Martial Arts University team, Wang Ming announced. Oh, you're that Jiang Fan. The captain from Yangdong City, a robust 4-star martial artist, crossed his arms, scrutinizing Jiang Fan with a disdainful gaze. I've heard you knocked out Lin Tiandong in a single punch. For a 2-star martial artist, that is somewhat impressive. He deliberately emphasized the term 2-star martial artist, eliciting a ripple of laughter from those around. Unfortunately, a practitioner honed in a small pond will likely falter against the currents of a vast river. A stunning yet haughty 3-star female martial artist from Huahua City chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, the resources of Yangshi City have certainly stunted your development. Someone like you would barely qualify as a substitute in our Huahua City team. Wang Ming's face turned an alarming shade of green, his fists cracking from tension. Yet Jiang Fan remained unfazed, brushing away the last crumbs of pastry from his fingertips as though he were dismissing trivial gossip. He finally raised his gaze, calmly surveying the burly man and the female martial artist, a wry smile curving his lips. Are you finished? His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. It seems you all have considerable confidence in your eloquence. Well then, I hope your strength in the competition matches your bravado. At the very least, I expect you to last more than a single round against me. You. Arrogant. His words ignited the ire of the crowd from Huahua City and Yangdong City, like cold water splashed into hot oil. The burly man stepped forward, his formidable aura ready to erupt. Just as tensions mounted, a calm yet undeniably authoritative voice sliced through the air like an invisible barrier, drawing everyone's attention. It seems this gathering is quite lively. All eyes turned to see Qin Feng, the captain from Yangjiang City, approaching amidst a throng of teammates. As he passed, the other talented individuals from various cities instinctively parted to allow him a clear path. Qin Feng of Yangjiang City, you five, come at me together. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed solely on Jiang Fan, a mixture of scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of playful anticipation in his expression. He disregarded the others poised to confront him and walked directly up to Jiang Fan, standing merely 3 steps apart. The entire venue fell into sudden silence. Qin Feng inclined his head slightly and addressed Jiang Fan in a tone reminiscent of a senior evaluating a junior. So, you are Jiang Fan? I've heard of you. To eliminate Lin Tiandong at the 2-star level, and to advance consecutively within just a few weeks, your talent is indeed rare in a place like Yangshi City. He then shifted his tone, adopting a condescending air. Yangshi City is too small to retain a potential dragon like you. Transfer to Yangjiang City. I can personally recommend you. The resources and techniques in the main city far surpass those of this small town. Here, you will receive true cultivation. His words sent ripples of astonishment throughout the hall. Almost everyone believed that, when faced with the opportunity to leap like a carp over the dragon gate, Jiang Fan had no valid reason to refuse. Zhou Yu, Jiang Fan, and others bore complex expressions, while Wang Ming's heart raced to his throat. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Jiang Fan slowly finished the last bite of his pastry and leisurely wiped his hands. He raised his gaze, finally meeting Qin Feng's eyes directly, devoid of surprise or awe. Only an unfathomable calm. Are you finished? He asked in a nonchalant tone. Your school cannot teach me anything. You dare to reject me? Qin Feng's smile instantly froze, his voice turning icy. Do you understand the implications of refusal? Without a platform, your talent will eventually wither away. This is your last chance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan gently shook his head, his eyes akin to those of an adult observing a naive child. One cannot discuss the ocean with a frog in a well, nor winter with a summer insect, he said slowly. What makes you think you can see my limits? Impudent. A member of the 5-star martial artist team behind Qin Feng barked angrily. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Jiang Fan's gaze turned frigid in an instant, piercing like 2 solid blades of ice directed at the man. I am speaking with your master. When did it become your turn to bark? The 5-star martial artist, struck by Jiang Fan's gaze, took a half-step back in terror, his blood surging, rendered speechless. Qin Feng's expression darkened completely, his aura began to surge uncontrollably, and a powerful pressure belonging to a 7-star martial artist enveloped the area, causing the nearby students of lesser cultivation to pale. Well, very well. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan, enunciating each word. Since you seek your own demise, I shall personally transform your so-called potential dragon into a dead snake in the arena. In the face of this blatant threat and terrifying pressure, Jiang Fan suddenly smiled. Within that smile, there was neither anger nor tension, but rather an anticipation akin to that of a hunter finally ensnaring its prey. He disregarded Qin Feng entirely, turning to walk towards his team, leaving behind a seemingly casual remark that thundered in everyone's ears. 7-star martial artist? I hope your strength can compel me to take you a bit seriously. Otherwise, this competition will be dreadfully dull. The surrounding discussions erupted like a pot boiling over. Insanity. He actually rejected Qin Feng. He believes he can defeat him? Where does this 2-star martial artist find such confidence? Truly a frog at the bottom of the well. Wang Ming approached Jiang Fan with a furrowed brow, whispering, Jiang Fan, you are being too impulsive. Why provoke Qin Feng directly? He is a 7-star martial artist, a master of high-grade mystic techniques. How can you contend with him? Teacher Wang, Jiang Fan interrupted, picking up another piece of pastry, his tone imbued with absolute confidence, and a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Just watch. Tomorrow, I will silence all those who doubt us. Observing Jiang Fan's calm demeanor, which even hinted at a certain expectation, Wang Ming's worries only deepened. Was this child truly confident, or merely overestimating himself? The next day, the 5-school tournament officially commenced. The arena was situated in the most expansive central square of Yangshi City. A massive stone platform stood majestically, surrounded by a throng of martial artists from Yangshi City and representatives from other cities who had come to spectate. The city lord sat at the center of the VIP seats, his gaze fixed intently on the platform. The 5 participating teams lined up beside the platform, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. The drawing of lots quickly concluded. Yangshi City was set to face Yangdong City, whose strength was second only to Huahua City. In the first round, meanwhile, Yangchun City was predictably matched against Huahua City. Almost everyone had silently declared the outcome. Yangchun City was bound to lose, and Yangshi City was likewise doomed. Yangshi City against Yangdong City? There was no suspense left. The captain of Yangdong City, Zhao Hu, was a bona fide 4-star martial artist, supported by several 3-star and 2-star martial artists presenting a formidable lineup. In contrast, aside from Jiang Fan and Lin Tiandong, the other three from Yangshi City seem to be mere fillers. I bet Yangdong City will finish the fight in under 3 minutes. If Jiang Fan, that 2-star martial artist, can survive 3 moves from Zhao Hu, I'll consider him impressive. The comments flooded in like a tide, with Yangdong City's members wearing expressions of pride and disdain. Zhao Hu, a robust 4-star martial artist, directly taunted Jiang Fan and his companions, sneering, "Brothers, just remember to go easy on them. It's not their fault they are so weak. The mere fact they can participate is commendable." Zhou Yu, Jiang Fan, and the others turned crimson from humiliation. Their fists clenched in frustration, yet powerless to retort. Lin Tiandong gritted his teeth. He felt confident against the 2- and 3-star martial artists of Yangdong City. But against the 4-star Zhao Hu, he knew he stood no chance. As for Jiang Fan, the center of attention, he appeared impervious to the surrounding chaos. Leaning against the wall outside the arena, eyes half closed, he seemed to relax as if resting in his own backyard, the noise and jeers around him failing to penetrate his tranquility. The first match, between Yangshan City and Huahua City, commenced swiftly and concluded just as quickly. With the absolute strength of their team, composed entirely of 3- and 4-star martial artists, Huahua City swept Yangshan City off the platform in a mere 2 minutes, securing a decisive victory. Indeed, Huahua City is formidable. Now let us see how Yangdong City will dominate. I predict Yangshi City will barely last a minute. Aside from Jiang Fan, the others will likely be eliminated in a single exchange. The audience continued to speculate, their voices rising in fervor. They believed that Jiang Fan's supposed ability to challenge higher ranks was nothing but a farce in the face of true genius like the 4-star martial artist. Amidst the escalating chatter, the teams from Yangshi City and Yangdong City finally ascended the platform. The 5 from Yangdong City quickly spread out, forming a semi-encircled formation. With Captain Zhao Hu at the center, his energy surging powerfully, exuding an undeniable pressure. He looked down at Jiang Fan, sneering, "Yangshi City's waste. Who wants to be the first to come up and get beaten? Or do you prefer to come at me all at once to save time?" Jiang Fan stepped forward, standing alone at the center of the platform, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 5 members of Yangdong City before beckoning them with a finger. "No need to waste time. You 5, come at me together." What? The moment these words left his mouth, the arena erupted in chaos. Chapter 52. The Might of 6 Stars, shocking the arena. Has he lost his mind? One person taking on 5? Their opponents included 1 4-star and 4 2- or 3-star martial artists. Arrogance. He must have lost his senses. I heard he rejected Qin Feng's invitation. It turns out he is not just stubborn, but rather unhinged. The members of Yangdong City were initially stunned, before bursting into uproarious laughter. Zhao Hu, infuriated yet amused, replied, "Well, this is the first time I've seen such audacity in all my matches. Since you seek punishment, brothers, grant him his wish. Just don't break him." With a roar, the 5 sprang into action. Zhao Hu charged forward, his fist slicing through the air toward Jiang Fan's face, while the other 4 initiated their assault from the flanks, fists, feet, blades, and swords converging to obliterate him in an instant. However, in the face of this relentless onslaught, Jiang Fan merely smiled slightly, his feet executing the ghostly shadow steps. His figure weaved effortlessly through the dense web of attacks, their strikes failing to even graze the hem of his garment. Too slow. A detached evaluation echoed in the ears of a 3-star martial artist. Before he could react, a fist surged forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, imbued with a terrifying force capable of rending mountains asunder, and struck solidly against his chest. Bang! The 3-star martial artist's eyes bulged as his body was sent flying, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing heavily against the protective wall outside the arena, sliding down limply and losing consciousness on the spot. Silence. The arena fell into an eerie stillness for a brief moment. A 2-star martial artist had just annihilated a 3-star martial artist with a single punch. Following this, a greater outcry erupted, akin to a tsunami. One punch. Just one punch. How could this be? How could his strength be so formidable? The remaining 4 from Yangdong City changed their expressions drastically, with Zhao Hu's heart tightening. Something is amiss. Jiang Fan would not grant them the luxury of contemplation. The second one. A chilling voice resonated like a death knell as he flickered, appearing like a specter before the 4-star martial artist. The opponent hastily raised his blade to block, but Jiang Fan merely delivered a straightforward punch, sending both man and weapon hurtling away, following in the footsteps of his comrade. The third. The fourth. Bang! Bang! 2 more dull thuds echoed. The other 2 martial artists from Yangdong City could barely perceive Jiang Fan's movements before they felt an irresistible force assail them, screaming as they were cast off the arena, instantaneously losing their fighting capability. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao Hu remained standing on the arena from Yangdong City. Shock and fury coursed through Zhao Hu, mingling with a hint of fear, yet he could not retreat. He howled, channeling the full extent of his vitality as a 4-star martial artist, his muscles bulging as he unleashed his most formidable martial technique. Mountain-splitting fist. Surrender to me. This punch encapsulated all his strength, the wind from his fist howling. A fearsome display. In the face of this all-out strike, a flicker of mild interest sparked in Jiang Fan's eyes, yet he did not evade. Very well. Let you comprehend the chasm between us. He, too, unleashed a punch, eschewing any martial technique, relying solely on the purest essence of vitality and physical prowess. Boom. The collision of fists sent shockwaves rippling. The anticipated stalemate did not materialize. Zhao Hu felt a torrent of overwhelming force surge through his arm, utterly unassailable. His knuckles groaned under the strain, his entire arm went numb in an instant, and his vitality surged chaotically, causing him to stumble back uncontrollably. Retreating 7 or 8 steps until he barely stabilized himself at the edge of the arena, his complexion pale as death. No, it's impossible. You can't be a 2-star martial artist. Zhao Hu gazed at Jiang Fan, who stood immovable and composed, unleashing a desperate roar. Only now do you realize? Too late. Jiang Fan's figure seemed to teleport, closing the distance once more, and with a swift motion, a knife hand gently struck the side of Zhao Hu's neck. Zhao Hu let out a muffled groan, his eyes brimming with utter bewilderment and disbelief, before collapsing softly to the ground, unconscious. From 5 assailants to total defeat. The entire process lasted no more than 2 minutes. On the arena, only Jiang Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing. His breath as steady as that of one returning from a leisurely stroll. Meanwhile, at the edge of the arena, Lin Tiandong, Zhou Yu, Zhao Shui, and Jiang Fan remained frozen like statues, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. They hadn't even prepared for battle, and yet the match was over? 6-star martial artist. He is a 6-star martial artist. In the audience, a perceptive expert finally exclaimed in shock. This exclamation reverberated like thunder, igniting the entire arena. What? 6 stars? Wasn't he just a 9-star warrior a few weeks ago? My heavens. Is he the reincarnation of a martial god? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. A 6-star martial artist, of course, finds it as easy as child's play to defeat them. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Countless spectators rose to their feet, their cheers and gasps nearly shaking the very dome of the square. In the VIP section, the city lord abruptly stood, his face a canvas of profound astonishment and ecstasy, slamming his hand on the armrest. Good lad. A 6-star martial artist. You've been hiding your talents well. Heaven bless Yangshi City. Among the team from Yanjiang City, Qin Feng, who had been watching coldly, now wore an expression so dark it seemed it could drip water. He fixated on Jiang Fan in the arena, his fists clenching involuntarily. How could he have overlooked this? The boy he regarded as a mere country bumpkin was, astonishingly, a 6-star martial artist. Lin Tiandong, Zhou Yu, and the others gradually emerged from their shock. Their gazes towards Jiang Fan, filled with a complex mixture of emotions. It turned out that when he spoke of handling it alone, he was never engaging in bravado, but merely stating a simple fact. Wang Ming was so overwhelmed with excitement that his face flushed crimson, vigorously shaking the arm of teacher Yi Xian beside him. Did you see that? Did you see? 6 stars. I knew it. I knew this kid was a monster. Jiang Fan slowly descended from the arena. Amidst a roaring applause and countless astonished, reverent, and adoring gazes, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Approaching the exhilarated Wang Ming, he casually inquired, Teacher Wang, are you all right? Observing Jiang Fan's demeanor as though he had accomplished something trivial, Wang Ming took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the tumult within his heart. Only one thought lingered in his mind. This is no mere freshman. This is clearly a young war god descended to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner, Elder Zhao Shan of the Zhao family had long since lost his color, his legs trembling like leaves in the wind, cold sweat soaking his entire being. A 6-star martial artist. Jiang Fan is actually a 6-star martial artist. One could only imagine the fate of Zhao Kuan and the others he sent out. An immense dread engulfed him like frigid seawater, and his only thought now was, why? Why hasn't Jiang Fan exposed this matter to the city lordess office? What on earth does he intend to do? The first battle for Yangshi City, characterized by Jiang Fan's overwhelming domination over the entire opposing team, shocked the crowd. All spectators understood that this year's 5-school league had been irrevocably altered by Jiang Fan's presence. A far greater storm was on the horizon. Chapter 53, Crushing Advancement. A triumphant exhale. Jiang Fan single-handedly swept through Yangdong City, and the shockwave brought forth by his 6-star martial artist status swept across the entire square, with cheers resonating like thunder, unceasing. We won. We truly won. No longer at the bottom. Jiang Fan is magnificent. A 6-star martial artist. Defeating 5 opponents was as effortless as having a meal. What happened to those who belittled Yangshi City just moments ago? Come forth and face us. Does it hurt your pride? The martial artists of Yangshi City were nearly driven mad with excitement, many waving their arms, tears welling in their eyes. Zhou Yu, Jiang Fan, and others had reddened eyes, their chests heaving. Despite not having achieved the victory themselves, the long-born humiliation of being at the bottom was now completely washed away, and the feeling of vindication overwhelmed them. Lin Tiandong stood at the edge of the crowd, gazing at Jiang Fan, who was surrounded by countless adoring looks. His final shred of reluctance and comparison evaporated, leaving only profound respect and powerlessness. Such a rate of growth would be considered terrifying even in the main city of Yanjiang. After the conclusion of the first round, the schedule progressed rapidly. In 1 hour, the matches for the losers and winners brackets would commence. The losers bracket would see Yangdong City facing off against Yanchun City, vying for a chance to escape the bottom position, with the victor able to contend for third place against the loser of the subsequent winners match. The winners bracket would feature Yangshi City against Huahua City. The victor of this battle would advance directly to tomorrow's pinnacle finals, challenging the reigning champion, Yangjiang City. The battles in the losers bracket unfolded with predictable ease. Although Captain Zhao Hu of Yangdong City had been defeated by Jiang Fan, he effortlessly led his team to victory against the comparatively weaker Yanchun City, securing a fifth-place finish for them, who departed in quiet dismay. With the conclusion of the losers bracket matches, all eyes in the arena swiftly turned back to the main stage for the crucial confrontation that would determine the second finalist, Yangshi City versus Huahua City, about to commence. As the former runner-up, Huahua City was not to be underestimated. Their team consisted entirely of 3 to 4-star martial artists, with Captain Li Yan standing at the pinnacle of 4-star mastery. Her mastery of the mid-tier Xian rank skill, the Flame Palm, was formidable, and her 4 teammates were all seasoned 3-star martial artists. Collectively, their strength surpassed that of Yangdong City. Li Yan stood on the platform, her expression grave, devoid of the pre-match ease she once had. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Fan and declared solemnly, "Jiang Fan, I did not anticipate you were a 6-star martial artist. We were indeed short-sighted. However, the honor of Huahua City shall not be tarnished lightly. We shall give our all in this battle." Jiang Fan, as before, took a solitary step forward, positioning himself at the center of the stage. He beckoned the 5 vigilant members of Huahua City with a casual gesture. "As per the rules, you may all come at me together." His teammates, Lin Tiandong and the others, instinctively retreated to the edge of the arena, fully aware that their role today was merely that of cheerleaders and spectators. Anger surged in the faces of the Huahua City members, yet they found themselves unable to refute his challenge. Jiang Fan's prowess loomed like an insurmountable mountain, engendering an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Gritting her teeth, Li Yan retorted, arrogant, "Even if you are a 6-star martial artist, it will not be so easy for you to defeat us." The 5 sprang into action, their movements synchronized with precision. Li Yan surged forward, her palms glowing red like heated iron, unleashing the flame palm at its zenith, sending scorching waves of energy straight towards Jiang Fan's midsection. The other 4 3-star martial artists darted in like agile leopards, launching attacks from both sides and behind, their fists, legs, and blades weaving a deadly net that sealed off any potential escape routes for Jiang Fan. They intended to showcase the prowess of Huahua City through their teamwork. However, in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, their coordination appeared futile. Jiang Fan executed the ghostly shadow steps, his form shifting like a specter, gliding effortlessly through the impenetrable barrage of attacks. Each strike from the Huahua City members seemed poised to land, but always missed by a hair's breadth, failing to even graze the hem of his garment. Too slow. As the indifferent assessment left his lips, Jiang Fan retaliated. He evaded Li Yan's searing strike, twisting his body as his right fist shot forth like a cannonball, striking the chest of a nearby 3-star martial artist with unerring precision. Boom! The 3-star martial artist cried out in agony, akin to being struck by a speeding vehicle, and was propelled off the stage, landing in a heap. 1 down. Jiang Fan's tone remained as calm as ever, as he instantaneously appeared behind another 3-star martial artist. 2 down. Another punch, swift and decisive, sent the second 3-star martial artist flying without a hint of resistance. Li Yan's eyes widened in horror, and with a fierce cry, she channeled all her chi into her right palm, launching a fierce strike at Jiang Fan. Yet, he remained unmoved, merely countering with a punch of his own. Bang! The force erupted, and Li Yan felt an irresistible power surge towards her, rendering her arm numb and sending her stumbling back a dozen steps before she barely regained her footing. A coppery taste filled her mouth as blood trickled from the corner. 4-star peak? Merely trivial. Jiang Fan withdrew his fist, his tone as placid as if critiquing a flawed artifact. "I haven't even employed my martial techniques." Before his words could fully dissipate, he flickered like a wraith, closing in on the reeling and dazed Li Yan. Her pupils constricted in terror as she attempted to raise her other hand in defense, only to see a hand rapidly enlarging before her, gently pressing against her abdomen. A wave of gentle yet inescapable force surged through her, and with a muffled grunt, Li Yan felt her chi stagnate, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength. The remaining 2 3-star martial artists, paralyzed with fear and devoid of fighting spirit, turned to flee the stage in surrender. "Since you've come this far, do not hurry to leave." Jiang Fan's voice resonated like an incantation, his figure leaving behind 2 afterimages as he appeared almost simultaneously beside the 2. Bang! Bang! Two precise strikes landed on their napes, and they fell limp to the ground, unconscious. From the moment the five launched their assault to their total annihilation, the entire process lasted slightly longer than against Yangdong City, yet only 3 minutes had passed. Upon the stage, Jiang Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility, his demeanor unruffled, as if he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies. Boom. The crowd erupted into an even more fervent wave of cheers than before. Another victory. A complete domination. We, Yangshi City, have advanced to the finals, securing at least second place. My heavens. We actually have a chance to grasp the championship trophy. The martial artists of Yangshi City were overcome with jubilation, many embracing one another in tears. In the VIP section, the city lord could no longer suppress his elation and leaped to his feet, laughing heartily. Excellent. Excellent. Jiang Fan is truly a treasure of Yangshi City. A 6-star martial artist, effortlessly overwhelming 4-star peaks. Tomorrow's match against Qin Feng is still uncertain. Perhaps we can indeed make history and reclaim the championship throne for Yangshi City. The city lord's heart brimmed with excitement as he envisioned the future. Wang Ming trembled with exhilaration, gripping Yi Xian's arm tightly, his voice trembling. Yi Xian, did you see that? We're in the finals. Jiang Fan really can do it. Yi Xian's face was flushed with joy as she nodded fervently, her voice choked with emotion. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. Jiang Fan's strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary student. Sitting despondently on the stage, Li Yin gazed at Jiang Fan's imposing and indifferent silhouette. Her eyes filled with bitterness and helplessness. All her pride and confidence had been shattered in the face of his absolute power. With the referee announcing the results, today's league matches came to a close. The final rankings were tentatively established. Yangchun City in 5th place, last, while Yangdong City and Huahua City would vie for 3rd place tomorrow. Meanwhile, the greatest dark horse, Yangshi City, would challenge the reigning champion Yangjiang City in the ultimate showdown for the highest honor. This news spread like wildfire, quickly permeating the streets and alleys of Yangshi City. A sensational headline. Yangshi City has advanced to the finals. Jiang Fan single-handedly overcame 2 formidable teams. A guaranteed 2nd place. We have made history. Tomorrow, the showdown against Yangjiang City. Jiang Fan, give it your all. Bring the championship home. The entire Yangshi City was engulfed in a wave of jubilation and unprecedented anticipation. Everyone was discussing Jiang Fan, debating this legendary comeback battle. Chapter 54, The Calm Before the Storm. 7-star martial artist. That night, while the cheers of Yangshi City had yet to fade, a chilly atmosphere enveloped a VIP guest room arranged by the city lord's residence. Qin Feng's expression was so grim it could wring water from stone, as he sat alone at the table, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The sudden emergence of Jiang Fan as a 6-star martial artist, along with his overwhelming prowess against 4-star peaks, replayed in his mind like a nightmare. A 6-star martial artist could not only annihilate 3 and 4-star opponents, but even someone like Li Yin, a 4-star peak, would be defeated in just a few exchanges. He murmured to himself, the previously lofty arrogance replaced by a profound sense of unease. Though he was a seasoned 7-star martial master and had achieved great mastery over the profound, great high-quality flowing cloud sword, an unprecedented instinct fervently warned him that in the forthcoming finals, he might not be a match for Jiang Fan. No, I absolutely cannot lose. Qin Feng abruptly rose to his feet, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. The glory of over a decade of consecutive championships in Yangjiang City cannot be tarnished under my watch. Moreover, he recalled his earlier condescending demeanor in soliciting Jiang Fan. Should he truly be defeated, it would be an unbearable humiliation. His internal energy surged uncontrollably, while the sword in the sword box beside him sensed its master's turmoil and emitted a series of anxious vibrations. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lord Ye's smile blossomed like a chrysanthemum, and even after several sips of spirit tea, he struggled to quell the excitement bubbling within him. Good. What a remarkable lad. Jiang Fan has truly given me an extraordinary surprise. He clapped his hands in admiration, recognizing not only his status as a 6-star martial master, but also his astonishing combat prowess. Unexpected indeed. Tomorrow, facing the lord of Yangjiang City, our Yangshi City truly possesses the qualification to contend for the championship. Such a scenario was previously beyond my wildest dreams. He immediately turned to the standing Lord Liu, issuing a solemn command. Lord Liu, proceed to the treasury at once, retrieve 3 Lord-level 4-star beast crystals, and accompany them with some of the finest elixirs. Deliver them personally to Jiang Fan. Inform him that he need not feel any pressure. He can fight to his heart's content. For the city lord's mansion is his strongest support. Understood. Lord Liu bowed in compliance, his heart brimming with admiration and anticipation for the young prodigy who had emerged so suddenly. In stark contrast to this joyous atmosphere, despair hung heavily in the Zhao family's residence, where Zhao Shan sat in a state of lifeless despair, as if his very backbone had been extracted. Slumped against the cold ground, his face devoid of color, The revelation of Jiang Fan's 6-star martial master prowess, along with his overwhelming victory over Manhwa City, had become the final straw that broke his spirit. 6 stars. He is actually a 6-star. He trembled uncontrollably, an overwhelming terror engulfing him like a chilling tide. What he feared most now was not the exposure of his schemes, but Jiang Fan's inscrutable demeanor. Did he truly know about the assassin he had dispatched? If he did, why was he biding his time? This unresolved uncertainty tormented him far more than a direct judgment would. No, I must immediately confess to the family head. Perhaps there is still a way for the family to maneuver through this. He struggled to rise, stumbling towards the family head's study like a stray dog. His eyes filled solely with the last flicker of survival instinct. Upon returning to the dormitory building, Jiang Fan found Lord Lu waiting for him. Jiang Fan, congratulations on advancing to the finals. Lord Lu greeted him with a beaming smile, presenting a heavy brocade box. This is a token from the city lord. A gesture of goodwill, wishing you victory tomorrow and glory for Yangshi City. Jiang Fan accepted the brocade box and opened it to reveal 3 pulsating Lord-level, 4-star beast crystals and several bottles of vibrant elixirs. Please convey my gratitude to the city lord, Jiang Fan said graciously, taking the contents without hesitation and turning back to his dormitory. Once inside, he immediately extracted the 3 beast crystals. System, convert all. Ding. Absorbed Lord-level 4-star beast crystals, x3, gaining 1,200 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 1,600. Gazing at the ample points, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, System, promote to 7-star Martial Master. The instant the command was issued, an overwhelming and blazing torrent erupted from the depths of his being, far more powerful than any prior experience. His vital energy surged like a river breaching its dam, crashing through the solid barriers and skyrocketing from 6,000 points, ultimately shattering the bottleneck and stabilizing at the formidable threshold of 7,000 points. His bones resonated, and his blood surged like a dragon. An immense sense of strength, multiplied several times over, filled every muscle and bone. Ding. Successfully promoted to 7-star Martial Master. Current vital energy, 7,000. Available attribute points, 600. Jiang Fan slowly clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within that seemed capable of shattering mountains, a confident smile curving his lips. Qin Feng, 7,800 vital energy. Mastery of profound grade high-quality martial techniques. Tomorrow on the arena, I shall make you understand that in the face of absolute power, your reliance is nothing more than a pile of dirt and rubble. That night, Yangshi City was destined for sleeplessness. In the streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns, all martial artists fervently discussed the upcoming pinnacle showdown. Do you think Jiang Fan can win? He is now a bona fide 6-star martial master. It's hard to say. After all, Qin Feng is a peak 7-star martial master with profound foundations, and the overall strength of Yangjiang City's team is formidable. I believe in Jiang Fan. He always manages to create miracles. I'm betting on his victory. Miracles have their limits. Facing a behemoth like Yangjiang City, I'm still inclined to favor Qin Feng. The accumulation of the main city is no joke. Though most people emotionally supported Jiang Fan and anticipated the birth of a miracle, reason reminded them that Yangjiang City's dominant position was not unfounded. Qin Feng remained an insurmountable peak. This league storm, sweeping across 5 cities, was set to culminate in the ultimate showdown the following day. On the second day, under the radiant sun, the atmosphere in the central square was more fervent than ever. The audience was already engulfed by a sea of people, their cheers soaring into the sky. High-ranking figures from various cities gathered in the VIP seats, exchanging pleasantries while their gazes invariably drifted toward the contestant passage, awaiting the appearance of the 2 protagonists. Beside Lord Yi of Yangshi City sat high-ranking officials from Yangjiang City, Yangdong City, and 2 other cities. Congratulations, Lord Yi. Vice City Lord Li of Yangjiang City raised his glass, a scrutinizing smile on his face. I never expected Yangshi City to cultivate such a remarkable talent as Jiang Fan. It's truly astonishing. You flatter me, Lord Li. Jiang Fan is merely fortunate, and still has much to learn from the esteemed Qin, Lord Yi modestly replied, though an undeniable sense of pride lingered in his expression. Lord Yi is too humble. The city lord of Yangchun City interjected, his tone laced with genuine envy. Young friend Jiang Fan has broken through several realms in quick succession, and is truly unmatched in practical combat. Such talent, even in the main city, is exceptionally rare. Yangshi City is surely poised for a meteoric rise. The remaining city lords echoed their sentiments, their gazes toward Lord Yi filled with a complex mix of emotions. Who could have anticipated that this small, peripheral city, long relegated to the sidelines, would give birth to such a dragon poised for ascent? Lord Yi reveled in the moment, raising his glass in a toast. Thank you all for your kind words, but the outcome remains uncertain. Let us patiently await the children to present us with a thrilling duel. All eyes focused on the empty arena above. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 55. A single punch shatters the flowing clouds. The 7 stars dominate the arena. At that moment, Within the contestant passage backstage, the atmosphere was a striking contrast of ice and fire. Jiang Fan sat with his eyes closed, his breathing steady and restrained, as if the impending pinnacle duel were merely a casual afternoon respite. Lin Tiandong, Zhou Yu, and the others stood by, holding their breath in anticipation, even their breathing subdued. They could distinctly sense the aura emanating from Jiang Fan, deeper and more terrifying than the previous day, akin to a tranquil sea concealing turbulent undercurrents beneath its surface. On the opposite side of the passage, the atmosphere within Yanjiang City's team was suffused with an air of lethal intent. Qin Feng, sword in hand, repeatedly stroked the cold blade with his fingertips, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated intently on Jiang Fan. The vital energy of a peak 7-star martial master surged within him, the formidable aura of the profound, grade high-quality, flowing cloud sword swirling around the sword's edge, exuding a chilling blue radiance. Behind him, his 4 comrades stood as if facing a formidable enemy, their vital energies of 5-star and 6-star martial artists radiating without restraint, attempting to overwhelm their opponent with sheer momentum even before stepping onto the stage. The pinnacle showdown of the 5-school league, pitting Yangshi City against Yanjiang City, has now officially commenced. The referee's booming announcement ignited the crowd like a lit fuse on a powder keg, and the cheers from the central plaza soared to the heavens as all spectators rose in excitement, their eager gazes fixed upon the arena. Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with cold stars. Before any movement could be perceived, his figure had already appeared at the edge of the stage like a gentle breeze. Lin Tiandu and the others quickly followed suit, instinctively retreating to the corner of the platform, seamlessly transitioning into their roles as spectators. Leading the charge, Qin Feng stepped onto the stage with his 4 teammates, who rapidly fanned out in a semicircle, their powerful energies merging into a palpable oppressive force, intending to seize the initiative. Li Hao, the 6-star martial artist from Yanjiang City, was the first to speak, his tone laced with the inherent arrogance of a genius from the main city. Jiang Fan, don't think that winning against a few border teams means you're invincible. Today, let me show you what true strength looks like. Before he could finish, Jiang Fan's indifferent 2-word interruption silenced him. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Fan's gaze swept over the 5 warriors bracing for battle, a casual smile still gracing his lips. As per the rules, you 5 may come at me together. My time is precious. I have no patience for your idle chatter. Arrogance. Qin Feng seethed with rage, his long sword suddenly unsheathing, the sound of a dragon's roar erupting as its azure light surged. Since you insist on seeking punishment, I shall oblige you. Flowing cloud sword, 1,000 shadows. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he transformed into a flash of blue light, darting forward. With a swing of his sword, he conjured hundreds, if not thousands, of indomitable sword shadows, enveloping Jiang Fan in a fierce aura that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Simultaneously, the other 4 teammates coordinated flawlessly, launching their attacks. 2 6-star martial artists flanked him, their fists and legs slicing through the air with a sound that sealed off the sides. The 2 5-star martial artists wielded blades and spears, aiming directly for Jiang Fan's rear. Their combined assault resembled an intricate net, the ferocity of their attack causing the air around the arena to emit a sharp, screeching sound. What a terrifying sword technique. Is this the power of a perfected upper-tier Xian stage? It's over. Jiang Fan has been completely pinned down. He cannot escape. Gasps erupted from the audience. And even City Lord Yi found himself clenching his fists, palms slick with sweat. The other 3 city lords also displayed expressions of shock. The genius of the main city was indeed deserving of its reputation. Meanwhile, Deputy City Lord Li from Yanjiang City bore a smile that suggested everything was under control. However, facing this impregnable onslaught, Jiang Fan merely shook his head lightly, as if expressing disappointment. The momentum is commendable, yet lacks substance. At that moment, as countless sword shadows descended upon him, he deftly executed the ghostly shadow misdirection step, his figure moving like a phantom, akin to a wisp of elusive azure smoke, weaving through the dense web of swords and fists with ease. The seemingly unavoidable attacks couldn't even graze the hem of his clothing. What? Qin Feng's pupils constricted suddenly, disbelief etched across his face. His lethal strike had been so effortlessly neutralized. The other 4 were equally astonished. Jiang Fan was truly extraordinary. Yet, Jiang Fan would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. Seizing the fleeting moment of shock, he flickered and appeared beside the left 6-star martial artist. Clean up. Starting with you. His calm words were accompanied by a fist imbued with the force of thunder. The 6-star martial artist felt an irresistible power crashing into his side. And in an instant, he was sent hurtling away, colliding against the protective wall outside the arena before sliding down, unconscious. 1 down. As Jiang Fan's voice faded, his figure glided to the right, confronting the second 6-star martial artist. 2. Another punch, equally swift and decisive. The second 6-star martial artist followed suit, screaming as he tumbled from the platform. In the blink of an eye, 2 core fighters had been defeated. The combined assault of Yangjiang City crumbled in an instant. Qin Feng, both astonished and furious, let out a fierce roar, shifting his sword stance, attempting to intercept Jiang Fan. My opponent is not you for now. With those words, Jiang Fan's figure darted like a specter, easily evading the sword's edge and swiftly inserting himself between the two terrified 5-star martial artists. Bang! Bang! 2 precise strikes fell, executed with a speed beyond imagination. The 2 5-star martial artists were plunged into darkness, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The entire ordeal, from the start of the match to the 4 fallen teammates, transpired so swiftly that it left spectators in disbelief. On the stage, the once formidable Yangjiang City team was now left with only Qin Feng, standing alone with his sword. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was awestruck by the overwhelming speed of the cleanup. That was a genius from the main city. Yet, before Jiang Fan, he seemed like a mere chicken among ducks. Qin Feng's grip on his sword trembled slightly, a chilling sensation rising from his core, spreading to his limbs. He fixated on the composed Jiang Fan, his pupils dilating in utter shock. His throat felt parched and tight, his voice quivering uncontrollably, high-pitched with disbelief. 7 stars? You are actually a 7-star martial artist? How is that possible? Only now do you realize? Jiang Fan halted, his tone unperturbed yet laden with undeniable authority. Your vision does not match your arrogance. A 7-star martial artist. Jiang Fan is a 7-star martial artist. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Gasps and exclamations filled the air, the sounds of astonishment surging forth. My heavens! From a 9-star martial artist to a 7-star martial artist in just a week or two. How is that conceivable? A monster. He is undoubtedly a monster. In the VIP section, City Lord Yi and the other high-ranking officials from the 4 cities were utterly flabbergasted, their faces a blend of shock and disbelief. What kind of prodigy had emerged from Yangshi City? No, I will not lose. The glory of Yangjiang City cannot be tarnished by my hand. Qin Feng, seemingly driven mad, unleashed the full force of his peak 7-star martial artist vitality, his longsword glowing with azure radiance, sword energy soaring. Ultimate mystery of the flowing cloud sword, rift in the sky. He poured everything he had into unleashing the strongest strike of his life. A blade of azure light, honed to perfection, seemingly capable of cleaving through space, surged forth like the wrath of the heavens, aimed directly at Jiang Fan. The might of this strike made even some 9-star martial artists change color. Chapter 56, The Strongest Sword. The Rise of Yangshi. Now this is getting interesting. A glint of interest finally flickered in Jiang Fan's eyes. He neither retreated nor evaded, allowing the vitality of a 7-star martial artist and the formidable power of the perfected crushing mountains and splitting valleys fist to erupt violently. His right fist clenched. He met the attack with a simple punch. As he concentrated his vitality at the tip of his fist, a phantom of a mountain began to emerge. In an instant, the fist clashed against the sword light, time seeming to freeze momentarily. Then boom, a visible ring of energy, infused with chaotic torrents of force, erupted from the arena's center, spreading outward. The robes of the front row spectators billowed violently, creating a cacophony, while those of lesser cultivation were pushed back, cries of astonishment mingling with their incredulity. Dust and debris from the ground were swept up, forming a murky wave that surged outward, as if an invisible hand was stirring the entire plaza. Was it merely the aftermath of the collision that unleashed such awe-inspiring power? This was undoubtedly a confrontation on par with the pinnacle of 9-star martial artists. Amidst the breathtaking turmoil that rendered the heavens and earth a mere shadow, an even more suffocating spectacle unfolded. The azure sword radiance, a culmination of Qin Feng's lifelong prowess, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stone, faltered upon mere contact with Jiang Fan's fist, failing to endure even a fleeting moment. Like fragile glass colliding with an ancient boulder, that resplendent blade light began to fissure from the point of impact, fracturing in increments. It transformed into a multitude of chaotic azure specks, obliterated by the tumultuous currents, as if it had never existed. No, this was inconceivable. Qin Feng was left utterly stunned, his mind a blank canvas. His most formidable strike had been shattered head-on by his opponent's fist. A sword is not wielded in such a manner. Jiang Fan's chilling voice pulled him back to reality. With a single step, Jiang Fan closed the distance, delivering an unadorned, yet powerful punch straight toward Qin Feng's chest. A surge of dread coursed through Qin Feng, prompting an instinctive defense with his sword. Clang! The resounding clash of metal was swiftly followed by a piercing sound of fracture. His high-quality superior-grade sword was brutally shattered by Jiang Fan's bare fist. The residual force penetrated without hindrance, and Qin Feng, struck as though by a sledgehammer, spewed forth blood as he was hurled backwards, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. He struggled for a moment, but could rise no more. Jiang Fan approached him slowly, looking down from his elevated stance at the once mighty prodigy of the main city. Do I still need to transfer here to associate with you? As Qin Feng gazed into those indifferent, godlike eyes, all his pride, dignity, and resolve were utterly crushed in that instant. He slumped despondently, his face ashen, murmuring, I concede. I am defeated. The referee, awakening from a stupor, excitedly proclaimed, "The entire team from Yangjiang City has been defeated. The victors are from Yangshi City. The champions of this year's 5-school league are Yangshi City. Champions. We are champions. Zhang Fan, the god of war. Invincible. Long live Yangshi City." The entirety of Yangshi City spiraled into a frenzy of jubilation. Cheers, cries, and shouts intertwined, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the heavens. In the VIP section, Lord Yi suddenly rose, laughing heartily, the pent-up frustrations of many years dissipating in that moment. He turned to the complex-faced high-ranking officials from the 4 cities, particularly Deputy Lord Li of Yangjiang City, and with cupped hands said, I concede, esteemed guests." Deputy Lord Li's expression shifted before settling into a long sigh. He stood to offer a solemn return salute. "Lord Yi, congratulations. Young friend Zhang Fan is indeed a prodigious talent. The title of champion is well-deserved. Yangshi City is remarkable." Other city lords also rose, their words filled with admiration and congratulation. On the arena, Zhang Fan turned, walking down amidst the resounding cheers and countless adoring gazes with a calm demeanor. Lin Tiandong and others rushed up, exuberantly exclaiming, "Zhang Fan, we have won. Champions. We are champions now." Zhang Fan nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The promised rewards from the Lord, which would allow his strength to soar once more, were now within reach. Reflecting on just a month prior, when he was mocked as a waste, he now stood atop the pinnacle of the 5 city students, on the verge of touching the realm of martial sovereigns, a sensation indeed not unpleasant. This peak confrontation not only brought the glory of the league championship back to Yangshi City, but also etched the name Zhang Fan deeply into the hearts of all martial artists across the 5 cities. As if branded, an era belonging to him was quietly commencing. Half an hour later, the echoes of the peak duel had yet to fade, and the arena in the central square was soon to host the next contest. Yangdong City faced off against Huahua City, both teams exerting their utmost. Without Zhang Fan's overwhelming prowess, this match proved to be exceptionally intense and closely contested. Back and forth they went, exchanging blows, clashing weapons, and martial energy waves continually radiating, eliciting rounds of applause from the audience below. Zhao Hu from Yangdong City, harboring pent-up frustration from his encounter with Zhang Fan, unleashed his fury in the match. Each punch and kick delivered with formidable might. Li Yin from Huahua City, unwilling to yield, summoned her flame palm to its utmost, engaging Zhao Hu head-on. The 2 teams battled with tactical cooperation and individual contests, evenly matched, for over an hour. Ultimately, Huahua City triumphed through superior overall strength and synergy, narrowly clinching 3rd place in the league. Yet, even with the match's excitement, it paled in comparison to the monumental impact Zhang Fan had made. The audience's discussions remained centered around the young man who had single-handedly reshaped the landscape. While Huahua City and Yangdong City put forth a commendable performance, it was still lacking when compared to Zhang Fan's absolute dominance. In a mere couple of weeks, he had ascended multiple stars, overwhelming the prodigies of the main city as a 7-star martial artist. Zhang Fan was indeed a legendary figure. Yangshi City had truly stumbled upon a rare treasure, destined to thrive for decades to come because of him. Martial artists from other cities marveled, with Deputy Lord Li of Yangjiang City expressing his admiration to Lord Yi. "Lord Yi, the talent and combat prowess of young friend Zhang Fan are indeed a rarity in our Yangjiang City, a once-in-decades phenomenon. With him in Yangshi City, the future is boundless." Lord Yi beamed with delight, unable to contain his smile, repeatedly waving his hands in modesty, his heart brimming with immense joy and pride. Zhang Fan's rise not only brought unparalleled glory to Yangshi City, but also endowed this border town with the confidence to stand tall and speak boldly among the 5 cities. That evening, the Lord's estate hosted a grand celebration banquet, inviting high-ranking officials from the 5 cities and all participating teams. At the banquet, Zhang Fan was undoubtedly the center of attention, with various factions continuously approaching to toast and congratulate him, including those who had previously looked down upon him. Now wearing expressions of awe and deference, Zhang Fan, disinterested in such social niceties, exchanged a few pleasantries before excusing himself, his thoughts lingering on the promised championship reward that would elevate his strength yet again. No sooner had he returned to his dormitory than a guard from the Lord's estate sought him out. "Student Zhang Fan, the Lord requests your presence." Following the guard to the study of the Lord's estate, Lord Yi awaited him, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Upon Zhang Fan's entrance, he warmly gestured for him to sit. "Zhang Fan, come, take a seat. Today marks a historic day for Yangshi City, all thanks to you. Your Excellency overestimates my contributions. I merely did what was required." Zhang Fan replied with calm composure as he settled into his seat. "Overestimate? Ha! If advancing multiple stars within a fortnight and defeating a 6-star opponent, crushing the pinnacle of 7 stars, is merely doing what is required, then what are the 9/10 of martial artists in this world? Are they not all rendered useless?" He personally poured Zhang Fan a cup of hot tea, his tone growing particularly amiable. "Zhang Fan, I perceive your talent to be unmatched throughout the ages, and your calm demeanor far exceeds that of your peers. You will surely soar to great heights in the future. Henceforth, there is no need for such formality. If you do not mind, simply call me Uncle Yi. Jiang Fan paused momentarily, acquiescing graciously, Uncle Yi. The smile on Lord Ye's face deepened, evidently pleased with the address. He forwent further pleasantries, retrieving an exquisite jade box from behind him, and solemnly pushed it toward Jiang Fan. This is your well-deserved championship reward. Open it and see. As Jiang Fan opened the jade box, an overwhelming surge of pure energy enveloped him. Inside lay 3 radiant 5-star beast crystals of the Lord level and 1 8-star beast crystal of the same caliber, pulsating with vibrant energy. Even Jiang Fan could not help but express a flicker of astonishment. The richness of this reward far exceeded his expectations. Thank you, Uncle Yi. This time, his expression of gratitude bore a heightened sincerity. After all, what need was there for thanks among kin? It was a victory earned through sheer prowess. Lord Yi waved his hand dismissively, but then his demeanor grew serious as he stated, in addition to your reward, there is another matter that requires your personal attention. He turned to the door and spoke in a deep voice. Bring them in. The door to the study creaked open, and 2 formidable guards ushered in 3 individuals. Leading them was Zhao Hai, another powerful elder of the Zhao family, whose face was etched with fear and anxiety. Following closely behind him were Zhao Shan and Zhao Hao, father and son, both of whom had been stripped of their cultivation and appeared wretched. Their tattered clothing and ashen faces, combined with eyes filled with despair and terror, prompted them to drop to their knees with a thud as soon as they entered. Jiang Fan's gaze swept over the scene, and he quickly deduced that the Lord had evidently become aware of the Zhao family's attempt to assassinate him. Zhao Hai, prostrating himself, trembled as he lamented, Lord City Master, please see the truth. Young friend Jiang Fan, forgive us. It is all the fault of this fool, Zhao Shan, whose greed clouded his judgment, daring to send assassins after you. The Zhao family had no knowledge of this. All blame lies solely with these 2. Zhao Shan and Zhao Hao wept profusely, their heads striking the ground like pestles as they pleaded, young friend Jiang Fan, we were wrong. We were blinded by our greed. We implore you, have mercy and spare our lives. We shall never dare again. Lord Ye's expression darkened like storm clouds as he scoffed, Zhao Hai, do you take me for a child of 3? Zhao Shan, as an elder, mobilizing family assassins for such treachery, how can your family absolve itself of complicity? If not for Jiang Fan's exceptional strength, he would have surely fallen victim to your vile plot. It turned out that the night before the climactic battle, a fearful Zhao Shan had confessed everything to the family head, Zhao Tianfeng. Upon learning that Jiang Fan had become a 6-star martial master and was poised to secure a top 2 finish in the upcoming league, Zhao Tianfeng was struck with dread. He understood that should this matter come to light, the Zhao family would face utter annihilation. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, Zhao Tianfeng swiftly incapacitated both Zhao Shan and Zhao Hao and ordered Elder Zhao Hai to take them to the city lord's residence to plead for forgiveness, hoping to sacrifice these 2 to protect the family. When Lord Yi learned of this, he was consumed with rage, but to avoid disrupting Jiang Fan's mindset before the finals, he suppressed his fury until this moment when he laid everything bare. He turned to Jiang Fan, completely relinquishing the decision to him. Jiang Fan, their fate, whether they live or die, rests in your hands. At these words, Zhao Shan and Zhao Hao grasped at this last lifeline, exerting all their remaining strength to plead with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan regarded these once arrogant foes, now reduced to the state of pitiful wretches, and found no trace of compassion in his gaze, only a chilling intent to kill. Rising slowly, he spoke in a voice as cold as the winds of the abyss. When you chose to send assassins after me, you should have anticipated this day. Before his words had faded, Jiang Fan's figure flickered, appearing like a specter before Zhao Shan and Zhao Hao. His hands shot out with lightning speed, pressing down upon their crowns. No, the 2 desperate screams were abruptly silenced. Thud, thud, a muffled sound echoed. In an instant, Zhao Shan and Zhao Hao's heads collapsed and deformed, the light in their eyes extinguished, their bodies crumpling lifelessly to the floor. The study fell into an oppressive silence, save for the sound of Zhao Hai's teeth chattering in sheer terror. Jiang Fan slowly withdrew his hands, producing a white cloth to meticulously wipe away the non-existent blood from his fingertips, his gaze now fixed on the pale Zhao Hai. My original plan was to wait until I ascended to the rank of martial sovereign and then personally visit the Zhao family to settle this debt. However, he continued, his voice low yet imbued with an icy chill, since you have come here today of your own accord and have sincerely rendered them powerless, I shall consider this debt settled for now. He paused, his gaze piercing Zhao Hai like twin ice daggers. But hear me well, and relay this to every member of the Zhao family. Should anyone from your clan dare to show me, or those close to me, even a modicum of disrespect or malice in the future. Jiang Fan did not finish his sentence, yet the chilling intent in his tone and the 2 still warm corpses at his feet spoke volumes. Not daring. Absolutely not daring. Zhao Hai nearly collapsed, bowing fervently. Young friend Jiang Fan. No, Lord Jiang Fan. Rest assured, the Zhao family shall henceforth exercise utmost caution abide by the rules, and will never again offend you in the slightest. Should we defy this, may heaven's wrath be upon us." As he spoke, he trembled and retrieved a beautifully crafted brocade box that he held aloft with both hands. "This is a token of our utmost sincerity from the Zhao family, intended as a gesture of contrition. I fervently hope you will accept it and grant us a chance for redemption." Jiang Fan accepted the brocade box and opened it, revealing not only several vials of rare elixirs, but also 3 energy-rich 6-star beast crystals, as well as an ancient-looking scroll containing the high-grade martial technique Thunder Fist. This compensation was indeed substantial, particularly the high-grade martial technique, which held considerable value even for Jiang Fan at present. He closed the brocade box and nonchalantly set it aside. "Since this is an apology, I shall accept it. I trust the Zhao family will tread carefully from now on." Lord Yi observed the entire exchange, silently nodding in approval. Jiang Fan's decisive actions, clear delineation of enmity, and acceptance of the reparations not only eradicated his enemies and vented his anger, but also granted the Zhao family a chance to linger on while maintaining the balance of power within the city. With strength, cunning, and an understanding of when to advance and retreat, this young man's future was indeed limitless. "Begone!" Lord Yi commanded Zhao Hai, who looked as if he had been granted a reprieve. "Take these 2 filthy corpses and vanish from the city lord's residence at once." Zhao Hai scrambled to his feet, beckoning the guards to carry the bodies of Zhao Shan and Zhao Hao, fleeing the study as though escaping a disaster. His heart filled only with immense relief at having survived. Once more, tranquility enveloped the study, leaving only Jiang Fan and Lord Yi. The city lord regarded Jiang Fan with admiration and anticipation, his tone imbued with gravity. "Jiang Fan, after this battle, you have rightfully claimed the title of the foremost among the younger generation of the 5 cities. Even the elite seniors of the Martial Arts University cannot compare to you. From this day forth, within Yangshi City, you need not harbor any reservations. The city lord's residence will always stand as your most steadfast support. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." "Thank you, Uncle Yi," Jiang Fan responded with a nod. Lord Ye's demeanor today had indeed garnered him a measure of trust and goodwill. His next objective was crystal clear, to utilize the beast crystals in his possession to ascend to the rank of 9-star martial master. The realm of martial sovereign was no longer a distant dream. Chapter 58, 9-star martial master. Aiming for supremacy. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Fan laid out all the beast crystals he had acquired. The jade box and brocade box sat side by side, their potent energy fluctuations nearly spilling over. His eyes shimmered with fervent anticipation, devoid of any hesitation. System, convert all beast crystals. Ding. Absorbed 3 5-star lord-level beast crystals, gaining 1,500 attribute points. Ding. Absorbed 1 8-star lord-level beast crystal, gaining 800 attribute points. Ding. Absorbed 3 6-star lord-level beast crystals, gaining 1,800 attribute points. A flurry of crisp system notifications rang out, and with the additional 600 points he had previously accumulated, the numbers on his panel began to soar wildly, ultimately settling at a staggering figure. Current distributable attribute points, 4,700. Gazing upon this vast sum of attribute points, Jiang Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement rising within him. For 1,700 points, with sufficient strength to break through 2 realms, I ascend directly to the rank of 9-star martial master. As for the martial sovereign, a mere thought summoned an answer from the system. To advance to the martial sovereign realm, a foundation of 1,000 points is required, along with an additional enhancement of 30,000 attribute points, totaling 31,000 points. 31,000 points. Rather than deeming it unattainable, a more fervent flame ignited in Jiang Fan's eyes. With my current prowess, hunting high-tier lord-level beasts has become vastly more efficient. Gathering the requisite points is merely a matter of 1 or 2 weeks. For now, let me indulge in the exhilarating surge of power. System, initiate the advancement to 8-star martial master, then to 9-star martial master. Command confirmed. Consuming 1,000 attribute points. Advancing to 8-star martial master. Ding. Successfully advanced to 8-star martial master. Current vitality, 8,000. A torrent of warmth instantly enveloped his entire being. Blood and energy surging like a mighty river. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Command confirmed. Consuming 1,000 attribute points. Advancing to 9-star martial master. Ding. Successfully advanced to 9-star martial master. Current vitality, 9,000. An even more ferocious and pure wave of warmth erupted violently thereafter. His limbs and bones felt as if they had encountered a long-awaited rain, humming with greedy vibrations, muscles, bones, and meridians undergoing relentless refinement and enhancement in imperceptible ways. Jiang Fan slowly clenched his fists, the knuckles producing a series of crisp sounds akin to gunfire, an unprecedented sense of terrifying power filling every corner of his being. 9-star martial master. Only one final step remains to reach the coveted realm of martial sovereign. a dream cherished by countless martial artists in Yangshi City. Sensing the new power coursing through him, Jiang Fan's gaze fell upon the high-tier martial technique Thunder Fist. System: how many points are required to elevate Thunder Fist to perfection? To elevate the high-tier martial technique Thunder Fist to perfection, 3,200 attribute points are needed. To elevate it to the Great Perfection realm requires 8,000 attribute points. With 2,700 points remaining, I am just 500 points short of perfection. A smile crept upon Jiang Fan's lips. It was simple. Tomorrow, he could easily slay a high-tier Lord-level beast to achieve this. Attaining perfection would suffice for now. The Great Perfection could be addressed later. As Jiang Fan's power surged within his dormitory, the Zhao family offered lavish gifts. The news of Zhao Shan and his son being executed by Jiang Fan in the city lord's study spread like a silent storm, wildly circulating and fermenting among the upper echelons of Yangshi City. Within the Zhou family residence, upon receiving the confirmed news, the elder of the Zhou family felt cold sweat soaking his back. Zhao Shan and his son are dead. The Zhao family not only admitted their mistakes, but also compensated with numerous Lord-level beast crystals, elixirs, and high-tier martial techniques. His voice trembled as he hastily gulped down several cups of tea to calm his racing heart. Fortunately, thank goodness I had yet to take action. Losing a champion and a minor loss of face before the city lord is nothing compared to the death of my clan. In the night of Yangshi City, tranquility was restored once more. Simultaneously, Jiang Fan's reputation soared, swiftly spreading to surrounding cities. In just 2 weeks, he advanced 7 stars, single-handedly defeating a genius from the main city, claiming the championship of the league. Such incredible feats transformed him into a youthful war god, spoken of with great admiration by countless martial artists, drawing many to seek a glimpse of his prowess. The next morning, as the sun rose, Jiang Fan had already departed Yangshi City, his figure like lightning, racing deep into the Duanyun mountain range. Advancing to 9-star martial master, his strength, perception, and speed surged across the board, and the oppressive presence he had sensed earlier, akin to a primordial behemoth, no longer instilled fear, but ignited his blood and fighting spirit. A lord-level beast, that was the equivalent of a martial sovereign among humans. In Yangshi City, there were but a few hundred martial artists capable of hunting such beings alone. Yet now, Jiang Fan, as a 9-star martial master, felt an urge to test his sword. Upon entering the midsection of the mountain, a furious roar shook the forest, causing leaves to rain down. A colossal 7-star King Kong ape, its muscles knotted like rock, smashed through trees, charging toward Jiang Fan with a roar. Its massive paw capable of flattening boulders. Just the attribute points I need are coming right to me. A hint of calm amusement flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes as he activated ghostly shadow steps, vanishing as though teleporting, appearing above the King Kong ape in the next instant. Without employing any martial technique, he merely summoned the vast vitality of a 9-star martial master, casually pressing his right fist downward. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The King Kong ape's incredibly tough skull crumpled instantly, the ferocious force shattering its brain. Its massive body froze momentarily in its forward charge before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ding! Successfully hunted a Lord-level 7-star King Kong ape, earning 700 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 3,400. Perfect. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. The points were just enough. System: immediately elevate Thunder Fist to perfection. Ding! Consuming 3,200 attribute points, the high-tier martial technique Thunder Fist has been elevated to perfection. Current distributable attribute points, 200. A torrent of profound information infused with the essence of thunder surged into Jiang Fan's mind, blending seamlessly with his own understanding of martial arts. Enlightened, he casually thrust his fist forward. Boom! The edge of his fist no longer bore mere vitality, but was entwined with dazzling silver electric serpents. As the fist wind passed, the air crackled with explosive sounds, a wave of destructive thunderous might radiating outward, its power surpassing that of the perfected mountain-splitting fist by several folds. High-tier, perfected realm. The difference is indeed like heaven and earth. Jiang Fan felt the might of this punch, his eyes gleaming with intensity. At this moment, armed with the vitality of a 9-star martial master and holding a perfected high-tier martial technique, his combat power had surged to a terrifying level. He possessed absolute confidence that even against low-tier Lord-level beasts comparable to 1- or 2-star martial sovereigns, he could engage in battle, even effortlessly vanquish them. The rapid expansion of his strength brought with it unparalleled confidence. Jiang Fan slowly raised his head, his gaze like 2 tangible bolts of lightning, piercing through layers of dense forest, firmly locking onto the source of the oppressive aura emanating from the depths of the mountain, akin to a dark sun. I shall test my current limits against a martial sovereign-level beast. He let out a hearty laugh, accelerating ghostly shadow steps to its peak, transforming into a fleeting shadow that tore through the air, charging with unwavering determination and dominance toward the most perilous forbidden zone of the Duanyun mountain range. Chapter 59. The Lion King's Fury, 9-star Battle Sovereign. Deep within the Duanyun mountain range, ancient trees towered, miasma swirling. This was the true domain of the strong, where high-tier lord-level beasts were abundant, and terrifying sovereign-level entities lurked. Even low-tier martial sovereigns must tread carefully here. Jiang Fan walked slowly, his demeanor composed. The vast vitality of a 9-star martial master circulated naturally, forming an invisible field of pressure that quietly expanded outward. Along the way, several foolish lord-level 5 and 6-star beasts, upon revealing their fangs, were struck with terror by this overwhelming aura, causing their hearts to tremble. Their low growls turned into whimpers as they tucked their tails and fled without looking back, fearing that a moment's delay could lead to becoming souls lost beneath his fist. Jiang Fan, disinterested in pursuing these minor characters, steadfastly fixed his gaze upon the previously sensed source of intense and terrifying energy, akin to a volcanic eruption. The last time he was startled by your fearsome aura, it left an indelible mark on my fragile psyche. It seems only fair to demand a recompense with your life. Does it not? A faint smile graced his lips as he strode purposefully toward the domain of this dominant presence. As he ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly grotesque. The ground was riddled with massive fissures, and enormous paw prints, resembling millstones, were deeply embedded in the earth. Surrounding him were colossal trees, snapped in half, and patches of charred remnants, silently narrating the power and brutality of this land's master. Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the forest, a sound that was both thunderous and palpable, sending shockwaves that lifted debris and dried leaves, causing the rock walls to tremble. Accompanying this roar, a gargantuan creature emerged from behind a block of dark red volcanic rock. It exceeded 5 meters in length, majestic as a mountain, its entire body cloaked in mane-like, flame-like crimson fur. Its limbs resembled colossal pillars, its claws glinting with a chilling sheen, and in its lion-like eyes burned a fierce and pure scarlet flame. This was a dominant level 1-star beast, the Crimson Flame Lion. It gazed down at Jiang Fan with a condescending and bored expression, sensing merely the aura of a martial artist emanating from him. With a palpable air of disdain, it chose not to engage directly, instead emitting a low, resonant call. A woo. Immediately, 2 slightly smaller yet equally menacing lions sprang forth from the dense thicket, flanking Jiang Fan in a pincer formation. They were 2 pinnacle 9-star leader-level Crimson Flame Lions. These 2 apex beasts crouched low, growling threateningly, their claws digging into the earth as they fixed their gaze upon Jiang Fan, slowly advancing. Meanwhile, the dominant Crimson Flame Lion reclined back, languidly snorting, its posture clearly indicating, a mere martial artist is not worthy of my direct intervention. Huh, sending 2 minions to their doom? Jiang Fan was amused by the creature's arrogance. Crossing his arms, he spoke with a tone of mockery. It seems you truly underestimate me. Very well, let me indulge in this appetizer first. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he activated the Shadow Phantom Step, his form tearing through the fabric of space, leaving only a faint afterimage in his wake. While his true self materialized before the left side pinnacle 9-star leader-level Crimson Flame Lion, the lion reacted with astonishing speed, rising on its hind legs and striking down with claws imbued with the strength to rend stone. However, to Jiang Fan, its movements appeared sluggish as a snail. He effortlessly evaded the attack. Simultaneously, he concentrated the energy of his perfected thunder fist into his right fist, silver serpentine lightning coiling around his knuckles, crackling audibly. With a resounding crash, he struck the lion's skull, unleashing a surge of thunderous energy that instantly shattered its cranium. The lion emitted no sound of agony, its massive form collapsing to the ground, utterly silenced. Ding. Killed pinnacle 9-star leader-level Crimson Flame Lion. Awarded 900 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 1,100. Easily vanquished. Jiang Fan's indifferent evaluation echoed in the air as his figure, akin to a teleportation, reappeared beside the right-side Crimson Flame Lion. This lion, having witnessed its companion's swift demise, was paralyzed with fear, its battle spirit dissipating as it attempted to flee in panic. Now you wish to escape? Jiang Fan scoffed, striking like lightning. Seizing its seemingly fiery tail, with a surge of immense strength, he swung the several-ton beast as if it were a mere toy, arcing it through the air before crashing it down onto a massive boulder. Boom. The earth shook. The rock shattered. The Crimson Flame Lion was left broken and bleeding, lying amidst the rubble, convulsing in pain. Jiang Fan approached once more, delivering a casual yet decisive thunder fist to end its suffering. Ding. Killed pinnacle 9-star leader-level Crimson Flame Lion. Awarded 900 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 2,000. From the moment he initiated his attack to its conclusion, the entire ordeal took less than 30 seconds. 2 formidable pinnacle 9-star leader-level beasts fell before Jiang Fan as if they were mere chickens. In the distance, the formerly languid Crimson Flame Lion sprang to its feet. The disdain and leisure that had adorned its face vanished, replaced by sheer shock and an overwhelming fury ignited by the affront to its authority. Its precious kin, its powerful subordinates, had been effortlessly dispatched by what it perceived as a mere ant of a human. Roar. This time, the roar was not a call, but a declaration of war, imbued with boundless murderous intent and rage. Its crimson aura intensified, and a shimmering, flame-like energy shield materialized around its colossal form. This was a unique and formidable talent of beasts above the dominant level, the protective chi. The crimson flame lion launched itself with tremendous force, the ground cracking beneath its powerful limbs as it transformed into a crimson torrent of destruction, barreling toward Jiang Fan. Its claws tore through the air, radiating scorching heat and the power to obliterate, intent on shredding this loathsome human to pieces. Come at me. Jiang Fan's fighting spirit surged, far from retreating. He advanced to meet it. The vitality of a 9-star martial artist surged within him like a volcanic eruption, his thunder fist reaching unprecedented heights. Lightning erupted from his fists, the devastating energy warping the surrounding air, ionizing it. Break for me, Jiang Fan bellowed, channeling all his might into a single, ferocious punch aimed directly at the oncoming lion's gigantic claw. Bang! The collision of fist and claw erupted in a blinding flash of light. Silver lightning energy meeting the faint red protective chi in a thunderous clash. Jiang Fan staggered slightly from the intense recoil, but the crimson flame lion let out a cry mingled with pain and fury, its immense body propelled backward, carving a deep trench in the earth before it finally came to a halt. Cracks, resembling spider webs, marred its seemingly indestructible protective chi, flickering erratically. This shell is tougher than I anticipated. Jiang Fan shook his slightly numbed fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, one punch was insufficient, so let us deliver another. I wonder how many of these you can endure. The crimson flame lion steadied itself, its eyes filled with disbelief. Its renowned protective chi had almost been shattered by a mere martial artist's punch. This utterly shattered its understanding. Fury, fear, and the indignity of leadership plunged it into a frenzy. Roar! It recklessly lunged once more, its protective chi pushed to its limits, crimson light burning like blood. It vowed to tear this human apart. Chapter 60. The dominant falls, the black sun approaches. As the crimson flame lion roared and charged again, Jiang Fan remained unfazed, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your strength is commendable, yet alas, you have encountered me. With that, he gracefully unfurled the shadow phantom step beneath him, moving like a specter, strolling leisurely amidst the lion's earth-shattering onslaught. In the fleeting moment when the claws of danger loomed perilously close, he deftly evaded with mere fractions of a second to spare. Simultaneously, his fists were no less formidable, mercilessly striking at the blazing red lion whenever the opportunity arose. Thunder fist, thunder's cascade. Jiang Fan bellowed, his fists transforming into a blur of shadows, infused with a silvery white crackling energy. One punch after another, he relentlessly battered against the faint crimson barrier that enveloped the fierce lion. Bang, 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 crack. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds, the protective aura quaking violently as the once bright crimson glow dimmed perceptibly, revealing intricate fissures. The once embattled fury of the red lion gradually morphed into panic and finally, a hint of terror. It could palpably sense that its prideful defense was on the brink of collapse under the relentless barrage of this human's strange sequential strikes. Roaring in defiance, the lion unleashed a thunderous bellow, its attacks growing more frenzied, flames erupting and scorching the surrounding trees and rocks to a charred black. Yet, this chaotic onslaught failed to graze even the hem of Jiang Fan's garment. As he effortlessly danced away, he shook his head in disdain, remarking, "Futile rage, what purpose does it serve, other than exhausting one's strength?" No sooner had he uttered these words than his gaze sharpened, sensing the perfect moment had arrived. The surging energy within him surged forth, pouring entirely into his right fist, amplifying the power of Thunder Fist to its zenith. A destructive force coalesced at the tip of his fist, silver serpentine lightning writhing in a frenzy, emitting a disconcerting crackling sound. This final punch shall send you on your way. Thunder Fist, Thunder's annihilation. With a resounding crash akin to thunder, the already cracked protective aura shattered, erupting into countless faint crimson motes that dissipated into the air. As the protective barrier crumbled, the massive body of the blazing lion froze momentarily. A torrent of violent thunderous energy surged into its being. It felt an instantaneous paralysis throughout its form, its vital energy violently reversing, and its colossal frame was uncontrollably hurled dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, a surge of scalding lion's blood spewing forth. Struggling to rise, its limbs betrayed it, paralyzed and powerless, leaving it to helplessly watch as the figure of that seemingly demonic human approached step by step. Jiang Fan stood before the lion's enormous head, gazing down into its eyes which brimmed with despair and fear. A smirk of absolute disdain curling his lips. "So now you know fear? You were quite the roar earlier, were you not? Alas, it is too late." He casually clenched his right fist, silver lightning once more entwining around it. Without a hint of hesitation, he aimed directly for the lion's crown. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the skull caved in. The thunderous energy surged forth, instantaneously obliterating all remnants of life. The red lion convulsed twice before falling silent. Ding! You have slain a Dominator level 1-star blazing lion, earning 1,000 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 3,000. The strength of a Dominator level beast proved to be nothing more than a suitable practice target. Jiang Fan felt the power surging within him, thoroughly satisfied with this assessment. 1,000 points, though meager, were still something to be content with. Nodding in approval, he prepared to collect the carcass of the blazing lion. At that precise moment, a swift and lethal black sword aura, shrieking as it tore through the air, viciously surged from his blind spot behind him, aiming directly for his heart. The strike was both rapid and ruthless, clearly intent on securing a kill. An opportunistic ambush? Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed, and without even turning around, his instincts kicked in as he activated Ghostly Shadow Step, twisting his body at an impossible angle. Swoosh! The black sword aura grazed past his clothing, cleaving a massive boulder behind him cleanly in half. Impressive reflexes. No wonder he is hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy from Yangshi City. His reputation is indeed well-deserved, prompting the Holy Emperor himself to order his eradication at any cost. 3 figures clad in black robes emerged slowly from the shadows of the dense forest. They bore a twisted black sun emblem embroidered on their chests, the insignia of the Black Sun sect. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance. Wielding a pitch-black longsword, his aura as steady as a mountain, classified as a 2-star martial sovereign. He was flanked by 2 elder companions, one wielding a blade and the other enveloped in swirling black energy, both exuding formidable power, each a 1-star martial sovereign. The combined martial pressure of the trio descended upon Jiang Fan like 3 towering mountains, far surpassing the earlier might of the blazing lion, rendering the very air dense. Jiang Fan, the newly emerged prodigy of Yangshi City, truly lives up to the hype. The sinister elder grinned, revealing a set of unnaturally white teeth, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent, breaking through 7 stars in a row, a single punch to obliterate the city's prodigy. Dominating the 5-school tournament, your renown is indeed resounding. The elder wielding the blade interjected ominously. What a pity, prodigies are often snuffed out early. If you were to grow for a few more years, wouldn't Yangshi City be graced with another martial king? What hope would remain for our Black Sun sect then? However, extinguishing recklessly ambitious seedlings like you is precisely our specialty. Jiang Fan slowly turned to face them, his gaze calmly sweeping across the trio. A surge of energy coursing within him as he spoke with a hint of mockery. I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be the rats of the Black Sun sect. I had just taken care of a few of your kind, and here you come, delivering yourselves right to my doorstep. You've even managed to dig up my details, such diligence. Oh, so those sect members who perished a few days ago fell to your hands. The sinister elder's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The last stronghold had suffered grievous losses, and he had been searching for the culprit. Excellent. New grievances and old scores will be settled today. I initially came merely to hunt this lion, but it seems I have stumbled upon a big fish. Killing you will not only yield this Dominator-level beast's corpse, but also eliminate a significant threat to our sect, all while earning a handsome reward. Truly a trifecta of benefits. Jiang Fan, you shall not escape your fate today. The other 1-star martial sovereign sneered, as if he had already secured victory over Jiang Fan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan not only felt no trepidation, but found the situation almost laughable. He extended a single finger, beckoning the 3 with an air of supreme contempt. You prattle on so much. I assumed you were formidable. You wish to kill me for a reward? With just the 3 of you misfits? Come at me together. I'm pressed for time. The scene unfolded as if it were Jiang Fan selecting 3 unworthy prey rather than 3 martial sovereigns surrounding him. Arrogance. Ignorance of one's own mortality. The 3 martial sovereigns of the Black Sun sect instantly turned ashen. They had never before been so humiliated by a mere martial master. Overwhelming murderous intent erupted. Chapter 61. Sweep away. All 3 sects as ants. You think you, a 9-star martial master, can challenge 3 martial sovereigns? The leading 2-star martial sovereign laughed in fury, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Today, you shall learn the vast chasm that separates a martial master from a martial sovereign. Do not presume that slaying this foolish lion makes you exceptional. We could destroy it with a single hand. As soon as the words left his lips, the 3 acted in perfect unison, their resolve solidified to crush this ignorant brat with overwhelming force. Black Sun sword aura, bone corrosion, netherworld blade technique, soul severance, crimson heart dark destruction fist. The sinister elder unleashed his longsword, a concentrated black sword aura striking forth like a serpent from its lair, bearing a corrosive essence aimed directly for Jiang Fan's throat. The elder wielding a knife moved with an ethereal grace, his blade tracing an eerie arc as it silently sliced towards Jiang Fan's side, the angle fierce and merciless. Meanwhile, the elder with clenched fists unleashed a powerful blow, the chilling aura of his dark energy surging towards Jiang Fan's vulnerable back. 3 attacks converged, venomous and ruthless. The overwhelming pressure of a martial arts master attempting to ensnare Jiang Fan like quicksand, hindering his movements. Under such relentless assault, one would expect even a 9-star martial master to falter, let alone a mere 3-star martial sovereign. Yet, Jiang Fan merely scoffed. A chasm between realms? Today, I shall reveal to you what true disparity looks like. He activated the ghostly shadow steps to its utmost limit, his form transforming into a genuine specter, effortlessly weaving through the deadly net woven by the 3 lethal strikes, as if toying with them. The black sword aura grazed his nose. The chilling blade passed closely by his waist, and the frigid punch failed to even brush against his garments, all attacks falling short. How could this be? His speed is unfathomable. Is he truly a 9-star martial master? The sinister grins of the 3 adversaries froze instantaneously, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. Despite their combined efforts, they could not even graze the edge of a martial master's attire. This utterly shattered their perceptions. They had heard tales of 9-star martial masters capable of slaying apex beasts or 1-star martial sovereigns, but they had never witnessed such nonchalance. As if strolling through a familiar garden, evading the combined onslaught of 3 martial sovereigns. Moreover, one among them was a 2-star martial sovereign. Just as their astonishment momentarily dulled their senses, Jiang Fan made his move. His form appeared as if teleporting, materializing behind the knife-wielding 1-star martial sovereign without warning. The first. A chilling voice whispered like the harbinger of death. Jiang Fan's right fist, charged with a silvery, thunderous energy, coalesced violently, blending the vitality of a 9-star martial master with the perfected Thunder Fist, exuding an aura of destruction that sent shivers through the soul. Thunder Fist, Thunder's obliteration. Without any flamboyant maneuvers, it was the simplest, most direct, and swiftest punch. Boom. The punch landed squarely upon the back of the knife-wielding martial sovereign. His protective aura shattered like fragile glass, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment, and crumbled under the ferocity of Jiang Fan's attack. The savage, thunderous energy surged into him, obliterating his internal organs with ruthless efficiency. The knife-wielding martial sovereign could not even muster a scream. His eyes bulged, blood gushed from his mouth, and his body was flung forward, crashing into a large tree, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. A swift kill, a genuine instant annihilation. A formidable 1-star martial sovereign, considered an elite within the Black Sun sect, could not withstand even a single punch from Jiang Fan. How could this be? The remaining 2 martial sovereigns felt their pupils constrict, their scalps prickling with dread, as an overwhelming fear engulfed them. The 2-star martial sovereign elder felt his heart race. He sensed the force behind Jiang Fan's previous punch and knew that even he could not endure it. Jiang Fan flicked his wrist, his tone laced with disdain. Are all of you from the Black Sun sect this week? All show, no substance. Before his words faded, his figure vanished once more. The second. This time, he appeared before the fist-clenching 1-star martial sovereign. The latter, already paralyzed with terror, screamed in fright upon seeing Jiang Fan materialize like a specter, pouring all his energy into his fists as he desperately struck out. A futile effort. Jiang Fan's assessment was cold and merciless. His fist struck with the same unadorned Thunder's obliteration, crashing into the protective aura of the fist-clenching martial sovereign. Crack. Boom. The protective aura could not withstand even half a second, exploding into nothingness. Jiang Fan's fist surged through the dissipating defense, striking brutally against his chest. A sickening crunch echoed as ribs shattered. The fist-clenching martial sovereign's chest collapsed visibly. His form was propelled backward, painting a crimson arc in the air, and upon landing, he was reduced to a lifeless heap, utterly devoid of life. 20 seconds. From the onset of battle to the demise of 2 1-star martial sovereigns. Scarcely 20 seconds had elapsed. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the ragged breaths of the 2-star martial sovereign elder, gripped by sheer terror, could be heard. His face was ashen as paper, his hand clutching the sword trembled uncontrollably, and he gazed at Jiang Fan as if staring into the eyes of a demon risen from the depths of hell. What murderous intent, what mission, what reward, at this moment? All were cast aside, leaving only the raw instinct for survival. What a monster! What manner of creature are you? His voice, twisted by fear, became sharp and grating. Young man, if you are this powerful, you should have said so earlier. We would never dare provoke you. He lamented within, his mind spiraling. To deliver a fatal blow to a 1-star martial sovereign with a single punch, this strength far exceeded that of an ordinary 2-star martial sovereign. Perhaps even brushing against the threshold of 3-star. Is this truly a 9-star martial master? A cruel jest. Jiang Fan approached him slowly. Each step felt as if it were crushing his heart, an oppressive aura suffocating him. It is your turn. Jiang Fan's tone was flat, yet carried the weight of final judgment. No, I cannot die. I will fight you to the death. The ultimate fear manifested in a frenzy of desperation. The 2-star martial sovereign elder roared, igniting every ounce of vitality within him. His sword erupted with an unprecedented intensity of dark light, a light that seemed capable of devouring all illumination, radiating a sinister and ominous aura. The Black Sun's forbidden technique, eternal night descends. This was his last resort, a desperate gamble, burning his very life essence to exchange for a moment of unparalleled destructive power. A darkness, honed to perfection, seemed capable of swallowing souls. Surged forth with a wailing ghostly cry, slashing towards Jiang Fan. In the face of this all-or-nothing strike, a flicker of seriousness crossed Jiang Fan's eyes. This is somewhat interesting, but alas, still insufficient. He drew a deep breath, his vitality surging like a mighty river, his right fist slowly retracting. Upon his fist, the silvery serpents of electricity ceased their erratic dance, compressing inward until they coalesced into a vividly lifelike, scaled micro-thunder dragon. Though diminutive, the thunder dragon emanated a terrifying pressure that warped the very fabric of space around it. Thunder Fist, Thunder Emperor's judgment. With one decisive punch, the thunder dragon roared. No ear-splitting sounds, only a deep, resounding thunder reminiscent of the primordial creation of the universe. Where the thunder dragon passed, the seemingly all-consuming dark sword energy melted away like snow under sunlight, disintegrating. No. As the two-star Martial Sovereign Elder's desperate shrieks filled the air, the micro-thunder dragon seamlessly pierced through the disintegrating sword energy, striking his chest. Thud. Rather than sending him flying, all the destructive force was channeled into his body. His form stiffened abruptly, his eyes bulged wide, the spark of life fading from his pupils. He looked down, incredulously gazing at his unscathed chest, yet within, his organs and meridians had already been utterly obliterated by that terrifying thunderous power. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter a word, but only a plume of black smoke escaped, and he promptly collapsed backward, breathless. Chapter 62, Sudden Wealth, a surge in attribute points, and an unexpected encounter. Having dealt with the three martial sovereigns of the Black Sun cult, Jiang Fan strolled leisurely towards the imposing carcass of the Crimson Flame Mad Lion, a beast of dominion. It was replete with treasures that ought not to be squandered. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed it away in his storage bag, knowing it could fetch a substantial sum of crystal coins. Subsequently, he bent down to collect the storage bags of the three cult elders and, probing with his mental energy, commenced an inventory. These rats have a rather hefty treasury. Numerous medicinal pills and a considerable amount of crystal coins lay within. But what truly dazzled Jiang Fan were the small pile of glimmering, multi-hued Lord-grade beast crystals. Just what I needed to spare me the tedious task of hunting. Without hesitation, he activated the system to absorb them. Ding. Absorbed Lord-grade 6-star beast crystals X2, gaining 1,200 attribute points. Ding. Absorbed Lord-grade 7-star beast crystals X2, gaining 1,400 attribute points. Ding. Absorbed Lord-grade 8-star beast crystals X1, gaining 800 attribute points. Ding. Absorbed Lord-grade 9-star beast crystals X1, gaining 900 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 7,300. A series of melodious system notifications resounded, instantly contributing 4,300 attribute points. Together with the previously accumulated 3,000 points, his total attribute points skyrocketed to 7,300. A wave of sudden wealth. What a delight. Jiang Fan's lips curled into a smile, his spirits buoyed. This was far more expedient than laboriously hunting beasts for an entire day. Indeed, the adage about killing and plundering holds true in any context. With only about 24,000 points remaining to reach the 31,000 required for ascending to Martial Sovereign, Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with fervent determination. At this rate, he would undoubtedly attain the Martial Sovereign rank within a week. While tallying his spoils, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure, a scroll documenting the mid-tier Xian rank martial technique. Shadow Kill Steps. The ghostly Shadow Steps was merely a low-tier Xian technique, and had indeed fallen behind the current pace of battle. Thus, Shadow Kill Steps arrived just in time. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction, reveling in his abundance of attribute points. What a lavish indulgence. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued a command to the system. System, elevate Shadow Kill Steps to its perfected state. Ding. Consumed 1,600 attribute points. Elevating mid-tier Xian Shadow Kill Steps to its perfected state. Current distributable attribute points, 5,700. An essence far more intricate and profound than the ghostly Shadow Steps surged into his mind, seamlessly merging with his physical instincts. Jiang Fan felt as though his body had shed its weight, his perception of airflow becoming astoundingly acute, even granting him the sensation of merging with the surrounding shadows. The perfected Shadow Kill Steps significantly enhanced his agility and stealth capabilities. After collecting all his loot, Jiang Fan delved deeper into the Duanyan mountain range. His objectives clear: high-tier Lord-grade and low-star Dominion beasts, both of which were invaluable resources for his ascent to Martial Sovereign. In the ensuing time, he transformed into a harbinger of death, employing Shadow Kill Steps in conjunction with Thunder Fist, achieving remarkable efficiency. He successively hunted 2 Lord-grade 6-star beasts and 1 Lord-grade 9-star beast, his attribute points steadily rising. Ding. Slain Lord-grade 9-star Ink-scaled Python. gaining 900 attribute points. Ding. Slain Lord Grade 6-star Beasts X2, gaining 1,200 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 7,800. Excluding the gifts from the Black Sun cult. His own hunting achievements for the day had already netted him several thousand attribute points. Quite commendable. Jiang Fan calculated his progress, his mood buoyant, with a little more effort. The martial sovereign realm was within reach. Gazing at the sun gradually dipping in the west, Jiang Fan chose not to venture deeper and instead turned back towards Yangshi City. Not long after exiting the mountains and entering the outer forest, the sharp sounds of clashing weapons and the roars of beasts reached his ears. Jiang Fan cast a casual glance and beheld a fierce Lord Grade 3-star claw leopard being thoroughly dominated by a swift pink figure. The woman, clad in form-fitting pink attire, moved with grace and agility, her long sword weaving a seamless dance, each stroke of light resembling blooming lotus flowers, continuously inflicting new wounds upon the claw leopard. The system indicated her blood vitality fluctuated around 2,900, marking her as a peak 2-star martial master. To be capable of firmly suppressing a Lord Grade 3-star claw leopard with such strength was a testament to her impressive combat prowess. Jiang Fan inwardly commended her. What was even more remarkable was her strikingly exquisite appearance, her features akin to a painting, yet in battle. She exuded an aura of spirited vigor rivaling that of any man. However, that was where it ended. Jiang Fan merely cast a glance before retracting his gaze, continuing on his path, showing no inclination to intervene or observe. Wait, are you Jiang Fan? At that moment, the woman landed a precise thrust that pierced through the claw leopard's skull. With a swift retraction of her sword, she happened to catch sight of Jiang Fan's back. Her eyes lit up, a mixture of uncertainty and delight gracing her features as she hurriedly pursued him, her tone barely concealing her excitement. Jiang Fan halted, turning to face her, somewhat surprised. Do you know me? Who in Yangshi City doesn't know you? She replied, stepping closer with an easy smile. Perhaps due to her recent exertion, her cheeks bore a healthy flush, enhancing her allure. I am Li Waner. My grandfather, Li Mu, should have mentioned his desire for you to join our Li family. Do you recall? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's realization dawned. She was the granddaughter of Old Man Li. He scrutinized Li Waner, unable to deny that Old Man Li had not misled him. She had beauty, talent, and strength. When Old Man Li had mentioned her as a 1-star martial master, she had now ascended to the peak of 2-star martial master, capable of slaying 3-star lord beasts, making her truly exceptional among her peers. I remember, Jiang Fan nodded, his tone remaining neutral. However, I have no interest in joining your family. He had made his position clear to Old Man Li. Even if the entire Li family were offered to him, he would not acquiesce. Li Waner's smile faltered slightly but quickly regained its composure, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in her beautiful eyes. She waved her hand dismissively. Speaking with candor, I knew you'd react this way. To be honest, I was quite reluctant when I first heard about it, thinking my grandfather was being rather rash. However, after witnessing your overwhelming performance in the 5-school tournament, I began to see you as a true powerhouse. That is why I came to the outskirts of the Duanyun mountain range on a whim, hoping to encounter you, and fortuitously, here you are. She showed no inclination to dwell on the topic of marriage, instead exhibiting a sense of understanding and grace. My grandfather often says you are the future hope of Yangshi City, and the Li family genuinely wishes to befriend you. Since fate has brought us together, why not return to the city together? It would be safer on the way, and I could also seek your advice on some cultivation matters. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity and anticipation. Seeing her display such maturity and straightforwardness, Jiang Fan felt a surge of goodwill and nodded, as you wish. Thus, the two set off together. Along the way, Li Waner was quite chatty, enthusiastically discussing Jiang Fan's prowess in the 5-school tournament, her words imbued with admiration. She also inquired about aspects of blood vitality control and martial technique application, clearly earnest in her training. Jiang Fan, however, was at a loss regarding cultivation matters and could only provide perfunctory responses. Moreover, most of his thoughts were occupied with devising ways to swiftly accumulate attribute points and ascend to the rank of martial master. Women in matters of the heart. In the face of absolute power, they must temporarily take a back seat. Upon returning to Yangshi City, the two parted ways at the city gate. Li Waner watched Jiang Fan's decisive departure, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a flicker of light, before she promptly turned and returned home to seek out her grandfather, Li Mu. Chapter 63, Jiang Qian's Request. Zhao's General Store. In the study of the elder Li of the Li family, after listening to his granddaughter's account, the elder stroked his grizzled beard, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Waner, you have done exceptionally well. This Jiang Fan is a hidden dragon in the depths, not a creature of mere pawns. Common methods of persuasion are utterly ineffective against him. His refusal to marry into our family was anticipated. Maintaining a friendly rapport with him is already a rare achievement. As for the future success of our endeavors, it is left to fate and the fortune of our Li family. Li Waner nodded obediently, yet her mind involuntarily conjured the image of Jiang Fan's calm, yet profoundly confident demeanor. Remembering his resolute refusal to marry into their family stirred an indescribable ripple within her heart. This true powerhouse, unperturbed by power or seduced by beauty, wholly devoted to the pursuit of martial excellence, was indeed unlike any young talents she had ever encountered. As night deepened, Jiang Fan had just returned to his dormitory when a gentle knock echoed at his door. "Jiang Fan, are you there?" came Jiang Qian's crisp voice, laced with a hint of hesitation. Jiang Fan opened the door to find her expression somewhat troubled, prompting his curiosity. "If you have something to say, just speak it plainly. Could I possibly ask you for a small favor?" Jiang Qian rubbed her hands together, her tone pleading, regarding a matter related to Zhao Ya's family. Jiang Fan recalled the once proud yet inherently kind class monitor, Zhao Ya, and casually replied, "Go ahead. If it's not too troublesome, I can lend a hand." After Zhao Ya's parents were ousted from the Zhao family, they opened a general store on the market street, primarily dealing in medicinal herbs, elixirs, and materials from beast carcasses. Jiang Qian elaborated, explaining that the Zhao family frequently sent individuals to sabotage their customers. Thankfully, Uncle Zhao was well liked, having connections with a few B-rank mercenary leaders who often looked after their business, allowing the store to barely survive. However, recently, for reasons unknown, the Cloud Sea Swamp had become increasingly volatile with rampant beast activity, leading to significant losses for the mercenary groups, and the supplies they could deliver had dwindled alarmingly. Leaving Zhao Ya on the verge of tears, she gazed at Jiang Fan, eyes alight with hope. "I know you hunt beasts outside the city daily, and you must have a fair amount of beast materials, right? Could you sell some of those materials to Zhao Ya's store, even if it's just to help her out? The price can be at market value." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan understood. His storage bag was indeed brimming with various beast carcasses, as he had not cleared it out in quite some time. This was a perfect opportunity to declutter, freeing up space. And helping an old classmate in the process was not a bad idea. "Does her store have any Lord-level beast crystals for sale?" Jiang Fan inquired, as he was in urgent need of attribute points, and if he could directly purchase beast crystals for absorption, it would be doubly beneficial. "There are some, but the stock is limited, and there certainly won't be any tyrant-level beast crystals available recently. Those are too sought after," Jiang Qian pondered before responding. "All right, I will visit her store tomorrow to sell some materials and see if there's anything worthwhile to buy." Jiang Fan readily agreed. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Jiang Fan." Jiang Qian's face lit up with joy. "I'll make sure Zhao Ya thanks you properly, and I simply must join you for a feast." After bidding farewell to Jiang Qian, Jiang Fan began to assess his storage bag. Inside, there were dozens of Lord-level beast carcasses, though only one tyrant-level beast, the corpse of a crimson flame beast. He also possessed a considerable quantity of useless elixirs, mostly spoils of war or gifts from others. Roughly estimating, if he sold everything, he could easily earn several 100,000 crystal coins. He had unknowingly become a minor fortune. The following morning, Jiang Fan followed the address provided by Jiang Qian and arrived at the bustling market street of Yangshi City. Shops lined both sides of the street, and the throng of people flowed like a river, mingled with the sounds of haggling and bartering. However, at the end of the street, the store bearing the sign of Zhao's General Store stood starkly empty, its door barely welcoming visitors. As Jiang Fan approached, two burly men clad in black attire, adorned with the conspicuous Zhao family emblem, swaggered over. Their demeanor was haughty, and their tone brash. "Hey, you there, stop." The man on the left, a one-star martial master, crossed his arms and scoffed at Jiang Fan. "Look at you, with that pitiful appearance. Are you trying to sell something to this soon-to-be defunct store? You better wise up and scram. Don't make things difficult for yourself." The man on the right, a peak 9-star warrior, joined in with a mocking threat. "Did you hear that? The Zhao family does not entertain the likes of you. Step any closer, and be careful, we might not be so courteous." Surrounding passers-by wore expressions of indignation but dared not speak out, hastily circumventing the area. Everyone knew that the Zhao family was deliberately suppressing this general store, and no one wished to offend a prominent family over a trivial matter. Jiang Fan's gaze turned icy. Indeed, the Zhao family was despicable, driving people out of their family while attempting to eradicate them completely. Feeling no inclination to engage in conversation with these two gatekeepers, he pretended not to hear and continued toward the store. "Damn it, ignoring us means you're asking for trouble." The one-star martial master, feeling humiliated by Jiang Fan's disregard, cursed angrily. His right hand clawed toward Jiang Fan's shoulder with a swift motion, intending to teach him a lesson. However, halfway through his attack, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes. Without even turning around, Jiang Fan casually flicked his hand, the motion so nonchalant it resembled swatting a fly. Boom. An overwhelming force erupted. The one-star martial master felt an irresistible power slam against his chest, and he was sent flying backward, as if struck by a rampaging beast. His ribcage cracked audibly, and blood sprayed forth as he uncontrollably soared 8 meters before crashing onto the cobblestone street, rolling several times before losing consciousness. What? The other peak 9-star warrior stood frozen in shock, his mocking grin vanishing, replaced by sheer terror as his pupils dilated. The one-star martial master had been turned into a lifeless wreck with a mere flick of the wrist. What manner of monster was this youth? Trembling, he instinctively turned to flee. Did I permit you to leave? Jiang Fan's cold voice echoed like a sinister incantation in his ears. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming force strike his backside, akin to being violently rammed by a colossal beast. With a cry of despair, this man was sent soaring into the air, crashing against the door of Zhao's general store with a resounding thud, splintering the door as he collapsed to the ground. Also rendered unconscious. From the moment Jiang Fan acted to the time both men fell, the entire incident unfolded in mere seconds. The street, previously filled with chatter, fell into a profound silence. Every passerby halted in their tracks, their mouths agape in disbelief, their faces etched with shock and incredulity. Who is this young man? How dare he publicly assault members of the Zhao family? Such formidable strength. A one-star martial master, effortlessly dispatched in an instant? My heavens, this is bound to be entertaining. The Zhao family will certainly not let this slide. Well done, someone murmured amidst the hushed whispers and astonished discussions. It was high time someone dealt with these lackeys of the Zhao family. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Jiang Fan appeared as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He paid no heed to the two individuals sprawled on the ground, striding with an unhurried grace into Zhao's general store. Chapter 64. The Sale of the Corpse of a Dominator, Attributes exceeding 10,000. The commotion outside had subsided, yet the discussions in the marketplace surged like boiling water. My heavens, that was Jiang Fan. The very Jiang Fan who had shattered a 7-star martial master with a single punch during the 5 schools tournament. Hiss, no wonder he is so formidable. The Zhao family has truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. Not merely formidable, they have struck a meteorite. Before the city lord, he is the favored one, unrivaled beneath the martial sovereign. The Zhao family has long been accustomed to tyranny, and today, at last, someone dares to hold them accountable. The chatter penetrated the store, prompting Zhao Ye to emerge, just in time to witness Jiang Fan walk in with an air of composure. She glanced at Jiang Fan, then at the Zhao family's henchmen lying outside like dead dogs, and instantly comprehended everything. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief, her voice quivering slightly. Jiang Fan? Is it really you? Did you do this? Jiang Qian sent me to sell some stock and to procure a few beast crystals. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. What's the matter? Aren't you going to serve me? Serve you? Of course we shall. Please come in. Zhao Ye quickly stepped aside, her cheeks flushed with excitement and a hint of bashfulness, calling out towards the backyard. Father, come out quickly. My classmate Jiang Fan is here to assist our business. Zhao Cheng hurriedly dashed out from the backyard, having heard the commotion outside, instinctively aware that the Zhao family was causing a ruckus. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter unscathed, he rushed forward, intending to inquire if he had encountered any obstruction from the Zhao family. Before he could utter a word, a sudden rush of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the store, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as a formidable aura belonging to a 9-star martial master enveloped the entrance. Who dares to lay a hand on anyone from the Zhao family? Are you tired of living? A dozen Zhao family guards surged forward, flanking a middle-aged man with a grim countenance, exuding an imposing presence. It was Zhao Kuang, the overseer of all Zhao family enterprises on the market street. He had received news of his subordinates being beaten and, in a fit of rage, came personally to suppress the situation. Zhao Cheng and Zhao Ye's faces turned ashen. Zhao Kuang was a man of considerable power, a 9-star martial master, a notable expert in Yangshi City. The father and daughter instinctively wanted to step forward to explain, hoping to shoulder the blame. However, the furious Zhao Kuang's gaze was like a blade, instantly locking onto Jiang Fan, who stood calmly in the center of the store. Just as he was about to unleash a harsh inquiry, the moment his eyes fully absorbed Jiang Fan's youthful, yet undeniably authoritative visage, it felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. All his anger extinguished in an instant, replaced by a profound, bone-chilling fear. As a high-ranking member of the Zhao family, how could he be unaware of how Zhao Shan and his son had perished? The family head had issued a strict decree. No member of the family was to provoke Jiang Fan, and those who disobeyed would be expelled from the family. Severe cases could even lead to execution. Lord Jiang Fan, under the horrified gazes of all present, the previously imposing Zhao Kuang, as if divested of all his bones, plummeted to his knees, repeatedly banging his head against the ground, his forehead turning a deep shade of purple, his voice trembling with fear and desperation. I did not know of your esteemed presence. It was my subordinates who, blind to the situation, offended your grandeur. I beseech you, spare my life. Spare this wretched dog's life. The dozen or so Zhao family guards behind him were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances. But as they carefully scrutinized Jiang Fan's appearance and recalled the tales of the young war god circulating throughout the city, they too grasped the reality. If even the overseer was reduced to this state of fright, who would dare remain standing? In a flurry, they all knelt, silence enveloping them, not daring to lift their heads. This scene erupted the marketplace into chaos. What on earth did I just witness? Zhao Kuang, the overseer of the Zhao family, a 9-star martial master, kneeling before Jiang Fan, bowing in supplication? This Jiang Fan's intimidation factor is truly terrifying. The Zhao family is utterly frightened of him. The young war god, truly deserving of his title. Zhao Cheng and Zhao Yu were thoroughly stunned, their mouths agape, watching this unbelievable spectacle unfold before them. They knew Jiang Fan was strong, a prodigy. But they never imagined that his reputation could compel a powerful figure from the Zhao family to kneel in public and beg for mercy. Their previous worries evaporated instantly, leaving only boundless shock and gratitude. Jiang Fan cast a dispassionate glance at the kneeling Zhao Kuang, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority, clearly resonating throughout the street. Listen, from this day forth, no one from the Zhao family, including you, is permitted to approach this store even a single step, nor are you to cause any trouble. Should I discover any deceitful behavior on your part? His words trailed off, but the chilling intent made Zhao Kuang feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. I would not dare. Absolutely not. I swear on my life. From this day forth, Zhao's general store shall be a forbidden ground for the Zhao family. No member shall set foot here. Should anyone defy this, may the heavens strike them down. Zhao Kuang swore, wishing he could lay bare his heart to express his loyalty. Depart. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. Zhao Kuang felt as though a great burden had been lifted. Scrambling to his feet and, in a panic, fled the scene with his subordinates, their speed surpassing that of their arrival, disregarding even their unconscious comrade on the ground. Following this incident, all onlookers surged into Zhao's general store. Boss, I have several spirit herbs here. Would you care to buy them? Zhao boss, in the future, any materials our team hunts will be supplied to your family first. The crowd flooded into what had been a quiet Zhao's general store, instantly transforming it into a bustling hub of activity. Zhao Cheng and his wife were both astonished and delighted, bustling about with feet barely touching the ground. Yet their smiles had never been so radiant. Jiang Fan, having achieved his objective, casually handed a storage bag to Zhao Ya. Inside are some Lord-level beast corpses and surplus elixirs, along with a 1-star Dominator-level Crimson Flame Mad Lion. Have your father appraise it. A Dominator-level beast? Zhao Ya received the storage bag, probing inside with her spiritual energy. Upon seeing the massive corpse of the Crimson Flame Mad Lion, and feeling the lingering terrifying pressure it exuded even in death, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This exclamation, like a drop of cold water into boiling oil, sent the already lively store into another uproar. What? A Dominator-level beast corpse? Jiang Fan was able to hunt a Dominator-level beast alone? Wouldn't that require at least the strength of a martial sovereign? But he is merely a martial master. This is simply monstrous. Zhao Cheng also squeezed in, and upon confirming that it was indeed a genuine Dominator-level corpse, he trembled as he announced a price. Young friend Jiang Fan, this Crimson Flame Mad Lion corpse is exceptionally well preserved and holds immense value. It is worth 250,000 crystal coins. Including the other Lord-level beast corpses and elixirs, the total comes to 120,000 crystal coins. What do you think? That works. Jiang Fan nodded, then promptly turned to the main topic. I will buy all the Lord-level beast crystals in the store. We have them. Zhao Cheng quickly produced a jade box, within which lay 3 Lord-level 7-star beast crystals and 2 Lord-level 8-star beast crystals, shimmering with vitality and abundant energy. Jiang Fan directly paid the corresponding crystal coins, and then, with a mere thought, the system notifications rang out consecutively. Ding! Absorbed Lord-level 7-star beast crystal X3. Gained 2,100 attribute points. Ding! Absorbed Lord-level 8-star beast crystal X2. Gained 1,600 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 11,500. The attribute points surged from 7,800 to 11,500. A mere 19,500 points remained to reach the 31,000 required for the Martial Sovereign Realm. A fervent brilliance flickered in Jiang Fan's eyes, illuminating the prospect of ascending to the Martial Sovereign Realm at this pace, an imminent reality. With that thought, he gathered the remaining crystal coins and turned to depart. Behind him lay the grateful gazes of Zhao Cheng's family, the awestruck stares of numerous martial artists, and the thriving, newly revitalized Zhao's general store. Due to Jiang Fan's actions today, the store soared to prominence as the most sought-after establishment on the bustling streets of Yangshi City, a tale for another time. In this moment, Jiang Fan's form flickered, transforming into a blurred shadow as he sped towards the Duanyun mountain range, embarking on his relentless journey of hunting and self-improvement. Chapter 65, Slaying the 2-star Overlord. Zhangyang of Yangdong City. Deep within the Duanyun mountain range, an area thick with a pungent sulfuric scent lay before him. The ground cracked and parched, rocks scorched to a faint red, while waves of heat rippled through the air. As Jiang Fan stepped into this desolate expanse, the earth quaked violently beneath his feet. Boom! The ground ahead erupted, and a colossal python, exceeding 15 meters in length and adorned with dark red lava scales, emerged from the earth. Its crimson vertical pupils locked onto Jiang Fan, and as its massive jaws opened, a fiery pillar of molten lava erupted forth. hot enough to liquefy steel, instantly turning the surrounding rocks to ash. This giant python was none other than the 2-star Overlord Lava Python. A 2-star Overlord? Its aura surpassed that of the Crimson Flame Lion, making it a perfect opponent for practice. Rather than fear, Jiang Fan's eyes ignited with fervent battle intent. Activating the Shadow Kill step to its fullest, he glided like a specter, leaving a ghostly afterimage, the molten lava pillar. Powerful enough to severely injure an ordinary 2-star martial sovereign, grazed past him without even brushing the hem of his garment. Seeing its lethal strike miss, the lava python let out a thunderous shriek, its enormous tail resembling a burning steel whip that sliced through the air with a deafening crack. Sweeping towards Jiang Fan with the force to level a small hill. Come on, let us see who is tougher. Jiang Fan remained undaunted, his 9-star martial artist's vigorous blood energy erupting within. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a tempest of silver lightning energy, which coalesced into a vivid phantom of a clawing thunder dragon, entwining itself around his fist. In an instant, he hurled his fist at the sweeping tail with unwavering resolve. Boom! The collision did not produce the dull sound of flesh meeting flesh, but rather a resounding echo akin to a mighty bell. A violent shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, uprooting the surrounding earth. The lava python's incredibly resilient scales began to shatter at a visible rate upon contact with Jiang Fan's fist. The terrifying power of the thunder surged like countless needles, mercilessly penetrating through the gaps in its scales, wreaking havoc within. The lava python emitted a heart-wrenching wail of agony, its massive body thrashing wildly in pain, sweeping away large boulders in its wake. It's time to end this. Thunder Fist, Judgment of the Thunder Emperor, Jiang Fan shouted. And the Thunder Dragon phantom coiling around his fist suddenly solidified and expanded. In the instant he swung his fist, a Thunder Dragon shot forth, imbued with the essence of judgment and destruction, striking the giant python with unerring accuracy. Bang! Lightning erupted, and a thunderous roar resonated across the land. The lava python's colossal form trembled violently under the impact of the Thunder Dragon, charred black. Moments later, its massive head finally drooped in defeat, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, its vitality utterly extinguished. Ding! Slayed the 2-star Overlord Lava Python, earning 2,000 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 13,500. Not bad. I am one step closer to becoming a martial sovereign. Jiang Fan waved his hand to collect the gigantic corpse of the python, the light in his eyes shining ever brighter. With only over 17,000 points remaining, the realm of the martial sovereign was within reach. After the battle concluded, he turned to leave, seeking his next prey. After walking for a while, a cacophony of scornful taunts drifted through the air. Ha! The waste from Yangshi City Martial Arts University, is this all you've got? You can't even withstand a single blow from us. I hear your strongest is only a 7-star martial artist? TSK, how pitiful. That one called Jiang Fan merely had luck on his side against an overconfident Qin Feng. He must have taken drugs to boost his strength. His combat prowess surely cannot be reliable. Indeed, our Captain Zhang Yang could crush him with a single finger. What is there to boast about? Jiang Fan frowned slightly and turned his gaze towards the source of the voices. Before him in a clearing, 5 students clad in the uniforms of Yangdong City Martial Arts University were brazenly beating 7 students from Yangshi City. Several students from Yangshi City lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Leading the Yangdong City group was a young man with short golden hair, exuding an arrogant demeanor. The system indicated his vitality was an impressive 9,990, a pinnacle 9-star martial artist, already half a step into the realm of martial sovereign. This individual was none other than Zhang Yang, the top genius of Yangdong City Martial Arts University. The 4 behind him were also formidable, boasting 7-star and 8-star martial artists. Surrounded in the center were the students from Yangshi City, with Lin Hao, once hailed as the top genius of Yangshi City Martial Arts University, now reduced to 2nd place since Jiang Fan's rise. At this moment, he was torn and bloodied, numerous wounds marring his body. Yet, he stood resolutely in front of his injured classmates, his eyes filled with humiliation and defiance. His vitality stood at 7,500, a 7-star martial artist, but felt utterly powerless before Zhang Yang and his cohort. Zhang Yang, you are being excessively oppressive. We harbor no grievances against you. Why unleash such brutality and insult us? Lin Hao questioned angrily, his voice hoarse from emotion. Zhang Yang scoffed disdainfully, surveying Lin Hao with the contempt one might reserve for ants. Do we need a reason to beat you? Is we don't like you sufficient? That Jiang Fan from Yangshi City annoys me. He won the league, and now you worthless fools think you can stand alongside us? An 8-star martial artist beside him immediately chimed in. Exactly. What is Jiang Fan even worth? He merely took advantage of Qin Feng's carelessness to achieve victory. Our Captain Zhang Yang is a bona fide pinnacle 9-star. Crushing him would be like stepping on a dog. Indeed, the captain could defeat him with a single hand. Another 7-star martial artist boasted. Lin Hao trembled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh, but he could muster no retort. The vast disparity in strength loomed over him like an insurmountable chasm, leaving him steeped in despair. In Yangshi City, apart from the monstrous Jiang Fan, no one could contend with the likes of them. At that moment, a calm yet clear voice pierced the air. Oh? So the people from Yangdong City delight in bullying the weak and flaunting their strength? Your tongues seem quite nimble, yet you dare to speak ill of Jiang Fan? Everyone halted their movements, eyes snapping to the source of the voice. Jiang Fan emerged slowly from the woods, his expression composed, as though merely passing by. Zhang Yang scrutinized Jiang Fan from head to toe, sensing the unabashed aura of a 9-star martial artist emanating from him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, quickly replaced by a deeper disdain. Another one offering himself as a sacrifice. A 9-star martial artist? It seems your Yangshi City Martial Arts University has struck some fortuitous luck this year. But kid, do you think being a 9-star martial artist is something remarkable? I am at the pinnacle of 9 stars. The difference between a peak and an ordinary 9-star is like heaven and earth. Understand? Moreover, how could someone from Yangshi City compare to our Yangdong City geniuses? Laughter erupted from the students behind him. Lin Hao's eyes ignited with a flicker of hope upon seeing Jiang Fan, only to be swiftly replaced by a wave of shame. Jiang Fan, what are you doing here? He felt embarrassed for his inability to protect his classmates, now reliant on Jiang Fan for salvation. So this is Jiang Fan. Zhang Yang's eyes glinted with determination, his fighting spirit surging as he realized that this was the same Jiang Fan who had shattered 7 stars in a week, now unexpectedly reaching the pinnacle of 9 stars. This was indeed intriguing. He stepped forward, unleashing the fierce aura of a peak 9-star martial artist, attempting to overpower Jiang Fan with his presence. I've heard you're quite the fighter, hailed as the young god of war. How fortuitous, for I specialize in taking down various gods of war. Today, allow me to teach you the meaning of there are always greater forces beyond the heavens. Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? The students from Yangdong City erupted like they had been electrified, cheering wildly. Captain, show your might. Overwhelm this worthless god of war. Let him witness the true prowess of our Yangdong City's geniuses. One punch. The captain can send him packing with just one punch. Go, Captain. Annihilate this arrogant brat from Yangshi City. Chapter 66. Apologies, but I won't need a second punch to defeat you. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's taunts, Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly warned, Jiang Fan, don't act impulsively. He is Zhang Yang, the undisputed leader of the young generation at Yangdong City Martial University, a peak 9-star martial artist. Moreover, he has mastered the mid-tier Xian class martial skill, Shattering Mountain Fist, to perfection. His strength is truly terrifying. Jiang Fan, however, remained unfazed. Reaching the pinnacle of 9-star martial artist at such a young age and mastering a mid-tier martial skill to perfection indeed marked Zhang Yang as exceptionally gifted. Yet, in Jiang Fan's eyes, he was merely competent. Observing the aggressive Zhang Yang and the eager students from Yangdong City, Jiang Fan suddenly let out a faint scoff. The mockery lacing his laughter piercing Zhang Yang's ears like needles. He casually raised his hand, beckoning Zhang Yang and his companions with a mere flick of his finger. His tone is indifferent, as if dismissing a swarm of buzzing flies. Don't waste my time. You 5, why not come at me together? I'm in a hurry to hunt some beasts. Such arrogance infuriated Zhang Yang, veins throbbing on his forehead. Did Jiang Fan truly believe that because he had secured first place in the inter-school competition, he was invincible? Today, he must receive a lesson he would never forget. The fierce energy of a 9-star martial artist erupted from him, causing the ground beneath to crack. He shot forward like an arrow, condensing a yellowish light upon his right fist, exuding a weighty aura capable of shattering mountains. This was indeed the perfected Shattering Mountain Fist. Get down, Shattering Mountain Fist. The wind howled with his punch, as if it could truly obliterate a small mountain, charging directly at Jiang Fan's face. Yet, in the face of this ferocious strike, Jiang Fan merely commented, the momentum is commendable, but your speed is lacking, and your strength is insufficient. Is this truly the caliber of Yangdong City's Martial University's foremost talent? As his words fell, Jiang Fan did not evade. He simply lifted his right fist. Without any build-up, no battle cry, just a straightforward jab. Silver-white lightning coiled naturally around it, crackling softly as it advanced, arriving before Zhang Yang's fist. Bang! The anticipated sight of Jiang Fan being sent flying did not materialize. In that instant of contact, the seemingly impenetrable yellowish energy surrounding Zhang Yang's fist was torn apart like paper by the silver lightning, vanishing entirely. A clear sound of bone fracturing echoed. Ugh! Zhang Yang felt an indescribable violent force surge through his fist into his arm, as if every bone in his right arm shattered in that moment. The excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from him, his body soaring backward as if struck by a speeding truck, leaving the ground and flying several meters before crashing heavily down, rolling multiple times before finally halting. He struggled to prop himself up with his left hand, but violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as a sheet. His internal energy in complete disarray, and his meridians ablaze with excruciating pain, leaving him utterly powerless. The arena fell into a deathly silence. The 4 students from Yangdong City, who had previously been clamoring, now resembled ducks with their throats constricted, mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out, faces etched with horror and disbelief. The invincible Zhang Yang, a peak 9-star martial artist capable of single-handedly slaying a 1-star beast, had been reduced to a state of utter defeat by Jiang Fan's seemingly effortless punch. How could this be? Was Jiang Fan even human? Lin Hao and the other students from Yangshi City were equally stunned, their minds blank. They had anticipated Jiang Fan to be strong, but never to such an extent. Just one punch. Merely a single punch had utterly incapacitated the once mighty Zhang Yang. What terrifying strength was this? How could this happen? The students from Yangdong City trembled, their voices quaking with fear. Jiang Fan stepped forward, looking down upon the defeated Zhang Yang, his gaze as cold as ice. Now, do you understand who the real waste is? Why you? Zhang Yang gazed up at Jiang Fan, his eyes filled with agony, terror, and the deepest disbelief. How could you be this strong? It is not that I am too strong, but rather that you are too weak, Jiang Fan replied icily, bearing an undeniable authority. Remember, from now on, watch your words. If I hear even a whisper of you insulting me or bullying my fellow students again, the next encounter will not merely involve a beating. He paused, a playful smirk suddenly gracing his features. Of course, medical fees, compensation for mental anguish, and my service fees cannot be overlooked. Hand over all your valuable beast crystals, and then get out of my sight. The 4 students from Yangdong City, now thoroughly terrified, felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders upon hearing his words. They hurriedly produced all the high-tier Lord-level beast crystals they possessed, cautiously placing them on the ground. Then, they helped the utterly defeated Zhang Yang to his feet, not daring to look back, and fled with all their might, disappearing into the depths of the forest in an instant. Only then did Lin Hao regain his senses, quickly leading his fellow students forward to bow deeply in gratitude towards Jiang Fan, their tone brimming with appreciation and unprecedented respect. Jiang Fan, your kindness is beyond words. I had my doubts about you before, but now I am completely convinced. From this day forth, I, Lin Hao, shall follow you unreservedly. You are the true pride of our Yangshi City Martial University. The younger students behind him echoed his sentiments, their gazes towards Jiang Fan filled with fervent admiration. Jiang Fan casually waved his hand. It is merely the bond of fellow students, a trifling effort. How are your injuries? Just some superficial wounds, nothing serious. Lin Hao replied hastily. Unable to contain his curiosity, he cautiously inquired, Jiang Fan, do you already possess the combat power of a martial sovereign? Jiang Fan did not respond directly, offering only a meaningful smile before turning to leave with a flourish. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. You should return to the city as well. Watching Jiang Fan's rapidly disappearing figure through the trees, Lin Hao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Jiang Fan's strength had completely exceeded his comprehension. As for the beast crystals they had surrendered, they did not dare to even glance at them, as they were evidently Jiang Fan's spoils of war, unrelated to them. As Jiang Fan departed a short distance, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to absorb the spoils of victory he had just acquired. Ding. Absorbed Lord level 5-star Beast Crystal X2, gained 1,000 attribute points. Ding. Absorbed Lord level 6-star Beast Crystal X2, gained 1,200 attribute points. Ding. Absorbed Lord level 7-star Beast Crystal X1, gained 700 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 16,400. With nearly 3,000 attribute points effortlessly obtained, Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of elation. His attribute points surged from 13,500 to 16,400. He was now just under 15,000 points shy of the 31,000 required for the Martial Sovereign realm. At this rate, he would surely attain the Martial Sovereign status within 3 or 4 days. A fervent and confident gleam sparkled in Jiang Fan's eyes. The path to becoming a Martial Sovereign was now within his grasp. Chapter 67, The Martial Arts Tournament, Earth-Level Martial Techniques, and the Hunting Grounds. After leaving the site of conflict, Jiang Fan continued his hunting expedition deep within the Duanyun mountain range. He traversed the dense forest silently, akin to the most elite of predators. Suddenly, from the thicket to his side, a shadow darted forth like lightning, its blood-stained claws aimed directly at Jiang Fan's throat. It was none other than a Lord level 7-star phantom tiger, renowned for its speed and stealth. Yet, despite its swiftness, Jiang Fan's reflexes were even swifter. Without employing any martial techniques, he simply raised a hand casually, catching the phantom tiger's advancing claw, and with his other hand, he delivered a straightforward, yet powerful punch to its massive skull. A dull thud echoed as its head shattered. The colossal body of the phantom tiger collapsed lifelessly, its crimson pupils still reflecting the ferocity and bewilderment of its final moments, as if it could not comprehend how it had met its demise. Jiang Fan withdrew his fist, his breath steady and unperturbed, as though he had merely swatted a mosquito. Ding. Slayed a Lord level 7-star phantom tiger, gained 700 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 17,100. The system's notification chimed as expected. He continued his hunting until nightfall, ultimately amassing a total of 19,000 points. Only 12,000 points remained until he reached the Martial Sovereign realm. The efficiency was quite satisfactory. Jiang Fan stowed away the last beast's corpse and gazed deeper into the mountains, realizing that this area seemed to be nearly devoid of high-level lord beasts. Moreover, it appeared that there were few sovereign-level beasts in the Duanyun mountain range. It was time to seek a more bountiful hunting ground. He turned and set his sights toward Yangshi City. That evening, just as Jiang Fan returned to his dorm after dinner, a polite knock echoed at his door. Standing outside was a composed guard from the city lord's residence. His demeanor respectful. "Young Master Jiang Fan, the city lord requests your presence. Uncle Yi is looking for me." A stir of anticipation welled within Jiang Fan as he understood. Ever since he had showcased his extraordinary potential, the city lord had spared no effort in investing in him. Each summons was invariably accompanied by tangible benefits. He adjusted his attire and, with calm composure, followed the guard to the city lord's residence. Inside the study, City Lord Yi was deeply engrossed in a document. Upon noticing Jiang Fan's entrance, he promptly set the document aside, his face lighting up with a warm smile as he strode forward. "Ha ha ha. Our Yangshi City's young war god has finally arrived. I have heard that not only have you ascended to the 9-star martial master level, but you can also hunt sovereign-level beasts solo. The pace of your advancement is truly astonishing." He clapped Jiang Fan on the shoulder with unrestrained admiration. His tone earnest. "With your current strength, you have firmly established yourself at the pinnacle of Yangshi City. I dare say, even the average low-level martial sovereign may not stand a chance against you." In the face of such commendation from a city lord, Jiang Fan maintained a tranquil expression, merely nodding slightly. "Uncle Yi, you flatter me. It is merely a matter of fortunate opportunities." Opportunities? Few throughout history have been able to transform such opportunities into this level of strength. City Lord Yi waved his hand with a smile that quickly turned serious. "Shifting to the main topic, I have summoned you for two important matters. The first is a tremendous opportunity, as well as a significant challenge." He picked up the document from the table and handed it to Jiang Fan. "In 7 days, Yangjiang City will host a youth martial arts tournament. This is a prestigious event that attracts elite young talents from around 30 surrounding cities, with the 5 major cities sending their finest participants, all under the age of 25. He paused, his gaze intent upon Jiang Fan, brimming with unprecedented anticipation. In previous years, Yangshi City merely participated to fill the ranks, often eliminated in the first round. Simply not being eliminated too soon was considered a success. But this year, with you, Jiang Fan, we may truly create history and let the name of Yangshi City resound throughout the region." Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Are there many formidable opponents?" "More than you can imagine," City Lord Yi exclaimed, his tone reflecting a hint of gravity. "According to intelligence, there are at least dozens of young talents who possess the martial sovereign cultivation. Moreover, these individuals are all capable of fighting above their level. Take that Qin Feng you defeated previously. He has now broken through to the 8-star martial master level, but in this tournament, he would barely be considered among the bottom ranks. Other major cities are rumored to have unparalleled individuals surpassing 5- and 6-star martial sovereigns." To mitigate the pressure on Jiang Fan, he added gently, "Of course, you need not feel overly burdened. Placing in the rankings is not the primary goal. The main purpose is to broaden your horizons and experience the gap between yourself and true prodigies." However, City Lord Ye's tone shifted. Dropping a bombshell, the champion of this tournament will be awarded the choice of 2 Earth-level low-grade martial techniques. Earth-level low-grade? Jiang Fan's eyes ignited with fervor, the earlier calm replaced by intense battle intent. As for whether he could secure the championship, that was hardly a consideration. With the aid of the system, failing to win a regional youth tournament would indeed be a monumental joke. Once he ascended to the martial sovereign level, the championship would be but a foregone conclusion. The superior Earth-level technique, Thunder Fist, was powerful, but the might of Earth-level martial techniques existed on an entirely different dimension. Should he acquire them, his combat prowess would undoubtedly undergo a transformative leap. The second matter is a warning, which also serves as intelligence. City Lord Ye's demeanor turned serious. Recently, the Yunhai Marsh has experienced unusual disturbances. The beasts have inexplicably become extraordinarily ferocious, launching coordinated attacks against human martial artists. Several formidable mercenary groups have suffered significant losses there. According to reports, numerous high-level lord beasts have been sighted, and there are even rumors of the roar of a suspected half-step king-level beast. I initially planned to dispatch martial sovereigns from the city guard to eliminate the threat, but I discovered that several B-level and top-tier C-level mercenary groups have already organized elite teams to investigate and hunt. So I have chosen to remain vigilant for the time being. Jiang Fan's heart raced at the thought of the Yunhai Marsh, teeming with high-level lords and sovereigns. Was this not a tailor-made attribute point goldmine for him? As for the half-step king-level beasts, he could easily avoid them. In such a vast marsh, the chances of encountering one directly were slim. Maintaining an outwardly composed facade, he nodded. "Thank you for the warning, Uncle Yi. I will ensure my safety and will not recklessly venture into that area. Yet inwardly, he thought, I shall head there first thing tomorrow morning. City Lord Yi observed him, a smile returning to his face. As you will represent Yangshi City in the martial arts tournament, necessary preparations are essential. Speak, what support do you require? Jing coins, elixirs, and cultivation resources. Anything that resides in the treasury of the City Lord's mansion is yours to claim. Jiang Fan, though not one to be overly sentimental, did not make unreasonable demands. If possible, I would like to request a few more high-tier Lord-level beast crystals, striving to elevate my strength further before the Grand Assembly. Splendid. I admire your enthusiasm. City Lord Yi laughed heartily and promptly instructed his guards to retrieve a delicately crafted jade box. Inside, 5 energy-laden beast crystals were meticulously arranged. 3 were 6-star Lord level, and 2 were 7-star Lord level. Take these for now. If you require more, do not hesitate to return. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Jiang Fan expressed his gratitude sincerely before taking his leave. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Fan swiftly secured the door and extracted all the beast crystals from the jade box, communicating with the system. Ding. Absorbed 3 6-star Lord-level beast crystals, gaining 2,100 attribute points. Ding. Absorbed 2 7-star Lord-level beast crystals, gaining 1,400 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 22,500. His attribute points surged from 19,000 to an impressive 22,500. With only 8,500 points remaining to reach the 31,000 points required for his ascension to Martial Master. Jiang Fan clenched his fists, excitement and anticipation igniting a fervor in his eyes. The Yunhai Marsh shall be my final battleground. I must step into the realm of Martial Master before the martial arts tournament begins. At that time, the Earth-level martial techniques shall be mine. Chapter 68. The Fatal Encounter in Yunhai Marsh. The Yunhai Marsh, perpetually shrouded in thick, grayish-white mist, bore a treacherous, muddy terrain that concealed lethal dangers. The air was heavy with the acrid scent of decaying vegetation and the foul odor of ferocious beasts. Any ordinary martial artist stepping into this forbidding land would feel an oppressive weight on their spirit, struggling to advance. Yet, to Jiang Fan, this daunting wilderness shimmered with the alluring promise of attribute points. He swiftly navigated through the dense fog and twisted, withered trees, his acute senses scanning the surroundings like a radar, seeking the essence of high-tier Lord-level and even Overlord-level beasts. Though the pressure of a 9-star martial artist was not fully unleashed, the faint aura of a powerful presence sent the lower-tier beasts trembling in terror, paralyzed into silence. Having ventured merely a few miles into the marsh, Jiang Fan had yet to encounter any beasts when the commotion of human martial artists pierced through the fog. Wang Hu, does your Tiger Brigade have no shame left? This azure water mystic turtle was earned at the cost of our Blood Wolf Brigade brothers' lives. And you dare to seize it openly? A furious voice roared. What of it? Another voice retorted, even more audacious, dripping with contempt. In this Yunhai Marsh, the rule is simple. Might makes right. Hand over the beast carcass and the crystals on your person, and if I'm in a good mood, perhaps I might spare your Blood Wolf Brigade. Otherwise, I'll feed you all to the crocodiles lurking in the marsh. Through the heavy mist before him, Jiang Fan observed a clearing where 2 factions stood at an impasse, their swords drawn. Each side consisted of around 40 to 50 members, clad in uniform attire, exuding a fierce aura honed by the fires of battle. On the left was the Tiger Brigade, led by Wang Hu, a burly 6-star martial artist with a countenance marked by a fierce glare, wielding a massive axe that gleamed ominously. On the right stood the Blood Wolf Brigade. Their leader, also a 6-star martial artist, appeared weary and injured from a recent clash with the 7-star azure water mystic turtle. His face twisted in rage as he gripped his longsword tightly. The mere mention of the Tiger Brigade sent a chill through Jiang Fan's eyes, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He distinctly recalled his previous encounters with 2 teams from the Tiger Brigade that had attempted to ambush him. Though those foolish souls had long since met their end at his hands, the score with their leader had yet to be settled. It was indeed a serendipitous coincidence to confront them again, and Jiang Fan harbored no qualms about avenging both old and new grievances. Suppressing his anger, the Blood Wolf leader attempted a final negotiation. Wang Hu, let us leave some room for each other. If you push us too hard, our Blood Wolf Brigade will fight to the last breath and take a few of your teeth with us. Take my teeth? With your ragtag remnants? Wang Hu scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest jest. I'm in prime condition, and we outnumber you. It would be as easy as slaughtering pigs. Before he could finish his threat, a figure appeared abruptly before him, as if tearing through the very fabric of space. The speed was beyond the visual capacity of all present martial artists. It was Jiang Fan. Yu, Wang Hu's pupils contracted to pinpricks, a profound sense of danger igniting his instinct to swing his axe. Yet, the moment his wrist lifted, a hand, as unyielding as tempered steel, gripped it tightly, rendering him immobile. In the next instant, Wang Hu felt a constricting force around his throat, his body lifted effortlessly off the ground by an irresistible might. Jiang Fan grasped Wang Hu's neck as one might lift a chick, holding him aloft. Wang Hu's legs flailed helplessly, his face shifting from red to purple, eyes wide with sheer terror and disbelief. Leader of the Tiger Brigade? Jiang Fan's voice was devoid of emotion, penetrating the silence like a whisper from the abyss. It seems the leopard does not change its spots. You continue your thieving ways, even when outside the city. I've spared you the trouble in the city. But encountering you here, he paused, surveying Wang Hu's asphyxiated visage, and coldly declared, then it is only fitting to eliminate you. As his words hung in the air, Jiang Fan's grip tightened slightly. Crack! A crisp sound of bones splintering echoed. Wang Hu's body stiffened, his struggles ceasing abruptly, the light in his eyes extinguishing like a candle in the wind. His head lolled at an unnatural angle, breathless and lifeless. Jiang Fan casually discarded Wang Hu's corpse onto the muddy ground, the dull thud resonating ominously. The scene was engulfed in an eerie silence. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The mist ceased its swirling, and breaths could be distinctly heard. The members of both mercenary groups, whether the arrogant Tiger Brigade or the aggrieved Blood Wolf Brigade, stood frozen, as if under a binding spell. Their eyes bulged, expressions etched with an indescribable shock and horror. A 6-star martial artist leader had been dispatched with the ease of crushing a chicken? He is Jiang Fan, the young warrior who had annihilated a 7-star martial artist with a single punch. Amidst the Blood Wolf Brigade, someone finally snapped out of the stupor of shock and gasped in disbelief. This gasp was akin to a drop of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. The Blood Wolf Brigade members erupted into a frenzy, their faces a tapestry of relief and reverence for the overwhelming power before them, gazing at Jiang Fan with gratitude and adoration. Conversely, the members of the Tiger Brigade appeared as if their souls had been siphoned away, pallid and trembling uncontrollably. Some, unable to withstand the psychological pressure, crumpled to the ground. The name of Jiang Fan was notorious. Even the Zhao family's 9-star martial artist had knelt in supplication. To slay their leader was as effortless as squashing an ant. Lord Jiang Fan, spare us. Please, spare us. The vice leader of the Tiger Brigade was the first to react. Collapsing into the mud, fervently bowing, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. We were blind. We deserve death. Please, spare our insignificant lives. We shall never dare to offend you again. Upon witnessing the scene, the remaining members of the fierce Tiger Brigade hastily discarded their weapons, kneeling in a collective display of desperation, their heads bowing repeatedly as they wailed for mercy. At this moment, the leader of the Blood Wolf Brigade regained his composure. Suppressing his inner astonishment, he hurriedly approached Jiang Fan, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Thank you, Lord Jiang Fan, for your righteous intervention in saving my Blood Wolf Brigade from peril. This gratitude shall be etched in the annals of our history. Jiang Fan cast a detached glance over the prostrated members of the fierce Tiger Brigade, regarding them as mere insects. He turned to the leader of the Blood Wolf Brigade and spoke with an unyielding tone. You are aware of how to handle the remaining matters, I presume? I wish not to hear the name of the fierce Tiger Brigade in the western city of Yunyang again. The leader of the Blood Wolf Brigade felt a jolt of realization. He understood Jiang Fan's intent was to eradicate the fierce Tiger Brigade entirely through their hands. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, my lord, I know what must be done. Jiang Fan ceased further conversation, stooping to retrieve Wang Hu's storage bag, casting not a single glance at the lambs awaiting slaughter. With a swift motion, he melded once more into the dense fog, vanishing from sight. The moment he departed, the anguished cries of the fierce Tiger Brigade members echoed behind him, filled with despair, fury, and the clash of weapons. Fueled by vengeance and the ferocity of survival, the Blood Wolf Brigade initiated their one-sided extermination. As Jiang Fan navigated through the fog, he examined Wang Hu's storage bag. The spoils were meager, comprising merely 3 Lord-level 4-star beast crystals. What a miser, he scoffed, promptly utilizing the system to absorb them. Ding. Absorbed Lord-level 4-star beast crystals x2. Gaining 800 attribute points. Ding. Absorbed Lord-level 5-star beast crystal x1. Gaining 500 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 23, 800. Chapter 69, The Butcher of Yunhai. The End of the Beasts. Having effortlessly dealt with the fierce Tiger Brigade, Jiang Fan's mood remained unperturbed as he pressed onward into the depths of the Yunhai Marsh. The deeper he ventured, the thicker the fog became, and visibility plummeted drastically. Yet, Jiang Fan's formidable perception radiated like invisible ripples, relaying every subtle movement within several dozen meters back to his mind with crystalline clarity. Suddenly, 3 menacing presences locked onto him, evidently influenced by the swamp's aberration, revealing high-ranking Lord-level beasts in a frenzied state. Roar, hiss, moo. 3 distinct beast roars simultaneously tore through the dense fog. 3 ferocious creatures lunged forth. To the left was a Lord-level 7-star venomous tooth crocodile, its dark green scales shimmering ominously, toxic saliva dripping from its gaping maw, corroding the ground into sizzling pits. To the right was a Lord-level 7-star marsh giant python, its massive form exceeding 15 meters, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. its muscles coiling with the terrifying strength capable of crushing boulders. Directly ahead stood a Lord-level 8-star earth-shattering rhinoceros, its single horn resembling a siege drill, with each mighty stomp sending tremors through the earth. These three beasts bore crimson eyes, entirely disregarding the 9-star martial artist pressure emanating from Jiang Fan. Driven by pure destructive desire, they launched a lethal assault from three directions. Toxic venom spewed forth, the python coiled menacingly, and the rhinoceros charged with its horn. In need of a swift demise? Perfect, I still require a substantial amount of attribute points. Jiang Fan's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a flicker of his foot, he activated the shadow kill step, vanishing from the path of the venomous tooth crocodile's bite, reappearing at its flank. A silver-white lightning coalesced upon his right fist. Devoid of any flourish, he unleashed a straightforward punch. Bang! Upon contact, the venomous tooth crocodile's sturdy skull shattered, crimson and ivory matter spraying forth. Its massive body collapsed with a thud, convulsing twice before falling silent. Ding! Slayed Lord-level 7-star venomous tooth crocodile, gaining 700 attribute points. Jiang Fan's form remained unhalted, gliding like a specter to the side of the marsh giant python. As the python prepared to constrict, Jiang Fan's fist struck first, infused with explosive thunderous energy. It landed precisely upon its vulnerable spot. Crack! The crucial area suffered a devastating blow, causing the marsh giant python's colossal body to stiffen abruptly before slumping lifelessly to the ground, its life force rapidly waning. Ding! Slayed Lord-level 7-star marsh giant python, gaining 700 attribute points. At this moment, the earth-shattering rhinoceros continued its fearless charge toward Jiang Fan. He merely sidestepped slightly, allowing its horn to graze past his chest, simultaneously unleashing his right fist like a cannonball upon the rhinoceros's head. Boom! In a dull, resounding thud, the thunderous energy surged within, obliterating its brain. It emitted a short, pitiful whine before its limbs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Ding! Slayed Lord-level 8-star earth-shattering rhinoceros, gaining 800 attribute points. From the moment the three beasts attacked to their complete demise, the entire process flowed seamlessly, taking no more than 20 to 30 seconds. Current distributable attribute points, 26,000. Just 5,000 more. Today, I shall ascend to Martial Sovereign. Sensing the rapid influx of attribute points, a fervent flame ignited in Jiang Fan's eyes, his pace quickening as he unhesitatingly charged deeper into the swamp. Not far into his journey, an oppressive aura of rage surged forth like a tempest. The fog was forcibly parted as three even larger and more grotesque Overlord-level beasts formed a triangular blockade before him. Two Overlord-level 1-star aqua lions, their bodies cloaked in wave-like blue scales, opened their maws, compressing water arrows within their throats that emitted an ear-piercing shriek. At the center stood a peak Overlord-level 2-star corrupted bone poison dragon. It bore a pair of tattered wings, its gray-black scales continuously oozing a highly corrosive miasma, and within its enormous eyes burned a frenzied desire for slaughter. Such a formidable lineup could easily send ordinary 3-star martial sovereigns into a state of panic, prompting them to retreat after weighing the risks. 3 overlords? This is fortuitous, just enough to fulfill my final points. Jiang Fan felt exhilarated rather than apprehensive, letting out a hearty laugh as he initiated an advance. With the shadow kill step pushed to its limits, his figure weaved between the three titans, leaving behind several afterimages as he deftly dodged 2 water arrows capable of piercing mountains and the corrosive breath of the poison dragon. Thunderous fists unleashed a relentless barrage. He struck with both fists, their speed surpassing visual limits, transforming into a silver tempest of lightning that engulfed one aqua lion. Bang 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 boom. The relentless flurry of punches rained down upon the lion's head, its protective barrier shattered in under 10 seconds. The lion failed to emit a complete cry as its head exploded like a rotten watermelon, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Ding! Slayed Overlord-level 1-star aqua lion, gaining 1,000 attribute points. And you? Jiang Fan pivoted, launching himself toward the other aqua lion. The beast, upon witnessing this, momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of fear and attempting to retreat, but Jiang Fan's fists were swifter than its thoughts. Thud! 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 3 more punches, as quick as lightning, accurately struck its head. The thunderous energy instantly severed all its lifelines. Ding! Slayed Overlord-level 1-star aqua lion, gaining 1,000 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 28,000. Roar! Witnessing the instantaneous demise of his 2 subordinates, the corrupted bone poison dragon was consumed by an unbridled fury. It unleashed a deafening roar. Its colossal body surged skyward, shrouded in a thick, noxious miasma. It then plummeted like a meteor, its glimmering claws aimed directly at Jiang Fan. The sheer ferocity was terrifying. A final strike, let your banner be raised. Thunderous fist, judgment of the Thunder Emperor. Jiang Fan gazed upward, his eyes ablaze with arcs of lightning. His right fist clenched tightly, his vital energy surged like a tempest, compressing all the thunderous force into a silver lightning dragon that coiled around his fist. As he launched his punch, the lightning dragon roared upward, colliding fiercely with the descending poison dragon. Boom! It echoed like a thunderclap from the heavens. The shimmering silver lightning clashed violently with the grim, dark miasma, instantly clearing a vast spherical area of fog around them. The standoff lasted but a fleeting moment. The lightning dragon, with an unstoppable momentum, tore through the miasma, shattered the corrupted bone poison dragon's protective aura, and then, unimpeded, pierced through its chest. A mournful and despairing howl escaped the dragon's maw. Its downward momentum abruptly halted as its massive body was tossed aloft by the lightning dragon. It then plummeted, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Ding! You have slain the dominant class pinnacle corrupted bone poison dragon, earning 2,000 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 30,000. Attribute points have officially surpassed the 30,000 mark. Only a mere 1,000 points remain to reach the 31,000 required for the promotion to Martial Sovereign. Ha! Delightful. The Cloud Sea Marsh is indeed my blessed ground. Jiang Fan could not restrain his exuberant laughter, his heart brimming with exhilaration and anticipation at its zenith. With just one final push, he would leap through the dragon gate and step into a new realm. His gaze sharpened as he scanned deeper into the marsh, preparing to seize the moment and complete his final hunt. Meanwhile, news of the unexpected annihilation of the Tiger Brigade in the Cloud Sea Marsh spread like wildfire. Naturally reaching Yangshi City, the reaction was remarkably uniform across the board. Good riddance. Those scoundrels led by Wang who deserved this retribution long ago. It brings great relief. The wilderness shall be much quieter henceforth. It is said they provoked a dominant class beast. Truly, they have sown the seeds of their own destruction, a divine retribution. No one connected this incident to Jiang Fan. After all, in everyone's eyes, how could someone of Jiang Fan's stature deign to lower himself to deal with such a disreputable mercenary group? This was purely the Tiger Brigade's self-inflicted demise, a consequence of divine punishment. Chapter 70. Apologies, I didn't exert myself just now. Deep within the Cloud Sea Marsh, the fog was so thick it felt impenetrable. And in the dead silence, occasional heart-stopping beast roars echoed, signifying the absolute peril of this area. In this near-zero visibility mist, Jiang Fan's figure moved like a specter of death in the night, silently weaving through the gloom. His senses were akin to the most sophisticated radar, firmly locking onto the formidable and violent aura not far ahead. That would be the final stepping stone to his ascent into the realm of Martial Sovereign. Traversing but 100 meters guided by the aura, the ground beneath him trembled violently, without warning. Roar! A sound erupted that seemed capable of shattering souls. As the thick fog was forcefully dispersed by an overwhelming power, a colossal shadow, reminiscent of a small mountain, surged forth with a momentum that promised annihilation. It was a gigantic ape, towering over 6 meters, its entire body shrouded in pitch-black fur, muscles bulging like rocks, and a pair of crimson eyes ablaze with pure savagery. It was none other than the dominant class 4-star beast, the diamond-backed mountain ape. Its ferocity far surpassed that of the previous corrupted bone-poison dragon. Without any extraneous movements, its giant palm, the size of a grinding wheel, swept toward Jiang Fan with the terrifying force to crush mountains. The air screamed under the weight of its approach. How swift! Jiang Fan's pupils constricted. The creature's speed and explosive power exceeded his expectations, leaving him momentarily stunned. Boom! The giant palm struck him squarely. An irresistible torrent of gargantuan force surged through him, lifting him off the ground, and he was hurled backward, crashing into a large tree with a resounding thud, sending wood chips and leaves flying. Cough, cough. Jiang Fan rose from the shattered timber, brushing off the dust. Aside from a slight churn in his vital energy, he was remarkably unscathed. His physique, enhanced by the system, had withstood a blow from a dominant class 4-star creature, remaining as steadfast as a rock. Rather than feeling anger, his eyes ignited with a fervent excitement for battle. Interesting. Quite powerful. This is the first time I've been treated like a tennis ball by a beast, and indeed, the 4-star dominant class lives up to its name. The diamond-backed mountain ape, having unleashed a strike capable of obliterating a 3-star Martial Sovereign, found itself unable to instantly dispatch this diminutive human, and a flicker of human-like bewilderment flashed through its crimson eyes. However, its primal instinct for slaughter quickly drowned out this moment of clarity, and it let out a thunderous roar, wildly swinging its arms and creating a vacuum of chaotic winds that tore through the fog, launching a torrential assault upon Jiang Fan. Harder than a fist? I fear no one. Jiang Fan let out a long howl, refusing to evade. His vital energy surged like a dragon, his right fist radiating with dazzling lightning, boldly meeting the giant palm capable of cleaving mountains. Boom! The clash of fist and palm erupted with a resounding roar. A visible shockwave spread in concentric circles, instantly clearing the surrounding mist within dozens of meters, churning the mud beneath and uprooting countless plants or snapping them in half. Jiang Fan felt a tingling in his arm, his form retreating rapidly, leaving deep footprints in the ground with each step. Meanwhile, the diamond-backed mountain ape emitted a muffled grunt, its massive body staggering backward uncontrollably for over 10 steps before stabilizing. The giant ape's crimson eyes widened once more, filled with disbelief and confusion. This human, who clearly only exhibited the vital energy fluctuations of a martial master, was able to withstand its force and even seemed to gain a slight upper hand. Should any other human martial artist witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape, exclaiming monstrous genius. This transcended the realm of prodigies, defying all logic. Remarkably powerful. Jiang Fan shook his tingling arm, his battle intent intensifying. Activating Shadow Kill Step, his figure transformed into an elusive afterimage, swiftly closing in on the giant ape. His right fist enveloped in brilliant lightning, raining down like a torrential downpour upon the ape's muscular chest. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of dull impacts resonated. Yet, this series of punches, capable of severely injuring lower star dominance, merely caused the ape to sway in discomfort, releasing an enraged roar, without inflicting any substantial damage. Its defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. After delivering over 10 consecutive punches, and witnessing the giant ape still thriving and growing increasingly furious, a wave of impatience washed over Jiang Fan. This thick-skinned brute, with its immense strength and surprising speed, was wasting his precious time for accumulating attribute points. His gaze sharpened, and he resolved within himself, "Big guy, if you can push me to enhance my abilities in the heat of battle, your demise will not be in vain." Jiang Fan quietly commanded, "System, elevate Shadow Kill Step and Thunderous Fist to their utmost perfection." Ding. Consuming 4,000 attribute points. The mystical technique Shadow Kill Step ascends to the realm of perfection. Ding. Consumed 8,000 attribute points. The advanced technique Thunder Fist is elevated to the pinnacle of mastery. Current available attribute points, 18,000. The attribute points plummeted from 30,000 to 18,000 in an instant, leaving a deficit of 13,000 points from the 31,000 required to reach the martial sovereign realm. However, Jiang Fan remained unfazed. True power was paramount. As long as efficiency was enhanced, attribute points would be as fleeting as a mere thought. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of martial wisdom, far more profound than the perfected realm, surged into Jiang Fan's mind and coursed through his limbs. The secrets of Shadow Kill Step were thoroughly comprehended, and he felt as if his body had transformed into the very essence of shadows, capable of seamlessly blending into his surroundings and executing terrifyingly swift movements akin to teleportation over short distances. The essence of Thunder Fist underwent a qualitative leap. The edge of his fist coalesced into vivid, living thunder dragons, exuding a terrifying aura that could rend the very fabric of space. Its power surged exponentially. At that moment, the diamond-split mountain ape roared once more, lunging with all its fury and might, intent on crushing this pesky insect before it. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes, and with a mere thought, "Shadow Kill, teleport," his figure vanished without a trace, and the next instant, he materialized above the colossal head of the diamond-split mountain ape like a specter. "Big brute, it's the end. Thunder Fist, Thunder Dragon breaks the realm." Jiang Fan, looking down from above, resembled a descending deity, his right fist crashing down with tremendous force. A silver thunder dragon, now several times thicker and more solid, roared with a soul-shaking resonance, embodying judgment and finality, as it struck the diamond-split mountain ape squarely on the crown. Crack! A crisp sound of bone-shattering echoed, clearly audible even amidst the thunderous roar. The diamond-split mountain ape's incredibly tough skull was immediately obliterated. The furious torrent of thunderous power surged into its massive body, annihilating all vitality within its brain and vital organs in a mere second. A howl escaped the giant ape, short and despairing, as the savage light in its crimson eyes dimmed completely. Its enormous frame, akin to a small mountain, collapsed with a thunderous crash, causing the ground to tremble violently and clouds of dust to rise. Ding! Slayed the dominant class 4-star diamond-split mountain ape, earning 4,000 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 22,000. From a protracted struggle to a single punch execution, all due to the martial technique reaching its ultimate state of perfection. Chapter 71, The Feast of Carnage. The Butcher of the Cloud Sea. After dispatching the rugged diamond-split mountain ape, Jiang Fan descended lightly, feeling the new surge of power coursing through him as a result of the perfected martial techniques. An exhilarating sensation of control enveloped him. The distinction between perfection and ultimate perfection was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. A smirk graced his lips. For the foolish ape that had just dared to confront him now couldn't he even withstand a single punch. How utterly dull. He casually stowed away the invaluable carcass of the diamond-split mountain ape, harboring no anxiety over the significant depletion of attribute points that had distanced him from the martial sovereign realm. Quite the contrary, confidence surged within him. The Cloud Sea Marsh was teeming with monstrous beasts, and with his terrifying prowess endowed by 2 perfected martial techniques, the prospect of accumulating 30,000 attribute points within a day or 2 was hardly a daunting task. Onward he pressed. The dense fog closed in once more, and Jiang Fan's figure melded with the shadows, traversing the low-visibility marsh with remarkable speed, his senses attuned, seeking his next quarry. A howl. A 9-star dominant class netherwolf had just poked its head from behind the bushes, its crimson eyes yet to lock onto a target. When it was met with a blinding flash, Jiang Fan's figure appeared at its side like a wraith, and upon his right fist, a solidified miniature thunder dragon had already taken shape, exuding an aura of obliteration, striking first. Swoosh. The thunder dragon effortlessly pierced through the netherwolf's relatively fragile skull, denying it even the chance to emit a cry of anguish. The fierce light in its eyes extinguished instantly, its body collapsing limply to the ground. Ding. Slayed the 9-star dominant class netherwolf, earning 900 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 22,900. Jiang Fan barely glanced at the fallen wolf, swiftly stowing away the carcass as his senses radiated outward like ripples, locking onto a more formidable presence several kilometers away in the mire. The perfected shadow kill step activated instantly, and his figure flickered through the fog, nearly shrinking the distance to mere inches. And soon he hovered above a foul-smelling swamp where a 2-star dominant class poison marsh crocodile resided. The beast reclined contentedly in the murky water, oblivious to the impending doom. Jiang Fan appeared above its unguarded head as if teleporting. The thunder dragon once again manifested, embodying the weight of judgment, and he struck down. Boom. The protective aura that could withstand ordinary martial sovereign attacks shattered like paper before the thunder dragon. The frenzied, thunderous power surged directly into its brain, obliterating all life in an instant. This giant crocodile, a tyrant in its territory, perished without ever catching a glimpse of its assailant. Ding. Slayed the 2-star dominant class poison marsh crocodile, earning 2,000 attribute points. Current available attribute points, 24,900. In the ensuing hours, similar scenes unfolded repeatedly throughout the Cloud Sea Marsh. A one-sided carnage feast ensued. Whether they were 7-star, 8-star, or 9-star high-tier dominant beasts, all fell to Jiang Fan in a single strike, meeting their demise with a single punch. The tough-skinned, resilient 1- and 2-star dominant class beasts might withstand a moment longer, but they too could not endure a second blow. Even the pinnacle of 2-star dominant class beings crumbled under the terrifying force of the perfected thunder fist. As fragile as a common fowl, they all transformed into rapidly increasing numbers of attribute points within Jiang Fan's system. Meanwhile, a specialized squad from the B-rank mercenary group, Gale Wind, cautiously navigated through the mist, inadvertently witnessing a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Jiang Fan's figure appeared without warning before a frenzied 2-star dominant class flame rhino. The flame rhino reacted swiftly, lowering its head and charging with its blazing horn, ready to strike Jiang Fan. Yet, Jiang Fan merely unleashed a single punch. The thunder dragon roared forth. Bang! Thunder and fire clashed with a deafening boom. In the next moment, under the stunned gazes of the Gale Wind mercenary members, the massive head of the flame rhino, one that would have required their entire team to engage with utmost caution, potentially incurring grave losses to slay, exploded like a ripe watermelon. Its headless bulk staggered, then crashed heavily to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. The entire sequence, from appearance to execution, took no longer than 10 seconds. Gulp! The captain of the Gale Wind mercenary team struggled to swallow, his voice trembling with fear and reverence. My heavens! Is that Jiang Fan? He slaughters 2-star dominant class beings as if they were mere chicks? Is he even human? He is merely a 9-star martial master. How could he possibly possess such strength? It is terrifying. He is nothing short of a monster. All members of the mercenary groups held their breath in fear, as if paralyzed by a spell, until Jiang Fan's figure, as silently as it had arrived, once again vanished into the thick fog. Only then did they dare to exhale deeply. Besides them, several other mercenary squads and lone martial artists hunting beasts deep within the swamp had, to varying degrees, witnessed Jiang Fan effortlessly slaying high-tier demon beasts. Without exception, everyone was profoundly shaken, and titles such as Monster, Prodigy, and Beast Butcher began to be inextricably linked with Jiang Fan's name. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly returning to Yangshi City. Jiang Fan, in the depths of the Cloud Sea Swamp, was slaughtering tyrant-level demon beasts as if mowing grass. In the study of the city lord's mansion, Lord Yi perused the information compiled from various sources, all remarkably consistent in their content. He shook his head helplessly, yet a smile crept upon his lips as he scolded. That little rascal. I warned him to be cautious and not to venture into the Cloud Sea Swamp, and what does he do? He rushes in and begins a massacre. Beside him, Lord Lu stroked his beard and chuckled. City Lord, you might be being a tad harsh. Given Jiang Fan's current display of power, A 9-star martial master can regard tyrant-level demon beasts as inconsequential. With such an unparalleled prodigy in the depths of the Cloud Sea Swamp, I dare say there is little that can threaten him. His presence is indeed a blessing for our Yangshi city. In the future, who would dare to underestimate us? Indeed. Lord Yi nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. In just a few days, the youth martial arts tournament would commence, and with this young man representing Yangshi city, who knows? He might truly create history and return with an unprecedented ranking. Meanwhile, the martial artist community in Yangshi city was in a frenzy. Have you heard? Zhang Fan has gone on a killing spree in the Cloud Sea Swamp. Members of the mercenary group witnessed him dispatching tyrant-level demon beasts with ease, one punch per beast. He obliterated the head of a peak 2-star tyrant-level fire rhinoceros with a single blow. He is just a 9-star martial master. His combat strength is unfathomable. He is simply a humanoid beast, a butcher of demon beasts. With him around, I believe the upheaval in the Cloud Sea Swamp will soon be quelled by him alone. As night deepened, shrouding the treacherous swamp in darkness, Zhang Fan struck down the last tyrant-level 1-star shadow leopard that attempted to ambush him, finally halting his relentless hunt for the day. Ding! Slaying a tyrant-level 1-star shadow leopard grants 1,000 attribute points. Current assignable attribute points, 28,000. He summoned the system panel. Observing the number approaching 30,000, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. After an entire day of terrifyingly efficient slaughter, his attribute points had accumulated to 28,000. He was a mere 3,000 points shy of the 31,000 required to advance to the martial sovereign realm. On his way back, Zhang Fan's lips curled into a confident smile. 3,000 points. Tomorrow, he could easily gather that from a few unsuspecting demon beasts. The martial sovereign realm was already within his grasp. The championship of the martial arts tournament and the earth-tier martial skills await for me. Chapter 72. Amidst the hostile forces. Claiming the tyrant's head. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Zhang Fan once again stepped into the Cloud Sea Swamp. The thick fog lingered, bringing with it a biting chill, yet it could not quell the fervor ablaze within his heart. Only 3,000 attribute points left. The realm of the martial sovereign was tantalizingly close. This fervent anticipation imbued each of his steps with power. After delving several dozen miles in, Zhang Fan's formidable perception detected a tumultuous aura ahead, akin to a tsunami. The violent demonic energy clashed fiercely with the bloodlust of human warriors, intertwining with shouts, roars, and the clashing of weapons, creating a deafening cacophony. A monumental battle was evidently erupting. So many? A glint of surprise flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes, soon replaced by overwhelming delight. This was a veritable feast of attribute points prepared just for him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the shadow kill step, transforming into a streak of black lightning that tore through the fog, racing towards the battlefield. As he drew closer, the sounds of battle, the clashing, the roars, the screams, grew increasingly distinct, causing the very fog to tremble. Navigating through a grove of ravaged trees, the scene before him left even Zhang Fan momentarily stunned. It was a veritable meat grinder. Before his eyes, a tide of demon beasts surged forth, dark as a storm, their numbers exceeding 1,000. Among them were countless elite and mid-tier lord-class demon beasts, their eyes gleaming with a savage fervor as they relentlessly assaulted the human warriors. Even more alarming were the dozens of high-tier lord-class demon beasts, akin to generals, commanding the horde. And most terrifying of all were the 13 colossal figures standing like mountains, the tyrant-level demon beasts. Spanning from 1-star to 4-star, they emanated an oppressive aura that suffocated the air. Among them, one particularly fearsome 4-star tyrant-level ghost dragon was locked in a fierce battle with a peak 3-star martial sovereign elder. The elder, bloodied and weary, exuded a waning aura, clearly on the brink of being torn apart by the dragon. On the human side, approximately 300 fighters, clad in the garb of various mercenary groups, were forced to set aside their grudges and form a precarious defensive circle, struggling to hold their ground. Their martial sovereign level reinforcements numbered merely 15. Aside from the peak 3-star elder, the rest were mostly 1- and 2-star martial sovereigns. Each was injured, their faces etched with fatigue and despair, mechanically swinging their weapons in a primal instinct for survival. Hold the line. Everyone, hold your ground. A 2-star martial sovereign captain, bearing gruesome claw marks across his chest, shouted hoarsely. He had just repelled a tyrant-level 1-star demon wolf with his long sword when a side attack from a tyrant-level 2-star scorpion pierced his thigh, causing him to stagger as the wound swiftly darkened. Captain, Old Lu. Several mercenaries nearby, their eyes wide with terror, were powerless to assist, as they too were ensnared in the relentless tide of demon beasts. We won't last until reinforcements arrive with all these tyrant-level foes. Another 1-star martial sovereign, desperately fending off a tyrant-level 2-star iron-armored earth dragon, wore a look of utter despondency. Just as despair began to suffocate them, a shadow silently emerged from the edge of the fog, entering the battlefield. His presence went unnoticed by both the demon beasts and the human warriors until he calmly stood still, surveying the horde of demon beasts with eyes devoid of fear. Only brimming with the pure excitement of a hunter spotting his prey, Jiang Fan's gaze instantly traversed the chaotic battlefield, locking onto a rampaging 3-star tyrant-level beast. The cracked mountain bull demon. This creature towered over 5 meters, wielding a massive stone club, presumably hewn from some mountain, each blow leaving a deep crater in the ground, causing the nearby warriors to stagger. Two 2-star human martial sovereigns struggled before it, bloodied and unsteady, clearly approaching their limits. The last 3,000 points, you are mine. Jiang Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, akin to the grimace of death. He shifted, activating Shadow Kill Step, instantly appearing behind the cracked mountain bull demon. The surrounding human warriors and demon beasts failed to react, merely perceiving a blur as a figure pierced through the battlefield. Who? The 2 beleaguered 2-star martial sovereign's pupils constricted in alarm, instinctively exclaiming. They could scarcely comprehend how this figure had traversed the battlefield. Mo? The mountain cracking bull demon king sensed the imminent threat looming behind him. With a furious roar, he abruptly turned. Wielding a massive stone club that carried the force of a collapsing mountain, slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh towards the diminutive figure behind him. This strike was potent enough to flatten a small hill. Yet, in the face of this terrifying assault, which would send shivers down the spine of any ordinary 3-star martial master, Jiang Fan merely uttered a single word, noisy. He casually raised his right fist. And in an instant, a solid, menacing silver lightning dragon took form above it, emanating a deep and authoritative roar. The overwhelming might of the grand completion thunder fist erupted unabashedly, warping the air around his fist with a mournful cry of distortion. Unable to bear the weight of such power, there was no evasion, no defense. Only the most unadulterated and direct clash of strength. The lightning dragon surged forth, fiercely colliding with the colossal stone club. Crack! Under the incredulous gazes of all present, the immensely sturdy stone club shattered upon contact with the lightning dragon. As if it had encountered its nemesis, fracturing from the point of impact, it disintegrated into countless shards, scattering like dust. The momentum of the lightning dragon remained unyielding, crashing violently against the bull demon king's arms, which were as robust as pillars. A howl of agony erupted from the bull demon king, the sound piercingly wretched. That arm, which could withstand strikes from profound-grade weapons, was utterly obliterated by that single punch. The 2-star martial masters stood frozen in place, their minds blank. Mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken egg inside. One punch. Merely one punch. Not only did it shatter the weapon of a dominant 3-star beast, but it also rendered one of its arms useless. Could this truly be the feat of a 9-star martial master? Jiang Fan offered no respite. In the moment the bull demon king hesitated due to excruciating pain, he shifted his feet, his form becoming a blur, as if teleporting directly above the demon's colossal head. From his elevated position, his gaze was as frigid as ice, and he clenched his right fist once more, infusing all his surging vitality and the essence of thunder into this strike. The illusory lightning dragon coalesced with even greater density and ferocity, radiating an aura of annihilation. Let us go? Thunder fist, lightning dragon breaks the boundary. Accompanied by his icy declaration, the solidified lightning dragon unleashed a roar that resonated across the battlefield, striking with pinpoint accuracy upon the bull demon king's crown. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Lightning flashed, blinding all who beheld it. The bull demon king's hardened skull instantaneously deformed, caved in, and then exploded. Blood and flesh, mingled with charred remnants, splattered everywhere. The ferocious power of lightning surged into its massive form, annihilating its organs, meridians, and bones in an instant. Its gargantuan body crashed to the ground, shaking the very battlefield, sending mud flying up to several meters high. Ding! Slain the dominant 3-star bull demon king, earning 3,000 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 31,000. The attribute points had just reached a total of 31,000. Chapter 73, Ascend. 1-star martial master, dominating the field. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Centered around Jiang Fan and the colossal corpse of the bull demon, an eerie silence rapidly spread like ripples. Whether it was the frenzied beasts or the desperately resisting human warriors, all actions momentarily halted. Countless gazes, filled with disbelief and shock, converged upon the young figure who stood triumphantly over the fallen beast. What had just transpired? A mercenary rubbed his eyes, his voice dry. Is that Jiang Fan? The young god of war, Jiang Fan. The leader of a mercenary group recognized him, his voice trembling with extreme excitement and fear. He took down the bull demon king with just one punch? A 9-star martial master slaying a 3-star dominant beast? Am I hallucinating? A 1-star martial master murmured, nearly dropping his weapon. Just yesterday, it had been said he could defeat a peak 2-star, and we thought that was exaggerated. Now, a 3-star dominant beast seemed no more formidable than a common fowl before him. Not only the humans, but even the ferocious beasts exhibited clear signs of agitation. The lower-tier beasts instinctively recoiled in fear. The higher-tier lords and dominant beasts displayed a newfound wariness in their crimson eyes. Even the ghostly underworld serpent, which had been overpowering a peak 3-star martial master, abruptly disengaged, its 4 cold slitted eyes fixated on Jiang Fan, emitting a threatening low growl, yet hesitating to advance. The peril posed by this suddenly emerged human far exceeded that of the near-defeated elder. Jiang Fan remained oblivious to the surrounding reactions. His focus was on the system panel, which finally displayed the requisite numbers, and a genuine, exhilarating smile blossomed on his lips. At last, he had gathered enough. The realm of Martial Master was within reach. System. Now, promote me to Martial Master. Detecting that the host has met the promotion requirements, commencing ascension. In an instant, Jiang Fan's accumulated 31,000 attribute points were expunged, transformed into an unprecedented torrent, akin to a celestial river, cascading into his limbs and meridians. Boom. A terrifying aura, far exceeding that of a 9-star martial master by more than tenfold, erupted as if an ancient beast of chaos had awakened, centering around Jiang Fan. Dense fog was instantaneously swept away by this palpable wave of energy, forming a vast vacuum zone with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. The ground erupted in mud, which was instantaneously pulverized, as the overwhelming presence of a martial master enveloped the entire battlefield. Surrounding lower-tier beasts collapsed in despair, groaning as they lay prostrate, while those slightly further away trembled in fear, their roars reduced to whimpers. Nearby human warriors were pushed back by this force, some of the weaker ones even collapsing to the ground. They stared in astonishment at the figure at the heart of the energy, their minds blank, overwhelmed by sheer shock. Ding. Consumed 31,000 attribute points, successfully promoted to 1-star martial master. Current distributable attribute points, 0. Within Jiang Fan, his vitality surged like the roaring Yangtze River, resonating with a thunderous echo. His bones crackled, and an exquisite sensation of transcending life levels coursed through him. He slowly clenched his fist, the knuckles popping like frying beans, as an immense force capable of toppling mountains surged within his grasp. So this is the power of a martial master? It feels rather splendid. As Jiang Fan's eyes flickered, a sharp, tangible golden light flashed, radiating an unseen pressure that weighed down upon all beasts, stifling even the ferocious flames of the 13 dominant beasts. All right, the warm-up is over. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his gaze like a cold blade sweeping over the 13 dominants. Now, it's time to send you on your way. To become the first batch of attribute points after my ascension is indeed your honor. Roar. The 13 apex-level demonic beasts were thoroughly incensed by Jiang Fan's murderous intent and disdain, their wild, primal natures overpowering any lingering fear. They could not fathom that a mere newly ascended human could possess such strength. Surely, this was but a facade, a ruse typical of humanity. The foremost among them, a 4-star netherworld ghost serpent, moved with remarkable swiftness, its colossal form transforming into a streak of black lightning as it clawed at the ground, releasing a putrid, toxic mist. Its most formidable foreclaw tore through the air, laden with corrosive venom, aimed directly at Jiang Fan's crown. It sought to rend this pretentious human into mere fragments with a single strike. Yet, the speed was insufficient, and myriad flaws were evident. Jiang Fan even found time to critique the assault. With a subtle shift of his foot, he activated the Great Perfection Realm's shadow-killing steps, his form becoming an ethereal blur as he effortlessly evaded the lethal claw, merely tilting his body with casual grace. Simultaneously, his right fist, imbued with the overwhelming vitality of a martial sovereign and the essence of thunder, surged forth. Thunderous fist, Thunder Dragon breaks the void. A silver Thunder Dragon, seemingly tangible, adorned with fearsome scales and eyes glimmering with destructive lightning, erupted forth, growing larger with each moment. The roar of the Thunder Dragon was deafening, distorting the very fabric of space around it, emanating an aura of sheer annihilation. The Thunder Dragon collided fiercely with the protective aura hastily conjured by the Ghost Serpent. Crack. The defensive barrier, capable of withstanding the full might of a 4-star martial sovereign, shattered like mere soap bubbles under the sun, failing to hold for even an instant, erupting into fragments. The Thunder Dragon, undeterred, crashed mercilessly against the Ghost Serpent's most formidable reverse scale. Squelch. The reverse scale disintegrated instantaneously. The Thunder Dragon surged into its body, unleashing a torrent of violent thunderous power that wreaked havoc within the Ghost Serpent, causing it to explode. The Netherworld Ghost Serpent emitted a heart-wrenching wail of utter despair, its massive form flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding for several dozen meters, carving a deep trench in its wake. A gaping, charred cavity appeared in its chest, its innards reduced to ash, a clear sign that it was beyond saving. A 4-star apex? Is this all it amounts to? Jiang Fan withdrew his fist, his tone as indifferent as if he were critiquing a dish that lacked flavor. Ding. Slayed a 4-star apex Netherworld Ghost Serpent, earning 4,000 attribute points. Current distributable attribute points, 4,000. Instant kill. A newly ascended 1-star martial sovereign dispatches a fully powered 4-star apex demonic beast in mere moments. This spectacle drove all human warriors on the battlefield into a frenzy. Igniting a fervor, Martial Sovereign. Lord Jiang Fan has ascended to Martial Sovereign. My heavens, the youngest Martial Sovereign in the history of Yangshi City. 1-star slays a 4-star apex? What kind of divine combat prowess is this? Am I still dreaming? The God of War. This is the true God of War descending to the mortal realm. We are saved. Brothers, charge forth. Let us follow Lord Jiang Fan to feast on victory. The ecstatic joy of survival against despair and the reverence for an absolute powerhouse surged through the ranks, revitalizing their spirits. In an instant, the previously despondent atmosphere transformed. As they charged red-eyed toward the surrounding demonic beasts, commencing their counterattack.